Bang! A thick stack of resumes slammed heavily onto the desk. Yihong, a fresh graduate from Finance University, right? The middle-aged HR behind the desk pushed up his glasses full of impatience. Look at the crowd outside. This year there are more finance graduates than dogs. A fresh grad with zero practical experience, how dare you ask for a base salary of 6,000? Yihong sat on the plastic chair opposite his back ramrod straight. He tugged at his cheap, faded tie and squeezed out a gentle smile. Manager Wang, I may lack experience, but am young and durable. Yihong's tone was sincere, even with a hint of self-deprecating humor. 6,000 won't buy you a mature trader, but it can buy a beast of burden on standby, 247, who never complains. Cost-effective, you see. Stop your nonsense. Manager Wang snorted coldly, pushing the resume back. We don't hire fresh grads here. Turn left, next one. Manager Wang, please reconsider. Get lost. Don't delay the next interview. Yihong took a deep breath, not losing his temper. He silently stood up, picked up the resume, nodded politely, and turned to leave the office. Pushing open the office building door, a wave of scorching heat hit him. The street was bustling with traffic, pedestrians hurrying. Yihong pulled out his phone and glanced at the balance. WeChat wallet, 214. 5 yuan. 3 more days till rent. Guess I really have to fight for a spot under the bridge with the uncles. He laughed bitterly and reached out to hail a bus. Just as he raised his hand, the entire street's noise suddenly ceased. No warning. A piercing alarm exploded across the sky. Yihong looked up sharply. The once sunny sky had turned an eerie dark red, as if something had torn the atmosphere apart. What the hell is that? The sky turned red. Is it an earthquake? Panic erupted among pedestrians. Cars crashed into each other with screeching collisions. Yihong tried to step back, but a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Global cataclysm has begun. Old order collapses. The age of survival for all has come. Extracting target. Coordinates locked. Who's talking? Yihong instinctively covered his ears. But before he could react, the asphalt road beneath him vanished into nothingness, and a strong sensation of weightlessness yanked him downward. Complete darkness. Cough. Cough. Salty seawater flooded his nose and throat. Yihong turned over violently, coughing hard. He gasped for breath, spitting out sand. The dazzling sun made him squint. Where is this? Yihong rubbed his dizzy head and stood up. His clothes were soaked, clinging uncomfortably, and his hand still clutched the crumpled resume. He looked around, his expression freezing. Water. Everywhere, endless black seawater. Floating debris and trash drifted, stinking of rot. And under his feet, a patch of sand. Yihong swallowed, stepped forward tentatively. 1 step, 2 steps, splash. His shoe dipped into the sea. He froze, then turned and walked the opposite way. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Splash. Again water. Yihong stood still, his mouth twitching. You've got to be kidding me. He walked horizontally 2 more steps. All water. This wasn't an island, it was a sand mound less than 10 square meters. Forget building a house, even rolling over at night would toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Ding. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Welcome to the survival game. Each player has been assigned an initial island. Note the harbor is the sole foundation for survival. Resource acquisition, island defense, future development, all depend on it. Please immediately bind your personal harbor and awaken your exclusive talent attributes. As the voice faded, a translucent screen popped up in front of Yihong. In the upper right corner, a blinking chat. Yihong didn't immediately tap the panel. Instead, he turned to look at the edge of the island. There, a rotten black wooden stake was stuck in the sand. Nailed onto the stake with rusty nails were 3 broken planks, half submerged in water, half on sand. A small line of text floated above them, Level 1 Harbor Unbound. This is my survival foundation. Yihong pointed at the planks that might fall apart any second, unable to suppress a bitter laugh. System, come out, let's talk. You call that a harbor? Even Uncle Wong, who collects scrap downstairs, wouldn't want this. The system didn't respond. Yihong sighed and tapped on the chat channel. On the screen, dense text was scrolling crazily. Help. I was on the toilet a moment ago. How did I end up here? I'm not even wearing pants. Where is this? Survival game. Anyone come rescue me, they'll give you $1 million. Stop yelling, didn't you hear the system say global cataclysm? Money is just paper now. Everyone, how big is your island? Mine is over 100 square meters with a few trees. Mine is about 200 square meters. There's a nice little dock next to it. The system says it's my harbor. I'm rich. There's a small puddle on my island, all fresh water. Watching the chat, Yihong fell silent. 100 square meters. 200. With trees. With fresh water. With a pretty dock. He looked down at his palm-sized patch of sand, then at the 3 broken planks. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yihong shook his head self-deprecatingly. Smallest starting area, worst starting harbor. Can't find a job, and even after being kidnapped into a survival game, I get the worst start. But he didn't break down. Having grown up in an orphanage and worked part-time through college, his nerves were tougher than steel balls. On the bright side, at least I don't have to pay rent next month. He patted his cheeks, forcing himself to calm down. First step of survival, bind the harbor. Li Yihong strode to the rotten steak, reached out his right hand, and pressed down on it. Ding. Player detected in contact with initial harbor. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Awakening random harbor talent attributes. Meanwhile, the chat channel exploded. Everyone touched that harbor. You can awaken talents. I awaken Fisher King. Fishing at the harbor, bite. I awaken tough material. Harbor durability increased by 50. Whoa, I awaken wood affinity. Floating wood near my harbor will automatically slow down. Seeing others' talents, Li Yihong felt a glimmer of hope. With such a bad start, the system should compensate him right. Ding. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations, player Li Yihong, for awakening the unique hidden talent all item attribute, granting divine. Li Yihong's pupils contracted sharply. Unique hidden talent. He immediately opened the talent details page. Talent name all item attribute granting effect 1, harbor nourishment. The harbor's level and attributes are unconditionally proportionally added to the owner's physical stats. Effect 2, advanced attribute extraction granting player can see hidden attributes of all items and can extract, synthesize, and grant them. The higher the harbor level, the higher the quality of grants, and you can perform a hidden attribute lottery on items. Hiss. Li Yihong gasped. He wasn't a hardcore gamer, but he had played a few MMOs. This talent meant that as long as he kept strengthening his harbor, his body would become stronger too. And he could even add attributes to items. Actions speak louder than words. Let's test it. Li Yihong crouched down, staring intently at the rotten board before him. Sure enough, the moment his vision sharpened, a line of semi-transparent text appeared above the plank, visible. Target broken plank, common trash, current attributes, rotten, falls apart, at touch, flammable, extremely dry, available actions, extract, replace, grant. Li Yihong's eyes flickered. He didn't rush to modify the plank. Instead, he turned to the sea, reached into the water, and fished out a drifting broken plastic bottle. Target broken plastic bottle, current attributes, waterproof, inferior, tough, weak. System, extract the tough attribute from the plastic bottle. Li Yihong commanded in his mind. Ding. Extraction successful. Plastic bottle destroyed. Player obtained white attribute, tough. The plastic bottle in his hand instantly turned to powder and scattered in the wind. Li Yihong immediately turned and pressed his hand back on the harbor's broken plank. Grant the tough attribute to this plank, replacing rotten. Ding. Grant successful. A faint white light flashed across the plank. The originally black worm-eaten wood now had a metallic luster on its surface. Target reinforced plank, tier 1 building material, current attributes, tough, greatly increased resilience, flammable, success. Li Yihong clenched his fist, his heart racing. Not only that, the moment the plank was strengthened, a warm current suddenly surged from the sand beneath his feet into his body. He could clearly feel that the muscles, sore from the long journey, were now filled with power. Even his eyesight became harbor nourishment triggered. Player physique 1. Strength 1. This is too overpowering. Li Yihong squeezed his fist, knuckles cracking. While others were struggling to reinforce their broken planks against the waves, he could just pick up trash, extract attributes, and endlessly upgrade his harbor while growing stronger. Gurgle. His stomach growled most inopportunely. Li Yihong touched his empty belly, looked up at the turbulent Black Sea. The crisis wasn't over. A 10 square meter island, no food, no fresh water. If he didn't get something to eat soon, he wouldn't last 3 days. Looks like I need to find an attribute that can produce food first. Li Yihong stood up, eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on a large wooden crate floating in the distance. The wooden crate was drifting with the current passing about 10 meters from his tiny island. Too far to reach. The distance was too far, he couldn't possibly reach it. Li Yihong visually estimated the distance. The wooden crate was at least 15 meters away. Beneath his feet was only a 10 square meter patch of sand, without even a long branch to be found. How do I get that? Swim over. Li Yihong stared at the heaving black seawater and immediately abandoned that suicidal thought. Various trash emitting foul stench floated on the water. Who knew what mutated creatures lurked beneath the surface? Just watch the wooden crate drift away. Absolutely not. He turned his head, his gaze landing on a blackened wooden post at the harbor. At the base of the post, half a rotting rope was tangled. Li Yihong walked quickly over and yanked the rope off. It felt rough in his hand, wet and dripping black water. When he pulled on it, the surface crumbled into pieces. Target decayed rope waste, current affixes, brittle white, short white. Another 2 white negative affixes. Li Yihong frowned. The extraction from the plastic bottle earlier was just a basic experiment. He currently had no advanced affixes to replace the rope's attributes. Just as he was at a loss, a glaring golden exclamation mark suddenly popped up in the corner of his vision on the system panel. Li Yihong's heart jumped, and he reached out to tap it. Ding. Triggered newbie hidden bonus. Obtained one-time privilege, ignore harbor level restriction, ultimate affix, sublimation unique. Privilege description: player may select one single affix of any item and unconditionally forcibly elevate it to golden divine quality. Limited to 1 use. Golden. Divine. Li Yihong's hand holding the rope tightened. Suddenly his breathing became heavy. In this game, all items and affixes were divided into white, blue, purple, red, and gold. Gold represented the ultimate peak quality. System, how do I use this sublimation privilege? Please select target and confirm sublimation direction. Li Yihong stared intently at the rotten rope, less than 2 meters long in his hand, his mind racing. The wooden crate was about to drift beyond 20 meters. Replacing the brittle affix is useless, it's too short, even if turned into steel wire, it wouldn't reach the crate. I need to work on length and form. Li Yihong took a deep breath, his tone decisive. System, use privilege on the rope in my hand. Designated sublimation direction, capture, and extension. Ding. Command received. Privilege activated. Ignoring level restrictions, forced sublimation begins. As the words fell, the rope in Li Yihong's hand suddenly burst into a blinding, intense light. The light was not blinding, but carried a heart-stopping pressure. Within the glow, the decayed rope began to writhe. System prompts exploded in Li Yihong's mind like firecrackers. Affix stripping. Short removed. Affix reshaping. Quality leap, white-blue. Blue affix tough, stretch generated. Quality continues leaping, blue-purple. Purple affix, 100-step, flying claw generated. It's still rising. Li Yihong couldn't even blink. Quality continues leaping, purple-red. Red affix, void lock, net generated. The system prompts didn't stop, though instead they grew louder. Final leap, red gold divine. Ding. Congratulations, player. Successfully bestowed, golden divine affix, myriad heaven net. The light converged abruptly. Li Yihong looked down and gasped. Where was the rotten rope? Now lying quietly in his palm was a net made of unknown material, neither metal nor wood, with a subtle dark gold luster flowing across its surface. The net threads were as thin as hair, yet carried a sharpness that seemed able to cut space itself. Target myriad heaven net bound to harbor component current affix myriad heaven gold divine affix effect 1 the absolute hit. Lock target throw. Ignores wind and current 100 hit rate. Affix effect 2 infinite extension. As long as the user has stamina, the net rope can extend infinitely. Affix effect 3 immune to water and fire. Divine level material cannot be forcibly damaged by external forces. These attributes are too overpowered. Li Yihong swallowed. Not only could it trap targets with 100 accuracy, but it could also stretch infinitely. Although a white brittle affix remained under the pressure of a divine affix, it was practically negligible. Just as he was about to cast the net to get the crate, a sudden change occurred. Ding. Detected new gold divine harbor component. Harbor nourishment triggered. Boom. An unprecedented surge of hot energy like a flood bursting a dam rushed through his right hand that held the net and flooded into his limbs and bones. Oh. Li Yihong grunted, falling heavily to one knee on the sand. It hurt so much. The power was too violent, giving him no time to adapt. All the bones in his body emitted an audible cracking sound. His originally slightly thin muscles began to expand and tighten visibly. A layer of smelly black impurities oozed from his skin, toxins expelled from within. Nourishment settlement in progress. Player constitution 50. Player strength 50. Player agility 50. 10 seconds passed. The heat receded. Li Yihong supported himself on the sand, gasping sweat and black mud dripping from his chin. But his eyes flashed with terrifying sharpness. He slowly stood up and clenched his fist. A dull explosive sound echoed in the air. This was no illusion. His current strength was definitely more than 10 times greater than before. Even if a bull stood before him, he was confident he could knock it out with one punch. So this is the nourishment from a divine affix, say. Li Yihong wiped the sweat off his face, an excited grin spreading across his lips. No time to savor. He abruptly turned his head to look at the sea. The huge wooden crate had already drifted beyond 30 meters, carried by a swift current. Only a blurry black dot remained. Run? No way. Li Yihong planted his feet apart firmly on the sand. He grabbed the dark gold net with his right hand and the weighted bottom with his left. Lock target drifting crate. A golden crosshair appeared in his vision, only he could see locking onto the distant black. Go! Li Yihong bellowed, power erupting from his waist. The terrifying strength enhanced by the nourishment exploded. Swoosh! The dark gold net turned into a streak of light, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. 30 meters covered in an instant. The net spread perfectly in the air like a giant beast, opening its mouth, swallowing the huge crate. Hit target. Absolute hit effect triggered, locked. Got it. Li Yihong rejoiced, immediately grabbing the fine net rope with both hands. Come here. He pulled backward violently. Bang. The rope snapped taut. A fierce counterforce came. 2 deep pits formed under Li Yihong's feet on the sand, seawater rushing in. So heavy. The underwater current was extremely turbulent. Along with the crate's own weight, the pulling force could have dragged 3 strong men into the sea instantly. But Li Yihong didn't retreat a single step. With 50 extra points to constitution and strength, he now possessed terrifying reserves. I endured the humiliation of job hunting. How can a mere crate drag me into the sea? Li Yihong's arm muscles bulged with veins like twisted steel bars. His eyes turned red and a low growl escaped his throat. Heaved. He pulled the rope hand over hand like to go forth, slowly bringing it in. The dark gold rope was incredibly tough, not showing any sign of breaking, binding the crate tight. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. As the distance shrank, the crate rolled huge white splashes. 5 meters. With a final mighty pull from Yihong splash. A thick wooden crate 1 meter long and wide covered in moss was yanked out of the sea. Bang! The crate crashed heavily onto the 10 square meter sand. Sand flew. Yihong let out a long breath, released the rope, and sat down heavily, chest heaving. Even with 50 extra strength, this high-intensity burst had consumed considerable stamina. Phew. After a short rest, Yihong got up and walked to the crate. He didn't rush to open it. In this bizarre survival game, who knew whether the crate held supplies or monsters? He immediately activated his talent. His sight focused on the crate. Target drifting supply crate, common current affixes, sealed white, heavy white, internal item scanning. Contains purified water 2, whole wheat bread 3, basic wood 10, a rusty iron axe 1. No danger. All were urgently needed supplies. Yihong's eyes lit up. He yanked the net off. The dark gold myriad heaven net contracted automatically, like a living thing, shrinking to palm size, and wrapping quietly around his wrist. What a treasure! Yihong praised, then placed his hands on the edge of the crate. With his surging strength, he didn't even need tools. Crack! With a crisp sound, he used his arms to force the nailed lid off, sending it flying. The items inside instantly turned into several light spheres floating midair. Yihong immediately reached out to touch them. Ding! Obtained purified water, 500 milliliters, 2. Ding! Obtained whole wheat bread, 500G3. Ding! Obtained basic wood 10. Ding! Obtained rusty iron axe white 1. Seeing the inventory full of supplies, Yihong's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. The first major survival hurdle was over. He eagerly took out a bottle of purified water and a whole wheat bread. Twisting off the cap, he took a big gulp. Sweet fresh water flowed down his parched throat, relieving the extreme thirst. He finished the bread in a few bites, finally feeling the stomach settle. Yihong sat back down by the reinforced wooden plank of the harbor and opened the chat channel. The messages were even more desperate than before. Starving. Anyone have food? He'll trade a tree from my island for half a biscuit. I saw a wooden crate float by, but I didn't even have a stick. I could only watch it drift away. So hopeless. Seawater is undrinkable. I'm already dehydrated. Has anyone managed to salvage supplies? Share some tips. Watching these laments, Yihong silently closed the chat panel. Sympathy was the cheapest thing here. He had food and drink now, but it was temporary. A 10 square meter island still couldn't withstand any storm. Yihong's gaze fell on the basic wood 10 he touched the dark gold net on his wrist. The privilege is used up, but I can still infinitely extract and synthesize affixes. Next, it's time to properly renovate this broken harbor. Yihong stood up and grabbed the rusty iron axe in one swift motion. Yihong weighed the iron axe in his hand. Its rough texture was marred by sharp barbs along the wooden handle, and the blade was rusted and so dull that it couldn't even cut through a cucumber. But with the enhancement of 50 points of strength, this iron axe, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, felt as light as a toothpick in his grip. System, check the attributes. Yihong silently recited in his heart. A translucent panel immediately appeared above the axe. Target rusty iron axe white, ordinary current attributes, dull, white, negative attack power, reduced by 50, fragile, white, negative, guaranteed to break on violent collision. 2 glaring grayish-white lines of text made Yihong frown. This is hardly a weapon for self-defense. It's nothing more than a broken piece of iron. If he were to use this against a threat, it would probably shatter into pieces before the enemy even died. By the way, the system had hinted before that besides extraction and bestowal, I could also perform a hidden attribute lottery on items. Yihong's eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on the axe blade. Since the same item cannot have its attributes extracted twice, this one opportunity was especially crucial. System, initiate the attribute lottery for this iron axe. As soon as he uttered the command, a cold mechanical voice of the system exploded in his mind. Ding. Target locked, rusty iron axe. Detection shows the harbor level is level 1 white quality. Current maximum extractable attribute quality is purple. The lottery channel has opened, starting random extraction. The surface of the axe suddenly erupted with an extremely faint glow. The light flickered wildly between white and blue, resembling a high-speed slot machine. Yihong held his breath, his fingers tightly gripping the handle. He was currently on a 10 square meter island with no cover to hide behind. This axe was his only reliance to survive the crisis tonight. He needed a useful attribute. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations, player, you have successfully extracted a rare blue attribute, rending cut. The dazzling blue light erupted on the panel. Yihong's pupils constricted as he immediately checked the attribute details. Attribute name, rending cut, blue, rare attribute effect, grants the weapon extreme destructive power, ignoring 30 of the target's physical defense when cleaving, and adds a ripping wound effect that is extremely difficult to heal. What a good item. Without any hesitation, Yihong directly issued the command. Bestow rending cut onto this iron axe, directly overriding dull and fragile. Ding. Pistol starting. Override successful. The iron axe in his hand suddenly trembled violently. Large patches of dark red rust fell off, like dead skin. The rough wooden handle quickly fell away, replaced by a layer of solid, deep brown hardwood. Most astonishing was the axe blade. The edge, which had been as blunt as a brick, was now inexplicably thinned by an invisible force, creating an extremely glaring silver-white edge. Target exquisite rending battle axe blue, rare current attributes rending cut blue. Yihong gasped. He reversed his grip on the axe handle, aimed at the remnants of a heavy wooden box that had been dismantled on the ground, and swung it casually. He didn't even exert any force. Swish. A very faint tearing sound was heard. The thick wooden plank, at least 2 inches thick, was effortlessly sliced in half by the battle axe, as if it were soft tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. What a fast axe! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yihong's eyes. With this weapon and 50 points of strength, even if he encountered a tiger, he was confident he could cleave it in two. But just then an unexpected change occurred. The dark red sun that had been hanging in the sky suddenly dipped, without warning, as if someone had pulled the plug from backstage. The entire world plunged into a dead silence and darkness in an instant. The sky darkened. The temperature dropped sharply within a matter of seconds. The howling sea wind whipped up the icy water vapor and struck fiercely against Yihong's face, making him shiver violently. Ding. District announcement. Night has fallen. In the darkness, unknown dangers are awakening, and the corrosiveness and ferocity of the seawater will increase by 200. All players please find shelter immediately and establish a sanctuary. Warning: do not look directly at the dark sea surface. Do not make loud noises. 3 consecutive bright red system alert sounds flashed frantically on his retina like a death warrant. Yihong instantly looked up. The originally calm black sea was now churning violently. The waves crashed against the shore, each strike accompanied by a cringe-inducing corrosive sound sizzle. That meager 10 square meter patch of sand was being devoured bit by the rising tide. Yihong unhesitatingly clicked on the chat channel. The number of online players in the upper right corner was decreasing at an alarming rate. Help! Something is crawling up from the water. Ah, so cold. There's nothing on my island. I'm going to freeze to death. Wooden planks. My wooden house was blown down by the wind. Who can help me? Don't look at the sea surface. Whatever you do, don't look. There are eyes in the water. Countless red eyes. The desperate cries for help seemed to pierce through the screen, stabbing into his eardrums. Yihong's expression instantly darkened. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The 10 square meter island was completely empty. In his hand, he only had the 10 pieces of basic wood obtained from opening the box. To think he could build a windbreak house with just 10 wooden planks in this tiny space. It was nothing short of a fantasy. A chilling, eerie wind swept across the surface of the sea, causing Yihong's body hair to stand on end. He couldn't stay on top. The temperature was still falling. Even if he wasn't eaten by the monsters in the water, he would definitely freeze to death by the latter half of the night. He needed a place to hide. No materials to build up. Yihong gritted his teeth, his gaze suddenly falling onto the sand beneath his feet. Then dig down. During those days of struggling to find work, he had lived in a 3-story windowless partitioned room just to save money. As long as he could survive, what did it matter to act like a groundhog? Let's get to it. Yihong gripped the blue ripping battle axe tightly, and with a fierce strike, he brought it down onto the sandy ground beneath him. The sand flew up. The sharp edge of the axe instantly sliced through the surface, sand deeply penetrating into the soil below. Lift. Yihong's arm muscles bulged as his 50 points of strength erupted. The axe was used like a hoe, turning up a large chunk of moist soil mixed with stones. The geology here was extremely strange. The surface was sand, but just half a meter down there was hard black soil. If it were an ordinary person with a regular axe, they might not even dig a hole after a whole night of effort. But Yihong was different. With 50 points of terrifying strength and the blue battle axe that had cutting attributes, each swing raised a large amount of earth. Crack. Bang. Yihong was like an unwearied pile driver frantically digging downwards. Sweat streamed down his forehead into his eyes, causing a piercing sting. But he dared not stop. The sea breeze grew stronger, carrying a bone-chilling cold. In his ears, he could already hear a series of eerie chewing sounds coming from the sea. It seemed that some enormous creature was prowling the edge of the island. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, Yihong had forcibly dug a rectangular pit in the center of the island, reaching 1.5 meters deep and about 2 meters long. Enough. Yihong panted heavily, tossing down the axe. A bit of cool underground water seeped from the bottom of the pit, but it was still within acceptable limits. He quickly turned around and moved all 10 basic wooden planks over. 1, 2, 3. He laid the wooden boards across the top of the deep pit. The size of the wood was just enough to cover the pit's opening, piecing together to form an extremely rudimentary coffin lid. Only the last piece of wood remained unplaced. At this moment the sky was completely dark. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. A strong, pungent smell permeated the air. Gurgle. Gurgle. A series of strange bubbles suddenly emerged in the sea less than 2 meters from the island. Immediately after, a dull dragging sound echoed at the edge of the beach. Rustle, rustle. Something was climbing up. Li Yihong's heart suddenly constricted, and without hesitation he grabbed the ripping battle axe, diving into the pit like a fish. He reached out to grab the edge of the last wooden plank, and pulled it forcefully over his head. Snap! The plank closed. His vision was plunged into utter darkness. In the cramped dirt pit the space was extremely tight. Li Yihong could only curl up his legs, gripping the axe handle tightly with the blade protecting his chest. The earthy smell mingled with his own sweat, fermenting in the confined space. The underground temperature was much higher than that above ground, at least blocking the bone-chilling wind that could freeze a person's blood. Li Yihong closed his eyes and held his breath. Silence. Deathly silence. He could only hear the drum-like beating of his heart in his chest. Just then, creak. A very faint sound suddenly came from the wooden plank covering the deep pit above. Wait. A heavy weight pressed down on the plank. Li Yihong instantly opened his eyes, staring intently at the darkness less than half a meter above his head. Rustle. Rustle. The creature was rubbing against the wooden plank. Through the less than 2 centimeters thick wood, Li Yihong could even smell a nauseating stench of rotting slime. It was right above, hovering at his head. The plank groaned under the weight's pressure. Crack, crack. A drop of slimy, fishy liquid fell through the gap in the wood onto Li Yihong's cheek. Cold, piercing. Li Yihong did not wipe it away. He didn't even blink. His fingers gripped the axe handle tightly, his 50 points of strength coiled in his muscles like a taut bowstring. As soon as the plank shattered, this blue, glowing, ripping battle axe would swing upwards without hesitation. It would cleave that unknown monster along with the long night in two. Time passed second by second. The sticky rubbing sound lingered on the plank for over 10 minutes. It seemed to sense that there was nothing worth biting beneath those few broken pieces of wood. The weight finally slowly moved away. Rustle. Splash. A sound of something falling into the water rang out. The surroundings once again returned to the howling of the winds and waves. Li Yihong's tensed back gradually relaxed. Only then did he realize that his clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat. I survived the first night. He breathed deeply in the extreme darkness, taking in the murky air. The narrow, deep pit felt like a living, but at this moment, it was the most secure fortress in the world. Li Yihong released his grip on the axe, feeling around to grab a half piece of whole wheat bread, and took a big bite. The rough breadcrumbs scraped down his throat. He leaned against the cold, damp earthen wall, quietly waiting for the dawn of the next day at the bottom of this pitch-black pit. Li Yihong leaned against the wall of the pit, swallowing the last dry bite of bread. In this cramped underground space, his hearing was amplified to the extreme. A faint sound of water splashing unexpectedly came from the edge of the island. This was not the monster that had been hovering above him just moments ago. Li Yihong's muscles instantly tensed up. Splash, splash. Following that, the sound of water dropping echoed continuously from all directions. From the intensity of the sounds, there were definitely more than one. They had crawled up onto the beach. Creak. Sharp claws scraped across the wooden boards above his head, producing a painful, grating sound. The noise was dense, as if multiple mouths were frantically gnawing at the wood. Li Yihong tilted his head back, staring intently at the gap through which the wind seeped. 50 points of terrifying power surged within him. With just a slight exertion, he could completely overturn the rotting wooden planks above. He could burst out directly, using the blue, glowing, ripping battle axe in his hand to chop these ghastly creatures into pieces. But he held himself back. Steady yourself. Li Yihong roared internally. Even though his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he possessed a rare weapon, the situation outside remained an absolute unknown. How large were the monsters? Were they poisonous? How many were there? The most concerning was the system's warning. Just now the corrosiveness of the seawater had doubled. If he were dragged into the sea by a monster during the fight, coming into contact with that deadly seawater, even his 50 points of constitution might not withstand it. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. There's no need to gamble with my life for a moment's thrill. He took a deep breath, positioning the battle axe across his chest. As long as the wooden planks did not break, he would never take action. Bang! A deafening thud suddenly erupted above him. The wooden planks trembled violently for a moment, and a large amount of fine sand trickled down through the gaps, all landing on Li Yihong's face. Two monsters were fighting above. The piercing howls penetrated the wooden boards, stabbing at his eardrums. Following that was the muffled sound of teeth tearing flesh and the crunching of bones. They were killing each other. A strong smell of blood flooded into the pit through the gaps, nearly making him gag. It seems this group of creatures isn't united after all. Li Yihong shut his eyes and held his breath. Throughout the night, the sounds on the beach did not cease. Something crawled up, something was eaten, and something crashed madly against the wooden boards above him. The groaning of the wooden planks grew louder, as if they were about to break at any moment. But Li Yihong maintained the same position. Like a stone statue, he remained steadfast underground, patiently waiting for dawn. He did not know how long had passed. The sounds outside had completely stopped. The sound of the waves crashing against the beach also returned to its original calm rhythm. A faint white light finally penetrated the gaps in the wood, piercing through the absolute darkness at the bottom of the pit. Daylight had arrived. Yihong moved his stiff neck, his joints cracking like exploding beans. He straightened his body, raised the battle axe, and pressed the flat back against the wooden planks above. With a slight exertion of his arms, splash. The wooden planks were pushed open, creating a gap. Blinding sunlight flooded in, nearly making him tear up. Once his vision adjusted to the light, Yihong suddenly exerted force, flipping all the wooden planks that obstructed him above. He pushed against the pit wall and effortlessly flipped out. His feet landed steadily on the beach. As Yihong surveyed the scene before him, his brows immediately knitted into a tight knot. The originally small 10 square meters of sand had now become a complete wreck. Everywhere was dried dark green slime, emitting a nauseating stench. The sandy ground was littered with chaotic deep pits and claw marks. Some claw marks were only the size of a baby's fist, while others were a circle larger than a human face. Not far from the edge of the island, there were still several pieces of unknown creatures' giant bones scattered about. The bones were covered in a dense array of bite marks, with the marrow completely sucked dry. How many monsters actually came last night? Yihong tightened his grip on the axe handle, a layer of cold sweat oozing from his back. If he had not chosen to dig a pit last night, if he had blindly trusted his 50 points of attributes and rushed out, even if the battle axe was sharp, facing such numbers in a brawl, he would definitely be exhausted and torn to pieces. Ding! A crisp system notification sound suddenly exploded in his mind. All region announcement. The protection period for new players' first day has ended. The number of survivors in this area last night, 956,000. Number of deaths, 440,000. Attention, the private islands of deceased players have been completely erased by the system. Starting today, the danger level will be comprehensively upgraded. The ferocity of the sea surface will increase slightly, and the refresh rate of drifting supplies will decrease by 30. All players strive to survive and do not give up easily. The series of notifications from the system struck like heavy hammers on everyone's hearts. Yihong's eyelids twitched. 440,000. So many people died in just one night. The most ridiculous part was that the system actually referred to the chaos of last night as the protection period. What kind of hellish scene would the following nights bring? Yihong immediately raised his hand and clicked on the chat channel in the upper right corner. The text on the screen was scrolling at an extremely frantic pace. Through the screen, one could feel the suffocating despair. It's gone mad. Completely insane. I personally saw a 5-meter-long shadow uproot the trees on my island. My wife died. She was dragged into the water by a monster while trying to protect the wooden planks at the harbor. Not a single bone floated up. Why is there such a game? Let me go back. They'll give you all my money, just let me go home. The channel was filled with the wails and cries of those breaking down. But soon several messages with a completely different tone popped up. What are you crying about? Don't you understand survival of the fittest? With this little endurance, what are you even doing playing for survival? Exactly, if you can't even build a basic shelter, dying is just making space for others. Brothers, I hit the jackpot last night. A big wooden box was directly washed up on my beach in the middle of the night. No way is that true. What was inside? Spill it. 3 bottles of mineral water, a big piece of roasted meat, and a blueprint for a basic wooden house. I can build a house today, ha ha ha. You're amazing. Please let me ride your coattails, just give me a sip of water. I had decent luck too. I fished out a crossbow yesterday afternoon, shot a hard-shelled crab that crawled ashore last night, and got a pile of crab meat, just enough for breakfast. Looking at these smug boasts, Yihong felt no waves in his heart. He casually dismissed the panel. No matter how well others fared or what rare items they found, it had nothing to do with him. It couldn't change the harsh reality of his small 10-square-meter island. The system said the refresh rate of supplies has decreased. Yihong turned his head, his gaze landing on the boundless Black Sea. The raging wind whipped up the waves, crashing against the beach in waves. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but black seawater. Not even a broken plastic bottle could be seen. Today is truly unlucky. The game has started in hell mode. He sighed. The food and water in his hands barely sufficed to get through the day. If he did not continue to strengthen the harbor and acquire new supplies, tonight would only be more difficult than last night. Since there's nothing on the sea. Yihong murmured softly, his gaze suddenly falling on his wrist. The dark golden Wanxiang Tianluo net was quietly wrapped around his wrist, a faint golden light flowing across its surface. Wanxiang Tianluo Gold. Effect 2, Infinite Extension. As long as the host has sufficient stamina, the net can extend indefinitely. Effect 3, Immune to water and fire. Superior material cannot be forcefully destroyed by any external force. Yihong's eyes suddenly lit up. If there were no boxes on the sea, how about the bottom of the sea? This pitch-black seawater, deep and bottomless, concealed who knows how many treasures beneath. Since this net can extend infinitely and will definitely not be eroded by seawater, why not just throw it directly to the bottom of the sea and blindly fish? Take a chance, a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Without any hesitation, Li Yihong stepped forward, walking to the very edge of the island. The black seawater roiled beneath his feet, emitting a chilling aura of danger. He untied the dark golden fishing net from his wrist. Gripping the end of the net with his left hand, he grasped the heavy net bottom with his right. Go! He exerted force with his right hand. The terrifying power of 50 points exploded instantly. The Wanxiang Tianhua drew a brilliant golden arc in the air, directly plunging into the sea dozens of meters away. Splashed. Water splashed everywhere. The dark golden fishing net quickly sank, disappearing in an instant into the ink-like seawater. Li Yihong spread his feet apart, firmly anchoring himself in the sand, gripping the net rope tightly. He did not lock onto any target. He simply threw it blindly into the deep sea. Sink down, keep going down. Li Yihong felt the downward pull from the net rope, gradually letting it out. 10 meters. 30 meters. 50 meters. The depth of the seabed exceeded imagination. The net rope seemed to be falling into a bottomless pit, sliding rapidly downward. He let out nearly 100 meters. Suddenly the net rope in his hands loosened, followed closely by an extremely faint feeling of friction. It had reached the bottom. The fishing net had touched the hard seabed. Li Yihong took a deep breath. The muscles in his arms instantly tensed. He began to drag the net rope, pulling parallel along the seabed. With 50 points of strength, pulling this net is no trouble at all. Li Yihong, like an experienced fisherman, alternately controlled the rhythm of the drag. The resistance at the seabed was significant. The net seemed to sweep over several massive rocks. Suddenly, snap. The net rope in his hands suddenly halted, instantly taut. A tremendous force transmitted from the deep sea. Something was caught. Li Yihong's heart raced, his hands gripping the net rope tightly. This resistance was immense, definitely not some ordinary trash or small fish. Come up. Li Yihong's eyes widened, a low growl escaping his throat. With a forceful push from his waist, the veins on his arms stood out like dragon tendons. He forcibly pulled on the net rope, taking a step back. Splashed. A large splash of white waves erupted on the sea surface. The thing underwater seemed heavy, but under the absolute resilience of the golden divine net, it could not break free. 10 meters, 20 meters. As the net rope was gradually reeled in, the massive black shadow beneath the water finally began to reveal its outline. With a deafening splash, the enormous shadow finally broke the surface of the sea. Get up here. His veins bulged on his forehead as he shouted, exerting force backward. Gasping for breath, Li Yihong wiped the seawater from his face and focused his gaze. What lay on the ground was not a wooden crate filled with supplies. Instead, it was a 3-meter-long cylinder gleaming with a dark metallic sheen. Its surface was covered in rust and deep-sea barnacles, with a visibly twisted propeller at the rear. What kind of international joke is this? Li Yihong swallowed instinctively, his legs weakening, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Even as a pure liberal arts student, he recognized the shape of this object. This was a torpedo, and judging by its size and model, it was definitely a heavy torpedo capable of splitting a small destroyer in half. Have I stumbled upon a treasure or a living ancestor? Li Yihong felt a chill run down his spine. If this thing exploded on a 10-square-meter island, forget about his 50 points in physique. Even with 500 points, he'd be vaporized along with the island. He stood frozen in place. After 5 full minutes, confirming that the abandoned torpedo showed no signs of unusual sounds or smoke, he cautiously approached. System check attributes. Li Yihong silently commanded. A translucent screen immediately unfolded above the torpedo. Target abandoned, heavy torpedo damaged. Current attributes: ultimate explosion, purple, epic moisture, white, negative precision, machinery, blue. A purple attribute. Li Yihong's pupils constricted sharply. White, blue, purple. This broken thing dragged up from the seabed actually concealed an epic level Moreover, just looking at the name of this attribute filled one with a sense of destructive power. But he did not let joy cloud his judgment. System, if I extract this attribute, will the torpedo explode immediately? The cold mechanical voice responded swiftly. Ding. Extracting attributes involves removal at the rules level. After the target item loses the ultimate explosion attribute, its internal explosives will completely turn into inert material, no longer possessing any potential for detonation. Hearing this response, Li Yihong's tense nerves finally relaxed. Then there's nothing to fear. His gaze became fervent as he immediately issued the command. System, extract the ultimate explosion attribute from the torpedo. Ding. Extraction successful. Player has obtained the purple epic attribute, ultimate explosion. As the system prompt faded, a dark purple light flashed across the surface of the torpedo. The sense of danger that had made his heart race vanished without a trace. At that moment, it resembled a lifeless, massive iron pillar quietly lying on the beach. Li Yihong raised his hand, gripping the Ripper battle axe that emanated a blue glow. 50 points of strength, a blue weapon, if he added this purple explosion attribute. System, bestow ultimate explosion upon this battle axe. No overriding. Directly stack. Li Yihong gritted his teeth and said, Li Yihong's body suddenly shook, his vision filled with golden stars, nearly collapsing onto the beach. He knelt on one knee, using the axe handle to support himself. What's happening? I'm so hungry. The hunger came on ferociously, as if stomach acid was wildly eroding his insides. He glanced at the chaos around him and immediately understood the reason. His 50 points of constitution and strength granted him explosive power far beyond that of an ordinary person. But energy is conserved. Just now he had wrenched a torpedo weighing hundreds of pounds from 100 meters deep in the ocean and had unleashed a powerful explosive attack. These two extreme physical exertions had completely drained all the calories from his body. The whole grain bread he had eaten yesterday was long since digested, leaving not even a crumb. If he did not immediately replenish with high-calorie food, his 50 points of attributes would not only go to waste, but could also starve him to death. No good water and bread are simply not enough. Li Yihong gritted his teeth and stood up. He looked at the system backpack, which contained only a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. Even if he ate everything, it wouldn't fill his current stomach. He needed to get meat. A lot of meat. He turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the rolling Black Sea. There were no living creatures on the island. The only source of food was this vast ocean. Li Yihong grabbed the dark golden fishing net on his wrist. One more time. He exerted his last strength to throw the myriad heavens net into the deep sea once again. The golden light plunged beneath the waves. Li Yihong's feet were firmly planted on the beach, his hands tightly gripping the net rope, feeling the movements beneath the water. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The sea breeze mixed with icy salt water slapped against his face. Li Yihong's hands were marked with deep red imprints from the net rope, and the cramping pain in his stomach made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. It was exhausting. Dragging the fishing net in the deep sea was essentially a struggle against the undercurrents of the entire ocean. If I can't haul anything up today, will truly be my last day here. He gritted his teeth, holding on tightly. Just as his consciousness was about to blur, bang! The net rope in his hands suddenly tightened, then began to thrash violently from side to side. There was something underwater, and it was a living creature. Come up. Li Yihong's eyes widened, and a violent power was once again squeezed from his emaciated muscles. He pulled on the net rope with all his might, like in a tug-of-war, frantically yanking it back. The thing underwater was immensely powerful, desperately trying to burrow deeper into the ocean. But under the absolute toughness of the golden divine net, all struggles were in vain. Splash! Water erupted violently from 10 meters away. A large fish over a meter long and covered in black scales was tightly wrapped in the fishing net, forcibly dragged out of the water. Bang! The big fish was unceremoniously thrown onto the beach. It was not dead. Instead, it had a mouth full of serrated teeth, wildly opening and closing at Li Yihong, emitting a sound akin to a crying baby. Shut up. Without a word, Li Yihong picked up the purple glowing battle axe and struck down at the fish's head. There was no triggering of extreme explosion. It was simply a physical blow. Crack! The sharp, tearing axe blade sliced through the hard fish head, like cutting tofu, directly chopping it off. Black blood gushed out. The big fish twitched violently a few times before falling completely still. Target: deep sea mutant sawtooth fish. Common ingredient: current entry, fishy smell, white firm texture, white note. Although its appearance is ugly once the head and organs are removed, the meat is extremely delicious and rich in high protein. Seeing the system prompt of high protein, Li Yihong's eyes turned green. He was so hungry that he was tempted to gnaw on the fish raw. But reason told him that eating mutant creatures raw was a surefire way to invite death. It had to be cooked. However, aside from a little basic wood, there was no source of fire on the island. Rubbing sticks for fire. That would take too long. He couldn't wait even 10 minutes. Li Yihong's gaze quickly scanned the island, finally landing on the discarded torpedo that had been cleaved open. I have a way. He hurried to the giant opening of the torpedo. The internal structure of the torpedo was incredibly complex, but the core explosive properties had already been stripped by the system, leaving it as inert material. Nearby the propulsion device, a large chunk of yellowish-brown solid material was exposed. Li Yihong reached out and pried off a piece. Target: military-grade solid propellant combustible material, current entry, extremely flammable, white. Truly, there is no dead end. Li Yihong was overjoyed. He immediately broke off a dozen pieces of solid fuel and piled them on the sand in the center. Then he took out 2 pieces of basic wood and quickly chopped them into small firewood with his battle axe, placing them above the fuel. Everything was ready, just lacking a spark. Li Yihong picked up the battle axe, aiming the blade at a metal shard that had fallen from the torpedo. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The steel axe blade violently scraped against the metal fragment, instantly sending forth a series of dazzling sparks that accurately landed on the solid fuel below. Boom! The solid fuel, marked extremely flammable, was instantly ignited. An orange-eared flame rose without any black smoke, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The firewood above ignited as well with a crackling sound. Done! Li Yihong let out a long breath. He quickly moved to the dead mutant fish, skillfully gutting it with the battle axe. Using the tearing and cutting attributes for processing ingredients was simply overkill. In less than 2 minutes the entire fish was stripped of its organs and scales cut into 3 large pieces of thick fish meat. Finding a long metal shard to use as a skewer, Yihong skewered the fish meat and placed it directly over the fire to roast. The flames licked at the fish meat. As the temperature rose, the fat inside the mutant fish began to ooze out, dripping onto the fire and making a sizzling sound. An indescribable rich meaty aroma instantly spread across the 10 square meter island. No seasoning, but this pure aroma of fat and protein was far more alluring to Yihong, who had been hungry for a day and a night, than any world-class delicacy. The surface of the fish meat quickly turned golden and crispy. Yihong swallowed a large mouthful of saliva, unable to hold back any longer. He grabbed the metal skewer and bit down hard on the thickest piece of fish meat. Crunch! The crispy outer skin shattered in his mouth. Instantly the hot and tender juices burst forth, flooding his taste buds. The fish meat was extremely firm, even possessing a bouncy texture. So delicious. Yihong gasped from the heat, but continued to chew without any pause. He chewed and swallowed mouthful after mouthful. The high-calorie food entered his stomach, transforming into a warm current that swiftly flowed through his limbs. His originally sore and weak muscles greedily absorbed this energy like land parched by drought receiving rain. His 50 points of constitution began to exhibit terrifying digestive capabilities. In less than 10 minutes, the entire deep-sea mutant fish, weighing over 10 pounds, was completely devoured by Yihong, leaving only bones. He picked up the pure water from yesterday and tilted his head to drink half a bottle. Burp! A loud belch escaped. Leaning back against the soft sand, Yihong rubbed his slightly bulging belly and exhaled deeply. Fully revitalized, the sense of physical deficiency vanished, and the powerful feeling of controlling his body returned. He looked at the crackling bonfire before him and casually opened the chat channel. It was already afternoon. The atmosphere in the channel was extremely oppressive. Hungry. So hungry. The seawater is terrible to drink, bitter and astringent. Ooh, I feel like my throat is on fire. Can anyone give me a bite to eat? I'm willing to work like a mule, oh please I beg you. I just tried to go into the water to catch fish, but almost got dragged to the bottom by a monster fish with pincers that bit off my leg. Help. Despair, hunger, fear. Over 9 million players, the vast majority struggling on the edge of life and death. Yihong looked at those words, then glanced at the clean fish bones at his feet and the warm bonfire. In this cruel survival world, while others were fighting for a sip of foul water, he was already feasting on barbecue, the attributes of all things Grant. Yihong clenched his right fist, feeling the surging power within him, his gaze gradually sharpening. This is the confidence of survival. He stood up, gathering the remaining solid fuel. There were still a few hours until the harbor had not yet upgraded, and there were no blueprints for a wooden house. Tonight's monsters would definitely be fiercer than last night. Relying solely on a pit and an axe was still not secure enough. Yihong walked to the shore and took off the myriad heavens net from his wrist once more. Having eaten and drunk enough, he felt invigorated. Then let's continue fishing. Go for it. Yihong exerted strength with both hands. The dark golden fishing net transformed once again into a streak of flowing light, diving into the bottomless Black Sea. With the experience from the previous 2 attempts, he handled the line with greater composure this time, alternating his hands to control the net rope as it drifted in the underwater currents. The surface of the sea was lifeless and dreary. The howling wind whipped up gray waves that crashed onto the 10 square meter beach, producing a monotonous sound. The system says the resource refresh rate has decreased by 30%. It's probably harder to encounter floating crates during the day than winning the lottery. Yihong simply sat down on the wooden plank reinforced by the harbor system. One hand gripped the net rope, while the other pointed into the void. System opened the harbor panel. A translucent light curtain in pale blue, visible only to him, instantly unfolded before his eyes. Private harbor-bound owner Yihong, current level 1 white quality resources required for upgrade: basic wood, 10100 basic stone, 0100 harbor components, all-encompassing heavenly net golden divine level. Current feedback attributes: constitution 50, strength 50, agility 50. The interface was extremely simplistic. Apart from these few lines of basic data, large portions of the entire screen were gray and locked. Yihong's gaze settled on the current level section. Beside it was an extremely tiny question mark icon. He reached out and tapped it. Harbor level explanation 1. The highest harbor level is 100. 2. Every 20 levels a quality tier is crossed with colors classified as white, 120 blue, 2140 purple, 4160 red, 6180 gold, 81100. 3. Each time the harbor level increases, the owner's attributes will receive a corresponding proportional minor enhancement. 4. For each color tier crossed, the owner can extract and grant the quality limit of the affixed attributes, which will also be surpassed. Yihong read through this explanation word by word. His breathing gradually became rapid. Level 1. Every 20 levels changes the color. He rubbed his chin, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. I am currently at level 1 white harbor, and can only extract hidden attributes of purple quality at most. If I upgrade the harbor to level 21 becoming a blue harbor, then I can extract red attributes. Red legendary attributes. Just a single purple ultimate explosion could penetrate the shell of a military torpedo without harming the user. How terrifying would a red attribute be? What if I upgrade to level 81 and become a golden harbor? Unlimited extraction of divine attributes. Yihong swallowed hard, feeling his heart thump vigorously. By that time, even in this hellish survival game, he would definitely be able to walk sideways. However, the upgrade conditions are too harsh. He looked at the resources required for the upgrade, his brows furrowing. To reach level 2, he needed 100 pieces of basic wood and 100 pieces of basic stone. Currently, he only had 10 pieces of wood and not a single stone. If I rely solely on scavenging according to the current resource refresh rate, how long will it take me to gather the necessary amount? Yihong took a deep breath. He glanced at the net rope in his hand, which emitted a faint golden glow. I can only rely on blind fishing. There must be plenty of good things at the bottom of the sea. Just as he was about to stand up and stretch his limbs, bang! The dark golden net rope suddenly tightened, snapping. Something got caught in the net. Yihong instinctively jumped up, feet slightly apart, firmly planted on the sand, as he exerted force backward with both hands. What is it this time? He pulled and tugged, while feeling the weight transmitted from the other end of the net rope. It wasn't too heavy. At least it was much lighter than that military torpedo, which weighed several hundred pounds. Give me up. Yihong's 50 points of strength exploded suddenly, his arm muscles swelling instantly. The net rope was rapidly pulled back. Splash! A white column of water shot up into the sky from the sea surface several meters away. A wooden box about 1 meter long and wide was tightly entangled in the dark golden fishing net, breaking through the water. It's a resource box. Yihong was overjoyed. He never expected that the sea floor would not only have abandoned military weapons and mutated fish, but also this standard floating resource box. Bang! The wooden box covered in black sea mud was heavily dropped onto the beach. Yihong quickly walked over. System, check the attributes. Target sunken resource box, common current attributes, decayed white, damp white internal items being detected. Contains basic wood 20, a rusty nails, 1 box moldy bread 2. No danger. Moreover, it yielded a full 20 pieces of basic wood. Yihong immediately tore off the all-encompassing heavenly net, and the net rope automatically retracted to his wrist. He was too lazy to use an axe, directly gripping the edge of the wooden box with both hands. Crack! With the sound of splintering wood, he forcefully lifted the lid with his bare hands. The items inside the box immediately transformed into light orbs, and were all collected into his system backpack. Adding to the previous leftover, I now have a total of 30 pieces of wood. That's still far from the 100 pieces of wood needed to upgrade the harbor. It's too slow. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already begun to shift westward. In at most 4 to 5 hours it would completely. Last night's scene of 100 ghosts walking was still fresh in his memory. If I can't level up today, I won't be able to build a defensive tower, and I won't even be able to build a decent house. Yihong stared at the mess around him, frowning tightly. In a 10 square meter sandy area, he could dig a pit to hide in for one night. But what if the monsters that crawled up tonight could dig? I must set up some defensive facilities. His gaze suddenly fell on the pile of basic wood that had just been opened. A bold thought unexpectedly exploded in his mind. Wait! Yihong slapped his thigh hard. I have the talent of Universal Attribute Grant. Since I can attach the Ultimate Explosion attribute to an axe, why can't I also attach attributes to these wooden planks? The more he thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. From that torpedo, I still have an unused white negative attribute damp, and a blue precision mechanic. If I grant precision mechanic to these woods, will they automatically assemble into a sturdy wooden house? Even if not, what if in the future I retrieve items with attributes like sturdy rebound, or even burn? If he extracted them and stuck them all onto the wooden planks, wouldn't he be able to create an invincible fortress with spikes and flames? With this thought, Yihong could no longer sit still. He immediately took a piece of basic wood from his backpack and laid it flat on the sand. System, check the wood's attributes. A translucent light curtain immediately appeared. Target basic wood, common current attributes none. Yihong rubbed his hands together, his eyes blazing. Regardless of whether it has attributes, he'll add them anyway. He fixed his gaze on the piece of wood and issued an instruction. System, extract the precision mechanic attribute I saw from the torpedo and grant it to this piece of wood. The air fell silent for a second. Immediately after, a piercing system warning echoed frantically in his mind. Warning. Granting fail. Error. Reason: the target item is a pure whiteboard without any initial attributes and does not possess a attribute capacity slot. Current talent permissions cannot forcibly write to an item without attributes. What a... Yihong's smile instantly froze. Granting failed. He was incredulous and grabbed that. System, am no longer granting a blue attribute. Oh, just shove that white damp attribute into it. Warning. Granting failed. Error. Reason: the target does not possess an attribute capacity slot. The cold mechanical voice shattered all his fantasies. Li Yihong stood there in a daze. He stared at that unremarkable piece of wood in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. So what you're saying is this thing is a pure whiteboard with no qualifications to accept attributes. I'm not willing to accept this. He gritted his teeth. If that's the case, doesn't that mean my talent has been greatly diminished? Li Yihong refused to give up. If granting doesn't work, can I at least draw a lottery? He stared hard at the wood, speaking again. System, initiate a one-time hidden attribute lottery for this piece of basic wood. The rusty iron axe he had before was obtained through a lottery, yielding a blue rending cut. As long as he could draw an attribute, this would then have an attribute slot. At that point, he could cover it however he wanted. Ding. Instruction received. Target locked, basic wood. System is detecting. Li Yihong held his breath, staring intently at the surface of the wood, waiting for a miracle to happen. 1 second. 2 seconds. The wooden board showed no reaction, not even a spark. Warning. Lottery failed. Error, reason the target item's quality is too low and it is a basic material with no hidden attributes internally. Extraction is impossible. Damn. Li Yihong finally couldn't help but curse. He threw that piece of wood hard onto the beach. So this divine talent also had limitations. It can only operate on items that already have attributes or finished equipment with hidden properties. Basic materials like basic wood and basic stone can't even get close to attributes. He rubbed his temples, forcing himself to calm down. It was like he was holding a topophthalene phone screen protector, but the other party wasn't even a phone, not even a piece of glass, just a bundle of air. It simply couldn't be applied. This path is not feasible. Li Yihong sighed. He had originally thought of directly creating a bunch of premium wooden planks to assemble into a fortress. Now it seemed that to build a house he still had to honestly work on the blueprints. Time waits for no one. Since I can't add attributes to the wood, he'll have to find other ways to survive tonight. Li Yihong clenched his fist. The biggest trump card he held in his hand apart from that net was the purple explosive tearing battle axe. Merely having a weapon is not enough. If monsters of the same number as last night swarm at me, I can't possibly chop down dozens of times in a second with this axe. I must create a defensive terrain that favors me. The pit I dug yesterday is still there, though its edges have begun to continue digging. No way. Li Yihong shook his head. Last night was just luck. The monsters we encountered couldn't burrow underground. If a burrowing monster comes tonight, he would be as helpless as a turtle in a jar. I must build a cover on the surface. Li Yihong scanned the resources on the island. 30 pieces of basic lumber. A battle axe. An empty military torpedo shell that he had split open. Wait. His gaze suddenly fixed on the massive torpedo shell. This thing is 3 meters long, and the gunpowder inside has been cleared out, leaving only the extremely hard military-grade bulletproof alloy. Moreover, it is itself a hollow cylinder. A wild plan rapidly took shape in Li Yihong's mind. Wood can't be enhanced, but this torpedo shell can. It not only has slots for enhancements, but also boasts incredible defense. Yesterday, when he wielded the axe with the purple enhancement, he barely managed to cleave a half-meter hole with all his strength. If those monsters with claws and teeth wanted to bite through this layer of bulletproof alloy, it would be a mere dream. Let's do it. Li Yihong resolved. He immediately grabbed the battle axe and strode to the side of the torpedo shell. Although this thing was heavy, with his current strength of 50 points, he could easily push it. Hey! He braced his hands against the edge of the torpedo shell and exerted all his strength. Boom! The massive metal cylinder rolled on the beach, leaving a deep track behind. Li Yihong pushed it directly to the center of the island, right next to the pit he dug last night. This thing will be my shelter tonight. Looking at the half-meter wide gap in the torpedo, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As long as he crawled into the belly of this torpedo. This layer of bulletproof alloy is the strongest armor in the world. The only flaw is the gap he created, but it is also the only ventilation and attack point. As long as I guard this hole, I'll chop down anyone who comes. Li Yihong's eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened his grip on the axe. However, to be safe, he needed to reinforce the shelter. The torpedo is cylindrical and could easily roll on the sandy ground. He took the axe and frantically struck the sand on both sides of the torpedo. Bang! 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 The blue-purple blade of the axe carved 2 deep pits in the sand. He pushed the torpedo into the pit, letting its lower half get firmly stuck in the black earth. Next, Li Yihong brought over the 30 pieces of basic lumber. The wood can't be enhanced, but it should work as a shield, right? He stacked the lumber layer by layer around the torpedo shell and packed it with sand. He built a half-meter thick wooden wall around the torpedo, leaving only the half-meter wide gap facing the sea. In less than an hour, a rough but fully defensible metal bunker took shape. Huff! Li Yihong wiped the sweat from his forehead. This physical labor, even with 50 points of stamina, left him panting heavily. He stood in front of the bunker and checked it thoroughly. Bulletproof, shell wooden buffer plus the submerged base. Even if an elephant charges, it won't knock it over. Having completed all this, the sun at the horizon had fully sunk below the sea. Darkness rushed in like a tide. The temperature plummeted once again. Huff! The eerie sea breeze howled past his ears as if countless wronged souls were wailing. The Black Sea began to churn violently. Ding. Area announcement. Night has fallen. Survival challenge has officially begun. The violent sea currents have been activated and the monster landing rate has increased by 50. Good luck to all players. The Crimson System notification devoid of emotion announced the arrival of the Night of Slaughter. Increased landing rate. Yihong grunted softly without any hesitation. He directly crawled into the torpedo through the half-meter wide gap. The military-grade metal interior was extremely cold. However, the cramped space gave an intense sense of security. Yihong sat cross-legged deep inside the bunker. He laid the explosive tearing battle axe across his knees. The faint blue-purple glow swirling on the axe blade became the only source of light in the darkness. Swish. Swish. Amidst the sound of crashing waves outside, soon a series of grating noises mixed in which made one's teeth ache. Something was crawling up the beach. Moreover, it was not just one. Grr. An extremely strange roar echoed from less than 5 meters away. Following that was the sound of claws scraping through the sand. Yihong could clearly feel through the metal shell that something heavy was approaching his fortress. Bang! The outer wooden materials were violently struck. The entire bunker emitted a dull sound. Is this how it begins, eh? Yihong's eyes were fixed on the only gap. With 50 points of strength surging into his arms, he slowly raised the axe. Come on, let me see if I can use your blood to burst out the materials for upgrading the harbor tonight. In the darkness, a pair of pale eyes suddenly appeared at the gap. It was a completely distorted face filled with steel-like fangs. It had discovered Yihong hiding inside. Hiss! The monster let out a piercing scream and suddenly thrust its massive head towards the gap, crazily squeezing inside. A foul wind rushed at him. Yihong could even smell the foul stench from its mouth. He did not retreat. Instead, he grinned and exerted force from his waist. Get out! With a thunderous roar, his strength of 50 points erupted completely. The purple battle axe transformed into a blur, slashing down fiercely at the ugly head. Boom! The purple light exploded. The deafening blast resonated across the 10-square-meter island, heralding the night's deadly symphony. Boom! The violent orange fireball exploded with a thunderous roar at the narrow half-meter gap. The massive head covered in steel spikes and fangs didn't even have time to scream before it was torn into a mist of blood by the targeted explosion at such close range. A purple shockwave rolled outward through the gap. Bang, bang, bang. Several monsters that squeezed in from outside were instantly sent flying by the violent gust, crashing heavily onto the distant beach. Ding. Kill shallow sea aberrant merman white common. Gain basic wood 1 a aberrant fish meat 1. The crisp system notification sounded in Yihong's mind. He didn't even feel the slightest recoil. The purple entry of Ultimate Blast devoured all recoil damage. Yihong wiped the few drops of stinking black blood splattered on his face, and his eyes instantly lit up. White common, great. I thought tonight's monsters would be something else, but it turns out they're all the lowest tier fish. He gripped the explosive tearing battle axe tightly, 50 points of strength surging through his muscles. Fear. Non-existent. All he felt now was his blood boiling. This. A piercing scream echoed from outside again. The intense stench of blood completely provoked the group of monsters crawling up from the sea. They possessed no intelligence, only the most primitive instinct to kill. Stepping over the shattered bodies of their companions, 3 or 4 webbed claw aberrant mermen charged madly towards the gap in the bunker. Come on. Yihong let out a hearty laugh, spreading his legs slightly firmly planted on the metal floor of the torpedo. The narrow torpedo tunnel became the perfect terrain for a single defender. What does it matter how many monsters there are? Only 2 can squeeze through this half-meter gap at a time. Die for me. Without even looking, Yihong swung the battle axe, delivering a horizontal strike at the gap. Boom. Another blinding fireball exploded in the night. The blue-purple axe blade sliced through the waist of 2 mermen as easily as a hot knife through butter. In the wake of the explosion's power, their upper bodies were blown apart into a puddle of minced flesh, severed limbs, accompanied by black viscous fluid splattering all over the beach. Ding. Kill shallow sea aberrant merman white common, gained basic stone block 1. Ding. Kill shallow sea aberrant merman white common, gained basic wood 1. The system's kill notification sounded to Yihong like the most beautiful symphony. Was this really about This was clearly the system packaging resources and sending them directly to his mouth. Continue. Don't stop. Yihong was filled with fighting spirit, even taking a half step forward. The battle axe in his hand transformed into an unyielding meat grinder. Boom. 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 The continuous explosions echoed throughout the night sky on the 10-square-meter island. With each flicker of purple light, limbs flew in all directions. These monsters, which appeared as nightmares to other players, seemed as fragile as a group of paper chicks in front of Yihong. 50 points of terrifying physique allowed him to wield the battle axe without any hindrance. Each swing was an absolute crush. Not a single monster could withstand his explosive might. For a full half hour, Yihong stood firm at the torpedo's gap, not retreating a single step. On the beach outside, a small mountain of corpses had already piled up. Black blood flowed slowly into the sea from the sand pit. Huff! Li Yihong shook off the flesh from his battle axe, taking a deep breath during the monster's attack lull. His stamina was barely consumed. Yet this high-intensity mechanical chopping had left his spirit somewhat taut. This group of brainless creatures just doesn't seem to end. He listened to the still dense rustling outside, knowing that dozens of monsters were still surrounding the perimeter. They were frantically gnawing at the outer layer of wood of the bunker. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of gnashing teeth continued to reach him. Although separated by a layer of military-grade alloy, the sensation of being surrounded by countless monsters still transmitted through the metal wall to Li Yihong's back. This outer layer of wood won't hold for long. Li Yihong frowned slightly. Although the military torpedo's shell was definitely tough enough, if the monsters managed to overturn it or burrow through the pit and roll into the sea, it would be a huge problem. I must reinforce it. He turned his head and placed his palm on the cold, rough inner wall of the torpedo. Earlier today, he had extracted the purple entry of gunpowder from inside the torpedo. But this 3-meter-long bulletproof alloy shell itself was also an independent item. Li Yihong's eyes lit up as he silently pondered. System activate a one-time hidden entry lottery for the torpedo shell in. His divine-level talent was instantly triggered. Ding. Command received. Target locked, abandoned, heavy torpedo alloy shell damaged. Peering into all hidden entries. Lottery begins. A layer of faint flowing light began to swiftly traverse the black metal inner wall. Li Yihong held his breath, staring intently at the changes in the light. The limit for the White Harbor is the purple entry. Even if I don't draw purple, a blue one would still be a great gain. Stop! He silently roared in his heart. The flowing light instantly froze. A deep azure glow suddenly burst forth from the alloy inner wall. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the blue rare entry Absolute Bearing. Entry name Absolute Bearing. Blue rare effect grants the target extremely strong structural stability and impact resistance. Any item attached with this entry has its weight assessment doubled, and when subjected to external physical impacts, it forcibly absorbs and dissipates 40 of the kinetic shock. Divine skill. This is definitely a defensive divine skill. Li Yihong looked at the entry description, almost jumping with excitement. Doubling the weight assessment means that this already several hundred pounds heavy alloy shell now feels as heavy as a rooted iron tower. Absorbing 40 of the shock directly erased the dizziness caused by the collisions from the monsters outside. System directly grant this entry to the current torpedo shell. He gave the command without hesitation. Ding. Granting begins. Granting successful. The azure light instantly merged into the entire metal pipeline. At the very moment the entry took effect, Li Yihong distinctly felt the metal floor beneath him suddenly sink. The slight tremors caused by the monster's gnawing and collisions around him vanished without a trace. The entire bunker became as silent and steady as a rock. Bang! A slightly larger aberrant merman slammed hard against the metal wall of the torpedo outside. Li Yihong didn't even feel the slightest shake. Instead, he heard a crisp sound of bones breaking from outside. That monster had smashed itself to pieces. Huh. Awesome. Li Yihong burst into laughter. The concerns that had plagued him were completely resolved. Now this 10-square-meter island fortified with torpedo bunkers had become an impregnable stronghold. Come on. Keep sending them. He abruptly turned around and kicked aside a corpse blocking the gap. The blue and purple glow of his battle axe shone like the eyes of the Grim Reaper in the darkness. Tonight none of you scum will escape. The bloody massacre commenced once more. The night grew deeper. The howling sea wind was completely drowned out by the deafening explosions. Li Yihong had fully entered an unconscious state of slaughter. As long as the monsters dared to show their heads, he raised his hand, slashed, and exploded. His movements flowed like water, as precise as a machine. He even adjusted his breathing rhythm to conserve energy. Boom. With a swing of his axe, the flames illuminated his face, splattered with dark blood. Obtained basic wood 1. Next one. Boom. Obtained basic stone 1. Don't dawdle, line up. Li Yihong even began to feel bored. These white-level monsters, aside from looking disgusting, had extremely simple attack methods. They either clawed with their paws or bit with their teeth. They couldn't break through his defenses at all. Occasionally a few monsters attempted to spray acid from the gap. Before they could even open their mouths, the purple battle axe had already shattered their skulls. The shockwave from the explosions even sent the acid back into the monster horde, triggering a brutal bout of infighting. This progress is much faster than scavenging. Li Yihong, mechanically swinging his axe distractedly, checked his system backpack. The supplies inside were rapidly increasing at a visibly astonishing rate. Basic wood 45. Basic stone 32. Distorted fish meat 18. If I keep killing at this pace before dawn, the materials for upgrading the harbor will definitely be gathered. Full of energy, Li Yihong swung his axe even more vigorously. Time passed second by second. The temperature in the late night dropped to freezing. Yet inside the torpedo bunker, it was kept warm like spring due to the continuous explosions. A layer of fine sweat beaded on Li Yihong's forehead. Even though his physique of 50 points was powerful, after hours of relentless swinging his muscles began to ache. Gurgle. His stomach began to protest once more. The intense consumption brought on by the slaughter depleted his energy once again. Halftime. Li Yihong blasted away 2 monsters at the gap with his axe. While waiting for the next wave of monsters to arrive, he quickly took out a piece of mutated fish meat that had been roasted during the day from his backpack. Without even needing to heat it, he began to tear into it hungrily. The firm fish meat slid down his throat, rapidly converting into scalding energy, replenishing his drained stamina. He gulped down some cold water and casually opened the chat channel. The scene on the screen mirrored last night's chaos. Help! My board has been bitten through. They're coming in. Who can save me? I don't want to die. These monsters can't be killed. I stabbed its belly with a spear, and it's still crawling towards me. The whales nearly spilled out of the screen. On this night, without safe houses, countless players were using their lives to fill the system's cruel elimination rate. Li Yihong looked at the desperate words in the channel and bit down hard on the last piece of fish meat. He felt no sympathy nor schadenfreude, only an absolute clarity about his own strength. If it weren't for awakening the divine talent at the beginning, if it weren't for his good luck in acquiring the torpedo, his current fate would undoubtedly be worse than these people. If you want something done right, do it yourself. Li Yihong turned off the panel and grabbed his battle axe. The rustling sounds returned at the gap. How many are left? Bring them all on. He stood firm in front of the gap, his fighting spirit soaring once again. Boom. The island, silent for less than 5 minutes, erupted once more with deadly flames. The number of monsters in the late night had significantly decreased. However, the monsters that appeared were noticeably larger than before. But for ultimate explosion, a larger size merely increased the area of meat fragments during the explosion. It was meaningless. Li Yihong even found their arrival too slow. Hurry up, I still need 20 more pieces of wood. He shouted through the alloy shell. What responded to him were a few angry but utterly unthreatening roars. Finally, after an unknown number of axe swings, when the last large fishman trying to squeeze through was blown to bits by the purple light, the outside fell completely silent. Only the monotonous sound of the raging wind and crashing waves against the beach could be heard. Li Yihong raised his battle axe and waited for a full 10 minutes. No more sounds came. Is it over? He breathed lightly, shaking off the dried blood clots from the axe. A faint white light shone through the half-meter wide gap, casting a glow on the inner wall of the military-grade alloy. Dawn had arrived. Ding. District announcement. Survival Challenge Night 2 has ended. All surviving players have received a safety mechanism with a 99 increase in monster lurking rate during the day. Please collect resources and reinforce the island promptly. The system's voice sounded on time. Li Yihong, who had kept his nerves taut all night, finally relaxed completely. He dropped his battle axe and sat down heavily on the ground, panting deeply. His entire body ached as if it were falling apart. I finally made it through. He rubbed his throbbing temples and slowly crawled out of the torpedo bunker. As soon as he peeked out, a nauseatingly strong smell of blood surged into the air. Li Yihong stood upright, staring at the scene before him, unable to help but take a sharp breath. The beach, which was originally only 10 square meters. At this moment, it was completely unrecognizable. The ground was littered with severed limbs and black goo forming a thick layer of shattered flesh. Dozens of distorted fishmen's corpses were piled together, raising the beach by half a meter. This was no longer an island, it was simply a slaughterhouse of Shura. Amidst the gaps between these corpses, dozens of resource light clusters emitting a faint glow were scattered around, striking it rich. Li Yihong grinned, ignoring the disgusting goo all over the ground, and directly stepped over the corpses. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the light clusters into his backpack. Ding. Collection successful. The system's constant pop-ups were the best loot from last night's fierce battle. Li Yihong immediately opened the backpack statistics. Basic wood 105 pieces. Basic stone 112 pieces. Distorted fish meat 45 pieces. Seeing these numbers, Li Yihong's clenched fist swung fiercely. That's enough. All gathered. 100 pieces of wood and 100 pieces of stone. The conditions to upgrade the harbor had been filled with the monsters' lives during this night of frenzied slaughter. Without any hesitation, he directly summoned the system panel for his private harbor. The button representing the upgrade was now shimmering with dazzling golden light. System. Li Yihong stared at the panel, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Immediately upgrade the harbor. Ding. Resources sufficient detected. Deducting basic wood 100, basic stone 100. Private harbor upgrading. A brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky from the worn wooden board at the edge of the island. The seawater began to churn violently. The entire 10-square-meter island under the coverage of the light beam emitted a deep rumbling sound. Li Yihong stood in place, his eyes fixed on the harbor that was undergoing transformation. Level 20 changes color. As long as I get through the early stages, my good days are coming. The light of the beam grew more and more intense. The beam of light gradually dimmed. The sea receded and the rolling waves returned to calm. Yihong stood on the beach with great anticipation, his eyes fixed on the harbor. However, when the light completely faded, the smile on his face instantly froze. Is this what a level 2 harbor looks like? Yihong stared wide-eyed, incredulously pointing ahead. The previously rotten piece of wood had indeed transformed. It had turned into a stone pier about 2 square meters wide, supported by a few slightly thicker logs. Apart from that, there was no other change. No grand lighthouse, no sturdy breakwater, not even a single pile. He skeptically opened the system panel. Private harbor owner Yihong, current level 2, white quality resources required for upgrade: basic wood 0, 500, basic stone 0, 500, current return attributes: constitution 55, strength 55, agility 55. Leveling up only adds 5 points to all attributes. Yihong couldn't help but curse. 100 pieces of wood and 100 stones just made a sound. The cost-effectiveness of upgrading this harbor was simply outrageous. The most critical issue was that he still had to endure a full 18 levels within this white quality tier before the harbor could be upgraded to blue. The system is more ruthless than I am. Even more troubling matters lay ahead. The area of the island had not changed. It was still that pitiful 10 square meters. In the center of this 10 square meters was a massive 3-meter-long torpedo shell surrounded by half-meter-high wooden barriers. Additionally, there were monster remains and severed limbs scattered all over the ground, covered in a thick layer of black slime. Yihong was nearly out of space to turn around. He glanced at the system description. Upgrading the harbor only enhances its durability, risk resistance, and return attributes. To expand the island's area, players must obtain Island Foundation for stitching and expansion. Island Foundation. Yihong furrowed his brow. He had never even heard of such a thing, let alone know where to find it. Clearly, relying solely on upgrading the harbor was not enough. If he didn't expand the territory beneath his feet, this 10-square-meter cage would eventually suffocate him. Yihong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The road must be taken step by step. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the heaps of dismembered flesh. The shallow sea aberrant fishman, blasted apart by his battle axe, emitted a nauseating stench. However, his attention was not on these disgusting remains. Instead, it was drawn to a pile of glowing meat chunks scattered among the corpses. Last night, he had successfully chopped out 45 pieces of aberrant fish meat. Yihong stepped forward and picked up a dark red piece of meat. A translucent light curtain immediately appeared. Target: aberrant fish meat. Common ingredient: current entry, fishy smell. White negative note: the meat of shallow sea aberrant fishmen. It has a strong fishy smell and must be thoroughly cooked at high temperatures before consumption. Eating it raw will result in a 100 severe parasitic infection, while cooking provides a large amount of energy and satiety. This can really be eaten. Yihong stroked his chin, his eyes taking on a strange look. This monster resembled a hybrid of a toad and a piranha, and the meat looked quite bizarre. But since the system clearly indicated it could provide substantial energy, it meant that this item was the top-tier hard currency in the apocalypse. No matter how ugly the fish, as long as it's cooked, it's still protein. Yihong wasted no time. He immediately took out the solid fuel he had pried off the torpedo yesterday from his backpack. He also grabbed a few pieces of wood as kindling. The battle axe struck hard against a metal fragment. Clang! Sparks flew. An orange-eared bonfire once again blazed on the bloody beach. He found several long iron rods and skewered all 45 pieces of aberrant fish meat in batches. He set them all over the fire at once. The flames fiercely licked the dark red meat. Soon the moisture on the surface of the meat was instantly locked in by the high temperature, and the internal fat began to drip continuously. Sizzle! The fat hit the fire, bursting into sparks. The originally nauseating fishy smell gradually transformed into an extremely wonderful aroma as it was roasted over the intense flames. In its place was a ruggedly delicious scent of charred meat. Not bad at all. Yihong turned the skewer. Although he did not intend to make this his staple food, as he still had the pure mutated fish left from yesterday in his bag, these more than 40 pieces of meat would absolutely fetch a high price in trade. While the meat was roasting, Yihong casually opened the chat channel. The number of online users in the upper right corner of the regional channel made his eyelids jump. 7,200,000. It was over 9 million yesterday. In just one night, the raging currents and monsters had taken the lives of 2 million people. The survivors were already on the brink of collapse. Messages on the screen scrolled rapidly. Water. Who can give me a sip of water? Am dying of thirst. I spent the whole night running in circles with monsters. My leg was bitten off. Who can give me something to eat? I can't hold on anymore. All my boards have been gnawed clean, and there wasn't even a place to shield myself from the wind at night. Is there any big shot to help me? Am willing to be your dog. Despair. Nothing but despair. Yihong looked at these messages with an extremely calm gaze. The apocalypse does not believe in tears. He now held 45 pieces of high-calorie roasted meat, which was his leverage to pry open the entire region's resources. He needed water. Desperately needed water. The seawater was undrinkable, and the 2 bottles of water from yesterday had long run dry. If he did not replenish his fluids, even with 50 points of constitution, he wouldn't survive 3 days under the scorching sun. He also needed building materials. Upgrading the harbor to level 3 required 500 of each material. Relying solely on scavenging blind boxes, he could never gather enough in his lifetime. Scarcity makes value. If I don't make a profit now, it would be an insult to the thousands of swings of my axe last night. Li Yihong's eyes flashed as he directly opened the trading panel. He quickly set the trading rules. Item: charcoal grilled aberrant fish. Meat thoroughly cooked, no infection risk, can replenish stamina in large quantities, stock 40 pieces. Trading requirement 1, 8 pure water, 500 milliliters, exchange ratio 1:1. Trading requirement 2, basic wood, basic stone, exchange ratio 1:10. Li Yihong kept 5 pieces for himself. The remaining 40 pieces, he placed them all up for trade. 10 building materials for 1 piece of roasted meat. At this price, under normal circumstances, others would definitely accuse him of being money crazed. But now this was literally the price of life. He pressed the put on shelf button. A striking golden system banner immediately floated above the regional channel. Player Li Yihong has put 40 pieces of charcoal grilled aberrant fish meat on the trading platform. Please check. As the banner appeared, the entire chat channel was plunged into a deathly silence. The screen came to a halt for a full 10 seconds. The entire channel erupted like it had been hit by a depth charge. What the hell? 40 servings of roasted meat. Am I seeing things? I can't even gnaw on tree bark. Where did he get so much meat? Charcoal grilled mutant fish meat. Isn't that the kind of monster that came ashore last night? He actually killed the monster to eat it. Big shot. This guy is definitely a legendary figure. But soon the tide turned completely. That's too expensive. 1 serving of meat costs 10 building materials. I risked my life for a whole morning, and only managed to gather 8 pieces of wood, not even enough to afford a bite of meat. Li Yihong, are you even human? We're all in dire straits, can't you just give us a little for free? Exactly. You have so much meat, what's wrong with helping us out a bit? Boycott the profiteers. We absolutely will not compromise with these vampires. Faced with the barrage of condemnation, Li Yihong sat by the warm fire, turning the roasted meat with no interest in replying. Think it's too expensive? Then go hungry. It's ridiculous to come out with moral coercion at this point. It turns out that life is always far more important than pride. Just as the channel was filled with curses, the system notification sound in Li Yihong's ear began to ring wildly. Transaction successful. Lost charcoal grilled mutant fish meat 1. Gained pure water, 500 milliliters 1. Ding. Transaction successful. Lost charcoal grilled mutant fish meat 1. Gained basic wood 10. Ding. Transaction successful. Lost charcoal grilled mutant fish meat 1. Gained basic stone 10. Do-do-do-do-do. The dense system notification sounds formed a chorus. There was no stopping it. In less than a minute, all 40 servings of roasted meat were instantly cleared away. Li Yihong looked at the empty transaction interface, unable to suppress a smile. They curse so joyfully, but when it comes to snatching, their speed is faster than one another. He immediately opened the system backpack to check his gains. The slots that had just been empty were now filled to the brim. Pure water 10 bottles. Basic wood 100. Basic stone 150 pieces. This wave of windfall had allowed him to earn back all the materials needed to level up, and he even made a hefty profit in life-saving water resources. Comfortable. Li Yihong picked up a bottle of pure water, twisted off the cap, and gulped down half a bottle. The cool and sweet water flowed down his throat. That parched feeling was instantly extinguished, and every cell in his body cheered. Just as he was about to close the panel, a private message suddenly popped up. The sender was named Zhao Gang. Big brotherly. Do you still have meat? Please sell me another serving. Li Yihong raised an eyebrow and replied, sold out. If you have materials, go wait at the trading post for another batch. The other party replied instantly. I don't have building materials, but I have a blueprint. How about I trade you 5 servings of meat for it? A blueprint? Li Yihong immediately perked up. Send over the attributes to take a look. The other party directly pasted the item attributes in the chat box. Normal wooden house construction blueprint white. After use, it can consume basic wood 200 and automatically generate a normal house that provides shelter from wind and rain on the island. After reading it, Li Yihong let out a cold laugh. Not trading. What a joke. He had military torpedoes capable of absolute bearing 100 times safer than this shabby wooden house. This kind of shoddy construction that doesn't protect against monsters, and he wants to exchange it for 5 servings of life-saving high-calorie roasted meat. Zhao Gang on the other side was anxious, sending 3 voice messages in quick succession. Big brother, don't you recognize the value? This is a house you can live in. I'm starving to death. 3 servings of meat. 3 servings of meat will do. If that's not possible, I also have another blueprint. I'll give you both for 10 servings of meat. Immediately, another item attribute image was pasted. Just a glance. Li Yihong's pupils suddenly constricted. Island Foundation Expansion Blueprint Blue Quality Rare Effect. After use, it can consume basic stone 100 and basic wood 100 to forcibly expand the area of a private island by 10 square meters. And it comes with a reinforcement effect. Note this is the only proof for all survivors to expand their territory. The Island Foundation. How fortuitous that he found it without any effort. He had just been worrying about how to get this thing, and now someone was delivering it to his door. Yihong suppressed his inner excitement and quickly typed on the light screen. The wooden house blueprint is worthless. This foundation blueprint is barely useful. Flat price. Give me both blueprints for 5 servings of roasted meat. Take it or leave it. On the other side, Zhao Gang was completely frantic. Yihong, you're taking advantage of the fire. This is a blue blueprint. Then I won't trade. I'd rather starve than sell it cheap to you. Yihong decisively closed the chat window. Starve? When a person is in extreme hunger, let alone a blue blueprint, even if he were given a mountain of gold, he would trade it for a bun. As expected, he couldn't last even 30 seconds. Zhao Gang's private message popped up again. He'll trade. He'll trade, okay. Please hurry and send the meat over. I don't even have the strength to stand up. Ding. Private trade successful. Lost charcoal grilled mutant fish meat 5. Gained normal wooden house construction blueprint 1, A Island Foundation expansion blueprint 1. The blueprints were in hand. Yihong suddenly stood up from the sand. He held in his hand the parchment, emitting a faint blue light. This was the fundamental item for expanding the island. As long as the island grew larger, he could store more resources, create more defensive structures, and even establish a real sea fortress. System used the Island Foundation expansion blueprint. Ding. Blueprint used successfully. Deducting basic stone 100, basic wood 100. Expanding the island for the player. The beach beneath his feet began to tremble violently. The surrounding sea seemed to be forcefully pushed away by some invisible power. Large amounts of black mud surged from the seabed, quickly solidifying and hardening under the sunlight. The originally cramped 10 square meter space expanded visibly outward. In less than a minute the tremors ceased. Yihong surveyed his surroundings. The beach, which had been difficult to stand on, had now doubled in size, reaching 20 square meters. The mountain of monster remains was also cleared to the edges by the system. The entire small island finally showed signs of territorial form. Now this looks like something. Yihong nodded in satisfaction. No worries about food and drink. The territory expanded. Weapons were in place and defenses were set. His current progress was definitely far ahead of other players. However, this was still not enough. Yihong turned his head to look at the deep dark sea. During the day, the monster lurking rate increased by 99. This meant that in this precious daytime the ocean was a gigantic treasure trove without danger. Can't sit idle, keep fishing. Yihong walked to the edge of the harbor and grabbed the Wanxiang Tianluo net on his wrist. Golden light sparkled. A few minutes later, while Yihong was feeling the underwater currents, bang! The net rope in his hand suddenly made a muffled sound and instantly tightened. Instant Black Sea. A few minutes later, while Yihong was feeling the underwater currents, bang! The net rope in his hand suddenly made a muffled sound and instantly tightened. A pulling force twice as heavy as the sunken supply box he had previously retrieved crazily emanated from the water. The fishing net creaked and groaned, and Yihong's feet were dragged, leaving 2 deep trenches in the sand. Good heavens! Yihong's eyes brightened suddenly, and instead of being frightened, he was overjoyed. His legs were firmly planted in the newly expanded hard sand, and a terrifying force of over 50 points erupted without reserve. Whatever it has come up to me. He yanked backward with bulging veins on his arms. Boom! A massive white water column shot up into the sky 20 meters away. A gigantic creature tightly ensnared by the dark golden fishing net broke the surface. Boom! A massive white water column surged into the sky from the surface of the sea over 10 meters away. A giant metal box measuring 2 meters squared was tightly wrapped in a dark golden fishing net, forcefully breaking through the ocean's surface. Get over here. Yihong's forearms bulged with veins like small snakes. A terrifying power exceeding 50 points poured out without reservation. Bang! The heavy giant box was yanked up by him and heavily slammed onto the newly constructed hard beach. Sand and soil flew everywhere. Yihong didn't even have time to catch his breath, his eyes fixated on the treasure in front of him. The box was completely black with not a trace of rust. A chilling, deep purple glow faintly flickered from the gap along the edge of the lid. Purple. Yihong's breath instantly caught in his throat. An epic blind box. He didn't dare to hesitate. System check the attributes immediately. Target military supply box lost in the deep sea. Epic current entry absolutely sealed. Blue internal items are being scanned. No lethal danger. As long as there's no danger. Yihong tore off the myriad phenomena heavenly net and lunged directly at it. The lid wasn't locked, only secured with several very thick metal buckles. Open up. He pressed down on the buckles with both hands and forcefully twisted upwards. Click. Accompanied by a dull metallic scraping sound, he lifted the heavy lid. 3 dazzling purple beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire 10 square meter shelter. Yihong's eyes were dazzled. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed all the glowing orbs. Ding. Pickup successful. Acquired automatic repeating crossbow tower blueprint purple epic 1. Acquired high-level tactical nutritional liquid blue rare 2. Acquired refined iron ingots blue rare 20. A purple defense blueprint. Li Yihong's heart raced. The group of miscellaneous fish monsters from last night had already shown him the importance of night defense. If he could have a purple automatic defense tower, he wouldn't even need to swing an axe himself. He could just lie inside and count materials. He eagerly opened the attribute panel of the blueprint. Automatic repeating crossbow tower blueprint epic quality purple effect constructs a small heavy crossbow tower with automatic targeting capabilities, extremely fast firing rate, and high penetration power. Construction requirements: refined steel ingots 100, precision gear 20, high pressure power springs 5, second stage mutated sea beast heart 1. The joy on Li Yihong's face instantly froze. He stared intently at the rows of construction requirements, gritting his teeth. System, are you just teasing me? Refined steel ingots. Precision gears. He currently had only 20 green refined iron ingots that he had just opened from the box. He was a million miles away from the 100 required refined steel ingots. Not to mention that so-called second stage mutated sea beast heart. Last night, he had chopped fishmen all night long, and the system classified them all as ordinary white monsters. Second stage mutated sea beasts. Is that something he can even touch now? The blueprint is definitely a divine level blueprint, but it can't be constructed right now. Li Yihong sighed reluctantly, putting the blueprint into his system backpack. A worthless check cannot become reality. But he knew very well that this blueprint was his absolute trump card for the future. As long as the materials were gathered, this crossbow tower would absolutely become a ruthless killing machine. Forget it, let's replenish my state first. Li Yihong took out the high-level tactical nutritional liquid that he had just acquired, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. The azure liquid slid down his throat. A gentle, yet powerful heat flow instantly spread throughout. His originally sore muscles rapidly recovered, and his swollen brain from a sleepless night became extraordinarily clear. Good stuff. Li Yihong casually tossed the empty bottle aside. Taking advantage of the break, he opened the trading channel he just wanted to check if the commotion caused by his meat selling had calmed down. But after glancing at the pinned high-level materials exchange area, his gaze froze completely. Anonymous player listing fine tactical composite bow blue quality exchanging for water droplet or equivalent underwater breathing equipment. Anonymous player listing 10 liters of pure water exchanging for any blue quality defense building blueprint or a large amount of iron ore. Anonymous player listing bile of a rage giant bear purple material exchanging for a purple quality melee weapon. The entire high-level trading area was filled with dozens of glaring trade messages. Each one carried extremely exaggerated stakes. Li Yihong stared intently at the water, listing, his brows instantly knitting into a frown. Blue weapon. 10 liters of pure water. And purple materials. This was only the second day of survival. Relying on his god-level talent, he had fought hard all night against monsters, and had only managed to get 10 bottles of water through deception. This anonymous player could actually produce a full 10 liters of water for trade. This cannot possibly be something obtained by chance from a blind box. Li Yihong's brain raced. Hundreds of thousands of people had been dropped into this sea area at the start. The base number was too large. There can't be just one person holding the trump card. He quickly realized. The harbor talents granted by the system to each person are different. That guy who could pull out 10 liters of water all at once might have a freakish ability like unlimited seawater purification. The one selling giant bear bile is likely to have awakened a top combat talent. Everyone is quietly making. Those who are crying for help in the public channel are destined to be the eliminated cannon fodder in this cruel game. The real tough ones have already begun to use the resources at hand to snowball wildly. These guys are really quick to act. Li Yihong crushed the charcoal he was using for roasting meat, his gaze turning completely cold. The little pride he had felt from the island expansion and harbor upgrade was instantly swept away by a strong sense. In a survival game, if you don't advance, you retreat. If he lays back now, he would eventually be trampled underfoot by these tough guys and become their fodder. I need to speed up my progress. Li Yihong stood up, brushing off the black ash from his hands. Since he couldn't build the purple crossbow tower, he would start with the basic construction in front of him. He turned his head to look at the torpedo shell lying in the center of the island. Although this iron lump was hard enough, the space inside was too small, cold, and damp. There wasn't even room to turn over, making it completely unsuitable as a long-term base. I must build the house. He directly pulled out the parchment scroll he had just exchanged for with roasted meat. Basic wooden house blueprint white requirements basic with 200. Effect automatically generates a single-story ordinary wooden house covering an area of 4 square meters. Provides only basic shelter from wind and rain without insulation or furniture. Li Yihong looked at the attribute panel and curled his lips. A 4 square meter shell with drafts on all sides. What's the difference from sleeping in a coffin? If it were before, he wouldn't even bother to take a second glance. But after all, this was currently the only architectural blueprint in his possession. Just as he was about to start gathering wood to build, Li Yihong's gaze suddenly fixed on the parchment scroll in his hand. An extremely bold idea abruptly struck his mind. Wait. His breathing suddenly became heavy. This blueprint is also a tangible item, isn't it? The basic wood couldn't have attributes because it was merely a primary material without attribute slots. But the blueprint is different. This is a tool that the system recognizes as having a definite function. Since it's an item, why can't I use my talent? Li Yihong's excitement grew as he thought more, his eyes shining brightly. System. Activate a one-time hidden attribute lottery for the wooden house blueprint in my hand. Without any unnecessary words, he directly used his talent. Ding. Command received. Target locked, ordinary wooden house blueprint white. System checking. Buzz. Accompanied by a low hum, the surface of the white parchment scroll suddenly erupted with an intensely dazzling light. Circles of flowing light spun wildly on the blueprint. White, green, blue. Even a hint of purple emerged faintly. Li Yihong held his breath, staring intently at the changes in the light. Even if he could only draw a blue attribute, it would definitely transform this shabby wooden house. Stop for me, he shouted in his heart. The flowing light instantly froze. A streak of incredibly pure azure light suddenly erupted from deep within the blueprint, instantly dyeing the originally yellowed parchment into a deep blue. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a blue rare attribute, all-in-one. I hit the jackpot. Li Yihong was overjoyed and immediately opened the attribute description. Attribute name: all-in-one blue rare effect, provides complete living facilities within the architectural target. Greatly enhances living comfort, comes with a full set of basic furniture, and adds strong temperature control and dehumidifying effects. Now this is a place meant for living. Li Yihong excitedly slapped his thigh. An ordinary drafty wooden house combined with this attribute instantly transformed into a deluxe temperature-controlled apartment. System, directly grant this attribute to the current blueprint. Ding. Granting started. Grant successful. The parchment scroll in his hand trembled slightly, and its name instantly changed. Cozy Living Wooden House Blueprint Blue. Build it. Li Yihong waved his hand eagerly. Deducting basic wood 200. Building in progress. The sandy ground beneath his feet trembled again with a low rumble. The 200 pieces of basic wood in his backpack instantly transformed into streams of light, flying directly toward the northeast corner of the island. Ka 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 ka. The dense sound of wood being joined echoed in the air, as if invisible giant hands were assembling blocks. In just 10 seconds, a 2-story log cabin covering an area of 8 square meters and standing 3 meters tall crashed down onto the beach. Thick dark log exterior walls fit together seamlessly. The roof was even covered with waterproof and rot-resistant wooden tiles. 2 windows embedded with double-layer windproof glass reflected dazzling light under the sun. This was no longer a shabby wooden house for survival. It was simply a luxurious vacation cabin. The value of this blue quality is absolutely incredible. Li Yihong couldn't wait to step forward and pushed open the heavy wooden door. As soon as he entered, a wave of dry, warm air rushed toward him. The howling sea wind outside was completely cut off the moment the door closed. Li Yihong looked around the interior of the wooden house dumbfounded. It was nothing like the empty space he had imagined. Directly opposite the door was an extremely wide solid wood single bed, even covered with a thick, soft, unknown beast skin mattress. In the center of the room was a finely crafted solid wood round table with 2 chairs. What shocked him most was the corner against the wall. There, an extremely standard stone-built small fireplace was actually constructed. The fireplace had a ventilation duct leading straight to the roof, and a faint flame was already burning inside, continuously emitting warmth. Next to the fireplace was a large wooden water storage tank. Above the tank, a bamboo pipe extended from outside the house with a sign hanging next to it that read, "Rainwater Collection and Automatic Purification System." Li Yihong walked to the bedside and pressed down on the beast skin mattress. It was extremely soft and full of elasticity. He could no longer hold back and fell flat on the bed. So comfortable. He let out a long sigh. While all the survivors were still fighting over a leaky wooden board and shivering in the cold sea wind, he had already moved into a luxury seaside room equipped with a temperature control system, a fireplace, and a soft mattress. What a great deal. Li Yihong turned over, gazing at the sturdy log ceiling. He knew very well that this wooden house was not just for enjoyment. In this survival game, which could easily drive people to mental breakdown, to have a completely relaxing place, an absolutely safe zone free from wind and rain. That was the strongest guarantee for maintaining sanity and stamina. However, the defense is still insufficient. Li Yihong was not intoxicated by the comfort before him. Although the wooden house was comfortable, it was just a living structure, and the attributes granted only enhanced comfort and insulation. It couldn't withstand the frenzied gnawing of the monster horde from last night. That torpedo shell can't be discarded. He immediately sat up. At night, when sleeping or encountering danger, I still need to hide in the iron tortoise. This wooden house will serve as a daytime living room and storage room. Li Yihong quickly categorized and piled the remaining distorted fish meat, iron ingots, and various odds and ends from his backpack in the storage corner of the wooden house. Having done all this, he pushed open the wooden door and walked back out to the beach where the sea wind howled. The sun had risen to its zenith. Daytime was the absolute safe period granted by the system. I can't be idle. Yihong walked to the edge of the harbor, his gaze sweeping over the rolling sea like a hawk. The crossbow tower blueprint still lacked a large amount of materials. To upgrade the harbor to level 3 would require 500 pieces of wood and stone each. There were less than 8 hours until the next nightfall. He grabbed the Wanxiang Tianluo net on his wrist, the dark golden net rope glimmering with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Continue fishing. He spread his legs, slightly exerting force from his waist. Go. The dark golden fishing net drew an incredibly beautiful parabolic arc in the air and once again crashed into the distant black sea current. The sea wind howled. Yihong clenched the dark golden net rope with both hands. The rope stretched dozens of meters into the deep, rising and falling with the waves. He waited, waiting for the instant a new prey would strike the net. Suddenly, a grating system alert sounded abruptly in his ear. Ding. You have received a private message. Sender anonymous. Yihong's brow lifted slightly. Anonymous. He casually tapped the light screen open. Yihong, let's not beat around the bush. You must still have extra roasted meat, and water. The message read. Name your price, and he'll take it all. The tone was rigid, imperious, as if issuing an order. Yihong held the net rope with one hand and casually typed 2 characters on the screen with the other. Not for sale. The reply came instantly. Brother, don't be shameless. You were the loudest in the regional channel, just now flaunting dozens of roasted meats, as if you could hand them over on a whim. I know you had good luck early on, and pulled something valuable. But on this sea, luck alone won't keep you alive. Yihong read the words on the screen, and a faint scornful smile slowly spread at the corner of his eyes. Finished. Say it and get lost. He had no patience to waste on fools like that. Want supplies? Buy them with your life. Expecting freebies with mere words, did they think he ran a charity? The anonymous player on the other end was clearly enraged and sent a 10-second voice clip. When Yihong played it, a rough, vicious male voice filled the beach. You little bastard. Do you really think you're invincible? The voice snarled. I'm not afraid to tell you. We've formed the Blood Shark Alliance and control resources for hundreds of people. You refuse me. We have a special tracking scroll. As long as you remain in this region, it'll inevitably be able to pinpoint your island coordinates. Then your supplies, your harbor, even your life will be ours. Hand over the supplies obediently, and it'll make you an expendable lackey otherwise. The voice cut off a threat, an unvarnished death threat. Yihong listened in silence, his face betraying no emotion. Even the hand on the net rope did not tremble. Tracking coordinates. He murmured. A terrifying force of 55 points surged into his fingers, and he typed a sentence into the chat with lightning speed. I'm on this island, come kill me if you dare. Sent. Without hesitation, he tapped the red block button to block. Ding. The anonymous player has been added to the blacklist, and messages will be permanently blocked. Silence returned to the world, but Yihong was not as careless inside as he appeared. He was not afraid of fights. He held a purple explosive battle axe and commanded an absolute bunker reinforced with blue attributes. If anyone dared set foot on his island, he swore they would be reduced to nothing. Still, that fellow's words remind me of something. Yihong closed the light screen and cast a deep, pensive glance over the vast sea. A tall tree stands out in a forest, and the wind will strike it down. Posting 40 portions of roasted meat under his true name at the trading post had been far too conspicuous. In this survival world devoid of law and morality, envy is a cardinal sin. Among millions there were bound to be maniacs with bizarre talents. If some pervert had an item that allowed cross-sea teleportation, displaying his true name made him a moving target. Seems I learned the hard way. Next time sell anonymously, Yihong warned himself. Quietly amass wealth. That was the sole truth of surviving the end. Next listing, no matter the goods, must be fully anonymous. Strangle every potential trouble in its crate. As he pondered, the dark golden net rope suddenly snapped with a dull, heavy crack. The line went taut in an instant. A tremendous pulling force surged violently from the ocean's depths. Something's on. Yihong's attention snapped back. He drove his legs, carving 2 deep furrows in the sand. 50+ points of strength exploded out without reservation. Get up here. His arm muscles bulged, veins coiling like dragons. KLA. Water splashed everywhere. A massive black shape was ensnared by the Wanxiang Tianluo net and hauled hard from the sea. Thud. The heavy object slammed onto the beach with a muffled roar. Yihong peered closely. It was a battered wooden crate wrapped tightly in seaweed, half a man tall. Not a gleaming high-tier blind box, but certainly large enough. Break it. He stepped forward, and the purple axe sliced the iron lock on the crate in two. Ding. Large drifting supplies chest opened. Acquired basic wood X30. Acquired basic stone X30. Acquired iron or acquired worn hemp rope X10. Good stuff. Yihong's eyes brightened. A tier 3 harbor required 500 basic building materials each. This single crate accelerated his progress tremendously, especially the iron ore. Iron was a step above wood and stone, indispensable for future upgrades. He waved his hand and swept all the supplies into his system backpack without pause. Again, the dark golden fishing net traced a phantom arc through the air and plunged back into the sea. Daytime was the monster's prime lurking hour, every second counted. He intended to drain this stretch of sea dry. 10 minutes passed. Crack. The rope tightened again. Hull! Yihong roared and flung the net ashore. This time it was not a crate. It was a tangled bundle of debris wrapped tight in the net. Ding. Pickup successful. Acquired basic wood X15. Acquired plastic film X5. Acquired intact glass shards X8. Half an hour later. With a clatter, another wooden box thudded down. Acquired basic stone X40. Acquired copper or X5. Yihong worked like an unwearied salvage machine. 50 points of constitution gifted him monstrously high endurance. An ordinary player would collapse after a dozen casts exhausted. But he had been at it for a full 3 hours. Arms aching, he washed them down with purified water. Hungry, he bit into roasted fish. Materials in his system backpack climbed at a terrifying rate. Basic wood 320 pieces. Basic stone 280 pieces. Almost ready to reach tier 3, nearly there. Yihong wiped sweat from his brow, his fighting spirit swelling. By then the sun had begun to slope westward, and the sea breeze cooled. A few more hauls and I call it a day, he said, inhaling deeply as he twisted his waist and hurled the net into a deep zone 100 meters out. This time he waited a full 20 minutes. The surface lay unnaturally calm. When he thought the cast was weight, a savage, unprecedented force ripped along the rope with a sharp tearing sound. Yihong was unprepared and was flung forward half a meter. Damn! He cursed, digging his feet into the sand. Sand flew. The sea churned violently, as if an underwater meat grinder writhed below. Is it a big creature? His pupils contracted. The force was enormous, greater than the combined pull of the fishmen the previous night. He dared not slacken and hauled back with both arms. Get out here. 5 grueling minutes of tugging passed. The struggle below gradually weakened, and Yihong seized the moment to yank backward with all his might. A towering silver-white spray shot into the sky. A vast dark mass tightly bound by the net was hurled onto the beach. It was a school of fish, indeed an enormous shoal. Over 100 silver fish, each more than half a meter long, writhed and thrashed inside the net. Their dense scales flashed blindingly in the sunset. The slap of tails on the sand was a staccato roar. So many. Yihong stepped forward, his gaze hungry. The system alerts flooded the screen. Ding. Captured deep-sea silver cod non-mutated X35. Ding. Captured large-scale tuna non-mutated X12. Ding. Captured tender sea grouper non-mutated X40. All normal non-mutated sea fish. Yihong's breathing quickened. In a world teeming with aberrant monsters, uncontaminated food was the highest value currency. Even mutated fish with negative attributes could be traded for blueprints and materials. 100 living pristine fish were worth incalculably more. Big score. He touched the writhing catch without hesitation. Into the bag. Ding. Space insufficient. Yihong blinked and opened his backpack. The 100-slot inventory was crammed with wood, stone, and were leaving only 3 empty slots. Can't fit them all, he muttered, glancing at the fish flopping on the sand. He turned and walked toward the neat blue wooden house behind him. He pushed open the door, and a warm breeze from the temperature control system greeted him. He went to the empty corner and said, "Put them here." With a thought, he tipped the net and emptied the fish onto the wooden floor. The house was climate-controlled. There was no worry of spoilage. After clearing the catch, he returned to the beach. Time slipped away. Only the last vestige of sunset clung. The sky shifted from orangered into deep purple, and a sharp chill crept into the wind. Waves thudded against the newly expanded 20-square-meter shoreline with a heavy hollow sound. Yihong stowed the Wanxiang Tianluo net and cast one last look over the vast sea. From the ocean's depths, countless scarlet eyes seemed to be blinking open. The water turned turbid. A nauseating fishy stench rode the breeze and crept toward the shore. Ding. Global announcement. Survival Challenge Night 3 is about to begin. Daytime monster dormancy is lifted. Tonight will bring massive tidal surges and a 200% increase in monster activity. All players prepare your defenses. Good luck. The cold mechanical voice reverberated in everyone's minds, and the world chat's active user count. People cowered in their makeshift shelters, trembling. Yihong stood at the center of the beach atop his hardened expansion foundation. Behind him, the blue living cabin radiated warmth. In front of him stood the indestructible military torpedo. Supplies were abundant. His condition was at its peak. Yihong slowly raised the explosive, rending battle axe in his hands. Its purple glow looked eerier as dusk deepened. He did not retreat into the comfort of the cabin. Instead, he bent down and slipped into the cold, cramped opening of the torpedo shelter. Click. The axe lay across his chest. 50 points of constitution burned within him like a furnace. Through the half-meter slit, he fixed his gaze on the coastline now swallowed by absolute darkness. Night had fallen. The slaughter was about to begin. Boom. A muffled impact exploded against the iron shell. The slaughter of the third night began without. By the faint glow of moonlight, Yihong discerned the scene beyond the breach. A dense, writhing mass of darkness. Hundreds of black silhouettes crowded the beach, crammed shoulder to shoulder. All were grotesque fishmen, larger still than those of the previous night. Excellent. Yihong's gaze hardened. He did not flinch. Gripping his explosive, sundering battle axe with both hands, he unleashed over 50 points of raw strength in a single surge. Die! Purple light blazed instantly within the narrow breach. The axe cleaved downward, straight into the skull of the foremost creature. Crack! Flesh and bone detonated. The half-human monster emitted no cry. It simply split down the center, its head severed clean in two. The axe's explosive aftershock had yet to fade. Violet energy surged along the corpse, detonating violently, and hurling 3 more monsters backward like ragdolls. Next, Yihong roared, whipping the axe around in a brutal reverse stroke. He needed no aim. The breach was barely half a meter wide, and beyond it teemed nothing but monsters. Even blind, every swing found flesh. Ruer. Enraged by their comrades' gory demise, the beasts shrieked. A piercing, guttural chorus, as they hurled themselves forward, clawing desperately into the narrow opening. Their razor-sharp talons scraped frantically against the military-grade alloy interior, producing a grating, teeth-rattling screech. Yet the torpedo bunker's armored shell was no mere obstacle for such lowly abominations. Scratching. I'll sever every claw from your wretched limbs. Yihong kicked aside a half-rotted corpse attempting to squeeze through. His axe whirled, a violet cyclone tearing through the breach. Limbs. Shreds. Black viscous fluid. They rained down like storm-driven hail, piling ever higher against the torpedo hull. Within half an hour, Yihong had delivered over 100 devastating blows. He gasped hoarsely, arms trembling with fatigue. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. A 200 surge in activity. This was no idle system statistic. Wave after wave, endless, relentless. These beasts truly fear no death. Yihong stepped back half a pace, seizing the brief lull, as corpses momentarily clogged the breach, and swiftly uncapped a water bottle, draining it in one long draft. Sweet water soothed his scorched throat. As he tilted his head skyward, Crockham. The entire torpedo bunker shuddered violently. The colossal impact hurled Yihong backward, slamming him hard against the inner wall. What in the void is that? He steadied himself and whipped his gaze toward the breach. The lesser monsters had vanished, retreating as if commanded. In their place loomed a towering silhouette, over 2 meters tall, black as midnight. It stood upright, a monstrous humanoid clad in obsidian scales, its arms thicker than a grown man's thighs. 2 crimson eyes locked unblinkingly onto Yihong inside the bunker. Target: iron-scaled sea demon, Tirai, mutated sea beast. Traits: impenetrable defense. Immense strength. Yihong's heart lurched. Tirai. That very morning he'd studied the schematics for the violet crossbow tower, its construction requiring precisely a Tirai mutated sea beast's heart. And now, here it stood, delivering itself at dead of night. I've been searching high and low for you. Yihong charged forward, not retreating, but gripping his axe with white-knuckled resolve. The iron-scaled sea demon bellowed, thrusting one massive arm deep into the breach. Half a meter was far too narrow for such a titan, yet it strained, attempting to tear the torpedo hull apart with brute force. Creak, crack, crunch. The military alloy groaned under unbearable stress. You want in? Let me send you off properly. Yihong's eyes bulged, his waist coiled and snapped, propelling the violet axe downward with apocalyptic force, cleaving straight into the invading forearm. Clang. Sparks erupted like miniature stars. It struck like steel on solid iron, jolting up Yihong's arms, splitting his palms open. But the axe's explosive property had ignited fully. Violet radiance flared where blade met scale, then detonated. Boom. A thunderous blast tore the sea demon's entire forearm clean off. Black, foul blood geysered forth, splattering Yihong head to toe. Ruru air. The beast screamed, a sound of pure excruciating agony. Blinded by pain, it reeled backward, thrashing violently across the sand. Trying to flee. Not on my watch. Yihong would never let this chance slip away. A Tirai sea beast's heart lay before him. Tonight it was either its end, or his. He kicked aside the pile of gore blocking the breach, and leapt out of the bunker. The lesser monsters surged toward him, frenzied with bloodlust. Stand aside, or be cut down. Yihong became a god of slaughter, his axe carving a vast lethal arc before him. Violet light flashed. Dozens of fishmen, those boldest in front, were bisected mid-lunge. Stepping over rivers of entrails, he strode straight toward the wounded iron-scaled sea demon. Seeing him charge, the sea demon seized a boulder beside it, hurling it with terrifying force. Whoosh! The stone screamed through the air, trailing shrieking wind. Yihong pivoted sharply, evading the fatal blow with the grace of a hunting leopard. Perish! He launched himself skyward, axe raised high. then brought it down with crushing finality upon the demon's neck. Violet light blazed, brilliant absolute. Snap! The hardened scales parted like parchment beneath the violet edge. A monstrous grotesque head soared skyward, severed cleanly from its body. Black blood erupted like a fountain, drenching the beach. The colossal headless corpse crashed down with earth-shaking finality. Ding! Tier II mutated sea beast iron-scaled sea demon slain. Reward Tier II mutated sea beast heart 1. Reward premium sea beast meat 5. Reward rigid iron scales 10. The system's chime rang like celestial music in his ears. Got it. Ecstasy surged through Yihong. He scooped every prize into his pack without hesitation. The core material for the crossbow tower, secured. Yet there was no time to celebrate. From all sides the lesser monsters flooded in, like a rising tide of malice. This isn't over yet. Yihong laughed, a wild savage sound, as he turned and plunged once more into the horde. For a moment the beach became a canvas of carnage, limbs flew, blood sprayed, and the axe's thunderous roar harmonized with dying shrieks. The grim symphony of this merciless night. This would be an interminable night. His stamina bled away with terrifying speed. Even with 50 points of constitution, wielding a heavy battle axe relentlessly left him utterly spent. Each swing demanded gritted teeth and sheer will. His movements grew mechanical, predictable, precise. Slash. Block. Kick. Slash again. His vision narrowed to nothing but the grotesque faces surging toward him. Blood streamed down the axe haft, making it slick, nearly impossible to grip. He tore a strip of cloth from his tunic, binding the axe tightly to his wrist. Come on, bring more. His eyes burned crimson. He fought like a madman who knew no exhaustion. He lost count of how many he'd felt. Last night's remaining advanced tactical nutrient solution, once rationed, was now gulped down like water. Only the solution's searing vital heat kept his collapsing muscles from total failure. Until his arms refused to rise. Until his last ember of strength guttered out. Until his axe bit deep into a monster's shoulder and stuck fast. Yihong heaved ragged breaths, staring fixedly at the creature. Crack. It did not struggle. Its silence, absolute suffocating. Only the slow, steady rhythm of waves kissing the shore remained. Leaning heavily on his axe, Yihong's knees buckled. He dropped to one knee, breath ragged. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. Not a single living thing stood within sight. All dead. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of mutated fishmen littered the expanded 20-square-meter beach. Black ichor and shredded flesh piled nearly to his knees. This was no longer sand. It was a slaughterhouse floor, a grinder of flesh and bone. A sliver of pallid dawn rose slowly from the horizon, dispelling the island's oppressive gloom. Daybreak had come. Ding. Global announcement. Survival Challenge Night 3 concluded. All surviving players granted safety protection protocol. Tonight's elimination rate 30. Yihong exhaled deeply, long, slow, heavy, as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Another night survived. He unwrapped the cloth from his wrist. The axe clattered to the ground with a hollow ring. Then he collapsed backward, flat on his back, onto the mound of blood-soaked corpses. He didn't care about filth or stench. All he wanted was to close his eyes and sink into oblivion. But sleep could wait. Loot remained uncollected. Yihong forced himself upright, scanning the corpse-strewn field, where countless faintly glowing orbs shimmered like scattered stars. These cost me my life, he muttered, cracking a grim, exhausted smile. System loot command activated. Ding. Loot acquired. Reward basic lumber 180. Reward basic stone 175. Reward mutated fish meat 120. Reward common iron ingots 30. Watching his inventory numbers skyrocket, Yihong felt fatigue recede, just slightly. Materials for upgrading the harbor to level 3, almost complete. Add yesterday's salvage construction supplies, and his stockpiles of basic lumber and stone had each surged past 400 units. Only a handful remained until the 500 threshold. Once I've slept, I'll upgrade this harbor, no delay. Yihong staggered upright. He did not return to the cold metallic torpedo bunker. Instead, dragging his axe behind him, he limped toward the nearby, finely crafted wooden cabin, where soft bedding and a warm hearth awaited. He pushed open the door. The cabin's climate control hummed flawlessly. No trace of blood or decay lingered. Yihong peeled off his gore-smeared coat, tossing it carelessly onto the floor. He approached the water cistern, dipped a bamboo ladle into its depths, and poured a full bucket of cool, clear water over himself from head to toe. Pure water washed away the slime, the sweat, the exhaustion. After a swift rinse, he collapsed onto the bed, its surface layered with thick animal pelts. He fell asleep instantly, deep, dreamless, absolute. Outside the gale howled, but the cabin's insulation held firm, sealing out all sound. Then, abrupt jarring, the system's shrill alert pierced his subconscious. Ding. You have a new private message. Ding. You have a new private message. Two sharp chimes yanked Yihong violently from slumber. He snapped awake, eyes blazing with residual fury. Who dares disturb my rest? He sat up abruptly, rubbing his stiff neck. He tapped open the holographic interface. Sunlight flooded the cabin, mid-afternoon by the look of it. His message inbox pulsed, urgently flashing repeatedly. He opened the chat window. Yihong, are you there? I know you still hold supplies. Can you help me? I possess something you desperately need. I swear it. 3 messages, sent 10 minutes ago. Yihong stared at them, fingers tapping idly against his thigh. This cinder lacked the arrogance of that fool from the Bloodshark Alliance. Yet beneath the words simmered urgent, suppressed desperation. Help me. Yihong curled his lip. In this accursed game, compassion was the cheapest trash imaginable. He nearly blocked the cinder outright. But that phrase, something you desperately need, stilled his finger. What gave this person such confidence? How could they possibly know what he desired? Yihong typed no reply. Instead, he sent a voice message. No games. Speak plainly. What do you want, and what will you trade? His voice was gravelly, thick with sleep, and edged with chilling indifference. Direct. Uncompromising. No wasted syllables. Less than 10 seconds after sending a reply pinged back. He tapped play. A woman's voice, weak yet startlingly clear and cool, filled the quiet cabin. I'm dying of thirst. I need water. At least 500 milliliters of purified water. In exchange, I'll give you the Island Foundation expansion blueprint. If that's insufficient, I'll add the refined steel smelting furnace blueprint. Yihong sat bolt upright. Island Foundation expansion blueprint. Refined steel smelting furnace blueprint. Both were precisely what he needed most. Expansion would allow him to enlarge his territory. 20 square meters was woefully inadequate. And the smelting furnace. His mind flashed instantly to the legendary auto-repeating crossbow tower schematic. Its first construction requirement: refined steel ingots, 100. He'd been agonizing over how to convert common iron ore into refined steel. Now she'd delivered the solution herself. This woman is a walking treasure chest. Yihong's eyes gleamed, alert, calculating. Possessing 2 blueprints of such rarity meant her recent haul had been staggering. Yet why was she reduced to begging for water? Yihong dismissed idle curiosity, typing directly into the interface, send blueprint attributes for verification. She'd clearly prepared in advance. The screenshots appeared instantly. Island Foundation expansion blueprint blue extends territory by 10 square meters. Basic smelting furnace blueprint green consumes lumber and iron ore to produce high-purity iron ingots or refined steel ingots. Authentic, no doubt. Yihong's lips curved faintly upward. He didn't rush agreement, replying instead with deliberate calm: water. I have it. But these 2 blueprints. Insufficient. She seemed incensed by his ruthless bargaining. Yihong, don't push too far. These are blue and green tier blueprints. Trading them for 1 bottle of water. You're already profiting immensely. If you refuse, I'll simply take them to the auction house. Yihong leaned back against the headboard, reading her words. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, cold, unyielding. Go ahead. Visit the auction house. See what price water fetches right now. 1 500 milliliter bottle. Your blueprints wouldn't even ripple the market. If you truly had alternatives, you wouldn't be messaging me. In negotiations, whoever grows desperate first loses. Her initiative proved she'd reached the end of her rope. He sent the message and closed the chat window. Rising, he walked to the hearth and fed fresh logs into the flames. He possessed infinite patience. She did not. Sure enough, 3 minutes later another message arrived. Fine, you win. Tell me, what else do you demand? Anything I possess. I'll give it. The resignation in her words was palpable. Yihong reopened the interface. Beyond blueprints, what advanced materials do you hold? Such as mutated sea beast components or rare ores. As he typed, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If she'd secured such blueprints, her inventory surely held further treasures. She fell silent for a long, tense moment. Was she tallying her inventory, or wrestling with some profound internal conflict? 5 full minutes passed before she sent a single item screenshot. Primordial Island Core Fragment Purple. Quality Legendary. Description: an exceedingly rare, enigmatic shard. 3 fragments combined to forge a complete island core, essential for harbor ascension. Note: this item emits potent allure. When placed on the island at night, it subtly increases monster assault. The moment Yihong saw the image, his breath caught. A purple tire legendary fragment. The irreplaceable catalyst for harbor ascension. His eyes locked onto the final line of system annotation. Placed at night, increases monster assault frequency. Everything clicked into place. No wonder she clutched such priceless blueprints, yet couldn't even secure drinking water. This fragment wasn't treasure, it was a death sentence. Carrying it through 2 nights, she'd likely endured relentless monster sieges nightly, fighting for survival, leaving no time to gather fresh water. Exceptional. Yihong typed swiftly. 2 blueprints, plus this fragment. I'll give you 2 liters of purified water, and 10 portions of premium high-calorie roasted meat. Do we have a deal? This was his final offer, generous, strategic. 2 liters and 10 portions would sustain her comfortably for days. She hadn't expected such generosity. Are you serious? 2 liters. I never jest. Li Yihong withdrew 4 bottles of water and 10 slabs of roasted meat, depositing them into the trade interface. Confirm if agreed. Ding. In less than a second, the transaction completed. Reward Island Foundation Expansion Blueprint Blue 1. Reward Basic Smelting Furnace Blueprint Green 1. Reward Primordial Island Core Fragment Purple 1. Staring at the 3 legendary items resting securely in his pack, Li Yihong sprang to his feet. This trade beyond worth. Blueprint secured. Smelting Furnace secured. The legendary crossbow tower was no longer fantasy, it was imminent. Just as he prepared to begin construction, another message arrived. Li Yihong, thank you. But heed this warning that fragment is a live ember. Tonight, prepare for hell. Li Yihong read the earnest caution, then pushed open the cabin door. Stepping into the sun-drenched beach, he looked upon the field of carnage, and sent a voice reply. Hell, that's precisely where I thrive. Listening to the hoarse and arrogant male voice emanating from the light screen, Ouyang Taolon was slightly taken aback. She sat at the edge of a clean wooden raft, tightly clutching the bottle of purified water she had just traded for. Gulpo, gulpo. She tilted her head back, eagerly pouring the water into her parched throat. The water trickled down the corners of her mouth, flowing over her fair neck, before finally disappearing into the striped short sleeves, soaked with sweat. The fabric clung tightly to her skin, accentuating the breathtaking curves that could have turned heads even before the apocalypse. A pair of hot denim shorts wrapped around her rounded hips, her long and toned legs casually intertwined. The exceptional flexibility and strength developed from years of dance were vividly displayed in her body. Puff. Ouyang Taolon exhaled deeply, the pallor of her cheeks finally regaining a hint of color. She had survived. Her gaze swept around. Compared to the dire conditions of those with no solid ground in the world channel, her island could actually be considered quite prosperous. The island spanned a generous 15 square meters with 7 or 8 recently opened supply blind boxes scattered around. This was all thanks to her awakened harbor talent Good Luck. While others struggled to fish out a single box in a day, she sat by the shore as boxes floated towards her feet with the current. Yet good fortune always came with extreme and deadly danger. That purple island core fragment was what she had uncovered from a shimmering blind box yesterday. It was a top-tier item, but the cost was that last night her island was surrounded by mutated monsters, 5 times more than what ordinary players faced. If it weren't for the rapid-fire pistol she obtained from the blind box, she would have been shredded to pieces by those aberrant mermen. Li Yihong. Ouyang Taolon murmured this name softly, a deep curiosity flashing across her narrow, beautiful eyes. She opened the transaction record, staring at the glaring 2 liters of purified water and 10 servings of premium grilled meat. It was absurd. At this stage, everyone was fighting for a mouthful of murky rainwater. This person not only managed to produce so much water and meat, but even after hearing about the negative effects of the purple fragment, he showed no hesitation. Arrogant madman or a hidden monster. Ouyang Taolon wiped the water stains from her chin with her hand, a faint smile curving at the corners of her lips. She had always been decisive in crises. Since the item had changed hands regardless of whether Li Yihong would be devoured by monsters tonight, she needed to seize the time to reorganize her territory. You better survive. She switched off the light screen, grabbed the nearby pistol, and strode towards the edge of the island. Ouyang Taolon do not like owing favors to the dead. At the same time, on Li Yihong's island the sea breeze still carried a cool, briny scent. He directly cut off the chat interface and turned his gaze towards the 2 blueprints and the fragment radiating an eerie purple light in his hand. With these 3 items, tonight's defense system will definitely be top-notch. He wasted no time and directly pinched the Blue Island Foundation expansion blueprint. System, activate the omnipotent entry and grant a lottery for this blueprint. Ding. Command confirmed. Target locked. Island Foundation expansion blueprint blue. Familiar light flowed wildly over the surface of the blueprint, finally settling on a thick, earthy yellow glow. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the blue rare entry As Solid as a Rock. As solid as a rock. After use, the foundation of the expanded area will automatically transform into high-strength granite, significantly enhancing impact resistance and load-bearing capacity. Good stuff. Directly granted. Li Yihong waved his hand. The blueprint instantly transformed into a dazzling blue light, crashing into the beach beneath his feet. Boom! The entire island trembled violently. The originally 20 square meters of sandy land expanded rapidly before the naked eye. The 10 square meters of newly added area took shape in an instant. Moreover, the originally loose sand, compressed by a mysterious force, quickly solidified and hardened. In just a few seconds, the newly added edges transformed into a whole piece of flat, hard gray-blue granite. Ding. Island expansion successful. In just a few seconds, the newly added edges transformed into a whole piece of flat, hard gray-blue granite. Ding. Island expansion successful. Crackling. Li Yihong's entire body resonated with a series of sharp cracking sounds. He clenched his fists, feeling as if a dormant beast within him was awakening, every movement infused with explosive strength. His physique had risen again. Refreshing. He twisted his neck. Without a moment's pause, he immediately pulled out the green basic refinery construction blueprint. Though this item was of green quality, it was the most essential production tool at the moment. Construct. Deducting basic stones 50, a basic wood 20. A flash of green light passed. A round furnace about 2 meters high and constructed from thick stone blocks crashed to the ground in the empty space to the right of the blue wooden house. Inside the furnace, a bright red flame automatically soared, emanating a scorching heat. Yihong quickly stepped forward, directly opening the system's manufacturing panel. Can smelt high-purity iron ingot iron, or 2, refined steel ingot high-purity iron ingot 3, ordinary iron ingot 5, precision transmission gear, refined steel ingot 1, copper, or 1, high-pressure power spring refined steel ingot 2. So the missing parts can all be produced here. Yihong looked at the conversion formulas on the panel, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He directly opened his backpack and dumped all the iron ores, ordinary iron ingots and copper ores he had fished up, into the smelting furnace's feed port. Refine with all your might. The flames in the furnace surged instantly. The piercing sound of melting metal echoed across the island. This was destined to be a process that required patience. Yihong did not remain idle. He grasped the explosive tearing battle axe and strode towards the mountain of monster corpses. Although the system had automatically picked up the dropped items, the remains of these second-tier mutated sea beasts were excellent materials in themselves. He swung the axe down, cleaving the massive corpse of the iron-scaled sea monster in half. Acquired second-tier hard sea beast bones 10. Acquired second-tier sea beast tough membrane 5. After completing this, a crisp notification sound came from the smelting furnace. Ding, ding, ding. The stone slab at the output port automatically popped open. Silver steel ingots radiating a scorching heat along with gears and springs smelling of oil rolled out continuously. Yihong quickly counted. Fine steel ingots 110. Precision transmission gears 25. High pressure power springs 10. The quantity was completely up to standard. The main event is coming. Yihong took a deep breath and carefully extracted the parchment, glowing with deep purple light, from his pocket. Automatic repeating crossbow tower construction blueprint epic. He had coveted this blueprint for an entire day, and now it was finally time to monetize it. But before that, system, activate the unique hidden word lottery for the purple blueprint in my hand. This was the highest grade blueprint he currently possessed. The lottery level cap at the harbor was purple. He could not miss this opportunity. Ding. Command received. Target locked. Automatic repeating crossbow tower construction blueprint purple. Buzz. This time the commotion was louder than any previous instance. The purple parchment directly floated in midair, erupting with an extremely blinding beam of light that shot into the sky. Circles of profound purple light crazily intertwined and collided within the beam. Yihong stared intensely at the sky, his breath nearly halting. Stop, he shouted in his heart. The flowing light came to a sudden halt. A richly intense dark purple radiance exploded from the center of the blueprint. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the purple epic attribute Endless Penetration and Kinetic Explosion. Endless Penetration and Kinetic Explosion purple epic effect 1. It automatically absorbs energy from the air and seawater, condensing it into high-intensity energy crossbow bolts, completely eliminating the need for physical ammunition. Effect 2. Each energy crossbow bolt shot carries a powerful armor-piercing effect and triggers a small-scale kinetic explosion upon hitting the target. No ammunition needed, and it can explode. Yihong excitedly punched the granite foundation beside him. This pure firepower attribute was simply born for war. Without needing to painstakingly collect wood and iron to make arrows, this tower could fire endlessly on its own. System. Bestow it immediately. Begin construction now. Ding. Attribute bestowal successful. Deducted fine steel ingots 100, precision transmission gears 20, high pressure power springs 5, second tier mutated sea beast heart 1. Epic level structure generating. The granite foundation beneath him emitted a deep rumble. The materials in his backpack transformed into a massive torrent of metal, converging fiercely at the front of the island. Countless precision gears meshed in midair, producing sharp click sounds. Thick high-pressure springs were forcibly compressed, unleashing a grinding noise that made one's teeth ache. The second-tier mutated sea beast heart, which had been pulsating, was enveloped in a layer of bluish light and directly embedded into the core of the structure, serving as the initial power source. In just 30 seconds, the light dissipated. A pitch-black, 3-meter-tall, menacing mechanical giant tower stood firmly on the granite base. The tower body was entirely cast from heavy fine steel, its surface covered with extremely rugged metal rivets. At the top of the tower, a 2-meter-wide heavy repeating crossbow lay quietly in wait. The crossbow had no bowstring. Instead, 2 thick metal rails shimmering with dark purple energy took its place. In the center of the rails, purple energy flickered wildly, gathering. The entire tower resembled a steel beast clad in heavy armor, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Ding. Thunderbolt explosive repeating crossbow tower epic construction completed. Current status charging targeting range 200 meters. Yihong stepped forward and ran his hand over the cold hard steel body of the tower. The heavy texture transmitted through his fingers instilled an unprecedented sense of security in his heart. With this killing machine, the brutal hand-to-hand combat from last night would become a thing of the past. Defense is secured. Yihong turned around and strode towards the edge of the harbor. He directly took out the primary island core fragment he had exchanged from Ouyang Taolon. The moment the fragment was taken out, the surrounding air temperature suddenly dropped. A faint yet deadly alluring dark purple ripple began to spread wildly towards the dark sea centered around the fragment. This thing was like fresh meat in the eyes of starving wolves for those mutated monsters. Yihong stood beside the stone pillar of the harbor without any hesitation. Smack! He forcefully slapped the glowing purple fragment onto the terminal stone platform of the harbor. Ding! Detected primary island core fragment. Harbor breakthrough process activated. 13. Warning! Warning! The energy emitted by the fragment has aroused high attention from the deep sea region. Tonight your island will face a directed frenzy tide, with increased monster mutation rates, increased numbers, and extreme frenzy in attack desires. The red warning box from the system flashed frantically in Li Yihong's vision. The piercing mechanical alarm echoed throughout the entire shelter. In the distance, the surface of the deep sea began to boil, without warning. Giant whirlpools formed in the dark. Countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up beneath the water, locking onto the island, radiating purple light. A rich and foul stench crashed onto the beach like a solid wall. The sky turned completely dark. The fourth night of survival challenges carrying the aura of destruction had arrived. Yihong stood in the howling wind. The sea breeze made his clothes flap violently. He did not take a step back, nor did he retreat into the cold torpedo. He raised the explosive tearing battle axe, stained with black blood, and struck the axe blade heavily against the granite foundation. Clang! Sparks flew. He slightly lifted his chin, his gaze cutting through the rolling black sea like a knife. Behind him, the Thunderbolt explosive crossbow tower emitted a low hum, and the purple energy arrows on the rails had already formed, aiming ahead. With the first piercing roar, the dark sea exploded completely. They were larger than last night, with blood-red eyes and scales glimmering under the dim moonlight. The distance was 150 meters. 100 meters. 80 meters. Yihong gripped his explosive battle axe tightly, pushing off with his feet ready to charge forward. At that moment, the purple lightning crossbow tower behind him activated. A deep, thunderous mechanical charging sound erupted, as if it could tear the eardrums apart. Between the two thick metal rails atop the tower, a violent dark purple energy was compressed to its limit. In the next second, a purple beam as thick as a barrel tore through the night sky. There was no physical arrow, only pure energy. The purple light instantly crossed 80 meters and slammed into the frontmost horde of monsters. A deafening explosion rang out. The granite foundation trembled violently as a dazzling purple energy storm erupted at the center of the monster horde. The dozen or so distorted fishmen in the center didn't even have time to scream before they were torn to pieces by the terrifying kinetic energy. The residual wave of purple light had not yet settled. The characteristic of endless penetration was fully activated. After shattering the first batch of monsters, the energy did not dissipate, but transformed into several thinner purple beams, continuing to penetrate backward. Puffed, puffed, puffed. It was like a hot knife slicing through butter. The densely packed mutated sea beasts behind fell in droves like cut wheat. Severed limbs and broken arms danced wildly in the air. With just one strike, all living beings within 20 meters directly in front were wiped out. Yihong stood in place, maintaining his axe-wielding posture, completely dumbfounded. He swallowed hard. Is this what they call a crossbow tower? This power was no less than that of a heavy laser cannon. Before he could regain his senses, the precise gears inside the crossbow tower began to engage violently again. In less than 3 seconds, the second purple energy arrow coalesced again. Boom. Another dazzling purple light swept out. The dozens of sea beasts attempting to encircle from the left were instantly blasted into disarray. The massive kinetic explosion created deep pits on the beach as seawater rushed and instantly evaporated into a pungent white mist by the intense heat. Yihong was completely exhilarated. Fire! Hit them hard. He hoisted the battle axe onto his shoulder and stood right next to the base of the crossbow tower. With the enhancements of endless penetration and kinetic explosive, this epic structure transformed into a merciless meat grinder. No need to reload ammunition or worry about accuracy. Within a 200-meter detection range, any living creature daring to approach would be met with relentless purple lightning bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounds merged, illuminating the entire island with purple light as bright as day. Occasionally, a few exceptionally resilient second-tier sea beasts, scorched and blackened from the explosions, managed to rush to the edge of the foundation. Before they could even swing their claws, Yihong stepped forward. Going for the kills, huh? The explosive battle axe swept down with a piercing whoosh. Crack! The mutated sea beast's head was cleaved in two. The purple axe light exploded, sending the corpse crashing into the sea. Yihong shook off the black blood from the axe blade and retreated to his original position. The crossbow tower handled heavy fire suppression, while he took care of close combat finishing blows. This coordination was simply flawless. An hour passed. The monsters not only did not decrease, but instead grew in number. The allure of the purple sea island core shard was too terrifying, causing sea beasts from all directions to frantically converge here. But no matter how many came, the attack frequency of the purple lightning explosive crossbow tower showed no signs of weakening. It was always a precise shot every 3 seconds. The corpses on the outskirts of the beach had piled up into a small mountain, the black blood even dyeing the nearby sea water dark ink. 2 more hours passed. Yihong yawned. He stood under the crossbow tower, only occasionally swinging his axe, hardly breaking a sweat. It was too comfortable. Compared to last night's brutal muscle-tearing brawls where he nearly lost his life multiple times, tonight felt like watching a one-sided fireworks show. No, I can't just stay here. Yihong glanced at the system time. It was already 2 in the morning. Although the monsters were attacking frantically, they could not break through the firepower net of the purple lightning crossbow tower. The granite foundation hadn't even developed a single crack. Since it's fully automatic, what am I still doing here? Yihong decisively put away the battle axe. He patted the icy steel base of the crossbow tower. All right, buddy, it's all yours. Go ahead and kill. With that, he turned around and walked towards the blue hardcover wooden house behind him without looking back. He pushed the door open. The warm wind from the temperature control system instantly enveloped his body. He closed the thick wooden door, and the thunderous explosions and the roars of monsters outside were instantly muffled into a dull, buzzing sound by the soundproof layer. Yihong took off his jacket, which was full of the salty smell of the sea breeze, and collapsed onto the soft beast hide bed. This is what a survival game should feel like. He mumbled, closing his eyes. Listening to the rhythmic boom-boom sounds outside, he surprisingly found the sound to be exceptionally hypnotic. In less than 2 minutes, Yihong fell into a deep sleep. During this 4th night, while players across the region struggled on the brink of life and death, crying out for help, he slept deeper than in peacetime. The next morning, a beam of sunlight pierced through the wooden cabin's window, landing on the Yihong's face. All surviving players are granted a safety protection mechanism. The elimination rate for tonight, 45. The system's announcement echoed precisely on time. Yihong suddenly opened his eyes, flipping out of bed like a carp. After a thoroughly satisfying sleep, he felt incredibly refreshed. A 45 elimination rate. That's quite grim. He stretched his neck while pushing open the wooden door. No fresh air greeted him. Instead, he was met with a nauseating smell of burnt flesh and blood. He quickly walked to the edge of the granite foundation and looked down. The area, expanded to 30 square meters, was completely filled with corpses. Countless chunks of flesh, entrails, and severed limbs emitted black smoke under the scorching sun. It was impossible to count how many monsters had perished last night. All he could see were the shimmering loot orbs scattered across the ground, dense as the Milky Way in the night sky. This wave was a gold mine. Yihong grinned. But instead of rushing to collect, he turned to look at the greatest contributor, the Thunderbolt explosive crossbow tower. Upon seeing it, his brows immediately furrowed. What's going on? The mechanical giant tower, originally black and exuding a cold metallic sheen, had now dulled. The rough metal rivets on the tower's surface were mostly shattered. The 2 metal rails used for energy condensation had warped to a dark red due to extreme heat. Most critically, the dark purple energy that had always lingered at the tower's peak had completely vanished. The entire tower was eerily quiet, not a single sound of gears turning. Yihong quickly stepped forward, reaching out to touch the tower's body. Hiss! It was extremely hot. The temperature of the steel shell was absurdly high, as if it had just been pulled from a furnace. He immediately called up the building's attribute panel. Name: Thunderbolt Explosive Rapid-Fire Crossbow Tower. Epic: Current state: overloaded, shut down, energy depleted. Durability: 12100, about to be scrapped. Core components: second stage mutated sea beast heart, carbonized and shattered. Repair requirements: steel ingot 50, high pressure power spring 5, third stage, or above, sea beast heart 1. Tip: the entry endless penetration and kinetic explosion pertains to high intensity energy discharge. Ordinary steel material cannot withstand this energy operation for extended periods. And as an epic level purple item, it possesses physical limits, making true infinite permanence impossible. Looking at the long list of red warnings on the panel, Yihong couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He had thought that with this entry he could achieve a one-time solution. Now it seemed he had overestimated it. The entry was indeed powerful, capable of endlessly drawing energy to condense crossbow bolts, even saving on iron ore. But firing these energies required a physical medium. Although this crossbow tower was made of steel, last night's high-intensity operation of firing once every 3 seconds for a continuous 7 or 8 hours was taxing. Don't mention steel, even titanium alloy would have been melted down by that terrifying energy's high temperature. Moreover, the second stage, Sea Beast Heart, that served as the power source had been drained of its last bit of potential, completely carbonized. Well, it's only granted a purple entry after all. Li Yihong scratched his chin. An epic-level purple item could definitely dominate in the early stages, but it was still not divine. If a purple entry could make a pile of scrap metal ignore physical laws and achieve true infinite firing, without where then it wouldn't be a purple entry, but a golden divine entry. If it needs to stop, then let it stop. You've already exceeded your mission last night. Li Yihong patted the scorching tower, not feeling any regret. Without this tower, even with his remarkable physique, he would have been worn down by last night's scale of the violent tide. Paying a bit for repairs in exchange for a good night's sleep and a ground full of loot was simply a bargain. As for this third stage, Sea Beast Heart. Li Yihong turned around, his gaze sweeping across the mountain of monster remains. With so many corpses, I refuse to believe I can't find one. He directly issued a command in his mind. System activate area collection. Ding. Collection command confirmed. The hundreds of light orbs on the ground instantly transformed into streams of light rushing into his system backpack. The system's prompt began to flood the screen. Obtain basic wood 350. Obtain basic stone. Obtain distorted fish meat 280. Obtain regular iron block 150. Obtain copper. Obtain second stage mutated sea beast meat 50. Obtain hardbone spikes 120. The numbers surged at a breathtaking speed. Li Yihong looked at the backpack panel, his breath becoming heavy. He was incredibly wealthy. Just the harvest from this one night equaled the efforts of others for half a month. Suddenly, a unique prompt sounded. Ding. Obtain rare drop, third stage, Sea Beast Core Shadow. Ding. Obtain special blueprint basic seawater desalination device, white 1. It's here. Li Yihong's eyes lit up. He rummaged through his backpack and quickly locked onto a chunk of meat radiating a pale blue glow. Third stage Sea Beast Core, an energy source nurtured within a high-grade sea beast, can replace the heart as the driving core of advanced constructions. Perfect substitute. The core materials for repairing the crossbow tower were instantly gathered. As for the leftover steel ingots and springs, they could be produced anytime in the smelting furnace. However, he did not immediately repair the crossbow tower. Li Yihong's gaze was fixed on the two numbers at the top of his backpack. Basic wood 850 pieces. Basic stone 855 pieces. He had already checked the conditions for upgrading the harbor to level 3 during the day yesterday. Both wood and stone required 500 each. Now not only were the conditions met, but they were vastly exceeded. After waiting so long, I can finally upgrade. Li Yihong took a deep breath and strode towards the private harbor stone platform that had always accompanied him. The terminal's control screen automatically lit up. The purple basic island core fragment traded from Ouyang Taolon was still quietly embedded in the groove. Below it displayed Harbor Breakthrough Progress 13. He still hadn't gathered 3 fragments, making it impossible to undergo a major breakthrough. But there were no obstacles to a normal level increase. System upgrade harbor level to 3. Ding. Detected resources meet conditions. Deducting basic wood 500, basic stone 500. Private harbor upgrade begins. Boom. The entire island shuddered violently again. This time the commotion was even greater than during the Foundation expansion. The originally tumter-high rough stone pillars of the harbor began to soar upwards wildly. The mottled marks on the surface of the pillars quickly fell away, replaced by a layer of smooth solid stone subtly glowing with white light. The once extremely rudimentary docking planks extended a full 5 meters, transforming into a solid anti-corrosive wooden walkway. Above the harbor terminal, a small stone lookout tower even rose automatically. Ding. Your private harbor has been upgraded to LV 3. Your port capacity has increased. Medium-sized ships can now dock. Your port's defensive power has been enhanced. Immediately following, the most critical prompt exploded in Li Yihong's mind. Hidden Talent Universal Entry Grant Divine Effect 1 Harbor Feedback has been triggered. The harbor's attributes increased and proportionally stacked onto the host's body. Boom. Li Yihong felt a warm current surging into his body from the stone platform beneath him. His bones cracked like popping beans. Muscle fibers continuously tore and reformed, becoming stronger and more resilient. Even his vision and hearing received an exaggerated enhancement at that moment. He clenched his fist casually, and there was an extremely faint explosive sound in the air. Awesome. Li Yihong looked at his character panel. Strength, physique, agility. These 3 core statistics surged once again. If yesterday he could be considered a peak human superhuman, now his pure physical strength was already no less than that of second stage mutated sea beasts. This is only level 3, yet it has such intensity. Li Yihong looked up at the towering harbor. When the harbor reaches level 20 and the quality breaks through from white to blue, won't the feedback values be outrageous? Fire may need to cease, but last night you already exceeded your mission. He gripped the nearby railing, and the wooden railing was actually dented with clear fingerprints. Gradually adapting to the surging power within him, Li Yihong's mind was unusually clear. The crisis had not been resolved due to last night's great success. Last night was merely a violent tide. And tonight this damned world would surely find ways to torment the remaining players. The crossbow tower must be repaired immediately. He turned around and quickly walked towards the now-cooled green smelting furnace, dumping all the leftover iron ore from his backpack inside. Produce 50 steel ingots and 5 high-pressure power springs. After issuing the smelting task, Yihong casually opened the regional chat channel. He wanted to see the state of the remaining players after last night's terrifying 45 elimination rate. The messages in the channel were scrolling rapidly, but the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. What happened last night? Why were there twice as many monsters as the day before? I almost died. My cabin was reduced to fragments. I survived by floating in the sea all night. I can't even buy a piece of roasted meat at the trading post. Those major region teams are frantically hoarding supplies. Help, my leg is broken. Does anyone have medicine? They'll trade a blueprint for it. Despair filled the screen. Yihong scrolled through the messages expressionlessly. He had anticipated this dire situation long ago. Suddenly, a bold pinned message caught his attention. The sender was still the faction of Anonymous that he had blocked. Bloodshark Alliance recruitment post. Last night's disaster left solo players with no way to survive. Only by banding together can one find a path to survival. Our alliance already has a core member who has awakened the purple defense talent. We are now open for recruitment. As long as you turn over 80 of your resources, you can obtain our alliance's coordinates for protection. Additionally, there is a bounty on one person. Yihong. Whether you are dead or alive, if anyone can provide your accurate coordinates, the alliance will reward 3 pure waters and an iron weapon. Seeing these lines of text, Yihong's gaze instantly turned cold. Bloodshark Alliance. I can't be bothered to deal with you. You still have the audacity to breathe turning over 80 of resources? That's not recruitment, it's outright robbery. As for that bounty on me. Yihong casually closed the screen and walked over to the smelting furnace, holding the freshly smelted steel ingots in his hands. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking resonated from the green melting furnace. Yihong stood before the furnace, feeling the heat wave rushing towards him. He held in his hand the freshly exploded blueprint. Primary seawater desalination device blueprint. White construction requirements: basic wood 50, ordinary iron blocks 30, refined steel ingots 10. Function: can convert and extract 1 liter of pure water daily. Water is always the most essential resource for survival. Although he had traded away 2 liters of water, there was still a bit left in his backpack, but it wouldn't last many days. With this machine, the drinking water problem would be completely resolved in the future. Unfortunately, I can't make it. Yihong pouted and stuffed the blueprint back into his backpack. There was enough wood and iron blocks, but the refined steel ingots were running low. The task he had just given to the melting furnace was to prioritize the production of 50 refined steel ingots and high-pressure springs to repair the Purple Thunder crossbow tower. The crossbow tower was vital and fresh water was life. He understood the weight of each. I still have to wait for the steel to be refined. He patted the rough stone wall of the melting furnace and turned towards the wooden house. At that moment, a system notification abruptly rang in his mind. Ding. You have a new private message. Yihong paused his steps and casually tapped the holographic panel. Sender, Ouyang Taolon. It was the woman who sold him the purple fragment last night. Yihong, are you still alive? A voice message popped up. Even through the system panel, Yihong could hear the exhaustion in her voice along with a deep sense of disbelief. Yihong lightly tapped his fingers on his thigh. He pressed the voice key. What? Hoping I'm dead so you can easily collect my inheritance. His tone was very flat. There was no hint of weakness. After a night of fighting, he spoke with full vigor. On the other end, Ouyang Taolon sat at the edge of a broken wooden raft, her whole body tensing up suddenly. There were still a few smudges of monster's black blood on her long pale legs. When she heard this sentence, she almost lost her grip on the firearm in her hand. You really survived? Ouyang Taolon's voice involuntarily rose. She had originally thought that even if Yihong didn't die, he would be severely injured, and even his shelter would be reduced to rubble. That was a directional rampage triggered by the purple core fragment. Even she who possessed the talent of good luck was nearly killed last night by the ordinary monster tide. Yet the other person's voice sounded as if he had just woken up naturally. You're not joking, are you? How could you possibly fend off the number of monsters triggered by that fragment? Faced with Ouyang Taolon's rapid-fire questions, Yihong found typing cumbersome. He directly walked to the edge of the granite foundation. Facing the pile of mutated sea beast corpses stacked like a mountain nearly filling the beach, he took a photo. Click send. Fend off. This is a one-sided slaughter. After sending the photo, the chat box fell into a deathly silence. It remained silent for a full minute. Looking at the scene in the photo, which resembled a hellish meat grinder, Ouyang Taolon gasped. Hundreds if not thousands of corpses. Black blood, and the dense clusters of loot that had not yet been processed. Her proud firearm seemed like a ridiculous toy in front of this photo. What kind of monster are you? Ouyang Taolon murmured to herself, her chest heaving violently in shock, straining the striped short-sleeved shirt she wore. but she quickly regained her composure. The decisive Ouyang Taolon immediately pressed the voice key, speaking rapidly. Li Yihong, since you are so strong, you need to pay more attention to the messages in the chat channel. The Bloodshark Alliance not only issued a bounty for your coordinates, they are also secretly contacting capable players to prepare to form a dedicated hunting team. With your abundant resources, it's definitely a huge trouble to be targeted by them. Listening to these messages, there was no change in Li Yihong's expression. He leaned against the wooden house's doorframe, playing with his battle axe in hand. Thanks, but you don't need to worry about my matters. His tone remained flat, even carrying a hint of cold indifference. Ouyang Taolon on the other side grew anxious. Li Yihong, am not joking. This is the apocalypse. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand their numbers. I still have some special materials. My talent is good luck, and I can find top-tier resources. We can definitely form an alliance sharing resources, and with your military strength we can live well here. She threw out her bargaining chip. In this damned game, a powerful ally was more important than anything else. But Li Yihong was not swayed at all. Alliance? Li Yihong directly interrupted her. Ouyang Taolon, I bought your goods with water and meat. We are already even. In this damned place, don't talk to me about trust and alliances. I won't entrust my back to anyone. You have blueprints and materials, bring them for exchange. If not, then spare me the chatter. These words were spoken without mercy, straightforward and to the point. After sending this voice message, he gave no opportunity for rebuttal, directly closing the chat box. Trust. Last night was the first round of the survival game. From today onward, it was the real survival of the fittest. Who knew if the woman on the other side of the screen had long since joined the Bloodshark Alliance? Was she deliberately trying to get close to him to figure out his coordinates and background? In this world, sympathy was the cheapest thing, and naivety was the most deadly. Even if she was genuinely trying to warn him, Li Yihong had no need for it. In this vast ocean, aside from the ever-upgrading harbor beneath his feet and the blood-stained battle axe in his hand, he trusted no one. Bloodshark Alliance. Li Yihong looked at the sun rising on the horizon. A bunch of useless scum feeding off scavenged players, and they think they can make me anxious. As long as these people dare to step a foot into my territory, I will let them know what real heavy firepower coverage is. Ding! The crisp notification sound interrupted his thoughts. The stone slab of the melting furnace's outlet automatically popped open. 50 scorching refined steel ingots and 5 high-pressure power springs rolled out. Li Yihong stepped forward and collected all the materials into his backpack. System repair: the Purple Thunder rapid-fire crossbow tower. Deducting refined steel ingots 50, high-pressure power springs 5, Tier 3C Beast Core 1. A gentle white light flashed, enveloping the dim Suntobi-scrapped mechanical giant tower. The twisted and deformed metal rails straightened once more. The ruptured rivets automatically restored. The dark purple energy emanating a sense of destruction at the tower's peak gathered and reformed, emitting a chilling hum. The defense has been restored. Li Yihong patted the cold tower body with satisfaction. He turned and dumped the remaining ordinary iron blocks from his backpack into the melting furnace. Continue producing 10 refined steel ingots. The command was given. The furnace chamber once again erupted with scorching flames. Li Yihong stood beside the furnace, his gaze deep. The blueprint for the white seawater desalination device still had to wait for the steel to be refined. Once the machine was built, he not only had to extract clean water, he also needed to use his divine level talent to give this machine a top-tier attribute. In this apocalypse where no one could be trusted, the only truth to survive was to turn his shelter into an impregnable steel fortress. The sound of a disconnected voice echoed harshly across the empty sea. On the other end, Ouyang Taolon watched the completely gray chat box, and the urgency on her face instantly vanished. Unlike ordinary women who would become furious after being rejected, she did not curse or shout. She simply sat quietly, her short hair damp with sweat blowing in the sea breeze. Never entrust your back to anyone. Ouyang Taolon softly repeated Li Yihong's last words. She lowered her head and glanced at her impressive figure. Absolute rationality, absolute ruthlessness. Ouyang Taolon's fingers gently rubbed the wooden grip of the firearm. There was no trace of despair in her eyes, instead a spark of unprecedented light ignited. Such a person deserves to live the longest in this damned world. She was always decisive in a crisis. Since Li Yihong refused to be soft or form an alliance, she would change her approach. She stood up, her long and toned legs firmly planted on the wooden raft as she stretched out in a languid manner. Under her hot denim shorts, her breathtaking curves were fully revealed. But her gaze resembled that of a mother leopard fixated on its prey. You won't ally with me because you fear I'll hold you back. But what if I become your indispensable exclusive supplier? Ouyang Taolon was very aware of her advantages. Her talent was good fortune. Advanced blueprints and top-notch materials that others could only dream of acquiring, she could effortlessly obtain. Although this good fortune was always accompanied by deadly monster attacks. But what did Li Yihong lack? What he lacked was exactly these high-grade goods. And in his hands he held overwhelming military power and a pile of survival supplies. If you don't trust me, that's fine. as long as the interests are deeply bound. Ouyang Taolon hoisted the firearm onto her shoulder and turned to walk toward a blind box that had just drifted over from the sea. She was not just a vase that only knew how to cry. Before the apocalypse, she taught dance enduring hardships and sweat. Now she was going to push her talent to the limit. Li Yihong, prepare your purified water and grilled meat. Meanwhile on the Yihong's island. Clang. The crisp sound of metal striking brought Li Yihong's thoughts back. In front of the green basic smelting furnace, the last 10 steel ingots had rolled onto the stone slab. He stepped forward and collected all the steel ingots into his backpack. The materials were finally complete. System: construct a basic seawater desalination device. Deducting basic wood 50, common iron blocks 30, a steel ingots 10. A flash of white light appeared on the open space to the left of the wooden house. As the light faded, a machine about 1 meter tall and assembled from cast iron and rough wooden planks appeared before Li Yihong. The top of the machine was a large funnel connected below to several rusty iron pipes with a faucet at the very bottom. It looked like a rickety contraption that could fall apart at any moment. Li Yihong knocked on the machine's exterior. This broken thing can only convert 1 liter of water a day. 1 liter of water was barely enough for him to quench his thirst, let alone exchange it for other supplies at the trading post. In this world filled with seawater, clean water was the hardest currency. He could not be satisfied with a daily output. System. Li Yihong took a half step back, his gaze focused. Enable the all things entry for this basic seawater desalination device to grant a lottery. The harbor had already reached level 3, providing him not only with physical strength, but also the chance to extract high-level entries. The limit of a white harbor was purple entries. However, this machine itself was only of white quality. What could be extracted depended entirely on luck. Ding. Command received. Target locked, basic seawater desalination device white. V-room. Familiar flowing lights began to rapidly spin across the surface of the worn machine. White, blue, purple. The 3 colors of light continuously alternated. Li Yihong stared intently at the lights. Stop. As he uttered a low shout, the flowing light abruptly halted. A deep ocean blue halo completely enveloped the entire machine. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Purple Epic entry Fountain Surge. Fountain Surge Purple Epic Effect 1, Ultimate Filtration. Ignores any pollution and impurities, even capable of separating monster blood to extract absolutely pure water sources. Effect 2, Production Surge. Daily maximum output increased to 20 liters. Effect 3, Subtle Sweetness. The extracted pure water will automatically contain trace amounts of beneficial minerals, making it exceptionally palatable. Seeing these 3 effects, Li Yihong couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. A blue entry is more than enough. 20 liters. This output during the early phase of survival challenges was simply a money-printing machine. Grant. He waved his hand decisively. The ocean blue light instantly poured into the machine. Crack, crack, crack. The originally rough wooden planks and rusty iron pipes began to violently deform. The rust fell away, instantly replaced by a layer of metallic glossed blue composite material. The top funnel expanded a circle, and the bottom outlet transformed into an extremely precise silver valve. The once rickety machine instantly became a high-tech filtering chamber. Ding. Grant successful. Li Yihong wasted no time and directly picked up the wooden barrel covered in black blood at his feet. The barrel contained the residual blood of last night's monster mixed with a large amount of foul seawater and sand. He had just scooped it up from the edge of the foundation. Splash. Without hesitation, he poured the black, foul-smelling liquid into the top funnel. V-room. A low rumbling sound immediately emanated from inside the machine. The blue indicator light, representing filtration, flashed rapidly. Only 3 seconds had passed. Tick-tock. From the bottom silver valve, a stream of clear, transparent liquid devoid of any impurities flowed out. Li Yihong took out a clean bamboo tube and filled it to the brim. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. There was no trace of blood or the saltiness of seawater. Only a faintly refreshing scent reminiscent of mountain spring water. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. Gulp. The water slid down his throat. Cool and sweet. It was even smoother than the high-end mineral water he had drunk before his transmigration. Refreshing. Li Yihong wiped his mouth and looked at the machine that was continuously producing water, his eyes ablaze with excitement. The freedom to drink water had been completely realized. Moreover, the extra 10+ liters of water would become his strongest bargaining chip to harvest supplies from other players. Water is available, defenses are up, and the shelter's level has also increased. Li Yihong turned around and strode toward the edge of the harbor. Next, it's time to get down to business. Last night's mutated sea beasts indeed exploded with a number of materials, but they were all basic wood and stones. True treasures such as high-tier blueprints, special armor, and weapons and rare seeds. All of them were in those material blind boxes floating with the ocean currents. He couldn't just sit on the shore like Ouyang Taolon waiting for the boxes to collide with him. But he had his own methods. Li Yihong stood on the anti-corrosion wooden path. The sea breeze blew towards him, tousling his short hair. He raised his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, a dark golden fishing net, extremely fine, yet exuding a terrifying pressure, appeared in his palm. The universal heaven net. Li Yihong's gaze sharpened as he scanned the undulating surface of the sea ahead. Now, after the nourishment from the third-tier harbor, his physique and eyesight had far surpassed those of ordinary people. 200 meters away, a dilapidated wooden blind box was rolling up and down in the waves. If it were an ordinary player, they would have to risk their lives to swim over or build a raft to retrieve it, facing the constant danger of being dragged into the abyss by sea monsters. But Li Yihong did not need to. "It's you." He exerted force with his right hand, his waist driving his shoulder, and hurled the universal heaven net with great force. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. The dark golden fishing net instantly unfolded in midair, transforming into a giant net over 3 meters wide. The sea was wild with wind, the wind direction clearly blowing to the right. Yet the net completely ignored the laws of physics. The absolute hit was triggered. It soared like a guided cruise missile, gliding straight over the 200 meters of sea surface. Swish! The golden net accurately ensnared the wooden box, tightly wrapping around it. "Come here." Li Yihong seized the net ropes with both hands and yanked back fiercely. In the past, pulling a box weighing dozens of pounds that was soaking in water would have required considerable effort. But now the terrifying power brought by the third-tier harbor erupted. The muscles in his arms bulged like gnarled tree roots. Splash! The box was forcibly yanked from the water, tracing a parabolic arc in midair. Bang! The wooden box struck heavily against the granite foundation. Li Yihong stepped forward and kicked the box lid open. Acquired whole wheat bread, blueprint white 1. Acquired basic soil 5. Acquired apple seeds 2. All junk. Li Yihong pouted. But he wasn't discouraged. After all, this was a game. He gathered the fishing net again and walked towards the edge of the path. His gaze became sharp. 300 meters. 400 meters. 500 meters. His line of sight continued to stretch. Finally, on the left side of the sea surface, over 500 meters away, he spotted a tin box flickering with a faint green light. A green material blind box. Lock on. Without hesitation, Li Yihong threw the golden net once more. Whoosh! The net rope crazily extended in midair. Unlimited extension was triggered. As long as his stamina was sufficient, the net could extend indefinitely. 500 meters was merely a matter of... The golden net instantly locked onto the green box. Li Yihong took a deep breath, anchoring his feet firmly on the wooden path. Lift! He suddenly exerted force backward. The thick net rope instantly taut. Splash! The green iron box was forcibly dragged out of the water, speeding towards the port through the waves. Just as the iron box was less than 100 meters from the port, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! The previously calm sea suddenly erupted. A mutated swordfish over 4 meters long and covered in black spines shot up from the ocean depths. Its spear-like mouth, akin to a steel lance, lunged straight for the dark golden fishing net, attempting to intercept this prey. This was a peak second-tier sea beast, extremely fast, and its strength was terrifying. Seeking death, Li Yihong stood on the path, his gaze icy, showing no intention of letting go. Clang! A deafening sound of metal striking echoed across the surface of the sea. Sparks flew. The proud spear of the mutated swordfish struck fiercely against the fine net rope. However, the rope left not a single mark. Instead, the swordfish let out a piercing scream. Its hard beak shattered into 3 pieces upon colliding with the godly material that was water and fire immune. The effect of absolute hit was not merely to lock onto the prey. During the dragging process, any physical attack attempting to obstruct would be forcefully crushed by this godly material. Get lost. Li Yihong once again exerted force with his arms, using the inertia of the pull. The dark golden net rope struck like a steel whip against the body of the swordfish. Crack! The hard scales exploded instantly, and black blood stained the seawater. The swordfish was sent flying over 10 meters away, its fate unknown. Boom! The green iron box landed steadily at Li Yihong's feet. He stepped forward and pried open the box with the handle of his explosive cleaving axe. Acquired fine composite bow blue 1. Acquired steel piercing arrows 50. Acquired intermediate hemostatic bandages blue 3. Acquired first-tier rice seed 10. Li Yihong's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Although the composite bow wasn't much use to him now, with the Zydian crossbow tower, he didn't need to shoot arrows himself. But this item would definitely be a sought-after strategic resource in the current trading channel. Even among the main teams in the large districts, many were still using wooden sticks. And there were rice seeds. He had just unearthed some soil, and as long as he had seeds, he could establish his own farm. Continue. Li Yihong swept the resources into his backpack, his gaze once again directed towards the deep sea. This feeling of treating the ocean as a blind box ATM without having to dive or take risks was absolutely exhilarating. Time passed second by second. Li Yihong resembled an unflagging salvage machine. Cast the net. Pull. Open the box. His movements were fluid and seamless without any pause. Those blind boxes scattered within a kilometer, whether ordinary wooden boxes or the occasional green boxes, were all dragged back to the island in an extremely domineering manner. The resources in his backpack surged at a jaw-dropping speed. Basic wood surpassed 2,000. Basic stone surpassed 2,500. Ordinary iron surpassed 800. Various seeds, low-tier blueprints, and miscellaneous items piled up into a small mountain. Just as Yihong was preparing to reel in the net and conclude this wave of frenzied harvesting, his gaze suddenly fixed on the distant sea surface ahead. It was a deep water area 1,000 meters away. The sea surface was calm, yet roiling violently. A gigantic treasure chest flashing with dazzling blue light was quietly hovering at the very center of the whirlpool. But Li Yihong's brow furrowed instantly, because beneath that treasure chest there loomed an enormous, suffocating black shadow. The shadow was at least 10 meters long, with countless thick tentacles moving slowly beneath the water surface. Each stir would whip up a terrifying undercurrent on the sea's surface. This was a being that surpassed the second tier. This was the true predator of the deep sea, a guardian of treasure. Li Yihong stood on the wooden path, gently stroking the dark golden net rope. Under normal circumstances, any player witnessing such a sight would definitely run as far away as possible. They wouldn't even have the courage to approach. But Li Yihong did not retreat a single step. He glanced back at the fully restored, deathly ore-emitting Zidian explosive rapid-fire crossbow tower. Then he looked at his body, which had been reinforced to the extreme by the third-tier harbor. Suddenly he grinned. I wonder what good stuff a third-tier sea beast might drop. Go. He lifted the net with one hand, his waist sinking powerfully. The strength in his body erupted entirely at this moment. Go. The dark, golden, universal heaven net transformed into a golden lightning bolt tearing through the sky, heading straight for the blue treasure chest 1,000 meters away. Whoosh! A dark golden net cord sliced through the air, leaving behind a straight, unbroken afterimage. It arced not at all, not even a hint of descent, utterly defying the gale-force winds whipping across the sea surface. The effect of the absolute hit trait had fully seized control of this throw. The golden net shot forward like lightning, traversing 1,000 meters of open sea. It did not descend upon the hovering azure treasure chest. Instead, it plunged vertically, straight into the deep waters directly beneath it. Splash! The seawater parted instantly. Li Yihong clenched the net's trailing end with both hands, then drove his right foot hard backward half a step, slamming his heel into the unyielding granite foundation. Got it! A profoundly muffled vibration surged up from beneath the waves. Then, like boiling water erupting, its surface exploded outward with thunderous force. A colossal leviathan burst forth from the depths. A mutated deep-sea demon octopus, over 10 meters in length. Its body bristled with crimson barbs, 8 colossal tentacles, each as thick as a water barrel, thrashed wildly in midair, churning gusts of acrid briny wind. Its 2 primary tentacles were tightly ensnared within the myriad phenomena celestial net. SSSSS, Aeon. A piercing shriek tore from the beast, so sharp it pierced the howling gales and seared Li Yihong's eardrums. It had never imagined that within its sovereign domain prey would dare provoke it. As a Tier 3 treasure guardian beast, its territorial instinct and volatile temper bordered on pathological. It dismissed the slender golden net as utterly insignificant. Its massive tentacles recoiled and surged outward with explosive force, attempting to rupture the cord outright with crushing strength capable of twisting steel plates into scrap. Trying to break free. Dream on. Li Yihong's knuckles whitened under strain. At that instant, the terrifying power granted by Tier 3 harbor reverberation erupted in full force. His biceps swelled taut as stone, anchoring him against the immense pull. The octopus sensed resistance and raged. The remaining 6 tentacles coiled in unison, wrenching violently at the net cord. But the next moment, a shrill, agonized scream ripped across the sea. The divine tier material, impervious to fire and water, was utterly beyond its capacity to overcome. The harder it struggled, the tighter the net constricted. The dark golden cord acted like the sharpest blade ever forged, biting deep into its resilient flesh. Torrents of crimson-black blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters scarlet in an instant. The mutated octopus writhed in frenzied agony, its massive frame slamming repeatedly against the waves, launching plumes of water over 10 meters high. It finally understood this net could not be torn. Instinctively it pivoted, desperate to dive back into the abyssal dark. Come here now. Li Yihong roared, planting both feet like iron stakes into the granite. Like a berserk hauler straining against fate, he hurled himself backward, yanking the cord hand over hand with savage, relentless force. Splash, splash, splash. The 10-meter leviathan was dragged, inch by grueling inch, from a kilometer away toward the island. 900 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Each time the beast attempted to submerge, Li Yihong wrenched it back above the surface with brute strength alone. The net had already carved deep grooves into its 2 primary tentacles, penetrating past sinew and into bone. Black blood streamed along the cord, painting a long grim trail across the sea. 300 meters. 200 meters. And the instant the beast's colossal form crossed that 200-meter threshold, the silent steel tower behind Li Yihong suddenly emitted a grating mechanical roar. VVVV. The violet lightning burst crossbow tower activated full auto-targeting. Metallic rails atop the tower flared with charged energy, the violet current surging and crackling violently along their lengths. The octopus's compound eyes contracted sharply. As a Tier 3 sea beast, its danger sense was preternaturally acute. It felt death approaching. Ignoring the searing pain of the cutting net, it whipped its remaining tentacles across the water's surface, generating frantic propulsion in a desperate bid to veer sideways and flee the killing zone. Too late. Boom. A violet beam, thick as a barrel, ripped through the air. 200 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Bang! The violet light struck the octopus's right flank with surgical precision. A cataclysmic kinetic detonation erupted, shattering matter and space alike. A deluge of crimson rain fell from the sky. Half its skull was obliterated, 2 lateral stabilizing tentacles were severed cleanly at their base. Fragments of flesh and viscera scattered across the waves, plopping into the water with dull hollow thuds. Li Yihong stood on the pier, breathing ragged and hard. Keep firing. Shatter it completely. Clack clack clack. Precision gears whirred furiously inside the tower. Within 3 seconds, a second violet energy arrow coalesced ready to fly. Boom. Another violet bolt streaked forth. But this time, everything changed. A Tier 3 treasure guardian beast was no mindless fishman doomed by blind instinct. It possessed intelligence. It knew it could not survive sustained bombardment from this weapon. An instant before the violet light launched, it thrust its remaining intact tentacles deep into the seabed. It seized a massive multi-ton obsidian reef and slammed it upright before itself as a shield. Bang! The unyielding rock shattered instantly, reduced to dust and jagged shrapnel. Though the kinetic shockwave flipped the octopus sideways, its core remained intact, unscathed. It even seeks cover. Li Yihong narrowed his eyes, but his hands never faltered. No matter how clever you are, if I drag you ashore, you're nothing but dead meat. He resumed hauling, yanking the cord with renewed fury. 150 meters. 100 meters. The distance collapsed, fast. Meanwhile, the violet lightning tower maintained perfect composure, firing every 3 seconds without pause. The octopus was now locked in pure defensive desperation, using every floating log, every submerged rubble, even the skeletal remains of sunken wrecks, to intercept each violet bolt. Each explosion forced torrents of black blood from its maw. Its body lay in ruins. 3 or 4 tentacles severed its hide, torn and bleeding. Its gaze locked onto Li Yihong standing upon the island, those crimson compound eyes burning with chilling human-like hatred. 80 meters. 50 meters. Li Yihong could already smell the nauseating stench rolling toward him in thick, greasy waves. It ends now. He stared at the prey, now almost within arm's reach. He released one hand. In one fluid motion, he drew the explosive, rending battle axe from his belt. Once hauled ashore, clear of the water, he would cleave its core without hesitation. That single split-second lapse, when only one hand gripped the cord, was the opening the octopus had been waiting for. Phew! A guttural, deafening internal detonation erupted from its ruined body. Then, a colossal torrent of pitch-black ink erupted from its carcass like an underwater volcanic eruption. The ink bloomed instantly, engulfing dozens of meters of sea in absolute, suffocating blackness. Li Yihong's vision vanished behind the sudden impenetrable veil. Corrosive fumes choked the air. Cough, cough. Li Yihong staggered backward 2 steps, but his grip on the cord never loosened. The crushing weight, as if dragging a mountain, vanished without warning. Li Yihong's pupils contracted sharply. Momentum sent him crashing backward, tumbling once across the ground. The crushing weight, as if dragging a mountain, vanished without warning. Li Yihong's pupils contracted sharply. Momentum sent him crashing backward, tumbling once across the granite before catching himself. VVVV. Behind him, the violet lightning tower deactivated, its targeting lost. The violet glow faded from its rails, returning to stillness. Sea wind stirred. The black ink slowly dispersed, washed away by churning currents. Li Yihong sprang upright, battle axe in hand, and rushed to the pier's edge, peering down. Only drifting fragments of flesh and viscous black fluid floated on the surface. Nothing else remained. The colossal Tier 3 mutated octopus had vanished, utterly, completely. He inked hard. The dark golden myriad phenomena celestial net reeled smoothly onto shore. Empty. Only 2 massive severed tentacles lay coiled within its mesh. Their cut surfaces were unervingly smooth, still welling with slow viscous black blood. Li Yihong stared fixedly at the severed limbs. Then comprehension dawned. Self-amputation to survive. At the exact moment it unleashed the blinding ink cloud, and the instant Li Yihong's grip weakened with his single-handed hold, the beast reversed its own force, snapping both ensnared primary tentacles clean off. It sacrificed part of its body. Seizing that fleeting window of freedom, it plunged headlong into the abyssal dark. Its decisiveness and intellect far exceeded Li Yihong's expectations. Damn, Li Yihong muttered under his breath. He kicked the reeking severed limbs aside with one boot. A lifetime of hunting. And today the goose had pecked the falcon's eye. Under absolute, overwhelming force and firepower, the foe had escaped. Not by speed or stealth, but by self-mutilation. Lucky for you. He shook his head and sheathed the battle axe back at his waist. The deep sea belonged to monsters. Let it flee. There was no way he'd follow it underwater. Yet almost immediately his gaze shifted, back toward the origin point. 1,000 meters away, the enormous azure treasure chest still hovered serenely upon the waves, bobbing gently with the tide. The guardian beast had fled, but the chest remained. That was enough. Li Yihong casually flicked black blood from the net cord. The dark golden net unfurled once more in his hands. You may have fled, but this prize leaves with me. He drew his right arm back, reacquiring target lock. Whoosh! The golden net soared once more, cutting the air like a blade. The dark golden net rope was pulled taut in midair, showing no signs of bending. A distance of 1,000 meters was crossed in an instant. Swish! The Wanxiang Tianluo net accurately enveloped the enormous treasure chest that shimmered with blinding blue light. The net rope instantly tightened, firmly locking the chest. Come to me. Li Yihong gripped the net rope tightly and exerted force with his legs. The granite foundation was stamped with 2 shallow white marks by his forceful steps. Without the desperate resistance of the 3-tier mutated octopus, dragging a lifeless object posed no challenge for him. Splash! The heavy blue treasure chest burst out of the water. It created 2 white waves on the surface, resembling a runaway speedboat crashing straight towards the harbor. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Li Yihong abruptly lifted his arms. Bang! The several 100-pound treasure chest flipped in the air and crashed heavily onto the anti-corrosion wooden walkway. The sturdy wooden boards emitted a dull sound that made one's teeth ache. Li Yihong stepped forward. Sea water dripped down from the chest seams with a plop. The chest displayed a deep-sea dark blue color, its surface covered with hard barnacles and seaweed. Directly in front hung a rusty copper lock the size of a fist. He had no intention of looking for a key. He pulled out the explosive tearing battle axe from his waist. With no fancy moves, he aimed at the copper lock. Chop! Crack! Sparks flew. The hard copper lock was split in half, falling onto the wooden planks. Li Yihong kicked open the heavy lid of the chest. Blinding blue light surged out from the chest's interior, illuminating the entire walkway. The system prompt sounded like raindrops wildly exploding in his mind. Ding! Treasure chest blue from the deep-sea ruins opened. Obtained high-grade wood 100. Obtained refined iron ingot 50. Obtained primary activated source soil blue 5. Obtained mutated thorn vine seed blue 3. A long list of items left Li Yihong momentarily a big haul. He stared at the screen full of resources, licking his lips. The value of this chest was simply outrageous. No blueprints, no weapons, just extremely rare foundational construction and planting materials. He disregarded the wood and iron ingots. His gaze quickly locked onto a pile of black soil wrapped in a transparent light sphere, as well as a large assortment of seeds below. Plants and crops even. Li Yihong took out a portion of black soil from the light sphere and squeezed it in his hand. The soil was moist and carried an extremely rich aroma of vegetation. There was absolutely no salty smell of seawater. He immediately brought up the panel. Primary activated source soil blue description: a special soil from the deep-sea ruins containing trace amounts of activation energy. It is a dream bed for all plants. Effect 1: germination. Plants planted in this soil have their growth cycle shortened by 20%. Effect 2: strengthening. Increases plants' resistance to diseases and pests, enhancing fruit yield by 10%. Tip: this soil can be fused and laid down, covering 1 square meter of planting area for each unit. Looking at this panel, Li Yihong's eyes shone. Good stuff. In survival games, food is always the noose tightening around everyone's neck. Although the meat of mutated sea beasts can be eaten, consuming it for long periods will inevitably cause uncontrollable negative states. Only true crops and fruits are the cornerstone of long-term survival. However, planting in ordinary soil takes too long. A month or even several months. In this uncertain apocalypse, who has the time to wait for an apple tree to blossom and bear fruit? A 20% speed up from activated source soil is already considered top tier. But for Li Yihong, it's still not enough. Not fast enough. Li Yihong weighed the black soil in his hand. He turned his head to glance at the seawater desalination machine that was continuously producing pure water. The earlier scene of imbuing the machine with purple attributes was vivid in his mind. What if I imbue the soil with attributes? This crazy thought could no longer be suppressed. Imbuing attributes to everything. Since the machine can imbue and the crossbow tower can imbue, why can't this energy-infused activated source soil system? Li Yihong took a step back and piled all 5 portions of activated source soil on the walkway. He fixed his gaze on the pile of black soil. For activated source soil, initiate the attribute imbuement lottery. Ding. Command received. Target locked primary activated source soil blue. Detected harbor level LV. 3 white quality. The highest extractable attributes are purple epic level. Lottery begins. Virum. A dazzling stream of light appeared above the black soil, spinning rapidly. White, blue, purple. 3 colors of brilliance wildly alternated. Yihong didn't blink. Stop. With his low roar, the flow of light suddenly halted. As the light faded, an extremely deep, seemingly capable of sucking in one's gaze, dark purple halo tightly enveloped the pile of soil. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the purple epic attribute Timefold. Yihong's heart raced, and he quickly opened the attribute panel. Timefold purple epic effect 1, extreme germination. The flow rate of time within the soil is forcibly altered. All plants planted in this soil have their growth cycles forcibly shortened by 99%. Effect 2, environmental disregard. Plants will ignore all natural condition limitations such as light, temperature, and moisture with a survival rate fixed at 100%. Silence. A silence as deep as death. Yihong listened to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, staring at the 3 lines of text on the panel. He remained silent. He just clenched his fists tightly, his nails even digging into his flesh. 99%. Yihong murmured to himself. What does this mean? The rice that originally needed 100 days to mature could now be harvested in just 1 day. The apple trees that typically took 2 to 3 years to bear fruit could now be laden with fruit in mere days or even hours. The most terrifying effect is number 2. It ignores temperature and moisture. On this island where the weather can turn extremely cold or hot at any moment, this is equivalent to giving all plants an absolute defensive shield. Bestow. Without any hesitation. Yihong waved his hand. Boom. The deep purple halo slammed directly into the black soil beneath. The black soil began to writhe violently. Hiss hiss hiss. Accompanied by a sharp sound of energy burning. The 5 small piles of activated source soil started to expand wildly. Its color shifted from pure black to dark purple, with a faint purple glow shimmering on the surface. An intensely rich life force instantly enveloped the entire harbor. Yihong took a deep breath, feeling as if his internal organs had been cleansed by this aura. The fatigue from staying up late to fight dissipated completely. Ding. Bestowal successful. Target has mutated source soil of time purple. Let's get to work. Yihong stopped wasting words. He immediately summoned the basic wood from his backpack. On the right side of the blue wooden house, he quickly nailed together a rectangular planting trough, 5 meters long and 1 meter wide. He walked over and poured the mutated source soil of time directly into the planting trough. Using the flat side of his battle axe, he leveled the soil. It filled the entire wooden trough perfectly. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Yihong crouched beside the planting trough. He took out a giant apple. The seed, as thick as a thumb, was pressed directly into the dark purple soil. Next came the mutated thorn vine seeds. He planted them at the outermost edge close to the wooden house wall. Then he sprinkled high-yield rice seeds evenly in the middle. Finally, in the corner, he tossed 2 seeds of the sawtooth Venus flytrap and blood-red roses. Water. Yihong stood up, walked to the seawater desalination device, and filled a bucket with pure water. He turned around and poured it directly onto the source soil of time. Splashed. Water splashed everywhere. The soil instantly absorbed the moisture completely. In the first second, there was no movement. Yihong held his breath, staring intently at the surface of the soil. In the third second, crack. A tiny cracking sound came from beneath the soil. Immediately after, the entire surface of the soil began to bulge slightly. In the 5th second, swish. A flash of green pierced through the dark purple soil. It was the tender shoots of rice. But its growth speed was visible to the naked eye. It was as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. Leaves sprouted, height increased, tillering occurred. In less than 10 seconds, a patch of rice nearly half a meter tall had already grown on the previously bare soil. The rice stalks were as thick as a pinky finger, and the tips had even started to bear green rice ears. This is too damn exaggerated. Yihong gasped. But he had no time to be shocked. Because the soil beside him cracked open. Bang! A thick brown root burst forth from the ground. It was the giant apple tree. It didn't seem to be growing, it was practically exploding. The trunk shot straight up. 1.5 meters. 2 meters. The trunk forked wildly, and countless green leaves exploded like a magic trick on the branches. The trunk quickly grew to the height of Yihong's head, thick enough to require both arms to embrace. Following that, white flowers began to sprout at the tips of the branches. The petals withered and fell instantly. In their place were green fruits. The green fruits swelled and turned red at a visible speed. Finally, they transformed into giant apples the size of fists. A rich, fruity aroma instantly filled the air. The entire process took less than a minute. And below the apple tree, a thorny vine covered in black spikes emerged from the soil like a poisonous snake. It climbed frantically along the wall of the wooden house, covering half the wooden wall in the blink of an eye, forming a natural defense line. The spikes on the vine gleamed with a chilling metallic luster. In the corner, blood-red roses bloomed passionately, their petals glistening. 2 sawtooth Venus flytraps had grown to over a meter tall. Their insect-catching traps resembling steel claws gaped wide with corrosive digestive fluid dripping from their mouths. Yihong stood still. Before him was a vibrant, even explosively aggressive miniature farm. He reached out, plucking a bright red apple from the branches above. Giant apple rich in vitamins and water, consuming it can quickly restore stamina and slightly enhance physique. He took a bite. Crack. The crisp sound echoed. The abundant sweet juice burst in his mouth instantly. There was no lingering fishy taste like that of mutated sea beast meat. Only the purest fruit fragrance. Yihong swallowed the flesh, exhaling deeply. He looked at the half apple remaining in his hand. Then he glanced at the hundreds, or even thousands of pounds of rice about to mature in front of him. He walked to the front of the wooden house and leaned against the wall covered in thorns. The sea breeze blew by. The golden waves of rice swayed with the wind, making a rustling sound. In this early morning, when all players in the area were still fighting over a piece of spoiled bread or a drop of murky seawater. At this moment, when the Bloodshark Alliance was still robbing and issuing bounty notices to look for him, he not only had an invincible defense, now he had also completely made up for his last shortcoming, food. He casually opened the regional chat channel. The screen was still filled with wailing and requests to buy. Who has food? He'll trade 10 iron blocks for a loaf of bread. I'm starving. I'm going crazy from thirst. I drank seawater and have been vomiting blood ever since. Bloodshark Alliance big shots. I'm offering supplies. Please give me something to eat. Yihong looked at these messages with an expressionless face. He finished the apple in a few bites. He accurately tossed the core into the nearby sawtooth Venus flytrap's cage. Snap! The Venus flytrap snapped shut, making a sound of crunching. He did not send any messages in the channel. He didn't need to show off, nor did he need to be a savior. Maximizing benefits has never been about doing charity. With a snap, the jaws of the flytrap suddenly closed, emitting a spine-chilling crunch. He ignored the feeding of these mutated plants, and instead opened the regional chat panel, his fingers gliding slowly through the void. The channel was flooded with nonsense begging for help and exchanging supplies. Most people were going mad over half a piece of moldy bread and a few sips of murky seawater. Among them, the most active was the so-called Bloodshark Alliance. The Bloodshark Alliance is recruiting. Hand over 70% of your supplies daily, and the Alliance guarantees your survival. Those providing the coordinates of Yihong will directly be rewarded with purified water and iron weapons. No false promises. Does anyone have clean water? Speedy private messages to Alliance management, buying at high prices. Looking at these outrageous statements, Yihong's expression remained unfazed. He casually swiped past several messages from the Bloodshark Alliance. Clowns. No matter how loudly they shouted, they were just a rabble bullying ordinary players with their numerical advantage. He knew very well that with billions of people pulled into this damn survival game, Yihong could not be the only one to awaken a top-tier talent. The real top players were surely making fortunes in silence. A barking dog doesn't bite. Leaning against the wall of the wooden cabin, Yihong rapidly reviewed the experiences of the past 2 days in his mind. He had awakened the god-level talent, all things affix. But what about others? Had anyone awakened a god-level summoning talent? Had anyone awakened a rule-based talent? Indeed, he had stabilized his footing with the benefits from the level 3 harbor and the Thunderbolt crossbow tower, even achieving freedom in food and fresh water. But this did not mean he could walk arrogantly in this apocalyptic world. If outsiders learned that he had a field that could accelerate growth in a second divine-grade fishing nets and a Thunderbolt crossbow tower capable of instantaneously killing third-tier sea beasts, then he would not be facing just a Bloodshark Alliance, but rather the frenzied siege of all the envious players and large organizations in the entire district. I still need to keep a low profile. Yihong turned off the regional chat channel. He took off his clothes stained with black blood and threw them directly into the sea. In this damned place, only those who survive until the end are the winners. Meanwhile, in another ocean far from Yihong, bang! A deafening gunshot echoed across a large spray of iron sand shot out in a fan shape, accurately hitting the head of a mutated sea snake that was leaping out of the water. The sea snake let out a piercing scream. Its head, covered in hard scales, was blasted into a bloody mess, and its massive body crashed heavily back into the sea, creating a splash 2 meters high. Ouyang Taolon gripped the hot barrel of her gun, with one hand staggering back 2 steps from the recoil. Below her feet was a harbor that had just been upgraded to level 3. It was not large, but just enough for her to maneuver. Huff! She gasped heavily, her ample chest rising and falling beneath her striped short sleeves. The edge of her hot denim shorts had a bloody scratch from the tail of the sea snake. Yet there was not a hint of retreat, only an extreme excitement gleamed within them. Luck indeed is always drenched in blood. Ouyang Taolon swiftly pulled gunpowder and iron sand from her waist, skillfully reloading her gun. Before the apocalypse, she was a dance teacher, her flexibility and explosive power far exceeding that of ordinary people. In these 2 days of life and death battles, she had fully utilized her physical advantages. She glanced at the gradually sinking corpse of the sea snake. Then she directed her gaze to where the sea snake had just coiled. There, a dazzling golden chest radiating purple light was floating. A purple blind box. This was a premium supply box, a full level above the blue blind box. I almost lost my life for this thing. Ouyang Taolon gritted her teeth, quickly tearing off a piece of cloth, tightly binding it around her thigh wound. She did not have Li Yihong's god-level myriad net to retrieve it from a distance. She could only find a long iron spear with barbs. This was an ordinary weapon she had obtained from opening a box yesterday. Come here, you. She threw the spear forcefully. The barbs caught perfectly on the handle of the golden chest. Using all her strength, she gradually pulled the incredibly heavy chest onto the deck. Click! Ouyang Taolon did not hesitate, directly smashing the lock on the chest with the gunstock. The blinding purple light erupted skyward. The system prompt echoed wildly in her mind. Ding! Opening purple premium blind box. Acquired high-level Sea Beast Core Purple 1. Acquired Beginner Spatial Expansion Backpack Blueprint Blue 1. Acquired Titanium Alloy Anti-Stab Soft Armor Blue 1. Acquired Rare Metal or 20. Looking at the pile of supplies before her, Ouyang Taolon took a deep breath. She held the purple core radiating an astonishing energy fluctuation in her hand. This was her luck talent. Although every time she obtained good items it was accompanied by deadly monster attacks. But as long as she could survive, the benefits would increase exponentially. Li Yihong. Ouyang Taolon looked at the purple core in her hand, a glimmer of ambition flashing in her eyes. Aren't you in need of allies? Don't you think I would only be a burden to you? She swiftly removed her sweat-soaked, striped short sleeves. Directly, she donned the titanium alloy soft armor that glimmered with a bluish sheen. The cool touch invigorated her. She knew very well what Li Yihong was lacking right now. The other party possessed overwhelming combat power and heaps of basic materials. But he definitely did not have such high-level core items acquired through risking one's life. I want to see if your absolutely rational facade can still hold up against these things. Ouyang Taolon carefully tucked away the purple inner pill. Not only did she want to survive, but she also aimed to obtain the best leverage in this cruel game. Li Yihong was the strongest support she chose. Since a soft approach was ineffective, she intended to bind them together through pure profit. The scene shifted back to Li Yihong's island. He carried several clean, freshly made empty wooden barrels to the basic seawater desalination device. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At the silver valve, a steady stream of pure water flowed out, enhanced by the purple entry titled Source Surge. This broken machine now produced an impressive 20 liters per day. Looking at the 3 large barrels that were already filled, Li Yihong stroked his chin. 20 liters a day, even if I wanted to bathe in it, it would be too much. In these early survival days, fresh water was life. While others struggled mentally for a sip of urine, he had so much water that he didn't know where to store it. He opened his backpack and checked his current supplies. He had over 1,000 units of wood and stone, and ordinary iron was not lacking. However, he lacked refined high-grade materials. For instance, the 3rd, or even 4th tier cores needed for further upgrading the harbor special materials to enhance personal combat power or blueprints for advanced defensive structures. I need to trade water for something useful. Li Yihong pulled up the trading panel. He did not plan to make a big deal out. He clicked on the option to list items, his fingers swiftly maneuvering on the light screen. Listed item: Ultimate Pure Water. Specification: 500 milliliters per portion. Quantity: 10 portions totaling 5 liters. Demand: Advanced Blueprints, fragments of cores above, Tier 3 rare special materials. No basic materials for trade. Trader anonymous. Before listing, he specifically checked the option to hide personal information. Only a fool would continue to flaunt themselves in a precarious situation. Anything that binds with blood will do as long as you can offer it. The water is plentiful. Li Yihong added a brutally straightforward remark in the notes. After confirming everything was correct, he clicked to publish. Buzz. A dazzling golden font instantly topped the trading hall's public screen. This was not a special favor from the system. Rather, due to the extreme scarcity of fresh water in the entire area, listing over 1 liter of pure water at once would automatically broadcast throughout the region. Trading hall announcement: an anonymous player has listed a total of 5 liters of ultimate pure water. Seeking advanced materials. Interested parties, please visit the trading hall to check. This announcement was like a heavy bomb exploding in the already turbulent regional chat channel. What the hell? 5 liters of pure water. I can't believe my eyes. At this time someone can actually sell 5 liters of water at once. What the heck is ultimate pure water? Yesterday I opened a wooden crate and only got a bottle of subpar mineral water full of sediment. Anonymous big shot. Definitely a top-tier player. Please spare a sip of water. Can I trade 500 pieces of wood for it? Didn't you see the note? As long as it's advanced blueprints and cores, poor folks should stay out of it. The entire channel instantly descended into madness. At a time when the vast majority were struggling to make ends meet, the appearance of 5 liters of pure water was akin to a dimensional strike. On the other side, a muscular man with his bare chest tattooed with a red shark was intently staring at the trading panel. He was Wang Chong, the founder of the Blood Shark Alliance, nicknamed the Poison Shark. Before the apocalypse, he was a ruthless character with several lives on his conscience. Boss, someone is selling water again, and they're offering 5 liters at once. A younger brother nearby swallowed hard, his eyes full of greed. We robbed over a dozen people yesterday, and only managed to scrounge up 1 liter of water. Wang Chong's face was so dark it seemed he could squeeze water from it. Anonymous. What a charade. He shoved his younger brother aside and directly spoke in the regional channel. To that anonymous friend, I am Wang Chong, the leader of the Blood Shark Alliance. We'll take all your water. He'll trade you 10 ordinary weapon blueprints and 2,000 units of wood as a friendly offer. In this area, the Blood Shark Alliance will ensure your safe passage. Wang Chong's calculations were loud and clear. He attempted to pressure this anonymous seller with the Alliance's reputation. 10 ordinary blueprints were nothing. They didn't even compare to a corner of an advanced blueprint. It was clearly an empty-handed scheme. Sitting in front of the wooden house, Yihong watched Wang Chong's message in the channel and couldn't help but smirk with derision. He really thinks too highly of himself. He didn't even have the interest to type a retort. This kind of fool who only bullies the weak was not worthy of his attention. Yihong directly ignored the clamor in the regional channel. He opened his private message inbox on his trading panel. In less than 3 minutes, the private messages were already overflowing, showing 999. With hundreds of thousands of players in the region, there were bound to be a few lucky or top-tier solo players. Yihong automatically filtered out those trying to take advantage with basic materials. His gaze swept rapidly across the screen. Big brother, I have a basic thunderstorm tower blueprint blue. Can I trade it for a liter of water? I have a tier 1 sea beast domestication scroll blue. Can I trade it for 500 milliliters of water? Big shot, I fought hard and killed a tier 2 poison matriarch last night, and I got a toxic core fragment blue. I urgently need water. Will you trade? Yihong's eyes grew brighter. There are indeed quite a few good items. The depth of this world was far richer than he had imagined. He selected several promising blueprints and materials, directly clicking to agree to the trades. Ding. Trade successful. 500 milliliters of pure water deducted, received basic thunderstorm tower blueprint blue 1. 500 milliliters of pure water deducted, received toxic core fragment blue 1. In a mere 5 minutes, the 10 portions of pure water he listed were snatched up. Meanwhile, in the regional channel, Wang Chong from the Blood Shark Alliance continued to spam the chat. Anonymous, don't overestimate yourself. Dare to ignore the Blood Shark Alliance. Do you believe I can find someone to dig up your coordinates and leave you with no place to die? Yihong looked at these threatening words, playing with the Thunderstorm Tower blueprint he just acquired. He stood up, stretched lazily, and the bones in his body cracked loudly. He walked to the tiny farm, now completely covered by the passage of time. He casually picked a ripe apple and took a bite. Digging up my coordinates. Yihong gazed at the roiling sea in the distance, his expression cold. If you dare come, I will make sure there's nothing left of you. He turned and slapped the Thunderstorm Tower blueprint onto the next steps were simple. To enhance all these high-grade blueprints he obtained through all things attribute empowerment. Then transform this island into an absolute forbidden zone that no one would dare to approach. Yihong gazed at the blueprint in his hand, glowing with a blue light. This was the strategic level defensive structure he had just exchanged for 500 milliliters of water. With the Zidian crossbow tower responsible for single target destruction, what he needed most now was a weapon capable of wide area extermination. Yihong directly pressed the blueprint against the system panel. For beginner Thunderstorm Tower Blueprint Blue, activate the all-encompassing entry for the lottery. Ding. Command received. Target locked. Beginner Thunderstorm Tower Blueprint Blue. Detected harbor level is LV. 3 white quality maximum, can draw purple epic entries. Lottery begins. V-room. Familiar light clusters began to swirl rapidly above the blueprint. White, blue, purple. The radiance continuously alternated. Yihong fixed his gaze on the shifting brilliance, waiting for the moment the purple light flashed by. Stop. The light cluster suddenly halted. A deep purple flowing light directly covered the entire blueprint. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the purple epic entry Heaven's Punishment Chain. Heaven's Punishment Chain Purple Epic Effect 1, Ultimate Rebound. After the thunderstorm strikes the target, it will automatically seek out hostile targets within a 10-meter radius for electrical rebounds up to 10 times. Effect 2, Constant Damage. Each rebound's electrical damage will not diminish, maintaining 100% of its initial destructive power. Effect 3, Strong Paralysis. Targets struck by the thunderstorm will be forced into a 3-second state of neural paralysis, unable to move. Seeing these 3 effects, Yihong rubbed his face hard. Incredibly powerful. 10 rebounds without diminishing. If this detonated in a crowd of monsters, it would be an unrelenting mowing machine. Not to mention the 3 seconds of forced hard control. In the rapidly changing combat, 3 seconds were more than enough for the Zydian crossbow tower to turn the opponent into meat paste. Bestow. Without any hesitation, Yihong issued the command directly. Boom. The purple halo instantly smashed into the interior of the blueprint. The originally blue blueprint's edges began to spread with purple lightning patterns. Ding. Bestowal successful. Blueprint mutation complete. Mutated chain thunderstorm tower purple. Yihong opened the construction options. Building this tower required 500 units of wood, 300 units of stone, and 100 units of refined iron ingots. These materials would be astronomical figures to others, but to him, they were hardly a penny. Construction location right side of the anti-corrosive wooden path forming crossfire with the Zydian crossbow tower. He waved his hand. Splash. The materials in his backpack were consumed rapidly. A 3-meter-high black metal tower shot up from the empty space on the right side of the path. The tower body was covered with dense conductive coils. At the top of the tower was not a crossbow bolt, but a fist-sized blue lightning orb constantly flashing with dazzling electric light. The air faintly emitted a smell of ozone. Left for single-target destruction, right for area chain control. Yihong looked at the 2 defensive towers standing side by side, feeling confident. But this was not enough. He turned around and took out the venom core fragment blue that he had just traded for. This material was dropped by killing a second-tier poison mother. Corrosive venom blue rare accompanied by strong corrosiveness capable of dissolving ordinary iron armor and scales. Only blue. Ding. Command received. Analyzing target entry. Extraction successful. Obtained blue rare entry corrosive venom. Corrosive venom blue rare accompanied by strong corrosiveness capable of dissolving ordinary iron armor and scales. Only blue. Yihong furrowed his brows slightly. However, thinking about it made sense. This was just a fragment, and obtaining a blue entry was already pretty good. His gaze swept over the island. Finally, it landed on the mutated thorn vines that crawled halfway up the wood. These vines were covered with sharp thorns, but only had physical defense. What if they were enhanced with venom? Bestow target mutated thorn vines. Yihong snapped his fingers. The blue halo representing corrosive venom smashed directly into the intertwined vines. Sizzle. The vines began to twist violently. The originally dark brown vines gradually darkened, finally turning into a chilling dark purple. The metallic glint of the thorns began to ooze drops of dark green venom. The venom dripped onto the granite. Instantly a cloud of white smoke erupted, and the hard rock was directly corroded into a coin-sized pit. Such a domineering poison. Yihong watched this scene, nodding in satisfaction. Now this island had completely turned into a poisonous steel hedgehog. Who would dare to charge in? There would be nothing left but dust and bones. After finishing all this, Yihong opened his backpack again. 2001 for wood, 2008 for stone, and enough iron blocks. Harbor upgrade. He placed his hand on the central control pillar of the harbor and directly issued the upgrade command. A massive amount of resources was instantly consumed. The entire island began to tremble violently. Boom. The granite foundation beneath his feet expanded wildly, increasing in area by more than double. The previously dilapidated anti-corrosive wooden path was directly replaced with black alloy plating. Ding. Harbor upgrade successful. Current level LV. 4. Before the prompt sound could finish, Yihong clicked to upgrade again. Ding. Harbor upgrade successful. Current level LV. 5. Having upgraded 2 levels in a row. Just as the harbor reached level 5, Virum, a surge of warm current several times more violent than before surged into Yihong's body through the central control pillar. Harbor feedback talent erupted completely. Yihong felt his bones creaking under the immense pressure. His muscles tore apart only to instantly reassemble. His stature increased by 2 inches, and the muscle definition across his body became as sharp as if carved by a knife. He clenched his fist hard. Bang! A dull explosion echoed directly in the air. Is this the physical quality brought by a level 5 harbor? Yihong felt the immense power within him like a beast wanting to break free, his eyes burning with excitement. He was now even confident that he could kill a second-tier sea beast with his bare hands without using his battle axe. Not only that, the achievement of the level 5 harbor. A sharp and piercing alarm accompanied by a crackling sound suddenly exploded in the minds of all players across. The sound was so loud it pierced through the eardrums. Yihong quickly covered his ears and looked up at the sky. The once blue sky was now veiled in a faint blood-red hue. Then 3 enormous lines of crimson text, as if projected, occupied the public view of the entire region. Announcement. Region announcement. The countdown for the final 3 days of the beginner protection period has begun. The system's mechanical voice turned cold and devoid of any emotional tone. Rule 1, a dormancy period. During these last 3 days, all actively attacking mutated sea beasts within this ocean will lie dormant at the seabed, and will not actively attack any player ports. Rule 2, carnival period. The number of supply blind boxes on the sea surface will double, and the refresh probability for high-quality blind boxes will increase significantly. Rule 3, countdown to the end. In 3 days the beginner period will come to a complete end, and the real survival in the apocalypse will begin. At that time, there will be no protection mechanisms. Fortunes and misfortunes will depend entirely on fate. Wishing all players good luck. The crimson text lingered in the sky for a full minute before slowly dissipating. After a brief moment of silence, the entire regional chat channel erupted. What the hell? No sea beasts. There won't be any monsters attacking in the last 3 days. Huh. I finally made it. No more living in fear of being eaten by monsters every day. The number of blind boxes has doubled. High-tier blind boxes are refreshing. These 3 days are practically free money. What are you waiting for, brothers? Get in the water. Build rafts to collect resources. If we get through these 3 days, we won't have to worry anymore. The channel was filled with the excitement of survival. The vast majority of players completely ignored the final line, countdown to the end. In their eyes, there were only those 8 words, no monsters, and blind boxes doubled. Meanwhile, in another ocean area, Wang Chong of the Bloodshark Alliance stood on a makeshift raft constructed from dozens of wooden planks. With his shirt off, he swung an iron broadsword heavily against the edge of the raft. Listen up, all of you. Wang Chong's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with ferocity. The system says there are no monsters in the sea. This is the best opportunity for us bloodsharks to expand. Second, take 20 brothers and go seize all the nearby islands. With no monsters, those random players are our live targets. Kill all the men, take all the resources. Keep the women. A nearby underling was beaming with excitement. Boss, what about that anonymous player selling water? Investigate. Find his coordinates at all costs. Wang Chong spat. He definitely has a water purifier. If we take his island, we bloodsharks will be the only rulers in this district. In these 3 days, I want the entire ocean to know who the real boss is. With no monsters posing a life threat, human greed and malice were magnified infinitely at this moment. Meanwhile, Ouyang Taolon, having just donned her titanium alloy armor, had also read the announcement in the sky. Unlike others, she did not celebrate. Her complexion even turned somewhat pale. 3 days. This is not a benefit, it's a death sentence. Ouyang Taolon gritted her teeth. She was too aware of the nature of this survival game. The 3 days of resources piled up before you are simply a prelude to the catastrophic disaster that will come after. We must act quickly. She immediately ran to the edge of the deck, picked up a spear with barbs, and stared intently at the sea surface. Sure enough, the once empty sea surface was now densely covered with various colored wooden boxes. Even hundreds of meters away, she spotted an iron box glowing with green light. Let's go for it. Without any hesitation, Ouyang Taolon jumped into the sea and swam towards the nearest box. With no monsters to interfere, this was her only chance to close the gap with the top players. The scene shifted back to Li Yihong's island. Li Yihong leaned against the black metal railing, the sea breeze blowing through his short hair. He watched the comments in the regional channel, where people were frantically clamoring to team up and go out to gather resources. His eyes were as calm as a still pond. A bunch of fools. Li Yihong shook his head. The system said the sea beast would lie dormant and not actively attack the ports. But it didn't say that going into the water to gather things was absolutely safe. More importantly, without the constraint of monsters, the battles between players would undoubtedly be more brutal than attacks from monsters. However, this is a good opportunity. Li Yihong lifted his head and gazed at the boundless sea ahead. The sea, which had only a few scattered blind boxes moments ago, now looked as if it had just experienced a heavy rain. As far as the eye could see, there were supply boxes drifting with the waves. White ones, and even in the distance he could faintly see blue light flickering. Others had to build rafts or risk going into the water to collect boxes. But he didn't need to. Li Yihong flipped his right hand. A dark golden universal web appeared in his palm. This thing was tailor-made for this carnival period. It's time to cash out. Li Yihong's lips curled into a smile. He forcefully pushed off the metal deck with his feet, exerting his waist, his right arm stretching back like a taut bow. Go! Whooshed! The dark golden fishing net transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air and flying towards a green iron box 500 meters away. Absolute hit triggered. The net accurately hooked onto the iron box. Come here. Li Yihong yanked it back. The terrifying power of the level 5 port's feedback erupted. Splash! The green iron box was directly pulled out of the water by him, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air. Bang! The iron box landed heavily on the deck. Li Yihong didn't even glance at it. He simply kicked open the box lid. Obtained refined iron ingots 20. Obtained high-grade alloy crossbow, arrows 50. Obtained beginner healing potion 2. Continue. Without any pause, Li Yihong threw the fishing net again. His movements were fluid, reaching the utmost speed. In 2 minutes he pulled back 5 wooden boxes. In 5 minutes he retrieved 2 white boxes. After 10 minutes, he had forcibly dragged a blue treasure chest onto the shore. His backpack capacity was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, amidst the box gathering, Li Yihong glanced at the distant horizon of the sea. There a few black dots faintly appeared. These were the makeshift rafts assembled by players. It seemed someone was drifting towards his island along the current. Yihong did not cease his actions. He merely glanced at the purple lightning crossbow tower beside him and the chain thunderstorm tower that was crackling with arcs of electricity. No monsters are knocking on the door. Then we can wait for those oblivious fools to come and die. Yihong pulled back a wooden box with one hand. He understood very well that during this final safe period fortunes and misfortunes have never been predetermined by fate. They were determined by the net in his hands and the thunder in the towers. A black dot on the surface of the sea swells rapidly with the rising and falling waves. Yihong squinted his eyes. It was a makeshift raft hastily pieced together from 3 worn-out wooden planks. The raft was crowded with 5 men. They held rusty iron spears, sharpened sticks, and even a chipped larch. The 5 men were bare-chested, shivering from the sea breeze with their skin covered in salt frost. Yet in their eyes an extremely fervent light sparkled. "Row faster. Row with all your might." A bald man at the front shouted hoarsely, spitting as he spoke. "Do you see it? It's all covered with iron plates." A skinny man next to him, rubbing his red eyes blown up by the sea wind, screamed out loud. "Boss, trees. There are fruit trees. Red ones. Apples. And rice. Golden rice. My God, that's real food." The other 3, hearing this, went wild, desperately using their wooden planks as paddles, straining to row back. This was the second day, when most people were still drinking urine and eating rotten fish. An island with fresh fruits and grains was an irresistible, deadly temptation for them. "The system has announced that there are no monsters in the sea." The bald man trembled with excitement, wildly waving the machete in the air. "This must be some lucky fat sheep opening a premium blind box. Take it. As long as we kill the people on the island, all this food and drink will be ours. I'm sick of this broken raft tonight. I want to sleep in a wooden house and eat apples until I vomit." The 5 men let out hysterical laughter. Greed completely blinded their reason, making them overlook the 2 towering metal spires emanating terrifying fluctuations at the island's edge. The raft was getting closer to the harbor. Yihong stood on the black alloy deck, still holding the core of an apple he had just finished eating. He quietly watched these 5 ordinary survivors driven to madness. There was no fluctuation in his gaze. Men die for wealth. He casually tossed the apple core into the sea. His right hand slowly reached for the explosive, tearing battle axe at his waist. The nearby primary chain lightning tower seemed to sense its master's killing intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blue lightning orb at the top of the tower began to spin rapidly, with internal violet lightning slithering like a venomous snake. As long as the raft advanced another 50 meters, entering the absolute targeting range of 100 meters, 10 consecutive unrelenting chain lightning strikes would instantly turn these 5 men into charred remains. Yihong was too lazy to even cast a net. Just as he was about to watch these 5 men turn to ashes, an unexpected change occurred. The originally calm sea surface suddenly began to churn without warning. Splash! The originally blue seawater beneath the raft instantly turned into a pitch-black void. A strong, pungent stench shot into the sky. What's happening? Why did the water turn black? The skinny man stopped his movements, staring blankly at his feet. The bald man was also stunned, instinctively looking up at the sky. Didn't the system say that monsters were lying in wait? Before he finished speaking, a deafening the water surface beneath the raft exploded. A massive, suffocating shadow shot up directly from the seabed. Water splashed everywhere. A tentacle as thick as a barrel, accompanied by a terrifying sound of slicing through the air, struck the center of the raft fiercely. Crack! The already burdened makeshift raft instantly broke in 2. Wood splinters flew everywhere. The 5 men lost their balance in an instant, screaming as they plunged into the pitch-black seawater. The shrill cries pierced the calm of the sea. Yihong's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixed on the massive creature that had burst forth from the water. It was it. The 3-tier mutated octopus. Its appearance was extremely tragic. Half of its head still bore the terrifying burn marks left by the violet lightning explosion, its flesh peeled back, revealing writhing black tissue inside. The originally 8 thick tentacles now had only 5 mutilated and incomplete. 2 of them were still oozing black blood from their severed ends with smooth-cut surfaces. These were the main tentacles that had been brutally severed by the myriad celestial net in its desperate escape. This beast had not returned to the deep sea at all. It had been lurking around the island. It held a grudge. As a 3-tier sea beast with intelligence, its hatred for Yihong had surpassed its fear of the violet lightning tower. Help! Help! The bald man struggled desperately in the black seawater, wildly swinging the machete in his hand. But when he struck the octopus surface, he left not even a white mark. The system is lying. The system is lying. He shouted in despair. The octopus completely ignored his cries. A tentacle suddenly lashed out, wrapping around the bald man's waist. The tremendous force of strangulation erupted in an instant. The bald man's screams were abruptly cut off. His body crumpled like a crushed tomato, his organs mixed with blood gushing out from his mouth and nose. The octopus opened its terrifying maw full of fangs, directly shoving half of the bald man's body inside. Crunch, crunch. The horrifying sound of chewing echoed on the surface of the sea. The sound of bones being crushed was distinctly audible. The remaining 4 men were utterly terrified. They desperately swam away from the octopus, while one person paralyzed by fear sank directly to the seabed. But in front of a 3-tier sea beast, their struggles were as laughable as those of ants. Whooshed, whooshed. The remaining tentacles of the octopus darted out like lightning. They accurately wrapped around the 4 fleeing men. Without any hesitation, they were directly sent into its mouth. In less than 10 seconds, 5 living beings were devoured without a trace. Only a few pools of glaring blood and some shattered wooden planks floated on the surface of the sea. The octopus swallowed the flesh and blood. Its crimson compound eyes locked onto Yihong standing on the deck from a distance of 150 meters. Its gaze was filled with resentment, brutality, and unabashed provocation. It seemed to say, "I can't eat you, but you won't have it easy either." Yihong tightened his grip on the battle axe, his brow slightly furrowed. He did not retreat an inch, meeting the octopus gaze, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't get blown to bits, and now you're learning to block the door." He flipped his palm. The dark, golden, all-encompassing heavenly net instantly appeared in his hand. "If you have the guts, swim forward again." Yihong's voice was cold. The purple lightning crossbow tower and the chain lightning storm tower emitted a piercing roar simultaneously. The guide rails charged, and the lightning beads flickered. A terrifying aura of destruction instantly locked onto the enormous creature on the sea surface. It cast a resentful glance at Yihong one last time. Puff! A jet of black ink sprayed out again. The massive body quickly retreated under the cover of... It cast a resentful glance at Yihong one last time. Puff! A jet of black ink sprayed out again. The massive body quickly retreated under the cover of the ink and directly submerged into the dark depths of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The sea breeze blew away the pungent smell of blood. Yihong looked at the calm sea surface, yet the fishing net in his hand remained unretracted. "That creature is too intelligent," he muttered to himself. The system announced that the actively aggressive sea beast was lying in ambush and would no longer attack players' harbors. This octopus indeed did not attack the harbor. It merely stayed outside the range of the defensive towers, treating players attempting to approach the harbor as snacks. This was clearly exploiting a loophole in the system. Do as you wish. Yihong felt no remorse. He did not care at all about the lives of those 5 people. Even if the octopus did not strike, as long as they stepped into the range of the lightning storm tower, their fate would be the same. His gaze fell upon several items floating on the sea surface. People had been eaten and the rafts were broken. However, these individuals had drifted at sea for 2 days and had at least scavenged a few items. 3 patched-up, tattered backpacks were bobbing up and down with the waves. There were also 2 wooden resource boxes stained with blood. "Monsters eat meat, I loot the bags." Yihong was unapologetic. He exerted force with his right hand. Whoosh! The dark golden fishing net shot through the air, spreading out to form a large net. Within a kilometer, it would definitely hit its target. Swish! The fishing net accurately captured all 3 backpacks and 2 wooden boxes on the sea surface. "Come here." Yihong gripped the net ropes and yanked back fiercely. This weight was as light as pulling a piece of paper for him. Splash! The bags and boxes mixed with seawater were directly pulled out of the water. Bang! They crashed heavily onto the black alloy deck. Yihong stepped forward. Water droplets dripped down from the backpack's canvas. He drew out his battle axe and directly unzipped one of the backpacks with the axe handle. A few pieces of moldy black bread rolled out along with a half-empty murky bottle of mineral water. Penny pincher. Yihong shook his head and directly kicked the trash back into the sea. Such things were too dirty for his mutated Venus flytrap. He continued to open the second backpack. This backpack obviously belonged to the bald man. It was stuffed full of basic wood and stones totaling several hundred units. Even the smallest flies are meat. Yihong casually touched it and stored everything in the system space. His gaze fell on the last backpack and the 2 wooden boxes. He opened the backpack. There was no food and no materials. Only a pearl emitting a faint blue light and an old parchment. Yihong's eyes lit up. He immediately reached out to pick it up. Ding. Obtained low-level water avoidance pearl blue. Ding. Obtained basic wooden boat blueprint white. Good stuff. Yihong immediately checked the attributes of the water avoidance pearl. Low-level water avoidance pearl blue allows for free breathing underwater for 10 minutes unaffected by water pressure. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Although it is only 10 minutes in this world surrounded by seawater, it is equivalent to having an extra life. As for that shipbuilding blueprint, it is definitely a treasure for ordinary players going out to sea. But for Yihong, it was of no use. He'll keep it for now and later trade it for some core materials. He stored the items close to himself. Then his gaze turned to the 2 wooden resource boxes stained with blood. These were the most ordinary white blind boxes. They were probably what these people had fished up at sea before they could open them, only to become the octopus meal. Li Yihong hesitated not at all, and directly used his battle axe to chop open the lock on the box. Crack. 2 beams of white light flashed. Ding. Open resource wooden box white 2. Obtained quality iron spear white 1. Obtained basic soil 10. Obtained ordinary Chinese cabbage seeds 5. The spear was directly thrown into his backpack as scrap iron. But upon seeing the latter 2 items, Li Yihong halted his actions. Soil and seeds. Although they were just the most ordinary white quality, he was a man endowed with all things attribute grant. Cabbage. Li Yihong turned to glance at the micro-farm beside him, which had already grown lush and green. Apples were available, and rice was ready. A bit of vegetables would balance the nutrition. He crouched down and poured the 10 portions of basic soil onto the deck. System extract the previous white attribute of mutated thorn vine. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained white ordinary attribute, fast growth. Fast growth rate increased by 10%. Li Yihong casually tossed this attribute into the cabbage seeds. Then he once again opened the all things attribute grant panel. His gaze locked onto the 10 portions of basic soil. For basic soil, initiate attribute lottery. Ding. Command received. Lottery begun. The light flow spun wildly. His harbor was level 5, yet he could still only draw purple attributes. But that was enough. Stop. The light froze. A hint of a deep blue halo floated above the soil. Ding. Obtained blue rare attribute fertile. Fertile soil nutrients never deplete, crop yield doubled. In doubt, Li Yihong decisively issued the blue light smashed into the soil. The originally withered brown earth instantly became glossy and emitted the unique fragrance of soil. He quickly assembled a small trough with wooden planks at the edge of the farm. He poured the soil in and buried the cabbage seeds. Watered. Just a few minutes later, 5 cabbages, as large as basins and lush green, broke through the soil. Li Yihong casually plucked a leaf and chewed it. It was sweet and crisp with an abundance of juice. This life is unparalleled. He patted the dirt off his hands and stood up. He glanced at the sea surface in the distance, which was still crazily refreshing blind boxes. It was a time of revelry. For others it was a carnival, and for him, it was also the best time to stock up. That grudging octopus could just keep circling around. It was just helping him clear out those oblivious players attempting to approach. Li Yihong walked to the edge of the deck. The dark, golden, all-encompassing heavenly net unfolded in his hand once more. Today he'll empty this sea area. He suddenly threw out the fishing net. The golden light once again streaked across the sky, accurately enveloping a distant blue treasure chest. Drag smash open the box. The actions were monotonous, but the rewards were astonishing. Meanwhile, in the regional chat channel, Wang Chang's Bloodshark Alliance had gone completely berserk. Huh. We just seized another island. Kill all the men. All supplies belong to the Alliance. What nonsense carnival period, I am the king of this sea area now. Wang Chang arrogantly sent voice messages on the public screen. What happened to that turtle selling purified water? Aren't you anonymous? I've already sent 3 rafts to search this sea area. When I find you, not only will I take your water, but I'll also take your life. Blood dripped down the blade. Wang Chang drew out his iron big knife and kicked the man in front of him into the sea. A broke man who can't even find a bottle of water, wasting my time. The deck was littered with disordered wooden blocks. Several shirtless underlings were frantically searching for supplies. Boss, we found only a dozen pieces of wood and 2 dead fish. Wang Chang spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. He stepped onto the central control stone pillar of the harbor. Damn it, is that water seller still not found the coordinates? The underling next to him shook his head tremblingly. The anonymous channel can't trace the IP. That guy is as good as dead, not replying a word. Boss, isn't it too troublesome for us to search around like headless flies? What do you know? Wang Chang slapped the underling's face. He pointed at the vast ocean around him, his eyes filled with greed. Do you think I'm really looking for revenge? For the past 3 days the sea beasts haven't bitten anyone. This is the opportunity the system has given us. Wang Chang grabbed the underling by the collar. This sea area is so vast there must be more than just him with water and food. As long as we push through one by one, we can not only display the might of our Bloodshark gang, but also rob all their strength in numbers, and after these 3 days we will be the local emperors of this place. The underling covered his face and nodded repeatedly. Boss is wise. There are 3 islands within 10 nautical miles ahead. Let's go. Rob them all. Kill the men, keep the women, and empty their supplies. Wang Chang slung the big knife over his shoulder. He opened the regional channel and directly used the loudspeaker to broadcast. Everyone listen up. The Bloodshark Alliance is now taking over this sea area. Within 10 minutes those who voluntarily hand over 80% of their supplies will be spared. If I have to come to your door, the men will feed the fish and the women will become camp whores. Especially that water seller. I don't believe you can escape a carpet search. The regional channel was filled with wails and curses. But more than that there was fear. The sea wind howled by his ears. Li Yihong stood on the black alloy deck holding a dark golden net rope. He listened to the arrogant voice coming from the regional channel, his expression unchanging. Li Yihong glanced at his regional coordinates. He had no interest even in cursing back. With a flick of his wrist, go. The dark golden fishing net transformed into a stream of light, instantly crossing 800 meters of ocean surface. With a thud, it tightly caught a sparkling blue iron box. Li Yihong yanked it back abruptly. The immense force from the fifth-level harbor's feedback erupted. The iron box laden with seawater sliced through the air and landed steadily on the deck. He kicked open the box lid. Ding. Obtained refined iron ingot 50. Obtained level 2 bulletproof glass blueprint white 1. Obtained gunpowder barrel 2. Li Yihong casually stored the items into his backpack. This was already the fourth blue box he had fished up in the past hour. Without the interference of monsters, his efficiency was terrifyingly high. On the distant horizon of the sea, several makeshift large rafts were slowly approaching along the current. On those rafts was a tattered cloth displaying a red shark. Li Yihong smirked. He turned to glance at the water surface outside the harbor. The sea water remained as dark as ink. That third-level mutated octopus hadn't gone far at all. If you really want to court death, you better see if you can pass the gatekeeper's test. He couldn't even be bothered to adjust the defensive tower. He turned and walked to the nearby farm, casually plucking off 2 leaves of cabbage. He then took out a piece of fresh sea beast meat he had previously exchanged for clean water. He lit a fire and roasted the meat. The sizzling sound of grease crackling echoed on the deck. In this time when tens of thousands of people can't even gnaw on bark, he wrapped the roasted golden brown beast meat with the clean cabbage leaves and took a bite. His mouth was filled with oil. The aroma of the meat was overwhelming. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the system's private chat notification suddenly flashed frantically. It was not an ordinary trade request, but a familiar avatar bouncing around. Ouyang Taolon. Li Yihong raised an eyebrow. He opened the private chat window. I know that anonymous water seller is you. Ouyang Taolon got straight to the point with her first sentence. Li Yihong swallowed the meat in his mouth, his fingers lightly tapping on the screen. What is it? He neither admitted nor denied. Ouyang Taolon on the other side seemed to take a deep breath. The text came quickly. I want to make a trade. I have something you absolutely cannot refuse. Li Yihong tore off a piece of cabbage leaf. The whole district knows I need advanced blueprints and core materials. If you can provide something, I can trade anything for you. What if it's purple? The words jumped out on the screen. Li Yihong stopped chewing the meat. Purple. Epic level items. Current players treat blue items as heirlooms, and she actually offered purple resources. Send a screenshot. Li Yihong replied with just 3 words. A second later, 2 item attribute images were sent over. High-level Sea Beast Core Purple, a mutated core containing vast energy, can be used for crafting advanced blueprints or upgrading large facility levels. Basic Space Expansion Backpack Blueprint Blue after use can create a space backpack with 10 times the capacity. Li Yihong's eyes instantly sharpened. A purple core. And that space backpack is currently the most urgently needed strategic resource. This woman has indeed awakened some kind of extraordinary luck talent. What do you want? Li Yihong replied succinctly. In another sea area, Ouyang Taolon, drenched to the bone, stood on the deck, staring intently at the screen. The wound on her thigh was still throbbing, but her eyes were filled with determination. I want 10 liters of clean water, 50 gene of fresh food without mutated toxins, and a powerful weapon sufficient for my self-defense at this stage. Ouyang Taolon typed these words, her palms. She knew her demands were high, but she had to take the gamble. If she didn't exchange for combat power with these items, she wouldn't survive the final 3 days. Soon, the screen lit up. Water and food are no problem. As for weapons, I only provide melee ones. Li Yihong's response was cold and hard. Ouyang Taolon panicked. I am a woman. Melee has no advantage against sea beasts. I want ranged. Li Yihong looked at this message, his expression calm. He opened his backpack, picking out a blue crossbow he had fished up earlier. Refined armor-piercing crossbow, blue, effective range of 50 meters with armor-piercing effect. For melee weapons, it'll give you a fine steel long knife. If you want ranged, you can have this crossbow, but without bolts you'll have to figure that out yourself. Ouyang Taolon bit her lip. This man was incredibly shrewd. But she had no choice. Deal. She sent over those 2 words. The trade interface lit up instantly. Li Yihong moved swiftly. 10 wooden barrels filled with clean water. A pile of freshly roasted sea beast meat still steaming, along with a dozen fist-sized red apples. A gleaming fine steel long knife, and a blue crossbow. Ouyang Taolon stared at the diverse supplies in the trade section, her breath catching. Roasted meat. Fresh apples. While she was still drinking dirty water, he was already living the farmer's life. She didn't dare hesitate and immediately placed the purple core and backpack blueprint on the table. Click confirm. Ding. Trade successful. A flash of white light. The resources instantly changed hands. Li Yihong gazed at the inner core in his hand, which radiated a rich purple glow, his eyes filled with fervor. This deal was simply a windfall. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand against the inner core. System extract the entry. Ding. Command received. Analyzing target. Extraction successful. Acquired purple epic entry energy vortex. Energy Vortex Purple Epic grants the item the ability to absorb low-level energy and convert it into its own kinetic energy. If granted to a defense tower, it could achieve automatic charging without consumption. Li Yihong took a deep breath. What is it that defense towers lack the most? It is energy. If this is installed, his tower could fire infinitely. Immediately grant it to the mutated chain lightning tower. Li Yihong flicked his finger. A purple light orb crashed into the nearby lightning tower. The tower shook violently. At the groove, it transformed into a miniature purple vortex. The free energy in the surrounding air was being crazily drawn in. Ding. Grant successful. Mutated chain lightning tower acquired new feature current status unlimited firepower. Li Yihong patted the cold metal shell of the crossbow tower. His confidence soared again. Then he picked up the blueprint for the blue spatial backpack. Same old routine. Extract entry. The light flowed. Ding. Acquired blue rare entry folded space. Folded space capacity is expanded by 3 times and weight is reduced by 50%. Grant it to the blueprint itself. The light flashed and the blue glow of the blueprint deepened. Li Yihong manipulated the fabric and several pieces of iron in the backpack. He directly clicked to manufacture. Clatter. A tactical waste bag of dark gray appeared in his hand. Premium folded tactical bag, purple capacity, 3,000 slots. Similar items can stack up to 99. The space instantly became incredibly spacious. After finishing all this, he looked up at the vast sea in the distance. The large wooden rafts of the Bloodshark Alliance had already entered the 3 nautical mile range. With the naked eye, one could even see the gleaming machetes in the hands of those on the raft. Wang Chong stood at the front of the raft holding a simple telescope with his mouth agape. Boss, did you see that? The excited voice of a little brother was almost split in half. Iron armor. Pure black iron armor. My dear mother, there are defense towers on that island. 2 of them. Wang Chong's eyes were not filled with fear, but rather with madness. We hit the jackpot. This is definitely a fat sheep. 2 towers are nothing. How many can it take out at once? We have over 100 people. Even if we stack lives, we can flatten it. Wang Chong smashed the telescope. He drew out a large iron knife and swung it forward. Brothers, there's definitely good stuff on that island along with heaps of food. Full speed ahead. Even if we die today, we must— Over 100 bare-chested thugs howled like hungry wolves. The planks serving as oars churned the sea into a muddy mess. Li Yihong leaned against the railing of the walkway. He calmly watched this group of thugs swarm in like locusts. He didn't even lift a finger. The raft group was only 1,000 meters from the island. 800 meters. 500 meters. Wang Chong could even see the young man in black on the island. Kid, if you don't want to die, kneel down and hand over the permissions. Wang Chong's roar carried over with the sea breeze. Li Yihong still didn't move. Just as the raft group approached the invisible line of 300 meters. Gurgle. The previously calm sea water beneath the rafts suddenly erupted with a mass of bubbles like boiling water. Wang Chong's wild laughter suddenly froze. He looked down at the water's surface. The color of the sea water had turned pitch black at some unknown time. What happened? A little brother curiously poked the water surface with a paddle. Bang! A muffled explosion erupted from the sea floor. The outermost raft carrying a dozen people was instantly sent flying by a terrifying force from below. The wooden planks shattered into pieces. Dozens of thugs didn't even have time to scream and were directly smashed into a rain of blood. Immediately after, a tentacle as thick as a water barrel erupted from the water like a giant pillar. The surface of the tentacle was covered with suction cups the size of basins, each with a ring of sharp grinding teeth. What kind of monster is that? Didn't the system say the sea beasts were dormant? Over 100 people instantly collapsed. Cries and screams echoed across the water. Wang Chong gripped the railing tightly, his whole body shaking like a sieve. He looked at the tentacle that blocked out the sun. A 3rd-tier sea beast. And it was a furious 3rd-tier sea beast. The mutated octopus scarlet compound eyes as large as truck heads slowly surfaced. It did not look at Li Yihong on the island. Instead, it poured all its brutality and killing intent onto this group of ants invading its territory. Whoosh! The tentacle swept across like a long whip. Crack! 3 rafts were instantly severed in half. Dozens of people were directly swept into the air, the sound of their bones shattering like firecrackers. The mutated octopus opened its abyssal maw, filled with sharp teeth. With a powerful inhale, the dozens of broken bodies in midair fell into its mouth like raindrops. Run, hurry, and escape. Wang Chong was completely terrified. Gone was the arrogance of being a local tyrant just moments ago. He kicked a nearby little brother into the sea, using the recoil to paddle frantically back. You think you can come and go as you please, eh? Li Yihong finally made a move. He placed his hands on the railing, his tone. If the guards won't let you in, then he'll send you on your way. Li Yihong suddenly raised his right hand. He snapped his fingers. Activate. On the right side of the island. The previously quiet mutated chain lightning tower erupted with a blinding light from the blue thunder orb at its peak. Boom. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a man's thigh instantly tore through the air, striking accurately at Wang Chong who was desperately trying to escape over 100 meters away. There was not even a scream. Wang Chang's upper body was directly turned to charcoal in the lightning. But the thunder did not dissipate. Heavenly punishment chain triggered. This purple lightning was like a living spiritual snake. The moment it shattered Wang Chang, it immediately ricocheted wildly onto the other thugs within 10 meters. Once. 3 times. 5 times. 10 times. 100% fixed damage. No attenuation whatsoever. In just 1 second, 10 thugs struggling in the water rolled their eyes back, their bodies charred black floating on the surface. The mutated octopus suddenly halted its movements. It looked in terror at the black tower on the island that flickered with lightning. The ferocity in its compound eyes instantly faded. It dove into the depths, frantically devouring the remaining corpses, no longer daring to surface. The Bloodshark alliance of over 100 people. In front of this absolute steel fortress, they didn't even touch a hair and were utterly annihilated. The surface of the sea was littered with severed limbs and shattered planks. Yihong did not pay attention to the disgusting corpses. He simply took out the Wanxiang Tianluo net in his hand. After the fight, it's time to loot the spoils. The dark golden fishing net was cast out again, accurately netting several wooden boxes and backpacks in the distance. Meanwhile, on another island far away, Ouyang Taolon had just finished eating a bright red apple. The restoration of her stamina made her glow. She had put on titanium alloy soft armor with a precision steel longsword at her waist, tightly gripping a blue armor-piercing crossbow in her hand. She looked at the regional channel where Wang Chang's avatar, which had just been spamming, suddenly turned gray. That was the mark of death. Following that, the avatars of over 100 members of the Bloodshark Alliance turned gray like dominoes. The entire regional channel fell into a dead silence. No one knew what had happened. Ouyang Taolon stared at the screen, her pupils contracting sharply. She glanced at the anonymous private chat box from Yihong. An indescribable sense of awe rose from the depths of her heart. This man. Ouyang Taolon swallowed hard. She tightened her grip on the crossbow. She knew she had chosen the right person. For the next 2 days, no one dared to approach the sea area. The carnival period was counting down in an orderly manner. Yihong used the Wanxiang Tianluo net to almost clean out the blind boxes within 2 nautical miles. His backpack was stuffed with various blueprints, rare ores, and high-grade materials. His miniature farm had harvested a full 1,000 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of cabbage. When the countdown in the sky finally reached 0, the transparent protective shield that enveloped all the islands in the area. With a crack, it shattered completely. Ding. District announcement. Newbie protection period has ended. Carnival period has ended. In-game survival mode officially activated. Detected surging deep-sea currents. The first wave of destruction-level beast tide will arrive in 10 minutes at all player sea territories. The piercing alarm instantly shattered everyone's dreams. The sea breeze suddenly stopped. The sea water turned pitch black at a visible speed. On the distant horizon, a black tsunami over 100 meters high was rushing towards them with countless pairs of crimson eyes bearing a world-destroying momentum. Yihong stood at the forefront of the level 5 harbor. He drew out the explosive tearing battle axe from his waist. On the left, the purple lightning tower spun wildly. On the right, the chain lightning tower flickered with electric light. Behind him, the mutated thorns covered in poisonous spikes danced like a horde of demons. He gazed at the black tsunami that blotted out the sky. The muscles on his face slowly tightened. Come on. Yihong gripped the axe handle tightly. 100-meter-high black wall of water, like a collapsing skyscraper, crashed down upon Yihong's island with suffocating pressure. Boom! The entire level 5 seaport shuddered violently, yet its indestructible alloy foundation held firm against the crushing force of the tidal onslaught. Seawater cascaded over the deck's edge like a waterfall, and in the instant it receded. SSSSS. Scree. A chorus of gut-churning shrieks instantly flooded the air, resounding across the obsidian deck along the alloy railings, and even within the mist hanging suspended in midair. Every surface teemed with grotesque mutated sea beasts, colossal, three-tailed sea serpents, bloodthirsty sea rats the size of calves, iron-shelled crabs wielding scythe-like pincers. Thousands upon thousands, scarlet eyes blazing like dense clusters of crimson lanterns in the night, radiating pure savagery and ravenous hunger as they locked onto Yihong standing beside the central control pillar. They were the deep ocean scavengers, sent to rend every living thing on this island to shreds. Faced with such a terror-inducing spectacle, Yihong did not retreat a single step. He didn't even raise the battle axe in his hand. Instead, he strode calmly to the nearby log dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down with regal, unshakable composure. Quite a crowd, he remarked casually, picking up the half-eaten roasted meat from earlier and taking a bite. Good. Plenty of materials to harvest. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Defense systems, full operational capacity. None shall survive. His words had barely faded when the three-meturtle mutated chain lightning spire to his right emitted an ear-splitting high-pitched whine. the violet energy vortex embedded at its base beginning to spin with frenzied intensity. Free-floating ambient energy was violently siphoned into visible white currents surging relentlessly into the spire's core. The azure lightning orb atop the spire blazed with brilliance rivaling the sun. Kerkum. A purple thunderbolt thick as a water barrel erupted like a celestial dragon breaking free, and struck the lead second-tier, mutated sea serpent Hedon. Its massive barrel-thick body exploded outward in a gory crater, but the true spectacle had only just begun. Heaven's judgment chain, activated. At the moment the lightning pierced the serpent it violently split into 3 finer arcs. Like venomous serpents guided by instinct, they shot with terrifying speed toward other sea beasts within a 10-meter radius. Zzz. The shriek of arcing electricity tore through the night sky, once thrice, 5 times 10 times, each discharge retaining 100% of its original destructive power. No attenuation whatsoever. Every beast struck, whether iron-shelled crab or mutated sea rat, froze instantly subjected to forced 3-second paralysis. For those 3 seconds they stood utterly defenseless, perfect targets. Boom. Boom. The lightning spire required no reloading, no cooldown. The energy vortex granted it truly infinite firepower. Bolt after bolt of violet lightning erupted from its apex, detonating wildly amid the dense swarm, bouncing, splitting, multiplying. The entire deck perimeter transformed in an instant into a blinding, churning sea of violet lightning, the acrid stench of charred flesh rising thick and sharp. Hundreds, thousands, of low-tier sea beasts collapsed in silence, reduced to smoking blackened husks, falling in waves before they could even scream. Click click. Nor did the violet lightning crossbow spire on the left remain idle, its rails whirring at breakneck speed as arc-laced alloy bolts flew forth like scythes wielded by death itself. It targeted only the largest, most resilient high-tier beasts attempting to withstand the lightning barrage. Thwack! A 3rd-tier giant swordfish had barely breached the surface before a thick crossbow bolt obliterated its skull. Its head exploded into pulpy fragments. The massive corpse slammed onto the deck and slid more than 10 meters. Occasionally, a few cunning, minuscule mutated mud eels slithered along deck crevices, attempting to bypass the defensive perimeter. Yet the moment they reached the wooden hut's wall, WHOSH. The mutated thorn vines previously lying dormant upon the surface erupted like living things. Dark purple tendrils lashed out like iron whips, instantly coiling around the eels, metallic barbs at their tips piercing deep into scaled flesh. Corrosive venom, injected. Scree. The eels shrieked in excruciating agony as viridian poison surged through their veins. A sizzling dissolution echoed. Within 2 seconds the creatures melted into foul greenish-black ichor, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Even the granite floor beneath them corroded into deep steaming pits. Thunder roared. Bolts streaked. Yihong sat motionless in his chair, 3-layered defenses encircling him like an impenetrable fortress. Not a single beast crossed that invisible line of death to enter within 10 paces of him. On this night, destined for 9-to-1 odds of annihilation, he found himself strangely bored. Firepower is still excessive, he murmured, taking a sip of purified water and shaking his head. The lightning spire's infinite output was nothing short of a cheat. A perfect synergy with chain bounce mechanics, rendering these low-tier beasts unworthy even as cannon fodder. He opened the regional chat channel. Its holographic interface flickered wildly, crimson distress messages cascading like a waterfall. Help! My wooden palisade's been shredded. They're inside. Someone save me. I don't want to die. My leg's been bitten clean off. Too many. I can't kill them all. My spear snapped in half. What in hell is that thing? It rammed straight through my level 2 seaport, left a gaping hole. Screams, wails, curses, broadcast via voice, wailed mournfully across the sea. This was true apocalyptic reordering. Unskilled solo players fell like wheat before the scythe in the first wave, player survival rates plummeting at a horrifying pace. Yihong closed the channel without hesitation. Others' fates held no weight for him. His gaze returned instead to the mountainous pile of sea beast corpses ahead. System notifications flashed rapidly through his mind. Ding. Defeated level 1 mutated sea rat. Rewards sea rat meat 2, basic crystal core 1. Ding. Defeated level 2 mutated iron shell crab. Rewards iron shell carapace 1, refined iron ingot 2. Ding. Defeated quasi-level 3 giant swordfish. Rewards high-tier sea beast blood 1000 milliliters, swordfish spearbone 1. Gleaming loot, orbs shimmered everywhere, scattered across the deck, floating upon the nearshore waters. Yihong wiped grease from his lips and rose. Time to haul in the net. He reached out with his right hand into empty air, and the dark golden myriad phenomena, celestial, net materialized instantly in his palm. No need to dive, no need to sift through carcasses. With a sharp flick of his wrist he cast it forth. Go! Golden filaments surged like a sinuous dragon, soaring across the air and precisely enveloping a broad expanse of sea surface glittering with loot orbs. Return. With a single effortless tug, he reeled it back. Splash. Trophies mingled with blood, and severed limbs were dragged forcibly onto the deck. With a flick of his wrist, they scattered across the floor in a clatter. Acquired basic crystals 50. Acquired refined iron ingots 100. Acquired blueprint for basic healing elixir white 1. Continue. Yihong paused not a moment. He cast the net, retrieved it, sorted the haul. Each motion flowed like water, seamless and precise. There he stood amid the roaring lightning, calm and tireless as an old farmer, harvesting the sea one net at a time. Minute by minute time slipped away. The thunderous roar of defense towers echoed unceasingly through the night, until dawn's pallid light bled into the eastern sky. The ocean's oppressive blackness gradually receded, revealing its true, sapphire hue once more. The 100-meter-high tsunami, a monstrous wall of terror, had vanished without trace. The sea beast's shrieks subsided into silence. Surviving mutated leviathans, sensing sunlight's lethal threat, turned en masse and plunged back into the fathomless churning abyss. The first wave of apocalyptic beast tide had finally ended. A fresh sea breeze swept across the waters, carrying with it a thick, nauseating stench of blood. Around Yihong's level 5 seaport, the sea surface had been stained deep crimson by the beast's gore. Thousands of mangled corpses floated atop the waves, like a battlefield of slaughter, a realm of azuris. Huff! Yihong exhaled slowly, long and deep. He rolled his stiff neck, easing its dull ache. An entire night of relentless high-intensity salvage, even a body nourished by a level 5 seaport, bore the weight of exhaustion. Yet his gaze fell upon his near-bursting inventory, and a satisfied curve lifted the corner of his lips. Alone among the spoils, he had gathered over 3,000 basic crystals. Raw materials and blueprints spilled forth in overwhelming abundance. This isn't disaster, it's wholesale replenishment. Yihong tapped the still warm casing of the Thunderstorm Tower. This was a mere level 1 seaport, no larger than 30 square meters. Its island perimeter lacked even wooden palisades, only a solitary central control monolith rose from the barren shore. Cough, cough, cough. A violent ragged cough shattered the morning's deathly hush. On the beach, a man blackened by burns and clad in tattered rags clawed himself upright from the sand. His face was caked with sand mixed with black blood. His right arm bent at a grotesque, unnatural angle, shattered beyond repair. It was Wang Chong. He retched violently, expelling torrents of viscous black fluid flecked with fragments of internal organs. I'm alive. I'm alive. Bloodshot eyes blazed with manic, hard-won survival. Trembling, he raised his left hand and activated his system interface. The interface flickered, fractured into jagged shards of light. Player Wang Chong. Seaport level 1 reset. Current talent none destroyed. At the words destroyed, Wang Chong's heart twisted with agony. He had survived the Thunderstorm Tower's cataclysmic chain lightning solely due to his rare purple tire defensive talent, Life Substitute Shield. This talent conferred no offensive boost nor defensive stat. Its sole function to unconditionally nullify one fatal, inescapable blow. The price: permanent annihilation of the talent, and immediate degradation of his bound seaport to the lowest possible rank, level 1. When that violet bolt struck him on the raft, Life Substitute Shield triggered instinctively. The shield absorbed 10 successive, devastating ricochets of raw lightning energy. Using the blast's concussive force, he hurled himself headlong into the abyssal depths, riding the maelstrom's fury in desperate flight. He drifted for 2 full days and nights. More than once he narrowly escaped being devoured, clinging only to a splintered log until he washed ashore here. Over 100 brothers, all gone, all dead. Wang Chong slammed his fist into the sand, bone-cracking, blood welling. Then, a faint, unsteady footfall echoed from within the island's interior. Wang Chong snapped his head up. There stood a slender, bespectacled young man gripping a sharpened wooden spear, eyes sharp with wary vigilance. Blood still seeped from his leg, his face was paper white. Clearly he too had barely endured the first beast tide, struggling just to remain upright. You're a player? Seeing Wang Chong's charred, broken form, the boy's suspicion softened, just slightly. Did you survive a shipwreck? Wang Chong stared, unblinking, into the boy's eyes, a venomous darkness flaring deep within his own. Yet his expression instantly melted into despair and anguish. Help me. Wang Chong collapsed onto the sand and dragged himself forward 2 agonizing inches. He extended his intact left hand, voice raw, shredded beyond recognition. Brother, just a sip of water. I'm dying of thirst. Please, just one sip. Seeing such utter ruin, the boy's last defenses crumbled. In this merciless apocalypse, where humanity itself had become prey, compassion bloomed instinctively toward one who suffered even more. Don't move, I still have half a bottle. He set down the wooden spear, reached for a plastic canteen at his waist, and limped forward, bending low before Wang Chong. He stretched out the canteen, just as his wrist hovered less than half a meter from Wang Chong's grasp. Then, chaos erupted. Moments ago a man too broken even to crawl now coiled like a viper in tall grass, and sprang. His left hand, now clutching a razor-sharp fragment of scallop shell, moved with lethal speed. Die! Wang Chang's face contorted into a snarl. Hand rose. Blade fell. Schlick. A crimson jet erupted, splattering his face and hair. GHK. The boy's eyes bulged wide, his fingers clamped desperately around his throat. Blood gushed between his fingers, hot and frantic. He stared, disbelieving, at the man before him. He could not comprehend why kindness had been repaid with slaughter. Foolish pup, still practicing mercy in the apocalypse. Wang Chang seized the canteen, then drove a brutal kick into the boy's chest. You deserve to die. The boy crashed backward onto the sand, body convulsing once-twice, then lay utterly still. Wang Chang didn't glance at the corpse. He unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back. Glug glug glug. Half a precious liter of purified water vanished down his throat in one furious gulp. His parched throat, finally soothed, elicited a low, guttural moan of relief. He tossed aside the empty canteen and strode to the island's center, where the lone control monolith stood, pressing his bloodied left palm against its cold stone surface. Ding. Island Lord confirmed deceased. Assume authority over this level 1 seaport. Assume authority. Wang Chang commanded, without hesitation. Authority transfer successful. A soft pulse of light emanated from the monolith. The derelict island now had a new master. Wang Chang turned. His gaze swept the endless horizon, yet his mind reeled back to that island, its obsidian black alloy deck gleaming under stormlight. To the twin defense towers radiating pure annihilation. And to the young man standing beneath them, so indifferent he hadn't even deigned to meet Wang Chang's eyes. Rage and humiliation ignited in Wang Chang's chest, white-hot consuming. Scum of Tiejia Island. Each word hissed from clenched teeth, venomous and slow. You slaughtered my entire brotherhood. You shattered my life-saving talent. He stooped, retrieving the boy's sharpened wooden spear. I don't care what hidden trump cards you hold. This debt is mine to collect. Dragging his shattered right arm, he kicked the boy's corpse into the surf. Waves surged, swallowing it whole in an instant. He pivoted, scouring the island with feverish intensity, looting every remaining scrap the boy had possessed. He would survive. As long as he drew breath, he would rise again. In this lawless world, only those more poisonous than monsters, and more ruthless than leviathans, could endure to the end. Wang Chang dug frantically through heaps of driftwood and debris. Suddenly, his fingers brushed something icy metallic. A black iron chest, tightly wrapped in thick seaweed-slick kelp. Its latch had been half smashed, clearly salvaged by the boy, but never fully opened. Wang Chang's pupils flared with sudden fierce light. He jammed the wooden spear beneath the latch and wrenched. Click! The lid sprang open. Inside, no food, no water. Only a single crimson pill pulsing with eerie, malevolent light, and a weathered parchment blueprint. Wang Chang lifted the blood-red pill, immediately triggering a system chime. Ding. Acquired special item Bloodlust Frenzy Pill Blue. Effect upon ingestion doubles strength and speed for 10 minutes, and completely negates pain perception. Side effect upon expiration induces extreme physical debilitation lasting 24 hours. Wang Chang's breath hitched, ragged urgent. He seized the parchment blueprint. Ding. Acquired mutated giant harpoon cannon blueprint blue. Description: heavy artillery emplacement requiring substantial refined iron. Exceptional penetration power, especially effective against large-scale structures. Staring at these two artifacts, his throat vibrated with a guttural, bone-chilling growl. Ha ha. He crushed the blueprint in his fist, blood vessels in his eyes swelling, threatening to burst. Heaven has not abandoned me. Scum of Tiejia Island, you'd better cleanse your neck and wait. Next time we meet, I'll drive this harpoon through your guts, and pin your entrails to your rusted hull. Wind howled across the ruined island, distorting Wang Chang's silhouette into something monstrous, unhinged. Meanwhile, far, far away, on Tiejia Island, Yihong had just finished categorizing every last trophy. He remained unaware that somewhere distant a pair of poisoned eyes burned with hatred, fixed unwaveringly upon him. Even if he'd known, he would not have cared. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, dispelling the last trace of bloodlust from the surface of the sea. Yihong leaned back in a wooden chair, playing with a diamond-shaped stone in his hand. This stone was only the size of a walnut, emanating a profound purple light all over. No wonder it is a purple epic item, Yihong murmured to himself as he gazed at the stone in his hand. Primary island core fragment, purple quality, epic description, an extremely rare mysterious fragment. Collect 3 to synthesize a complete island core used for the advancement breakthrough of the harbor. Note this item radiates a strong attraction, and when placed on the island at night, it will slightly increase the frequency of monster attacks. Slightly. Yihong glanced at the last small line of notes on the attribute panel, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Does the system have some misunderstanding about the word slightly? Last night the thousands of sea beasts came crashing in like a black tsunami. is this called slight. On others' islands, the beast tide amounts to at most a few dozen or 100 low-tier sea beasts. Here it directly multiplied by over 100 times. Thanks to that woman Ouyang Talon's incredible luck, she was able to draw such a limited edition item. This fragment was precisely what he exchanged with Ouyang Talon during their trade. That woman blessed with fortune pulled. At that time, Ouyang Talon specifically reminded him that this item would glow at night, making it easy to attract monsters. For an average player, obtaining this item would be akin to a death warrant. But for Li Yihong, this is not a death warrant, it's clearly an automatic baiting device. Li Yihong tossed the fragment into the air and caught it steadily. Without this fragment as bait, how could he possibly harvest over 3,000 crystal cores in one night? This was simply a blessing for grinding players. Once I collect 3 pieces, the harbor will undergo another qualitative change. He swiftly stored the fragment into his premium folding tactical bag, which had a capacity of 3,000 slots. The waves crashed against the black alloy foundation, producing a muffled sound. Li Yihong stood up and walked to the edge of the island, gazing down at the land beneath him with a slight furrow in his brow. Too cramped. 20 square meters of area sounds not small. But after placing a wooden house, 2 defensive towers, and a miniature farm, there was hardly any space left to stand. Last night, when he cast the universal net, he almost tripped over the cabbage in the farm several times. The beginner period has ended, it's time to move some earth. Li Yihong turned around, placing his hand on the central control stone pillar. System, open the island construction module. Ding. The beginner period has ended and the construction module is officially unlocked. Current island area 20 square meters. New function unlocked, reclamation. Li Yihong immediately clicked on the details of reclamation. A translucent virtual blueprint appeared before his eyes. Reclamation, the only way to expand the basic area of the island. Materials required to expand by 1 square meter basic, sand 100, hardstones 100, ordinary, wood 58, basic crystal cores 10. Seeing this series of numbers, Li Yihong raised an eyebrow. This is quite steep. Such a quantity of materials is required for just 1 square meter. An ordinary player would be lucky to gather 50 units of wood after a day of hard work chopping trees, let alone the sand and stones. This clearly indicated that ordinary players were not allowed to expand on a large scale in the early stages. Li Yihong opened his backpack. I have 20,000 units of sand, 15,000 units of stone, and 12,000 units of wood. As for the crystal cores, he glanced at the more than 3,000 crystal cores that just came in last night. That's enough for me to expand this broken place into a small fortress. But he did not click on the expansion directly. This would take too long. The system's default reclamation method involves pouring materials little by little into the sea, then compacting and leveling them. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Li Yihong walked to the empty space, his gaze fixed on a broken shovel beside him. This was a defective product he had drawn from a blind box yesterday. System, activate the entry lottery for this shovel. Ding. Command received. Lottery begins. The flow of light in front of him spun wildly. Countless colors of light intertwined above the shovel. Li Yihong stared intently at the flow of light. After the harbor reached level 5, the probability of drawing high-level entries significantly increased. Stop. The flow of light abruptly halted. A dazzling blue light suddenly struck the shovel. Ding. Acquired blue rare, entry compaction. Compaction blue rare, when used in construction, material consumption is reduced by 20% and construction speed is increased by 100%. Li Yihong shook his head. Too slow. System, extract compaction. Ding. Extraction successful. The blue light was stripped away, transforming into a light orb floating in the air. Continue the draw. Li Yihong decisively gave the shovel another command. He now had more resources than he could use. As long as he could draw the ultimate construction entry, he wouldn't mind wasting any number of opportunities. The flow of light spun again. Stop. Ding. Acquired white common entry durable. Extract, discard. Draw again. For the 3rd time. The 4th time. The 5th time. It was not until the 7th shovel that a rich purple halo suddenly erupted in the light screen. Ding. Acquired purple epic entry, living soil. Living soil, purple epic, a legendary soil that is said to grow automatically. Once endowed to construction tools, any basic material invested will automatically multiply in volume by 10. Moreover, it will ignore seawater erosion, instantly forming land. This is it. Li Yihong grasped that cluster of purple light. Endow. The purple light immediately sank into the old shovel. Buzz. The shovel emitted a violent tremor. The previously rusty iron sheet instantly shed its rust, transforming into a deep purple color. Even the wooden handles sprouted fine purple patterns. Li Yihong gripped the purple shovel and walked to the edge of the 20 square meter island. Ahead lay the bottomless Black Sea. Let's expand by 100 square meters to test the waters. He opened the reclamation panel on the central control stone pillar. Invest materials. Deducting basic, sand 1,000, hardstones 1,000, ordinary, wood 500, basic crystal cores 100. Splash. A pile of resources resembling a small mountain appeared out of thin air at the edge of the deck. Li Yihong raised the purple shovel in his hand. Bang! The shovel hit hard against the pile of resources. Boom! The living soil entry was instantly activated. The once ordinary sand and stones came to life upon contact with the purple shovel. They expanded at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. A stone the size of a fist transformed into a massive boulder in the blink of an eye. A handful of sand instantly turned into a ton of solid compacted earth. Li Yihong exerted force with both hands. He forcefully pushed the expanded materials into the sea. Boom! The sea water churned violently. The materials derived from the tenfold increase in volume plunged into the sea like a giant dragon. They did not scatter in the water. They did not sink. As soon as these purple soils and stones touched the seawater, they solidified together. Crack, crack, crack. The hard land forcefully pushed the seawater aside. From the original 20 square meters, it wildly extended outward. 30 square meters, 50 square meters, 80 square meters, 100 square meters, 120 square meters. In less than half a minute, the land beneath Li Yihong's feet expanded sixfold. The sea breeze blew past. The newly created land was as flat as a giant cutting board. It exhibited a dark purple hue and felt as solid as wrought iron underfoot. Li Yihong walked to the edge of the newly expanded area and stomped his foot hard. It did not budge. This Shirong entry is truly remarkable. A tenfold increase in volume means he could create the same area with just 1/10 of the materials. Li Yihong turned to glance at the pile of materials collecting dust in the corner. Since we are expanding, let's go all out. He opened the panel again. Invest all the sandstones and wood. Ding. Materials have been fully deducted. Boom, boom, boom. This time the materials piled up into a small mountain 3 meters high. Li Yihong gripped the shovel tightly. His arm muscles bulged. The immense power of the 5th-level seaport erupted completely. He was like a tireless piling machine, frantically shoveling materials into the sea. Boom, boom. The entire sea surface trembled. The land roared as it expanded outward. 200 square meters, 500 square meters, 800 square meters, 1,000 square meters. When the last shovelful of sand was pushed into the sea, the rolling waves finally calmed down. Li Yihong gasped for breath, planting the shovel into the ground. He looked around. The originally tiny area of 20 square meters where turning around was difficult had now transformed into a massive micro-island covering 1,500 square meters. Enough to build a proper manor. Li Yihong wiped his sweat, took out a bottle of purified water, and gulped down half of it. He casually opened the regional chat channel where the conversation was currently heated. Is this game insane? Filling the sea requires so many materials. Who can afford that? Even if I gathered all my wealth, I wouldn't have enough for half a square meter of expansion. Last night's beast tide destroyed my house. Now, I only have 2 square meters left to spawn help. Does anyone have spare wood? I'll trade meat for it. Just 5 units will do. The screen was filled with desperate cries. After the novice period, the system's malice became evident. Without expanding the island, there would be no place for high-level facilities. Without high-level facilities, the next beast tide could not be stopped. It was a vicious cycle. At that moment, the private chat channel lit up. It was the familiar avatar. Ouyang Taolon. Li Yihong leaned on the shovel and opened the private chat box. Did you? Have a good night. Ouyang Taolon's first sentence carried a hint of probing and disbelief. What could possibly happen to me? Li Yihong replied swiftly. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. A line of text popped up. I only encountered 10 second-tier sea beasts last night and almost died on the island. But I saw that the kill score of the top player on the regional leaderboard is 18,000 points. That must be you. How many monsters did you lure over? Ouyang Taolon's hands trembled as she sent this message. Ordinary sea beasts were worth 10 points, while second-tier ones were worth 50. 18,000 points. This meant that Li Yihong had single-handedly slaughtered at least several thousand monsters last night. Was that something a human could do? Li Yihong looked at the screen and smirked. Not much. Just enough for me to expand the island to 1,500 square meters. He sent those 2 sentences, and Ouyang Taolon was left speechless. Half a minute passed before she sent a string of ellipses. You're a monster. Ouyang Taolon gritted her teeth and typed these words. She had fought tooth and nail last night using all her cards just to barely defend her 10 square meter island. Upon seeing the material requirements for land reclamation this morning, she felt so hopeless that she wanted to jump into the sea. And yet this man had racked up over 10,000 points in a single night and casually expanded his island to 1,500 square meters. Competing with others truly could be fatal. Enough with the small talk. Li Yihong had no time for life musings with her. Since you've come to me, you must have something good to offer. Your luck talent isn't so easily exhausted. Speak up, what are you selling this time? Ouyang Taolon sat on her shabby wooden bed looking at the words on the screen with a bitter smile. Nothing could escape his attention. She took a deep breath and typed rapidly. I have a building blueprint. But I currently don't have the materials to expand even 1 square meter, so this blueprint is just scrap paper to me. I need materials for expansion. The more the better. Then a set of blueprint attributes was sent over. Heavy-duty smelting factory blueprint, purple quality, epic description, large industrial facility. Once constructed, it can automatically refine basic ores into advanced alloys and includes equipment crafting capabilities. Land requirement 100 square meters. Yihong looked at the blueprint, his eyes lighting up instantly. A smelting factory. With this, the piles of scrap iron and ores in his backpack could be transformed into indestructible alloy armor. Good stuff. Yihong tightened his grip on the shovel handle. How many materials do you need? All materials for expanding 50 square meters. Ouyang Taolon asked a hefty price. In basic materials, that's 5,000 sand, 5,000 stones, and 2,500 wood. Yihong calculated. For others, that was an astronomical figure that could bankrupt them. But for him, it didn't even amount to a fraction of what he used for land reclamation. Deal. Yihong had no interest in haggling. He simply packed a portion of his stock and placed it in the confirmed transaction. A flash of white light passed. The purple blueprint landed in his hands. Refreshing. Yihong held the blueprint and turned to look at the vast territory he had just claimed. A 1,500 square meter plot of land, incredibly spacious. This is the spot. He walked to the far right of the island. System used the blueprint to construct a heavy-duty smelting factory. Ding. Blueprint used successfully. Extracting corresponding metal materials from the host's backpack. Boom. A massive steel furnace 5 meters tall shot up from the ground like a small mountain. A stout chimney pointed straight at the sky. The dark metallic shell exuded a cold and violent industrial aura, occupying exactly 100 square meters. Yihong stood beneath the gigantic furnace. He looked up at this ferocious steel beast, a wild grin spreading across his face. Just having the furnace isn't enough. I need to add some materials. He raised his right hand, the light of the all things entry bestowal crazily concentrated in his palm. System. Activate entry lottery for the smelting factory. Ding. Acquired blue rare trait Rapid Dissolve. Rapid Dissolve blue rare increases the smelting speed of ores by 300% and reduces energy consumption by 50%. Yihong stared at the line of text, his brows knitting together. Blue. Just a blue trait. This was a purple heavy furnace forging factory. Yihong stared at the line of text, his brows knitting together. Blue. Just a blue trait. This was a purple heavy furnace forging factory. Just now he had drawn 7 shovels to get a single purple resting soil. Now it was his turn for this unique purple blueprint, and his luck had evidently run out. System draw again. He was unwilling. Warning. Each item can only be drawn once. The current item has been drawn and cannot be operated again. The bright red warning box slammed into Yihong's face. He exhaled a breath of frustration. There was no way. He couldn't draw again. The shovel was just junk. He had countless to experiment with. But there was only this one heavy furnace factory. The blueprint was unique. Whatever he drew was what he got. Extraction. Not necessary. Yihong shook his head. Although Rapid Dissolve was only blue for the heavy furnace, this attribute was extremely compatible. He needed a large amount of alloy to forge weapons and armor. Speed is life. Bestow. With a wave of his finger, the blue light instantly merged into the massive metallic shell of the furnace. Buzz. The towering 5-meter steel beast let out a low muffled roar. A blast of scorching white steam erupted from the chimney. The internal gears began to clash wildly, producing a piercing metallic grinding sound. System, open the furnace's feeding port. Yihong commanded. The hatch at the bottom of the furnace opened with a loud bang, exposing the dark red lava glow inside. Yihong opened his backpack. All scrap iron basic ores, pour them all in for me. Crash. Thousands of pieces of rusty metal soaked in seawater and blood poured into the furnace like a flood. The flames surged. The heat wave rushed at Yihong, making his cheeks burn. Ding. Smelting in progress. Estimated completion time 10 minutes. Yihong glanced at the progress bar. 300 times acceleration, it's indeed fast. He turned around, preparing to take a rest nearby. But just after taking a dozen steps outside, he stopped. The ground beneath his feet was no longer the cramped 20 square meters from yesterday. Instead, it was an expansive plain that seemed to stretch endlessly. 1,500 square meters. Spacious enough. Bright enough. But also deadly enough. Yihong turned to look at the mutated chain thunderstorm tower standing in the center of the island. Then he glanced at the purple lightning crossbow tower placed on the other side. Lastly, he observed the sparse mutated thorn vines along the edges like weeds. His expression instantly darkened. Too many blind spots. He murmured. Previously, there were only 20 square meters. The ranges of the 2 towers could perfectly cover every corner, even striking without dead angles within 100 meters over the sea. But now, the perimeter of the island had expanded more than tenfold. The defense line was infinitely stretched. Yihong walked to a vacant area behind the furnace. Here he was a full 30 meters away from the thunderstorm tower. Moreover, there was a 5-meter-tall furnace in between, completely blocking the firing range of the thunderstorm tower. Li Yihong took out a bloody piece of fresh sea beast meat from his backpack. He threw it forcefully. Plop. The meat landed on the dark purple deck at the edge of the island, with blood flowing into the sea along the edge. Li Yihong gripped the explosive tearing battle axe at his waist. He stood quietly in place. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. Crash. The originally calm sea surface suddenly erupted. A mutated sea mouse comparable in size to an adult wild boar lunged onto the deck. Its crimson eyes didn't even glance at the meat below, but directly locked onto Li Yihong not far away. A second-tier sea beast. The one that had escaped death last night. Screech. The mutated sea mouse let out a sharp hiss, its foreclaws scraping against the metal deck with a deafening sound. Like a gray cannonball, it lunged toward Li Yihong's throat. The distance was too close. The thunderstorm tower showed no reaction, because it couldn't see this place at all, blocked completely by the furnace. The purple lightning crossbow tower was also silent. Its range was just 5 meters short. As expected, Li Yihong's gaze sharpened. He suddenly stepped forward. Die. The battle axe swung upward, creating a piercing wind howl. Thud. No hindrance whatsoever. The sharp axe blade cleaved through the mutated sea mouse's jaw and pierced through from the top of its head. Stinking blood sprayed all over Li Yihong. He kicked away the twitching corpse, his face ashen. If this were at night with a few hundred of these things sneaking up. Li Yihong took a deep breath. The defense line was riddled with holes. The larger the area, the greater the problems. If he didn't fill the entire perimeter of 1,500 square meters with defensive towers, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly tonight. Must add defensive towers. He immediately opened the system backpack, searching for the blueprints he fished up last night. A few minutes later, Li Yihong's face was as dark as a pot bottom. His backpack was full of blueprints. Not a single purple one. Not even a blue defensive tower blueprint. All were uniform white trash. Basic wooden arrow tower white, ordinary catapult white, inferior ground spot. He laughed in anger. This is the drop rate. Thousands of sea beasts last night, and all I got was a pile of junk. But there was no choice. Time waits for no one. In the area channel, someone was crying out in despair. Who can save me? There are sea beasts even in the daytime. They're gnawing at the foundation of my island. It's over. I just expanded a square meter, and a crab emerged from the water and broke my leg. Indeed, daytime sea beasts were fewer, but they hadn't gone extinct. They had just sunk into the deep water area. Once they catch the scent of blood, they could launch an ambush at any time. Li Yihong directly clicked to use the blueprints. Batch construction. 10 basic wooden arrow towers. 5 ordinary catapults. 50 rows of inferior ground spikes. He directly smashed the iron blocks he had just obtained and the wood from his backpack into the construction. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull booms echoed around the island. 10 3-meter-tall simple wooden towers rose along the perimeter of the 1,500 square meters. 5 rough wooden catapults were stuck in a few key dead angles. In the gaps at the edge of the island, rows of rusty iron spikes sprouted. Extremely shabby, compared to the technologically advanced thunderstorm tower in the center. This was like a primitive tribe fighting against modern armed forces. No matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Li Yihong dusted off his hands. He walked to the front of the nearest wooden arrow tower. System activate the trait lottery. The light flow spun again. Li Yihong stared intently at the air. Give me a purple one, give me a purple one. Stop. The light faded. A pale white glow floated down. Ding. Acquired white common trait, rapid fire. Rapid fire increases attack speed by 50%, allowing 2 arrows to be fired simultaneously each time. Li Yihong's expression was impassive. Bestow. The white light merged into the wooden arrow tower. Next one. Draw. He hurriedly walked up to the second wooden arrow tower. Endow. Next one. Li Yihong was like a soulless assembly line worker madly drawing lots along the... He finally experienced the despair of an ordinary player. He lacked the extraordinary luck and talent of Ouyang Taolan. For normal people, drawing lots depended entirely on chance. And today his luck was clearly very poor. He received a series of white common entries. Li Yihong looked at the little white light left in his hand and gritted. It's all just ordinary stuff. There's no hope against big monsters. I can barely deal with small minions. He turned and walked towards the 5 catapults. I refuse to believe it. Draw. The light flashed madly. Stop. Buzz. A dim blue light finally dispelled the pale color. Ding. Obtained blue rare entry explosive. Explosive creates an explosion with a 3-meter radius upon landing. Li Yihong's eyes lit up. This one works. The catapult itself had high attack power, and with the explosion it would deal solid area damage. Endow. The blue light struck the first catapult. He continued to draw for the remaining 4. Unfortunately, good luck did not continue. Again he got 4 white entries: long shot, heavy strike, quick reload, durability. He had become numb. Extract, endow, forget it. Finally, he turned his gaze to the 50 rows of inferior. This thing wasn't considered a single building, The system classified it as batch armor. He could only draw once. Draw. Ding. Obtained blue rare entry lifesteal. Lifesteal, when dealing damage to enemies, 10 of the damage is converted into self-recovery. Yihong was momentarily stunned. The stakes can lifesteal. This saved him the trouble of repairs. Endow. The 50 rows of rusty iron stakes instantly turned dark red, resembling poisoned fangs hidden at the edges. After completing a series of moves, Yihong felt his mental energy severely drained. The continuous high-intensity drawing and endowing made his head feel like it was being pricked with needles. But he looked at the defense line that was taking shape before him. He finally felt a sense of stability in his heart. Although the firepower net is shabby, at least there are no dead angles now. Yihong walked to a catapult with the explosive entry. He picked up a piece of scrap iron the size of a fist and placed it into the catapult. Aim for the sea surface 200 meters ahead. Launch. Creak. The wooden winch emitted an unpleasant grinding sound. Immediately after, boom. The scrap iron shot out like a cannonball, tracing a parabolic arc in midair, accurately hitting the sea surface 200 meters away. Boom. A violent explosion erupted on the water surface. A column of water shot up into the sky, creating a gigantic whirlpool. Several level 1 mutated flying fish were blown to pieces, their white corpses floating to the surface. Yihong nodded in satisfaction. The power is decent, though it can't compare to the thunderstorm tower's commotion. Using it for outer perimeter warning and patching up is enough. This defense line couldn't stop level 3 sea beasts, but it was more than sufficient to fend off those second-level minions trying to take advantage of the situation. He turned around to head back. Just as he reached the side of the furnace, the system's private chat notification flashed frantically. Yihong opened the panel. It was Ouyang Taolon again. There's been an incident. The text from Ouyang Taolon conveyed a sense of urgency. Wang Chong is still alive. Yihong stopped in his tracks. His expression instantly turned cold. Wang Chong, the leader of the thugs who had come to rob with over 100 people who he had turned into mush with the thunderstorm tower. He's still alive. Are you sure? Yihong replied. I'm absolutely sure. Ouyang Taolon immediately sent a screenshot. It was a screenshot of a speech in the regional channel. It featured a very arrogant speaker. Sender Wang Chong, the turtle hiding behind Iron Arm Island. Don't think you can be invincible just because you're hiding behind a tower. I'm not dead. I've even obtained the heavy firepower blueprints. You better clean your neck and wait for me. At most tonight it'll blow your den to pieces. Yihong looked at the screenshot, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation. Wang Chong was not dead. This was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. At that distance last night, with 10 rounds of thunder, a normal person wouldn't even leave dust behind. This guy actually escaped. Not only did he escape, but he also dared to openly boast in the regional channel. He's asking for death. Yihong typed 4 words. Don't be careless. He's recruiting a death squad in the channel. He made the offer that anyone willing to follow him will be well fed. And he's providing weapons. Now there are hundreds of desperate players gathering on rafts towards his coordinates. He said he wants to use a human wave tactic to overwhelm your defense tower. Seeing this, Yihong's lips curled into a cruel arc. A human wave tactic? Yihong closed the system panel. He looked around at his newly expanded 1,500 square meter fortress. 10 arrow towers, 5 catapults, and the thunderstorm tower. The purple lightning crossbow tower along with rows of life-stealing stakes. He felt Wang Chong might have some misunderstanding about the concept of firepower. If he wants to come to die, then let him come. Yihong walked to the exit of the heavy furnace workshop. Clang. The first batch of refined high-grade alloy ingots rolled out perfectly. Radiating intense heat, Yihong picked up a piece and held it in his hand. This time I won't give him any chance to escape into the sea. He turned and walked towards the pile of alloy ingots. System. Open the blueprint library. Look for the armor-piercing crossbow blueprint. Yihong's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. The area had expanded, and it was indeed difficult for the defense towers to cover everything. But now that he had the materials, he could use quantity to completely overwhelm everything. Under the sunlight, this black fortress resembled a dormant steel giant quietly waiting for the next batch of prey to be sent to their doom. The sea breeze gradually picked up, stirring up waves. Yihong knew that tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. He not only had to face sea beasts, but also those humans whose minds were clouded by greed and despair. Bring as many as you want. Yihong grabbed the explosive battle axe. He'll kill as many as I can. He opened the system interface and fixed his gaze directly on the blueprint library tab. System, filter all blueprints for heavy defensive siege engines. Yihong issued the command. The interface flickered rapidly as thousands of loot icons dimmed into obscurity, leaving only 3 icons glowing brightly. Yihong's brow furrowed deeply. Only these 3, eh? He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Last night he had slain over 10,000 mutated sea beasts, their spoils nearly bursting his inventory. Yet only this meager handful of heavy weapon blueprints had dropped. He tapped open the 3 luminous icons. Tattered wooden repeating crossbow blueprint white. Shoddy iron-plated cannon blueprint white. Basic armor-piercing ballista blueprint white. All were commentier uniformly white in quality. Yihong cursed under his breath. This drop rate is downright tragic. He now understood clearly, though last night's beast tide had roared with terrifying grandeur, over 99% of its ranks were mere cannon fodder. First and second tier weaklings. No matter how numerous the low-tier monsters, they yielded no exceptional blueprints. Genuine high-tier sea beasts capable of dropping rare treasures had been vanishingly few. Quantity may be lacking, but quality shall compensate. Yihong seized the basic armor-piercing ballista blueprint without hesitation. Though plain and unadorned, it excelled in raw single-target penetration. Forged with high-furnace alloy, its destructive power would be formidable indeed. System consume alloy ingots to mass-produce 20 basic armor-piercing ballistae. Ding. Materials deducted. Crafting in progress. Estimated completion time 10 minutes. While the machines hummed, Yihong strode purposefully toward the heavy blast furnace foundry. He intended to prepare ammunition for the ballistae. Melt down every sharp bone and fong harvested from sea beasts, and all remaining scrap iron. Forge them into heavy armor-piercing bolts. The furnace roared anew, a deafening earth-shaking thunder. Waves of scorching heat surged skyward. 10 minutes later, 20 ballistae gleamed coldly, with polished metallic luster aligned with military precision across the deck. Beside them stood 200 alloy bolts, thick and brutal as spears. Yihong did not pause. Raising his hand, he unleashed the universal attribute bestowal skill upon each of the 20 ballistae with relentless fervor. Roll. Extract. Bestow. This time he didn't even glance at the specific attributes. Any non-negative trait was immediately applied. Increased range, durability, reinforcement, faster cocking. Light flared repeatedly across the ballistae surfaces. 15 minutes passed. Yihong, exhausted but resolute, deployed the 20 fully augmented ballistae, each armed to the teeth, into every strategic blind spot across his 1,500 square meter island. Each weapon stood drawn to full tension, massive alloy arrowheads pointed unwaveringly toward the distant horizon of the sea. Come forth, Yihong murmured, seated beneath the thunderstorm spire, swallowing a mouthful of water. Let us see whether your 300 souls are sufficient to exhaust my 200 bolts. Time slipped by, silent and inexorable. The sun climbed to its zenith, then began its slow descent westward. A salty, briny wind swept across the vast, empty metal deck. Yihong leaned back in his chair, eyes locked unblinking upon the seam where sea met sky, yet nothing stirred. No sails, no rafts. Not even an errant seabird graced the expanse. What devilry is this? Yihong frowned. According to Ouyang Talon's intelligence, Wang Chang's faction had departed at dawn. Even granting the slowest raft speed, they should have crawled, or swum, within sight by now. He opened the regional chat channel, hoping to detect signs of Wang Chang's advance. But the moment he entered, the screen flooded with frantic messages. Where is he? Where's my neighbor? What in blazes? I was anchored beside a colossal island yesterday. Today it's vanished. My coordinates shifted. Every resource island marker I'd saved now points to nothing but deep ocean. Yihong stared at the frenzied scrolling text, stunned. Instantly, he summoned his system interface and checked the coordinate display in the top right corner. Where once read C-Zone C774, 231, now glowed starkly C-Zone S001001. Coordinates changed. Yihong shot upright. He had executed no movement command. His island was anchored immovably to the seabed. How could its position shift without cause? At that instant, a private message pinged. Ouyang Talon. What's happening on your end? Did Wang Chang launch? Yihong replied instantly, not a soul in sight. Check your coordinates. A silence stretched. 15. Then Ouyang Talon sent a string of sheer disbelief. My heavens, my coordinates have all changed. I'd recorded several nearby players' positions as contingency. Just now I tried sending them location tags. The system returned, target not within this sea zone. Yihong stared at the screen, mind racing at lightning speed. Understanding struck him like thunder. The novice phase has ended. He whispered into the air. This isn't merely the removal of protective safeguards. It's a global-scale reshuffling. Last night's beast tide had culled only the weakest, those incapable, but this morning's coordinate reset, that was the system's true malice, shattering every alliance, trade network, and territorial claim forged during the novice phase. Scattering every player like scattered seeds across this boundless, trackless sea. Yesterday's sworn allies now lost beyond the horizon. Yesterday's coveted prey now vanished without trace. This game seeks our absolute isolation. Yihong drew a slow, deep breath. He realized with quiet dismay that he too had overlooked it, so consumed by preparing defenses against Wang Chang that he'd ignored the fundamental shift in systemic rules. Where are Wang Chang and his men? Ouyang Talon messaged. They can no longer find me. Yihong typed the reply, and a sardonic curve tugged at his lips. He could envision Wang Chang's despair vividly. At that very moment, hundreds of nautical miles away, a fleet of immense wooden rafts, lashed together by thick ropes, pitched violently upon the waves. 300 ragged players strained at oars, their eyes burning with frenzy and starvation. Wang Chong stood at the prow of the lead raft, brandishing the mutated giant harpoon cannon blueprint. Brothers, push harder. Our destination lies just ahead. Seize that ironclad island, and all its roasted meat, purified water, and weapons shall be ours. His hoarse voice carried across the wind. These 300 were all unaffiliated survivors, dispossessed and broken by last night's tide. With promises and Pinthesky pledges, Wang Chong had gathered this band of desperate outcasts. Boss Wang, we've rowed 6 hours straight. A gaunt man dropped his oar and collapsed onto the raft. You swore it was only 50 nautical miles. Beyond us stretches nothing but endless ocean, no island in sight. At those words, dozens of rowers ceased their labor. The raft's momentum faltered instantly. Silence. Row when commanded. Wang Chong's eyes hardened. He pointed fiercely at the man and roared. The coordinates are 445, 912. I wrote them down myself. They cannot be wrong. Do you wish to starve to death upon these waters, eh? This time his intimidation failed. More hands stilled, oars lowering one by one. Hunger, exhaustion, and the suffocating weight of endless despair ignited the crowd's fury. Who do you think you're fooling? A burly man with coarse features rose, gripping a rusted iron shard. We passed your so-called coordinates hours ago. I just checked the system map. This isn't C-Zone C at all. Those words struck like a spark into oil. 300 pairs of eyes snapped toward Wang Chong, not with reverence, but with the ravenous gaze of wolves upon fresh meat. Wang Chong, you don't know where that island lies, do you? A voice slithered from the crowd, cold and venomous. You lured us out, to use us as bait. Wang Chong's heart plummeted. Frantically, he pulled up his coordinate panel. In the next instant, his face drained of all color. The ironclad island's designated sector, etched indelibly into his memory, now displayed as unknown C-Zone on the system map. And his own coordinates had morphed into an utterly alien sequence of numbers. This is impossible. Wang Chong stared, disbelieving. My coordinates changed. My C-Zone changed. He frantically scrolled the map, searching, scouring, yet found no trace of the ironclad island. It had vanished, as if erased from existence itself. You are deceiving us. The burly man bellowed. Brothers, he has no food. He's playing us for fools. Kill him. Slice him open. Feed on his flesh. In such extremity, reason dissolved. 300 starving, maddened players erupted into riot. Splat. A dozen leapt from adjacent rafts, brandishing clubs, stones, and jagged shells, and charged Wang Chong like rabid beasts. Back off. Get the hell away from me. Panic seized Wang Chong. He stood alone, one arm severed. Even at his fiercest, he could never withstand 300 desperate killers. Crack. A stone slammed into his temple, blood instantly flooding his vision. Into him. Half a dozen hands seized his clothes and slammed him onto the raft. A calloused fist clamped around his throat. His breath choked off, death's icy dread drowning him whole. I don't want to die. I survived so much. His left hand scrabbled wildly across the raft's surface, then struck something hard and unyielding. Inside his pocket, its crimson glow pulsing with eerie malevolence, lay the blood rage fury. Arg! Wang Chong unleashed a bestial roar. He jammed the pill into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Boom! An infernal torrent of savage, searing energy detonated within his body. His shattered right arm cracked and ground, bone reknitting, sinew reweaving. Muscles swelled grotesquely, defying anatomy. His eyes turned blood red, pupils gone, replaced by pure, unfiltered slaughterlust. Die! His left hand shot forward, seizing the throat of the man who choked him. Snap! A sickening crunch echoed. The man's trachea crushed inward, his corpse hurled into the sea like discarded. The rioting mob froze, staring horrified at Wang Chong rising slowly from the raft. Veins bulged like cobras beneath his skin, a nauseating aura of coppery blood hung thick in the air. Power! Wang Chong gazed at his hands. Infinite power. Pain had vanished, his gashed forehead already sealed, bleeding ceased. You wish to feast upon my flesh. He turned, locking eyes with the petrified crowd. With a savage motion, he ripped the sharpened wooden stake from his belt. I'll devour you first. And slaughter began. Under the blood rage fury pill's effect, Wang Chong moved and struck beyond human limits. Like a wolf, each swing claimed a life. Thrust. The stake pierced the burly man's heart, clean through. Help! He's gone mad. Jump! Jump into the sea. Moments ago fierce and fearless, the players now fled, cursing their own legs for being too few. Splash! Splash! Like dumplings tossed into broth, bodies plunged into the deep. But Wang Chong showed no mercy. Standing at the raft's edge, he snatched stones from the deck, hurling them with artillery force into the water. Crack! Crimson blossoms erupted across the sea's surface. Blood swiftly summoned deep-sea scavengers. Massive black shadows darted beneath the waves. Screams rose and fell across the water. 10 minutes passed. The pill's fury finally ebbed. Wang Chong sank to one knee upon the blood-soaked raft. Around him lay mangled corpses, 200 others drowned or devoured by the depths. Ugh! A crushing wave of exhaustion crashed over him. The stake clattered from his grasp. His organs burned, as if seared by fire. He knew the pill's backlash. 24 hours of utter debilitation. He couldn't lift a finger. Cowards of the ironclad island. Wang Chong lay in the gore staring up at the ashen sky. System, you bastard, you toyed with me. He never imagined it. The force he'd painstakingly assembled, never failed in battle, never broken in siege, had been undone by the system's capricious coordinate reset. He didn't even know his own location anymore. I refuse to accept this. His consciousness blurred, fading. The raft drifted aimlessly upon the currents, carrying him deeper, ever deeper, into the unknown abyss. On the ironclad island, Yihong sheathed his battle axe. He stood behind the towering defense line, gazing at the placid empty sea. How utterly dull. He shook his head. Such elaborate preparations, and yet his adversaries couldn't even locate the gate. It felt like striking with full force into a cloud of cotton. Ouyang Talon's message flashed again. What now? All coordinates scrambled, our trade routes severed. I still hold a stockpile of cabbages and purified water meant for today's marketplace, but no one dares purchase now. Li Yihong studied the screen. He knew her words held truth. The panic triggered by coordinate reset was profound. Every player now uncertain what lethal threat lurked just beyond their horizon. Who would dare expose their position to barter supplies? Ignore them, Li Yihong replied. Chaos breeds heroes and corpses. Since the system has scattered us all, it forces us to redraw territories anew. He turned, surveying his 1,500 square meter island. Once he deemed it vast, now he saw it as woefully insufficient. In this newly reset unknowable, see only overwhelming scale and firepower could guarantee survival. I require more resources. Li Yihong did not waste any time. He opened the regional chat channel, preparing to acquire a batch of wood and sand to continue his land reclamation. The channel was bustling with activity. A big island has appeared next to me. Whose is it? Come out and identify yourself. Bro, I'm 3 Cs to your left. Can you see my survival torch? Great. The system hasn't killed us. There are 5 players around me. Everyone form an alliance. Let's fight monsters together tonight. Li Yihong raised an eyebrow at these messages. After the coordinates reset, it seemed the system had concentrated players in specific areas. This was like giving a slap followed by a sweet date. He clicked on the input box. I'll infinitely gather basic resources, exchange high-grade purified water, and second-tier sea beast meat for coordinates via private message. The message was sent. A few seconds later, private message notifications rang out like crazy. Big shot. I want to trade. I have 2,000 units of wood. I'll trade sand for purified water. I'm dying of thirst. Li Yihong casually opened the first private message from someone named Zhang Wei, listed in the trading bar. Li Yihong replied, big shot, it can't go through. Zhang Wei responded quickly. The system says we're not in the same sea area, so we can't conduct directional trading. Li Yihong was stunned. He opened the cross-region trading rules. It was clearly stated cross-region trading requires a deduction of 90% of materials as a cross-region tax. 100 units of meat would only leave 10 after the trade. This was practically robbery. Which region are you in? Li Yihong asked. I'm in the East CA region, coordinates A114-552. Big shot, where are you? Li Yihong looked up at his own coordinates. S region 001E001. He clicked on several other private messages consecutively. Without exception, none were in the same major region. Some were even in the West Sea, others in the South Sea. There wasn't a single one in the S region. Li Yihong walked to the edge of the island, gazing at the horizon. There were no islands. Not even a floating plank. The whole sea was terrifyingly silent. The water presented a deep, bottomless black. This was far from the shallow waters of a novice zone. Li Yihong instantly understood the system's malicious intent. He had developed too quickly. A level 5 harbor with a foundation of 1,500 square meters. The system's balancing mechanism had directly kicked him out of the conventional sea area where novices resided, leaving him alone in this S region devoid of even a ghost. This was truly an unmanned deep-sea zone, trying to isolate me to death. Li Yihong glared at the Black Sea surface, clenching his fists. No players meant no low-cost looting or trading. All resources had to be gathered by oneself, or seized from the monsters of this deep sea. Buzz. At that moment, the private chat panel flashed violently again. It was Ouyang Talon. Her words were laced with unmistakable panic. Li Yihong. Help. Li Yihong's gaze sharpened. What happened? The response was almost instantaneous. I'm surrounded. After the system reset, the coordinates 7 or 8 player teams appeared out of nowhere around me. They didn't notice me at first. But just now, I opened a treasure chest. Li Yihong looked at the screen, instinctively sensing something was wrong. Ouyang Talon's luck talent was incredibly overpowering. What did you get? I don't know. Ouyang Talon sent a screenshot. In the photo on her 10 square meter island there lay a bronze-colored box. The lid was half open. A dazzling red light shot straight up from the box, piercing the heavens. Even through the screen, Li Yihong could feel the terrifying energy contained within that red light. Red. A legendary item. This beam of light can't be turned off. Ouyang Taolon was almost in tears. The system has notified the entire region. Now players from several seas are going crazy and rushing towards me. There's something beneath the water. I see several 3 to 4 meter long dorsal fins swimming around my island. Li Yihong stared expressionlessly at that red light. A legendary item's emergence brought forth an anomaly in the world. Innocent people suffer for having precious possessions. What are your coordinates? Li Yihong typed quickly. North CD region 887-123. That's too far. Li Yihong said, I've crossed who knows how many major regions, I can't make it. There was silence on the other end. After a moment, Ouyang Taolon sent a voice message. Her voice was tinged with unmistakable despair. I understand now. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'll send the box to you through cross-region trading right away. After deducting 90% tax, you should still get some fragments. Consider it. Thank you for selling me the blueprint. She had already prepared for the worst. Dozens of rafts were closing in. The water was teeming with high-level sea monsters. What could a woman with almost no combat power do to defend herself? Shut up. Li Yihong interrupted her directly. He strode toward the control panel in the center of the island. Withdraw the trade for the box. There's something I have set my eyes on, and no one can take it away from me. Ouyang Taolon was taken aback. But you can't get over here. Who says I can't? Li Yihong flipped his wrist. A dazzling golden fishing net appeared in his hand. Wuxiang Tianluo Net Golden Divine Grade. Effect 1, the absolute hit. Ignores wind direction and water flow with a hit rate of 100%. Effect 2, infinite extension. As long as the host's stamina is sufficient, the net can be extended indefinitely. Send me the core coordinates of your harbor. Li Yihong's voice came through the voice chat. With an undeniable dominance, Ouyang Taolon instinctively sent the exact location of the core. Li Yihong stood at the edge of the 1,500 square meter foundation. He took a deep breath. The terrifying power from the level 5 harbor surged through him in an instant. The muscles in his arms tore through his shirt. System. Locking target coordinates North CD region 887-123. Ding. Target locked. Distance 120,000 sea miles. What does 120,000 sea miles matter? Li Yihong stared intently at the northern sea surface. He swung the golden Wuxiang Tianluo net with force. His body resembled a tightly drawn bow. Go. Boom. The golden fishing net shot out. The air let out a piercing sound. The Wuxiang Tianluo net instantly transformed into a golden meteor piercing through the void. The net rope extended wildly in Li Yihong's hand. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Nothing could stop it. Absolute hit. Meanwhile, in the North CD region, Ouyang Taolon sat slumped on a plank, holding a rusty fruit knife in her hand. She looked ahead. On the raft stood dozens of greedy-looking men. Little lady, run. The leading man brandished a machete fixated on the soaring red light. Hand over that red treasure, and I'll make your death quick. In the surrounding waters, several large mutated sea sharks poked their heads out. They too were salivating over the energy in that red light. However, due to the numbers, they dared not attack for now. Ouyang Taolon bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She knew she was finished. She wanted to throw the box into the sea, but her hands simply wouldn't cooperate. Go. Take the stuff. The leading man waved his hand. More than a dozen men jumped into the shallow water and charged towards her island. Ouyang Taolon closed her eyes. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up. The clouds were violently torn apart. A vast golden net radiating a destructive might descended from the What is that thing? The men screamed in terror. The golden net ignored them entirely, precisely enveloping the island where Ouyang Taolon was located. The central control stone pillar on the island was firmly ensnared as well. The net ropes stretched taut, one end connecting to the island while the other plunged into the void. Before anyone could react, the golden net suddenly tightened. Crack, crack, crack. The small island beneath Ouyang Taolon trembled violently. The seawater surrounding the foundation boiled instantly. What's happening? The leading man's eyes widened in shock. He witnessed the most unbelievable scene of his life. That 10 square meter island, along with Ouyang Taolon and the box radiating red light, began to glide across the water. Its speed was astonishing, like a high-speed boat racing forward, soaring madly towards the southern void. The island. It's running away. The men stood in the water dumbfounded. Several mutated sea sharks pounced, but missed, angrily slapping the surface. Ouyang Taolon clung desperately to the central control stone pillar. The howling wind roared past her ears as she stared at the rapidly retreating seascape, her mind blank. Li Yihong, what have you done? In District S001, Li Yihong's feet were firmly planted on the dark purple metal deck. The deck beneath him had 2 deep indentations from his weight. He gripped the golden net rope with all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead. Come to me. Li Yihong roared, unleashing all his power to pull the net rope back. Creak! The golden net rope snapped straight. Although the myriad celestial net had unlimited extension, pulling an entire island's weight remained a daunting task. Fortunately, it was merely a 10-square-meter initial island. Coupled with the attributes of a level 5 harbor, Li Yihong's strength had surpassed human limits. Yet he knew that relying solely on human strength would be too slow. At 12,000 nautical miles, by the time he pulled it over, he might have starved to death. System! Li Yihong shouted. Open the feed port of the high furnace foundry. Pour in all remaining wood and hard stone. Create a heavy-duty mechanical winch. The high furnace roared to life. In less than a minute, a massive black metal winch crashed onto the deck. Li Yihong immediately wound the golden net rope around the winch. Not fast enough. He raised his hand. The brilliance granted by the myriad attributes shone brightly again as he spun the winch wildly. Draw. Ding. Acquired white attribute lubrication. Draw again. Ding. Acquired white attribute. Keep drawing. After 5 consecutive draws, just as Li Yihong was about to exhaust his mental energy, a dazzling purple light exploded in the screen. Ding. Acquired purple epic attribute compressing space. Compressing space, when used for mechanical traction, can drastically compress spatial distance, increasing traction speed by 10,000 times. Li Yihong's eyes instantly lit up in excitement. This is it. Bestow. The purple light directly merged into the black winch. Boom. The surface of the winch instantly illuminated with intricate purple patterns. Li Yihong forcefully pushed down the winch's activation lever. Crack, 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 crack. The winch began to spin at an untraceable speed. The golden net rope was rapidly reeled in, and the water on the surface was drawn up, forming a massive water vortex. The distance of 12,000 nautical miles was being devoured furiously under the influence of compressing space. Above the sea surface, Ouyang Taolon felt the scenery around her turning into a blur. The island seemed to fly across the surface of the sea. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Just as the winch emitted a strained metallic wail. The island seemed to fly across the surface of the sea. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Just as the winch emitted a strained metallic wail. It slammed violently against the edge of a 1,500-square-meter metal deck. Bang! The foundations of the two islands collided violently. Perfectly fitted. Li Yihong abruptly stopped the winch. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, he strode towards the island that had just docked. Ouyang Taolon was slumped on the foundation, her face pale, her hot denim shorts, soaked by the seawater, clinging to her thighs. She looked up at Li Yihong. She glanced around at the massive fortress of 1,500 square meters, the heavy-duty, high-furnace thunderstorm towers, and rows of crossbows. She was utterly bewildered. You. Ouyang Taolon's voice trembled. You brought my island. Over. Li Yihong did not answer her. His gaze passed directly over Ouyang Taolon, fixating on the bronze-colored box behind her. The soaring red light still flickered. But that was not the most terrifying part. Splash. In the deep black sea behind them, a muffled sound of crashing waves suddenly resonated. The sound was not loud, yet it sent shivers down Li Yihong's spine. He abruptly turned his head only to see a black fin resembling a small mountain slowly rising from the water less than 100 meters from the island, followed closely by 2 water cask-sized crimson eyes breaking the surface. They stared fixedly at the red light on the island. Ding. Warning. Detected energy emitted by a legendary item attracting a deep-sea behemoth. Mutated island-eating whale stage 5. Status extremely hungry. Stage 5. Li Yihong's pupils contracted suddenly. Last night's beast tied the strongest was merely a stage 2 sea mouse. Now a stage 5 overlord had emerged. This was the terror of District S. Ouyang Taolon was so scared that she almost stopped breathing. In front of this behemoth, she felt even less significant than an ant. No wonder the system threw me into the no man's land. Li Yihong drew the explosive battle axe from his waist. He looked at the giant beast, and instead of retreating, he charged forward with wild enthusiasm. Stage 5 Sea Beast. How many purple blueprints will this yield? He pressed the red button on the central control stone pillar forcefully. Activate the island's defense system. Fire. Boom. The mutated chain lightning tower at the center of the island erupted with blinding blue lightning. 20 armor-piercing crossbows unleashed a deafening mechanical sound. Thick alloy bolts infused with the essence of death shot straight towards the giant beast in the sea. The decisive battle erupted in an instant. Boom. A blinding blue lightning bolt struck down from the top of the mutated chain lightning tower like a sharp sword piercing the surface of the sea. 20 thick alloy crossbow arrows followed closely behind. With a shrill scream that tore through the air, it viciously struck the 5th-tier, mutated island-devouring whale, the lightning hitting first. Ziz. The violent current surged madly across the whale's dark skin. The water surface instantly boiled, rising a thick, white mist. Next came the 20 alloy crossbow arrows. Clang clang. A series of dense metal collision sounds erupted. Li Yihong's eyes narrowed sharply. He saw clearly the alloy crossbow arrows that could pierce through rocks. They struck the whale's skin, but didn't penetrate even halfway. Caught tightly by a thick layer of dark, greasy substance, they were then forcibly squeezed out by the whale's muscular movements. Splash splash. All 20 arrows fell into the sea. The defense of this fifth-tier monster was astonishingly strong. As the mist dissipated, the island-devouring whale let out a deafening roar. The sound waves kicked up a 1-meter-high wall of water on the surface, rushing towards the ironclad island. Yihong quickly pulled Ouyang Talon behind him. Bang! The water wall crashed against the metal deck, splashing water everywhere. What kind of monster is this? Ouyang Talon's voice trembled. She looked at the massive figure, feeling her legs go weak. Yihong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the broad back of the island-devouring whale. There the water splashed and rolled. A slightly smaller head covered in dark green spikes slowly emerged. 2 fist-sized compound eyes stared fixedly at Yihong on the island. They radiated unabashed resentment and delight. Yihong was momentarily stunned, then he pulled a wild grin. So lucky I run into a fifth-tier overlord right off the bat. So it's you turtle who shrinks back. The monster that poked its head out was the third-tier mutated treasure-guarding octopus Yihong had encountered 2 days ago in the Novice area. Unexpectedly, it appeared here today. The third-tier deep-sea magic octopus lay on the back of the island-devouring whale, letting out a sharp hiss towards Yihong. It pointed at Yihong, then at the red glowing box behind Ouyang Talon, as if saying he attacked me, and the Ouyang Talon was stunned. It's complaining. Yihong spat. Attack the small one, and now the big one comes. This fifth-tier monster is its backup. Quite clever. Upon hearing the magic octopus hiss, the island-devouring whale's crimson eyes locked onto Yihong. Roar! It let out another furious roar. Its massive body suddenly flipped, sending water splashing into the sky. It did not charge forward mindlessly like those lower-tier sea beasts. Instead, it directly dove into the unfathomable dark sea. The surface of the water instantly returned to calm, with only enormous ripples continuously expanding outward. As it left, Ouyang Talon swallowed hard. Leaving my ass. Yihong grabbed the explosive battle axe. The intelligence of a fifth-tier monster is not lower than that of a human. It knows the tower is above, it has hidden below. Just as he finished speaking, boom. The entire 1500 square meter metal island suddenly shook violently. A violent tremor surged from beneath his feet. Ouyang Talon was directly flipped to the ground, her knees hitting the deck. The heavy-duty furnace manufacturing plant of 100 square meters emitted a sharp metallic distortion sound. White steam spewed chaotically from the chimney. It's hitting the foundation below. Yihong steadied himself, gritting his teeth. Bang! Another violent impact struck. This time it came from the left side of the island. Yihong looked in the direction of the tremor. Splash! The water surface on the left side of the island suddenly exploded. A gigantic blacktail fin over 10 meters long swept toward the edge with immense force. Crack! 3 newly constructed wooden arrow towers could not withstand even a second. They were directly smashed into countless wooden splinters. The giant tail curled back, dragging 2 armor-piercing crossbows from the edge into the deep sea. My tower! Yihong's eyes turned red. The blue light at the top of the lightning tower flickered madly, but it still did not unleash a lightning strike. Why isn't it striking it? Ouyang Talon shouted. Blind spot. Yihong rushed towards the central control pillar. It's too big, but its tail is on the left, and its body is hiding in the right deep water area. The targeting mechanism of the lightning tower is incomplete and cannot lock onto the core. The island-devouring whale clearly understood the patterns of the island's defensive tower. It did not expose itself at all, swimming constantly underwater. Occasionally, it launched surprise attacks from the blind spot using water columns and its giant tail. Boom! The right side water surface exploded. A 3-meter diameter, high-pressure water column shot up, like an anti-aircraft gun, accurately hitting the Xidian crossbow tower, placed on the right. Buzz! The surface of the Xidian crossbow tower flickered violently. The base emitted a series of unbearable creaks. Although it was not destroyed, the entire tower leaned to one side. The shooting angle completely deviated from the surface of the sea, pointing straight at the sky. This beast has become intelligent. Yihong slammed his fist onto the control panel. It knows the Xidian crossbow tower is powerful and specifically targets its blind spots to destroy it. The Xidian crossbow tower was a fixed structure and could not move. Now that the angle is off, it is effectively useless. What should we do? Ouyang Talon was at a loss. At this rate, the island will be dismantled by it. The foundation has been cracked by it too. She pointed at the edge of the deck, where black seawater was already seeping out. Yihong took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down. He could not panic. It was just a fifth-tier monster. Since it dared to come, it must leave something behind. System: how much basic wood and scrap iron are left on the island? Current remaining 1,200 units of wood, 800 units of scrap iron. That's enough. Yihong turned to Ouyang Talon. Go bring me that red glowing box. Ouyang Talon was stunned. What do you want it for? It's what it wants. That's exactly what we need to give it. Li Yihong's eyes hardened. It's hiding below, and we'll lure it up. You go get it, it'll cover you. Ouyang Taolon gritted her teeth. She knew she could only listen to Li Yihong now. She scrambled towards that small island, the red light still glaring. The island devouring whale below seemed to sense the movement of the red light. Splashed. The water surface directly in front surged suddenly. A gaping maw like an abyss broke the surface. With a strong fishy smell, it aimed to bite into the area where Ouyang Taolon was located. It intended to swallow both her and the box whole. Seeking death. Li Yihong was prepared. He grabbed the golden net rope and tangled on the winch. Universal heavenly net. A flash of golden light. The myriad phenomena heavenly net instantly opened, directly enveloping the massive maw of the beast. A guaranteed hit. The golden net tightly constricted around the jaws of the island-devouring whale. Its jaw power capable of crushing steel was utterly ineffective against the divine material. The island-devouring whale emitted a deep muffled groan. Its massive body thrashed violently, desperately retreating with the net in tow. Creak. The winch sparked as it was pulled. Got it. Ouyang Taolon clutched the box, scrambling back to the foundation of 1,500 square meters. Li Yihong caught the box in one swift motion, directly positioning it right beneath the thunderstorm tower. The red light is here. If you have the guts, come and take it. The island-devouring whale, enraged by the golden net restricting its mouth, was thoroughly provoked. Coupled with the deadly temptation of a legendary item, it ceased to hide. Roar! Its enormous form surged forth like a mountain breaking through the waves. It charged directly towards Ironclad Island. It aimed to crush this island with the most violent impact. Li Yihong did not retreat. He hurried to the remaining 18 crossbow beds. System. Activate the entry lottery for these crossbow bolts. With time running out, he couldn't afford to draw individually. Lottery in bulk. Streams of light flickered wildly in midair. Li Yihong fixed his gaze intently. Give me something that can break through defense. Ding. Obtained white entry sharp. Ding. Obtained white entry weight increase. Ding. Obtained blue entry barb. Ding. Obtained purple epic entry true damage. Li Yihong's eyes suddenly lit up. Purple. True damage ignores 80% of the target's physical defense, dealing true damage. Extract. Bestow. The purple light instantly merged into the thickest alloy crossbow bolt. An eerie glow surfaced on the bolt's surface. At this moment, the island-devouring whale had charged to within 50 meters of the island. The waves surged like a mountain tide. A third-tier deep-sea magic crab perched on its back squealed with excitement. To it, the island was about to be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Load the crossbow bolts. Li Yihong commanded. The 18 crossbows were simultaneously drawn. The bolt with the true damage entry was personally placed by Li Yihong into the central crossbow. He grasped the firing lever with both hands. The crosshair was tightly locked onto the island-devouring whale's blood-red giant eye. In my life, I hate it most when others destroy my home. Li Yihong's voice was icy. 30 meters. Ouyang Taolon shouted from behind. 20 meters. The huge body of the island-devouring whale had already blotted out the sky. The shadow completely covered the entire ironclad island. Li Yihong could even see the rough texture of its skin along with the arrogant expression of the third-tier magic crab. 10 meters. Fire. Li Yihong forcefully pushed down the lever. Bang 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 bang. 18 crossbows roared simultaneously. 17 ordinary alloy bolts were still deflected by the thick grease as before. However, the one with the purple glow pierced through as if cutting through tofu. PSH'd. There was no obstruction whatsoever. It penetrated the island-devouring whale's toughest eyelid and burrowed deep into its left eye. Roar! A shrill and heartbreaking scream echoed throughout the sown waters. The purple true damage effect detonated inside its eye socket. A torrent of black blood mixed with fragments of the eyeball gushed out like a fountain. The island-devouring whale writhed in agony on the ocean surface. The immense impact lost its direction. Its body grazed past the edge of Ironclad Island. Boom. A large piece of the metal deck at the island's edge was violently sheared off. Sparks flew. Li Yihong was knocked back 3 steps by the tremendous recoil. But he did not stop. Take advantage of its weakness to strike for its life. Thunderstorm Tower. Target locked its left eye wound. This time it was completely exposed with no cover and restricted movement by the myriad phenomena heavenly net. The island-devouring whale was fully exposed within the firing range of the Thunderstorm Tower. Zing boom. A blue lightning pillar 10 times thicker than before descended thunderously. It accurately struck into its still bleeding left eye socket. The lightning surged through the blood, directly invading its brain. Crackle. The raging current rampaged within its body. The island-devouring whale's massive form suddenly stiffened, its scales exploding in pieces. The third-tier magic crab on its back didn't even have time to scream before it was turned into a charred mass by the chain light. It rolled into the sea, emitting black smoke. Not dead yet. Li Yihong stared at the massive body still convulsing. The life force of a 5th-tier monster was truly terrifying. Even with brain damage, its muscles continued to instinctively struggle. The golden myriad phenomena heavenly net creaked under its strain. The base of the winch had already begun to loosen. We can't let it recover. Li Yihong grabbed the explosive battle axe. Ouyang Taolon, go control the winch. Tighten the net. If it tries to escape, pull it to death. Ouyang Taolon, undeterred by fear, lunged to the winch and pressed down hard on the lever. Creak. The net tightened. The island-devouring whale was forcibly yanked back to within 10 meters of the island. Li Yihong took a deep breath. He opened his backpack and pulled out several bottles of inferior liquor he had just scavenged from those unfortunate players, along with a pile of flammable wood shavings and rags. System fuse all of these into a Molotov cocktail. Ding. Fusion successful. A rough glass bottle appeared in his hand. It was filled with murky liquid. Entry lottery. Li Yihong hesitated not at all. Ding. Obtained blue rare entry explosive burn. Explosive burn generates 3,000 degrees of high temperature instantly upon contact with air with an adhesive effect. Bestow. The blue light merged into the glass bottle. Li Yihong walked to the edge of the island, looking down at the still struggling fifth-tier giant beast. Its left eye had become a massive blood hole. The lightning had charred the surrounding flesh, emitting a pungent smell of burnt meat. In the next life, find a strong backer and open your eyes. Li Yihong lit the rag on the glass bottle. With a forceful throw, the glass bottle arced through the air, accurately landing in the huge blood hole. Thud, the glass shattered. The blue flames erupted instantaneously. Boom! 3,000 degrees of high temperature exploded inside the island-devouring whale's brain. The adhesive effect caused the flames to cling tightly to its brain matter and bones. Unable to extinguish. Unable to escape. Roar! The island-devouring whale emitted its final weak lament. Its massive body jerked upright, then crashed heavily onto the ocean surface, sending waves soaring. It lay utterly still. Ding! Killed the fifth-tier, mutated island-devouring whale. Overlevel kill determination successful. Reward calculation in progress. Li Yihong exhaled a long sigh. His muscles relaxed and a wave of soreness swept through him. It had been exceptionally difficult to kill. This fifth-tier monster exceeded his expectations in intelligence, defense, and health. If it hadn't been for drawing a purple true damage entry earlier, it was uncertain who would have died today. Ouyang Taolon slumped beside the winch. She gazed at the massive corpse floating on the ocean surface, tears streaming uncontrollably. We survived. We lived through this. Li Yihong walked over and patted her shoulder. What are you crying about? The good days are just beginning. He turned his head to look at the small mountain of a corpse, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed. The loot from a fifth-tier monster. Now this is truly striking it rich. He opened the system panel. System. Collect all. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained fifth-tier sea beast crystal core 1. Obtained resilient leather from the island-devouring whale 50. Obtained high-grade beast bones 20. Obtained purple epic blueprint heavy energy cannon. Obtained blue rare blueprint advanced alloy city wall. A series of system notifications exploded in his ears. Li Yihong looked at the alluring purple glowing blueprint in his backpack. A grin spread from ear to ear. Energy cannon. This is the real firepower. He lifted his head, gazing at the boundless black deep sea. With this cannon and the Suntobe-constructed alloy city walls, he could walk sideways even in this level no man's land. First repair the foundation. Li Yihong turned to Ouyang Taolon. Then open that red light box. I want to see. What exactly is— Ouyang Taolon sat slumped on the purple black metal plate, gasping heavily. The sea breeze still carried a strong scent of blood. Not far away, the massive corpse of a five-tier island-eating whale bobbed with the waves. It was only at this moment that her brain, which had been paralyzed by extreme fear, finally began to function again. She propped herself up with her hands and slowly turned her head. Her gaze crossed her small island and looked around. The 1500 square meter island glimmered with a cold, eerie light under the dim sky. 100 square meter heavy-duty furnace factory towered high. A thunderstorm tower exuding a breath of destruction pointed directly at the sky. And a row of armor-piercing crossbows which had just pierced the eyes of the five-tier overlord. Ouyang Taolon gasped in shock. Is this your island? Her voice trembled. Just before she was forcefully dragged here by a golden net, followed by a life-and-death struggle with a five-tier sea monster. She didn't even have time to carefully examine her surroundings. Now that she looked, she felt like a bumpkin who had just entered the city. No, she was even worse than a bumpkin. Her small wooden board compared to this heavily armed steel fortress was like a withered leaf next to an aircraft carrier. What else could it be? Did I steal it? Li Yihong wiped the blood off his explosive battle axe and casually hung it at his waist. But it's only the second day since the beginner period ended. Ouyang Taolon suddenly stood up. Due to her vigorous movement, her soaked denim shorts clung tightly to her legs, outlining a breathtaking curve. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about her embarrassment. She pointed at the row of armor-piercing crossbows, her eyes nearly popping out. Everyone else is using wooden spears to poke first-tier sea mice, and you've already created heavy siege equipment like this. This thing can even break through the defenses of five-tier monsters. Where did you get so many high-level materials and blueprints? As a player who had awakened the fortune talent, she believed her development was already quite fast. She had even managed to get quite a bit of clean water and cabbage. But compared to this man in front of her, she felt like they were playing entirely different games. Last night, I casually slaughtered over 10,000 low-tier sea beasts, dropped some scrap blueprints, and built it without a care. Yihong spoke calmly, as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. Ouyang Taolon was instantly speechless. 10,000 beasts. Last night, relying on her fortune talent, she had been hiding in a corner, barely escaping from 3 first-tier sea crabs. This man actually slaughtered a beast tide. Alright, stop acting like you've never seen the world before. Yihong ignored her shock and strode towards the control panel. System consume wood and scrap iron, repair the damaged foundation. Ding. Materials have been deducted, accompanied by a sharp sound of metal grinding. The edge deck that had been cracked by the island-eating whale began to visibly heal. In less than 10 seconds, the entire island became unassailable once again. Yihong clapped his hands and turned around. His gaze was locked onto the bronze box placed beneath the thunderstorm tower. The red beam of light shooting into the sky continued to shine wildly, illuminating the surrounding dark sea with a bloody hue. The trouble is resolved. Yihong nodded towards the box. Go open it. Ouyang Taolon was taken aback. She stepped back and repeatedly waved her hands. No, this is your loot. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by those people long ago, let alone this 5-tier monster. This box should belong to you. In this apocalyptic survival game, people could kill over a whiteboard supply, let alone a legendary red item. She dared not take it, nor did she have the right to. Stop talking nonsense. Yihong frowned. This thing spawned on your island, triggered by your fortune talent. You have good luck, so you should open it. The red light is too glaring, hurry up. His tone was filled with an unyielding dominance. Ouyang Taolon swallowed hard. Looking into Yihong's calm eyes, she knew he wasn't testing her. He truly didn't care who opened the box. Then, he'll open it. Ouyang Taolon took a deep breath and cautiously walked to the box. She grasped the half-open bronze lid with both hands and pulled it up with force. Buzz! A clear, crisp, buzzing sound erupted instantly. The red beam of light that pierced the heavens suddenly retracted inward, gathering all the red light into the center of the box like a long whale sucking water. The system's full area announcement also came to an abrupt halt. Ding! Opening a legendary blind box. Congratulations, player, you have obtained Absolute Domain Energy Shield Core Red Legend. As the red light dissipated, a bead the size of a fist, transparent, but swirling with red liquid, quietly floated in the box. It resembled a beating heart, emitting a soft yet astonishing energy fluctuation. Energy Shield. Yihong's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab the bead. The item attribute panel unfolded before him. Item name: Absolute Domain Energy Shield Core Red Legend. Type: Harbor Defense Component. Effect 1, Constant Temperature Field. Upon activation, it forms an invisible energy shield covering the entire island. Inside the shield, it disregards any extreme weather, blizzards, acid rain, extreme heat, extreme cold, etc., maintaining a constant temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Effect 2, Absolute Protection. The shield initially has 100,000 durability, capable of withstanding all physical and elemental attacks below the 6th tier. Effect 3, Energy Cycle. After the shield is damaged, it can automatically and slowly repair itself by absorbing sunlight or seawater, or consume high-tier sea beast crystal cores to instantly restore durability. Yihong stared at the panel, reading it twice. Damn, he exclaimed, a curse, unable to contain himself. Ouyang Taolon leaned over to take a glance at the attributes and stood frozen in place. Her mind went blank. Disregarding weather. Permanently constant temperature. Her voice rose by 8 degrees, sharp enough to break. This is practically a cheat. In this vast ocean, sea beasts were indeed terrifying. But what truly kills without shedding blood are the unpredictable extreme climates. Last night in her area, dozens of players died from the sudden drop in temperature, freezing to death on their rafts. Food can be robbed and monsters can be avoided. But how do you defend against natural disasters? With this constant temperature shield, it is equivalent to being completely immune to environmental deaths. Let alone the absolute protection with 100,000 durability. It can block attacks below the 6th tier. Yihong held the bead, his mouth curling into a wild smile. If that 5-tier island-eating whale were to charge again, it probably wouldn't even scratch the surface of the shield. This thing was simply a perfect turtle shell, tailor-made for his base. Without a moment's hesitation, Yihong took the core and walked directly to the central control stone pillar. System: embed the core component. Ding. Target confirmed. Embedding. The red orb seeped into the top of the central control stone pillar like melt. Buzz. The entire 1500 square meter foundation shook violently. Immediately after, a faint red, translucent light curtain erupted from the top of the stone pillar. Like a giant inverted sea bowl, it rapidly spread outwards, enveloping the entire armored island along with Ouyang Taolon's 10 square meter island. At the moment the light curtain closed, the bone-chilling sea wind howling in the S-zone suddenly vanished. The strong smell of fish and blood in the air was instantly blocked outside. The surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. The cold and damp feeling faded away, replaced by It's really 22 degrees. Ouyang Taolon touched her arm. Just moments ago she was shivering, now she felt completely relaxed. She felt as if she had just walked out of an ice cellar and into a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. It was so comfortable. Yihong also let out a long breath. Since crossing over, his nerves had been constantly tense. Now he finally had an absolutely safe rear. But he did not intend to stop here. Yihong looked at the faint red light curtain before him, his eyes flickering. The defense is enough. But just taking hits without fighting back is not my style. He turned his head to look at the corpse of the 5-tier island-eating whale at the edge of the deck. He raised his right hand. System, extract the hidden attributes of the 5-tier island-eating whale. This was his only awakened god-level talent. Even a corpse could be squeezed for value. Ding. Target locked. 5-tier mutated island-eating whale. Extracting. Congratulations player, you have obtained the purple epic attribute rebound. Rebound when receiving physical attacks, absorb 30% of the damage and rebound it back to the attacker intact. Yihong grinned. This is great. He strode over to the central control stone pillar. His right hand pressed directly onto the surface of the pillar, which was radiating red light. Grant. Target absolute domain energy shield. A dazzling purple light erupted explosively from his palm. It surged along the pillar and into the red light curtain in midair. Boom. Instantly a layer of complex and bizarre purple lightning patterns crawled over the originally pure red light shield. These lightning patterns hid within the curtain like snakes slithering. Ding. Grant successful. Absolute domain energy shield. Red legend. Adds new attribute rebound purple epic. Ouyang Taolon stood behind, covering her mouth with her hands. She stared in shock at the changes occurring in the shield. She recognized that purple light. The bolt that had shot out the eye of the 5-tier monster earlier emitted this kind of light. What? What did you do to this red energy shield? Ouyang Taolon stammered. Just added a little gadget. Yihong brushed off the dust on his hands. Gave it a rebound thorns armor. In the future, anyone who dares to crash into my island won't need me to lift a finger. The shield will shatter their bones by itself. Ouyang Taolon was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Yihong as if he were a monster. She knew Yihong was strong, but she never imagined that he could casually modify item attributes. Moreover, he could even forcibly add purple effects to red legendary items. What kind of perverse talent is this? Stop staring. Yihong turned around, interrupting her shock. He pointed at the deck beneath their feet, and then at Ouyang Taolon's small wooden board, which was tightly pressed against the edge of the armored island. The system reset the coordinates, throwing us into this S-zone with not even a ghost in sight. Cross-zone trading takes 90% in tax, which is basically equivalent to being useless. Now your island is connected to mine, so there's no place to run. Yihong walked over to the pile of supplies and casually picked up a large slab of freshly cut first-tier sea beast meat still steaming. He tossed it directly to Ouyang Taolon. You said you had clean water and cabbage earlier. Go start a fire and cook. After eating, come work with me. Ouyang Taolon fumbled to catch the piece of meat, which weighed at least 10 pounds. She looked at this tall, ragged man whose eyes were sharp like a lone wolf. Then she glanced at the red energy shield overhead that could block even the weather. She suddenly felt as if she had been forcefully dragged from 12,000 miles away by a fishing net. It seemed to be the best instance of luck she had triggered in her life. Alright then. Ouyang Taolon wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, a bright smile forming on her lips. Bossly, my barbecue skills are superb. Yihong nodded and turned to walk towards the row of armor-piercing crossbows. What if the S-zone is uninhabited? What if giant sea beasts roam freely? With this fortress, he had enough time and firepower to turn everything in this deep sea into his nourishment. The campfire quickly blazed to life. Ouyang Taolon worked with great efficiency. She found some discarded wooden planks and using a rusty fruit knife sliced the hefty pieces of 5th-tier sea beast meat into even strips. Fat dripped onto the fire, producing a sizzling sound. An enticing aroma of meat began to waft within the energy shield. Yihong sat on the steps beside the central control stone pillar, holding the purple blueprint for the heavy energy beam cannon. His gaze seemed completely absorbed in the intricate details of the blueprint. But if one looked closely, they would notice that his peripheral vision was fixated on Ouyang Taolon, particularly on the rusty fruit knife in her hand. This woman appeared weak and easily bullied. Yet she managed to survive, even acquiring clean water and cabbage. This was no longer a matter of luck. In the apocalypse, the most untrustworthy things are tears and weakness. He had saved her just now due to the allure of the legendary box coupled with her utilitarian value. However, this did not mean that Yihong would let his guard down around her. Just moments ago, they had worked together to slay a monster seemingly sharing life and death. But once he relaxed his vigilance, who knew if she would, for the sake of this invincible ironclad island, take the opportunity to stab him in the throat, while he slept. The meat will be ready soon, Li Yihong. No, boss. Ouyang Taolon wiped the sweat from her forehead and called back. She was clever, immediately changing her form of address. Li Yihong replied indifferently. He put away the blueprint, stood up, and strode to the fire. He grabbed a juicy piece of roasted sea beast meat and tore off a large chunk. He did not eat it immediately. Instead, he held out the remaining half toward Ouyang Taolon. You go first, Li Yihong said in a calm tone. Ouyang Taolon paused for a moment. Looking into Li Yihong's deep, unfathomable eyes, she suddenly understood something. This man was wary of her. He was afraid she would poison the meat or play tricks. Ouyang Taolon did not argue, nor did she show a hint of grievance. She decisively accepted the meat and took a big bite. The scalding fat made her gasp. Delicious, she said, her words muffled as she swallowed eagerly. Watching her swallow the meat, he waited a full minute. Only then did Li Yihong take a bite of the meat in his hand. The fifth-tier sea beast meat contained vast energy, though once ingested it felt like a fire ignited in his stomach. His physical strength was rapidly recovering. You're quite clever, Li Yihong remarked after swallowing the meat. In this hellish place, only the clever survive past the second day. Ouyang Taolon lowered her head and continued eating the meat. Since you're a smart person, let's discuss serious matters, he said, tossing the leftover bones into the sea. He turned around, looking at the clear seam between the islands beneath their feet. His 1,500 square meter metal foundation was tightly interlocked with Ouyang Taolon's wooden island foundation. System, Li Yihong spoke. Detect the current status of the island's junction. Ding. Detected that player Li Yihong's ironclad island is physically adjacent to player Ouyang Taolon's initial island. Currently in an indiscriminate stitching state. Please choose a handling method. Option 1, Ruthless Annex. Completely destroy the opponent's core, converting their island area into one's own foundation, and the opponent will lose their player status. Death. Option 2, Subordinate. Retain the opponent's core, establishing a master-servant relationship where all resources, permissions, life, and death of the subordinate port are controlled by the main port. The system's electronic voice echoed within the energy shield. Ouyang Taolon's movements of eating the meat froze. The half piece of meat in her hand fell to the ground. She suddenly raised her head, her face paling instantly. You want to kill me? Ouyang Taolon's voice trembled. If I wanted to kill you, why would I have gone to such lengths to bring you here, just now? Li Yihong looked down at her from above. I choose option 2. Subordinate. Ding. Command has been sent. In the next second, a blood-red system panel popped up in front of Ouyang Taolon. Warning. Warning. Player Li Yihong requests to make your island a subordinate port. Once agreed, you will completely lose the independent sovereignty of your island. Your resources, talents, and even life will be absolutely controlled by the main port. Do you agree? Yes, no. Countdown 60 seconds. Ouyang Taolon stared at the panel intently. Her breathing became rapid. This equated to signing a contract of servitude. Once she clicked yes, she would completely become Li Yihong's vassal in this apocalyptic game. Can I refuse? As she bit her lip, her eyes reddening. You can. Li Yihong crossed his arms, his tone devoid. As long as you click no, I will immediately choose to annex. I have said before, I do not support idle people, nor do I harbor hidden dangers. Your island is already connected to mine. I do not wish for an uncontrolled bomb to exist within my stronghold. The countdown has 30 seconds remaining. Li Yihong's frankness felt like a knife stabbing into Ouyang Taolon's heart. There were no hypocritical pleasantries, no feigned reassurances. This was a blatant display of force. Ouyang Taolon looked at the man before her. Then she glanced at the red energy shield above that blocked out all winds and rains. She recalled the despair of being surrounded by that group of men just moments ago. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and decisively pressed on the yes button. Ding. Player Ouyang Taolon has agreed. Subordinate treaty established. Congratulations, player Li Yihong, successfully capturing the first subordinate port. You have gained the highest control over the subordinate port. Upon hearing the notification sound, Li Yihong's tense muscles finally relaxed slightly. He approached Ouyang Taolon and extended his hand. Congratulations, you've made a decision that will allow you to survive. Ouyang Taolon's lips curled into a bitter smile as she stood up with the help of his hand. I hope the boss will treat me to more meals in the future. Meals are unlimited. Li Yihong patted her shoulder. Since we are family now, let me see what your so-called good luck talent is all about. Only by establishing a subsidiary relationship can the main port unconditionally access the core data of the subsidiary players. This was another purpose of Li Yihong. He was always curious and wary of Ouyang Taolon's good luck talent. System display the detailed panel of subsidiary player Ouyang Taolon. Swish. A pale blue light curtain unfolded before Li Yihong. It was filled with all of Ouyang Taolon's body data and port information. Li Yihong directly skipped over the unremarkable basic attributes. His gaze was fixed firmly on the line of golden text at the bottom. Core port talent, the koi blessed by misfortune. Quality pseudo-red legendary. Status activated. Effect 1, I koi is a true koi. This player has a forced 500 increase in the drop rate when opening any treasure chest or supply box. With a high probability of ignoring class restrictions, it can produce extraordinarily high-level items. Effect 2. Misfortune follows. All things are conserved. Every time a high-level good luck is triggered, an immediate deadly crisis of the same level will befall. The better the item, the more terrifying the monsters or disasters that come. Note this talent cannot be turned off voluntarily. Yihong stared at the panel stunned for a full half-minute. He finally couldn't help but gasp. This is not a good luck talent, it's simply a death trigger. Ouyang Taolon leaned over to look at the panel but couldn't see it, so she could only ask anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my talent?" The problem is huge. Yihong slapped his forehead, looking at her with some exasperation. "I said even if you have good luck talent, it wouldn't mean you'd open a red legendary item from a broken wooden box on the very first day after the beginner period ends. It's even less likely that just after opening something a 5th-tier devouring island whale would come knocking on your door. Your talent is a pseudo-legendary with accompanying misfortune." He pointed to the void and explained to Ouyang Taolon in plain terms. In other words, if you had opened a white loaf of bread, it would have attracted only a few mosquitoes at most. But you opened a red legendary energy shield. So the system directly summoned a 5th-tier overlord as a sparring partner. Ouyang Taolon was dumbfounded after hearing this. Her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. So that's how it is. This is what it means to have misfortune following. Then does that mean I can't open anything in the future? She asked tearfully. This talent is even scarier than who says you can't open anything? Yihong suddenly grinned. His smile was extremely enthusiastic. If anyone else had taken Ouyang Taolon, they would have treated her as a plague and kept their distance. Who would dare let her open chests? If she opened something good, everyone would be dragged down with her. But Yihong was different. He had a 1,500 square meter armored island, with the terrifying attributes of a 5th-tier port providing support, with the divine grade talent granted by the attributes of all things. Now he also had a red energy shield that could withstand 6th-tier attacks. To me, your talent is an invincible monster farming and loot explosion artifact. Yihong strode towards the control panel. He slapped both hands heavily on the table. From now on, all treasure chests will be handed over to you for opening. You attract monsters, and he'll take care of the killing. You draw the monsters in, and he'll just use them to farm materials. This is simply a perfect assembly line. Ouyang Taolon stared blankly at Yihong, who was lost in fervor. Only then did she realize what kind of monster she was following. While others were trying to avoid disasters, he was thinking about using calamities to farm materials. As long as you are inside this shield, even if you attract the King of Heaven, I can still protect your life. Yihong turned around and looked at her. This is your greatest value to me. Do you understand? Ouyang Taolon nodded vigorously. At that moment, the last trace of grievance and unwillingness in her heart completely vanished. She was not afraid of being used. In the apocalypse, being afraid of being used is less frightening than having no value to be used. With Yihong's words, this koi that was always on edge finally found a dragon gate that could protect her. Alright, eat well, and get to work. Yihong acted decisively and directly pulled out the construction panel. First, let's rearrange the defense line. System. Extract advanced alloy city wall blue rare blueprint from the backpack. Ding. Blueprint has been extracted. Materials required for construction: 2,000 units of scrap iron, 10 units of advanced beast bones. The whale we just killed dropped 20 pieces of advanced beast bones. A scrap iron is insufficient. Yihong looked at Ouyang Taolon. Open your trading channel. I am the main port, and I cannot conduct directional trades in Area S. But you were just brought over, so your trading district determination should have part of it still lingering in your original Area D. Use your account to list the ordinary sea beast meat from that whale, and give me unlimited scrap iron. Ouyang Taolon immediately opened her panel. Sure enough, her cross-region tax rate was only 20%, far lower than Yihong's 90%. It's listed. Ouyang Taolon operated quickly. The meat of the 5th-tier sea beast contains extremely high energy and is a great supplement for those newbies. The channel is going crazy. Everyone is fighting for it. In less than a minute, I received 3,000 units of scrap iron. Ouyang Taolon reported excitedly. Extract all of it. Yihong waved his hand. Boom. A large amount of scrap iron fell from the void, piling up into a small mountain. Yihong stood at the edge of the metallic foundation. System. Construct an advanced alloy city wall. Ding. Materials have been deducted. Construction begins. The entire edge of the armored island erupted with dazzling blue light. A pure black alloy city wall 5 meters tall and half a meter thick rose from the ground like a steel giant. It tightly enclosed the 1,500 square meters of island in the center. The surface of the city wall glistened with a cold metallic sheen, and it was covered with sharp bone spikes. That was the effect of integrating advanced beast bones. I feel so secure. Ouyang Taolon murmured as she touched the cold city wall. And I'm not done yet. Yihong didn't stop. He walked to the gap at the front of the city wall, which was reserved for the cannon position. System. Extract heavy energy beam cannon purple epic blueprint. Ding. Extraction successful. Materials required for construction tier 5 Sea Beast Core 1 1000 units of scrap, iron 500 units of copper. All materials are ready. Build. Boom. With a violent mechanical grinding sound, a heavy silver cannon 3 meters long and as thick as a barrel crashed onto the cannon position. The cannon pointed directly at the bottomless black sea, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Yihong stepped forward, reaching out to touch the cold cannon barrel. This is Area S. There are 5th and 6th tier monsters everywhere. But there are also opportunities everywhere. He raised his right hand. The brilliance of the divine grade talent gathered again in his palm. System, conduct a loot lottery for the heavy energy beam cannon. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to enhance firepower. Ding. Drawing in progress. Congratulations player, you have obtained the purple epic entry split. Split. After the beam is fired, it will automatically split into 8 sub-beams of equal power, covering a large area with firepower. Yihong's eyes brightened. One cannon can produce the effect of 9 cannons. Bestow. The purple light entered the cannon body. 8 strange purple cracks instantly lit up on the silver cannon barrel. After completing all this, Yihong let out a long breath. He turned around and looked at the armored island, which had been transformed into a war fortress. With a red energy shield overhead. The black alloy city wall for defense. The purple energy cannon for a breakthrough. Ouyang Taolon. Yihong walked to the fire pit and sat down. Yes, Ouyang Taolon quickly ran over. Rest for 4 hours. Yihong closed his eyes, unable to conceal the weariness and excitement in his voice. In 4 hours you will use your talent to open that remaining white treasure chest. I want to see what else can crawl out of the sea in Area S tonight. What else can come out to deliver death? Yihong rose to his feet. Night wind was entirely blocked by the crimson absolute domain energy barrier. On the island, only the crackling of the campfire broke the silence. He pointed toward a structure not far away. It was a wooden cottage emitting a soft azure glow. Its doors and windows were tightly sealed, exuding an aura of sturdy security. That is my resting area. Ouyang Taolon's eyes lit up. For the past few days she had slept exposed on a narrow plank with no shelter from the wind. Now this azure-lit cottage seemed nothing short of paradise to her. Instinctively she took half a step forward. But you may not enter, Yihong said coldly, like ice water dousing her hopes. Ouyang Taolon froze mid-step. The anticipation vanished from her face, replaced by stiff uncertainty as she gazed at Yihong. Why, oi? Because we've known each other for less than 2 hours. Yihong met her gaze unflinchingly. You agreed to become my subordinate not out of loyalty, but because you wished to survive. I keep you alive because your talent helps me clear monsters, not out of benevolence. Mutual benefit is acceptable. Entrusting you with my back. Far too soon. Ouyang Taolon bit her lip. This man spoke with brutal candor, almost cruelly so, yet she could not deny the truth in his words. In the apocalypse, misplaced trust meant death. I understand, she said softly, lowering her gaze and nodding obediently. Then where do I rest? Snap. Yihong casually pulled something from his backpack and tossed it at Ouyang Taolon's feet. Several weathered wooden poles and 2 tattered fish-scented canvas sheets. Build yourself a tent. Sleep beside the fire. The energy barrier maintains a constant internal temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. You won't freeze to death. With that, Yihong turned and strode toward the azure cottage. Wake me precisely 4 hours from now to open the chest. He didn't glance back as he delivered the command. A sharp thud echoed. The cottage door slammed shut. Even the sound of a lock clicking into place followed. Ouyang Taolon stared at the sealed door and let out a wry, hollow laugh. They guarded thieves with less rigor. She sighed and crouched down. She picked up the timber and canvas from the ground. Before the apocalypse, she'd been a dance instructor. She'd never driven a single nail. Now survival demanded she learned to build with her own hands. Fortunately, only a few sticks were required, and the structure was simple. She crossed the poles and wedged them firmly into gaps between the metal deck planks, forming a crude triangular frame. Then she draped the canvas over it, securing the edges with scraps. A shelter, barely worthy of the name, was complete. Ouyang Taolon crawled inside. The canvas reeked of pungent fish, so strong it made her stomach churn. Yet for the first time in days, she felt profoundly safe. Lying flat upon the cold, hard metal deck, she gazed upward at the faint crimson luminescence filtering through the fabric above. At least, I no longer need fear the rain, she murmured. No shrieks of sea beasts. No biting gales. Compared to those harrowing days spent teetering on the knife edge of life and death, this ragged canvas tent felt like a 5-star suite. Meanwhile, inside the azure cottage, Yihong did not undress. He lay fully clothed inside his sleeping bag. Beside him rested the shattering battle axe. His gaze piercing through the cottage's louvered shutters remained locked upon the makeshift tent beside the fire. His system interface remained open. His subordinate's location data glowed unmistakably before him. He could even monitor Ouyang Taolon's heart rate in real time. Should she stir with ill intent, Yihong would burst forth in an instant. Axe raised ready to cleave her in two. This woman knows her place well enough. After watching her breath gradually settle into calm rhythm, he finally withdrew his gaze. Yet his vigilance never truly relaxed. In these accursed waters, monsters were dangerous, but humanity more so. He closed his eyes, forcing himself into light, alert slumber. For hours hence awaited a battle demanding absolute readiness. Meanwhile, in the novice sea zone, dim twilight hung low over violently churning black waters. This was where Ouyang Taolon had been seized moments earlier. Shattered remnants of rafts still floated across the surface. A dozen men clung desperately to splintered planks submerged waist-deep in seawater. At their center stood a yellow-haired man, drenched eyes wide with raw terror and vacant shock. His jaw trembled uncontrollably. Boss, a wiry underling, resembling a scrawny monkey, shivered as he edged closer. What was that thing just now? How the hell should I know? The yellow-haired man exploded, slapping the water with a thunderous splash. Salt water sprayed the underling's face. His eyes bloodshot, he gasped raggedly, inhaling great shuddering breaths. 10 minutes ago they'd been closing in on Ouyang Taolon. That woman held a radiant crimson artifact. They'd been moments away from seizing both her and the relic. Then, the sky split open. A net descended. A vast golden net, blazing with celestial brilliance. It moved with uncanny precision, ignoring every obstacle in its path. It enveloped the very foundation beneath Ouyang Taolon, flawlessly, inevitably. Then, whoosh, man and island vanished into thin air. Its velocity surpassed even artillery shells, leaving no afterimage behind. The immense gravitational pull triggered a towering waterspout over 15 meters high. Their rafts were shredded instantly. A golden net, definitely a high-tier artifact. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth, jealousy warring with dread. To rip an entire island from the sea, what level of power does that require? Must be some elite veteran stepping in. A bald man muttered, still trembling with residual fear. Veteran? What veterans exist in the novice zone? The yellow-haired man refused to accept it. We've all just begun leveling. How dare he possess such an artifact? That crimson relic. He must have stolen it. Rage twisted his features while rising in his throat. That crimson glow. Its significance needed no explanation. And yet it had vanished right before their eyes. Boss, should we ask around in the regional chat? The underling suggested. See if anyone here claims responsibility. The yellow-haired man immediately opened his interface. Yes, investigate. If it's someone from our zone, I'll mobilize everyone to hunt him down. He tapped into the regional chat channel. Already tense with survival anxieties, the channel erupted into chaos. Did you see it just now, eh? A streak of gold shot across the sky. I saw it. Thought it was a meteor. Meteor? Don't be absurd. I was close. I saw a massive golden net dragging an island behind it. Ridiculous. Dragging islands. This isn't sci-fi. I'm telling the truth. Just now Yellowhair's crew was surrounding that woman, Ouyang Taolon. Then poof, the net snatched her whole base. Yellowhair. Isn't he the one who formed a 14-man raid squad yesterday? Yellowhair's face darkened as he read the scrolling messages. He typed swiftly. Yellowhair, shut your mouths. Who saw which direction that net flew? The channel fell silent, for one heartbeat. Then mockery flooded in. Oh, Yellowhair's rattled. Did your feast fly off the plate? Serves you right, bullying fresh players daily. Now you've bitten into steel. I advise you not to search. A player named Data Maniac suddenly interjected. I watched through my telescope. That net dragged the island straight through the mist barrier, marking Zone D's boundary. Silence crashed over the channel like a tomb. Yellowhair's pupils contracted sharply. Through the mist barrier. Cross zone, he blurted aloud. Boss, what does cross zone mean? The underling asked. Fool. Yellowhair kicked him again in fury. The system explicitly states novice zones are sealed off from one another. Only when a harbor reaches level 20 can cross-zone navigation unlock. Not only did he cross zones, he forcibly extracted her across the divide. The more Yellowhair spoke, the colder his spine grew. Such capability lay far beyond novice comprehension. We're not even playing the same game, the bald man whispered, swallowing hard. So what do we do now? The yellow-haired man's expression changed unpredictably. Search. What do we use to search? We don't even know which district the person is in. Even if we did, they could jump across districts and crush them like squashing an ant, right? Check Ouyang Taolon's ID. The yellow-haired man remained unconvinced. The skinny monkey quickly opened the player list. After searching, he raised his head with a more troubled expression. Boss, there's no such person. Her name is grayed out. Grayed out. The yellow-haired man was taken aback. If a name is grayed out, it generally means one of two things. Either she is dead, or she has left the current district, or has become someone else's subordinate. It seems she has truly crossed districts. The yellow-haired man slammed his fist down on the water's surface. Damn it, she has some luck. That red light treasure, we are completely out of luck now. Everyone looked deflated like a punctured ball. They had worked tirelessly for half the day, even losing their own raft. But in the end they caught nothing. Just then, splash. From less than 30 meters away, a sound of waves crashing suddenly emerged. The yellow-haired man turned his head sharply. He saw 3 black dorsal fins cutting through the water, rapidly approaching them. It's a second-tier sawtooth shark. The skinny monkey let out a terrified scream. A second-tier sea beast. Usually with 10 of them standing on the raft, and using spears they could barely deal with one. Now they were all submerged in water, without even a proper weapon. 3 of them came at once. Run! Quickly climb onto the board. The yellow-haired man shouted. He desperately clung to a slightly larger piece of raft wreckage, trying hard to climb up. The whirlpool created by the golden net not only destroyed their base, but it also attracted all the sea beasts in the surrounding waters. This was the consequence of losing their shelter. A scream came from behind. The bald man hadn't even managed to climb onto the board when a sawtooth shark bit down on his thigh. Blood instantly stained the surface of the sea. As the smell of blood spread, the other 2 sawtooth sharks went wild. They charged towards the crowd like arrows. Boss, save me. The bald man struggled desperately, but it was of no use. The immense, biting force tore through his flesh, dragging him into the depths. Only a series of frantic blood bubbles remained on the surface of the sea. The yellow-haired man lay on the board watching this scene, terrified to the core. He didn't dare to save anyone. Using all limbs, he desperately paddled with the board. Don't come near. Don't come near. But his board was too small to withstand his frantic movements. Bang! A sawtooth shark suddenly slammed into the underside of the board. The yellow-haired man was thrown into the air. He crashed heavily back into the sea. The icy sea water flooded into his mouth and nose in an instant. He flailed around and grasped something hard. It was a piece of ordinary white wood that had fallen from Yihong Talon's island earlier. The yellow-haired man clutched the board tightly, his eyes filled with despair. Just a few minutes ago, he was the fearsome raider of this sea. Because of that damned golden net, he had now become bait for the sea beasts. I am not reconciled. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth, staring fixedly at the dark clouds on the horizon. Who in the world is that? Splashed. A massive mouth full of sharp teeth broke through the water beside it. It directly bit into his upper body. The yellow-haired man's voice abruptly ceased. Only 2 broken pieces of wood accompanied by dark red seawater bobbed up and down in the waves. In less than 5 minutes, this domineering little team was completely annihilated. Not even scraps were left. The sea surface returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. This is the rule of the apocalypse. Without absolute strength, one wouldn't even know how they died. The scene shifts back to District S. On Ironclad Island, time passed second by second. For hours slipped by in an instant. Beep, beep, beep. The system alarm set by Yihong rang on time. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was not a trace of confusion in his gaze, which instead shone with a sharpness akin to a blade. He sat up and grabbed the nearby explosive battle axe. Pushing open the door of the blue hut, the sky outside the energy shield remained dim, as if this sea area never experienced daylight. The campfire had long extinguished, leaving only a few dark red embers. From within the simple canvas tent came faint sounds of breathing. Yihong walked over and used the axe handle to lift the canvas. Ouyang Talon was curled up, sleeping soundly. This was the deepest sleep she had enjoyed in days. She didn't have to worry about waking up frozen in the middle of the night or being drowned by rising sea water. Get up. Yihong coldly uttered 2 words. Ouyang Talon jolted awake. Upon seeing Yihong, she immediately scrambled to her feet. Boss. She rubbed her eyes and quickly tidied her disheveled hair. Is it time? No kidding. Yihong turned and walked towards the central control stone pillar. Get ready to work. He raised his hand and waved. Boom. 3 white wooden treasure chests crashed heavily onto the deck. These were a few low-level blind boxes he had casually left behind after slaughtering a group of first-tier sea beasts yesterday. Normally, these white treasure chests would yield little more than some would scrap iron or low-grade food. The value of what was opened would usually be minimal. But now it was different. With the koi present, even trash could turn into treasure. Go. Yihong pointed at the treasure chests on the ground. Open them all. Ouyang Talon looked at the 3 unremarkable white chests and swallowed nervously. She knew that opening the box would surely bring misfortune. But she had no choice. Taking a deep breath, she walked up to the first chest. Placing her hands on the lid, she asked, Boss, should I open it? She was still somewhat anxious. Open it, stop hesitating. Yihong had already moved to the newly constructed purple energy cannon. With both hands gripping the firing handle, the cannon's muzzle was already adjusted to aim at the surface of the sea. A fervent light flickered in his eyes. I want to see how much the white treasure chest can double. And what will it attract? Ouyang Talon gritted her teeth and forcefully flipped the lid. Click. The white wooden treasure chest opened with a sound. There was no white light, but instead it suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue radiance. Ding. Accompanying player Ouyang Talon opened the white treasure chest. Triggered talent Koi's blessing of misfortune. Explosion rate forcibly increased by 500%. Congratulations player, you have obtained blue rare item enhanced recovery potion 10. Blue. It directly crossed a significant segment from white to become rare. Moreover, it came out as 10 bottles. Yihong's eyes widened in shock. Enhanced recovery potions. This item is absolutely priceless in the current stage, a life-saving artifact. One sip could bring half a life back. This talent is truly insane. Li Yihong couldn't help but curse. This is just too explosive. However, before Ouyang Taolon could rejoice, buzz. A jarring system alarm suddenly echoed throughout Ironclad Island. Warning! Warning! Dangerous target detected approaching. Misfortune has arrived. Second-tier mutated venomous jellyfish swarm quantity 100 has locked onto Ironclad Island. They're here. Li Yihong grinned. Not only was he unafraid, but he was also excited to the point of boiling blood. 100 second-tier monsters. If he had to lure them himself, it would take a lot of effort. Now opening a box was like having the monsters delivered right to his doorstep. Splash. A vast area of ghostly green fluorescence suddenly spread across the sea outside the energy shield. The sea water boiled violently as hundreds of jellyfish, each the size of a round table, emerged translucent, yet glowing with toxic brilliance. They floated thickly on the surface of the water. Their tentacles stretched for several meters covered in barbs. Each tentacle waved frantically in the air, heading straight for Ironclad Island. Ouyang Taolon turned pale with fear. 100 second tier. Her legs turned to jelly. With this quantity, even the previous yellow-haired team would be melted into blood in an instant. What are you afraid of? Li Yihong's voice was cold as ice, yet filled with absolute confidence. Hide behind a stone pillar. Today I'll make this sea know what true firepower coverage is. He gripped the control lever of the energy cannon tightly. System. Activate the split entry. Instantly lightning patterns surged on the purple cannon barrel. An extremely dangerous aura was rapidly coalescing at the cannon's muzzle. Fire. Boom. A blinding silver beam, half a meter in diameter, instantly tore through the darkness. At the moment the beam shot out from the cannon, it suddenly exploded, splitting into eight. 8 beams of the same thickness shot forth like giant spears. With the force to annihilate everything, they fiercely swept into the swarm of ghostly green jellyfish. Absolute firepower completely erupted at this moment. This was not merely a one-sided slaughter, but a visual feast of concentrated firepower. A thunderous blast lit up the murky waters of Sector S with a blinding brilliance. 8 thick silver pillars of light struck precisely into the heart of the jellyfish swarm. There was no resistance, not even a cry. The intense heat vaporized the seawater in an instant, sending vast plumes of white steam aloft. Those mutated second-tier venomous jellyfish under the columns looked like snowflakes thrown into molten rock. Even their venomous stingers and tentacles vaporized clean in the blink of an eye. A system chime announced the kills of second-tier, mutated venomous jellyfish. Crossfire kill confirmed. The system notifications like a broken typewriter rattled against Li Yihong's ear. In less than 3 seconds the 8 beams dissipated. The sea, once dense and flickering with ghostly green light, lay utterly empty. Only vast drifts of dead fish and rotten shrimp tumbled amid the white steam on the waves. 100 second-tier creatures completely wiped out. Li Yihong loosened his grip on the firing handle. The muzzle of the purple energy cannon breathed tendrils of white smoke. He turned his head. Ouyang Taolon clutched the central control pillar like a frightened quail. She slowly opened her eyes and the green light was gone. The monsters were gone. Only the gurgle of boiling seawater remained. All of them. Dead already. Ouyang Taolon asked, her voice trembling. What else? Save them for the new year. Li Yihong patted the barrel, casually satisfied by its scorching heat. Ouyang Taolon swallowed and hurried to the turret's edge. She watched the utterly cleared waters below, her eyes widening. Boss, you are insanely fast. Ouyang Taolon turned stunned. 100 second-tier monsters, and before I could even blink you finished them all. The expression on Li Yihong, he turned and fixed Ouyang Taolon with a teasing odd look. Do you always speak in a way that causes misunderstanding? Ouyang Taolon froze. She stared at his half-smile, and replayed her words in her mind too fast. Finished firing. Her face flushed to the base of her neck in an instant. No. Boss, I did not mean that, she cried, waving her hands in panic, her chest trembling. I meant your speed at killing monsters. This purple cannon's power is terrifying. Enough, Li Yihong said, waving a hand. In the wasteland, speed is the currency of survival. But elsewhere a man should not boast about being fast. The blatant double entendre left Ouyang Taolon half laughing, half embarrassed. Her nerves, taut to the breaking point, relaxed completely at that joke. Suddenly, she felt that this man who so often seemed ready to swallow her whole with murderous intent was not entirely heartless. At least so long as one did not cross his line, he could be an ordinary man who stopped standing there idiotically. Li Yihong pointed to the 2 white chests left on the deck. Appetizers are finished. Get back to work. Ouyang Taolon took a deep breath. After the recent events, she felt no more psychological burden over her talent, the koi of misfortune's blessing. With this great protector present, no matter how many monsters came, they were only material suppliers. She strode to the second white chest and flung it open with both hands. A blue light shot into the sky. The system announced that affiliate player Ouyang Taolon had opened a white chest and triggered the koi of misfortune's blessing talent. Alarms blared again. A warning proclaimed that misfortune had descended. A pack of third-tier social sea beasts, the bloodthirsty frenzy sharks quantity 5, had locked on a Tai Jia Dao. Third tier. Ouyang Talon sucked in a breath. 5 dorsal fins like blades tore through the waves toward them. Each frenzy shark exceeded 5 meters, its serrated teeth flashing with a cold gleam. Good timing. Li Yihong said, not bothering with the energy cannon. That earlier shot had consumed a 5th-tier crystal core. Wasting the cannon on these third-tier creatures would be foolish. He moved to the row of armor-piercing ballista beds. System: all ballista beds free fire. Target: bloodthirsty frenzy sharks. The system confirmed the command, and rows of cold steel ballista beds adjusted their angles automatically. Bolts as thick as a child's arm screamed through the air with harsh whistles and plunged into the sea. Li Yihong had previously given these ballistae the penetration attribute. The tough hide the third-tier frenzy sharks prided themselves on was like tissue before the bolts. With a wet puncturing sound, one shark was impaled and nailed to the seabed. Enraged by the smell of blood, the shark pack hurled themselves at the black alloy walls of Tai Jia Dao. One slammed headfirst into the red absolute domain energy shield. The shield did not ripple, but purple lightning veins suddenly flashed across the barrier. The rebound attribute. With a crunch, the shark's skull shattered, its massive body exploded outward like a torn sack. Brain and blood dyed the sea a wide crimson stain. Ouyang Talon stood behind, gaping. She had not lifted a hand. Li Yihong had not drawn a weapon. 53rd-tier sea beasts were slaughtered by the automatic defenses. It took no more than 5 minutes. This was an overbuilt steel fortress. Continue, Li Yihong said, turning back with a voice as calm as if drinking water. Ouyang Talon moved toward the third chest in a daze, feeling like an unfeeling box-opening machine. A purple light dazzled her. The talent triggered again, and the system announced the acquisition of a purple epic item, a miniature high-energy reactor core. A purple power core. Li Yihong seized the metallic block, pulsing with purple light. With this, Tai Jia Dao could be freed from manual labor, electrified, and self-navigating. Before he could inspect its stats, the system's shrill alarm stabbed at his eardrums. Extreme danger warning. Misfortune had arrived. A 4th-tier boss sea beast, the deep-sea giant demon crab, had locked on a Tai Jia Dao. With a tremendous splash. A deafening roar. Less than 100 meters from Tai Jia Dao, 8 tank-thick tentacles covered in suckers surged from the water. A colossal cephalopod head rose slowly, its blood-red eyes fixed on Tai Jia Dao. A 4th-tier boss. Ouyang Talon exclaimed. This time you must take action personally, right? She looked at Li Yihong with a flicker of expectation. No need for a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Li Yihong toyed with the purple core without looking up. He pointed at the energy cannon. Half the energy from the last shell is still unused. System lock, target, single-shot mode. A silver beam solid as matter sliced through the giant brain of the deep-sea leviathan in an instant. The 4th-tier boss did not even issue a roar. It convulsed violently a few times, and then sank limp to the sea. An instant kill, a thorough dimensional overwhelm. Li Yihong dusted the ash from his hands and approached the central control pillar. System: collect all. The system confirmed successful collection: 100 2nd-tier crystal cores, 5 3rd-tier crystal cores, 1 4th-tier boss crystal core. Also obtained were assorted high-tier beast bones, leather, and meat totaling 4500 units. Streams of light rose from the sea and vanished into Li Yihong's backpack. The yield from those few minutes equaled what others might earn in 3 months of desperate work in a new sea. Li Yihong opened his attribute panel. The harbor's return metrics were surging wildly. The kills had vaulted the harbor 2 levels. A vast, suffocating heat flowed up through the metal deck into his body. Li Yihong clenched his fist. His bones cracked with a grinding snap. He felt that now, even without any weapon, a single punch could pulverize a 3rd-tier frenzy shark into pulp. This is what being overqualified feels like. He exhaled, and his gaze sharpened like a blade. He turned and looked at Ouyang Talon. She was slumped on the ground, gasping. In mere minutes they had escalated from 2nd-tier mobs to a 4th-tier boss. She had witnessed horrors she had never dared imagine. Boss, she said with a bitter smile, I feel like this talent was tailor-made for you. Had it been someone else, even with a red protective shield, that wave would have burned through durability and killed them. Li Yihong rummaged through the supplies and grabbed a huge 4th-tier crab claw that had just been ejected. Roast it, he said, tossing the claw into Ouyang Talon's lap. This is extremely nourishing, good for your body. Ouyang Talon took the slab of meat thicker than her thigh and, Boss, did you plan this all along? Use me as bait to clear the surrounding sea. Li Yihong did not deny it. He stepped to the extinguished fire, produced a flint, and with a spark the wood flamed anew. Sector S is a high-level sea, but it leaks wind from all sides. You cannot allow others to sleep soundly at your bedside. If I do not pull the nearby thornheads, how can I sleep tonight? He watched the dancing flames, speaking as casually as if about chores. Ouyang Talon, holding a rusty paring knife, moved close to the fire. She sliced the meat while stealing glances at Li Yihong. This man was terrifying, his strength unreasonably great, his cunning like an old fox. Yet with him she felt safe. What are you staring at? Li Yihong said suddenly without turning. Keep staring, and if you cut your hand, don't ask me to reimburse medical fees. Boss, do you have eyes in your back? Ouyang Talon stuck out her tongue and skewered the meat with practiced ease. I was just thinking what kind of monster you were in a past life. She grumbled as she grilled, and Li Yihong laughed. It was the first genuinely relaxed smile he had shown that night. I'm not a monster. I'm just a recent graduate who couldn't even find a job. He fed another log into the fire. In this damned place, if you don't want to die, you must be harsher than others. Besides, this is only the beginning. The fourth-tier meat cooked quickly. The rich aromas soon filled the red field. Ouyang Talon respectfully handed the first sizzling skewer oil, hissing, to Li Yihong. Boss, please have it. Li Yihong accepted and bit into the meat. Tender and brimming with energy, it warmed him as it slid into his stomach. He looked at Ouyang Talon's soot-streaked and filthy skin, her striped shirt ruined, yet her eyes shone with an unexpected brightness free of fear. For a while they said nothing, only the fire's crackle. Around them lay the devouring depths of Sector S, but on this 1,500 square meter Tai Jia Dao, there was a strange domestic warmth. By the way, boss, Ouyang Talon mumbled between bites of grilled octopus, is there nowhere on this island? She glanced at herself coated in seawater sweat and fishiness. As a dance instructor, she had reached the limits of her tolerance. Also, my clothes are torn. Li Yihong glanced at her. The edge of her hot denim shorts was worn away, revealing a broad swath of pale skin. Her striped short sleeve clung tightly, offering no cover for those striking curves. You have high demands. First, we will build a water treatment system. A bathing area will be partitioned on the island tomorrow. Really? Ouyang Talon sprang up in excitement. She nearly threw the meat in her excitement. Boss, you are wonderful. I promise to keep your tent spotless every day. Wash your clothes and cook for you. In this apocalypse, a hot shower felt divine. She thought that even if he used her daily as bait to fish for monsters, she would gladly consent. Stop flattering me. Li Yihong finished his skewer in a few bites and stood. Sort the supplies on the ground. Give me the crystal cores and blueprints. Store the meats and materials in the warehouse. He stretched and his joints popped again. The nearby monsters should be cleared tonight. Sleep soundly. Ouyang Talon nodded vigorously and went off to categorize goods. Li Yihong walked to the blue cabin and pushed the door open. Before closing the door, he glanced back at that busy silhouette. She was a mischief maker, but used rightly, she was a rare treasure. At least this formerly lifeless steel fortress had gained a trace of living warmth. Tomorrow sweep the surrounding waters thoroughly. Sector S. Li Yihong closed the door of the small room and locked it without hesitation. He did not change his clothes, directly lying on the sleeping bag with his battle axe within easy reach. Outside, apart from the sound of waves crashing against the edge of Iron Armor Island, there was no other noise. Li Yihong closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep within seconds. For those who have experienced the despair of survival, replenishing strength at any time and place is instinctual. Inside the tent, Ouyang Talon was also sleeping soundly. Even though she was lying on a hard metal deck, she felt it was 1,000 times better than the broken wooden plank before. At least here, she didn't have to worry about being dragged into the water by sea beasts in the middle of the night. Time passed minute by minute. The night in the deep sea of Zone S was frighteningly quiet. Just as the clock, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! An invisible wave swept across all players' islands around the globe. Immediately after, a cold and piercing system-synthesized voice echoed in everyone's mind. Like a death knell. Global announcement. The deep-sea survival game has officially entered the first phase. Li Yihong suddenly opened his eyes. He leaped up from the sleeping bag and grabbed his battle axe. He walked to the window and looked outside. The sea, which was originally as dark as ink, now had an eerie dark red sheen. The seawater had become extremely viscous, resembling boiling blood. The intensity of the waves had doubled. They crashed violently against the alloy city walls, producing a deafening roar. System display, the detailed announcement. Li Yihong spoke expressionlessly. A huge blood-red panel unfolded before his retina. Every word on it seemed to ooze with blood. Phase 1 of the event: Extreme Blood Tide. Duration 7 days. The rules are updated as follows. 1. The seawater temperature will drop at a rate of 5 degrees per hour until it reaches minus 50 degrees. 2. All sea beasts will enter a berserk state. Attack and defense will increase by 50. The desire to attack will increase by 100. 3. A wave of blood tide beasts will be forcibly refreshed daily with the number determined by the player's island level. No respite, no survival. 4. The drop rate of supply boxes is decreased by 30, but there is a very low probability of refreshing a blood tide treasure box. 5. A global survival leaderboard will be opened. After the event ends, the top 100 players will receive generous rewards. Looking at this string of rules, Li Yihong narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the true face of the system. It does not give people a chance to catch their breath. Just after the beginner phase, they directly ramped up the intensity. Minus 50 degrees berserk, sea beasts, forced beast tides. These 3 factors combined are enough to cause 90% of players to perish tonight. This is not survival, it is one-sided slaughter. Boss! A hurried knocking sound came from outside the door. Boss, are you awake? The seawater is acting weird. Ouyang Taolan's voice was laced with unmistakable panic. Li Yihong opened the door. Ouyang Taolan, wrapped in a piece of tattered cloth, stood at the door shivering. Although the red energy shield could maintain the internal temperature, it couldn't block the visual shock. The seawater outside had turned a dark red, making one's scalp tingle. Come in. Li Yihong stepped aside. Ouyang Taolan felt as if she had received a reprieve, and quickly darted into the small room. Inside the small room, the residual warmth from the reactor made it much more comfortable than outside. Did you see the system announcement? Ouyang Taolan's teeth were chattering. I saw it. Li Yihong sat back in the chair. What should we do? The monsters are all berserk, and we have to defend ourselves every day. Ouyang Taolan was anxiously pacing. What are you panicking about? Li Yihong frowned. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. As long as you are still on this island, eat when you should, sleep when you should. Li Yihong's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable strength. Ouyang Taolan was stunned. She looked at this calm man, and her racing heart gradually calmed down. Yet what was there to be afraid of? Not only was there a 5-meter-high alloy city wall outside, but there was also a red divine energy shield overhead. But the global leaderboard has also been opened. Ouyang Taolan reminded softly. All channels are in chaos now. Li Yihong opened the world chat channel. Sure enough, the information inside was rolling at a frenzied speed of thousands of messages per second. What came into view were desperate wails. Help! Why has the seawater turned red? My island is melting. So cold. The temperature here has already dropped to 0. I don't have a single piece of clothing. Sea beasts. All sea beasts. They have gone mad, crashing into my island. Can someone save me? I don't want to die. I'll give you all my supplies. It's over, completely over. This is forcing us. Some were crying, and some were cursing. The entire world channel seemed to have transformed into a microcosm of hell. Li Yihong closed the world channel with an expressionless face. Tears and wails are the most inexpensive commodities in the apocalypse. To survive, one can only rely on strength. Open the regional channel, Li Yihong commanded. Zone S had a high entry threshold, and the number of players was originally scarce. At this time, the discussions in the channel were much calmer than in other zones. Zhang Kuang, this event is quite interesting. I wonder if the berserk sea beasts will drop good stuff. Louis Dao, I've been waiting for this. The blood-tide treasure box is mine. Night Rain, everyone, the cross-zone barriers have weakened. Be careful of experts from other zones coming to snatch resources. Wang Beishan, who dares to run wild in Zone S? I'll kill anyone who comes. Those who could survive in Zone S were not to be trifled with. They not only were not afraid, but instead saw this as an opportunity to make a fortune. Do you see that, eh? Li Yihong pointed at the panel. This is the mindset of a smart person. Danger always accompanies opportunity. He turned to look at Ouyang Taolan. Your koi talent is a super cheat during the event. The blood-tide treasure box others may never see, even one in their lifetime. But as long as you are here, it will have to come to our island. Ouyang Taolan swallowed hard. Boss, do you mean? Exactly. Li Yihong's lips curled into a cruel, while others defend, we attack. I want to drain the resources of Zone S during this event. The next morning, although there was no sun, the sky had already brightened slightly. The temperature outside the energy shield had dropped to -20 degrees. A thin layer of red ice had even formed on the sea surface. Li Yihong pushed open the door and walked onto the deck. The biting cold was firmly blocked outside by the energy shield. The island maintained a steady temperature of 22 degrees. Ouyang Taolan, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, crawled out of the tent. Although there was a constant temperature, the sudden change had kept her awake all night. Good morning, boss. She greeted drowsily. Time to work. Li Yihong tossed her a piece of sea beast meat left over from yesterday. Ding. Today's forced blood-tide beast wave has been generated. Target locked, player Li Yihong's Iron Armor Island. Distance remaining 5 minutes. Number of monsters 200 berserk sea beasts. 200. Li Yihong looked at the rolling blood waves on the distant sea. Even the top players in Zone S would shed skin facing 200 berserk sea beasts. But he didn't care at all. He turned around and walked to the purple energy cannon. He gripped the firing handle with both hands. System fill with 5-level crystal cores. Activate the split attribute. The purple lightning patterns on the cannon glowed again, emitting a heart-stopping hum. 5 minutes later, a black-red line appeared on the sea surface. It was a densely packed swarm of berserk sea beasts. They marched across the red ice like an army, charging madly towards Iron Armor Island. 4th tier berserk, giant sharks, 3rd tier venomous, sea urchins, 5th tier iron-armored crabs. Various bizarre sea beasts all turned bloodshot. They let out piercing roars intent on tearing the island to pieces. The shower room door opened. Ouyang Taolan came out wrapped in a towel made from a few pieces of torn cloth. Her hair was wet and her face was flushed from the steam. She looked at the scene outside and was so frightened that she froze in place. Is this forced defense? Her voice trembled. Stop talking nonsense, watch your experience, pack. Li Yihong made no unnecessary movements. He firmly pressed down the firing handle. Boom. A silver beam of light tore through the air. At the moment of firing, it split into 8 8 devastating light spears plunged directly into the charging beast horde. There were no screams, because the speed of the beams was too fast and the temperature too high. The first few sea beasts running at the front were instantly vaporized into gas. But this group of berserk sea beasts had no instinct of fear whatsoever. The ones behind trampled over the ashes of their companions, continuing to charge forward. Bang, bang, bang. The crossbow automatically fired. Thick bolts pierced through the bodies of the sea beasts, pinning them to the ice surface. A slaughter without suspense had begun. Ding. Suddenly the system's prompt sounded in Li Yihong's mind. Ding. Special target detected. A low-probability blood-tied treasure box spawn monster has refreshed. Li Yihong suddenly looked up. At the back of the beast horde, a gigantic sea turtle measuring over 10 meters in length was slowly crawling forward. The turtle's shell was not green but shimmered with a glaring dark red light. In the center of the shell there was a treasure chest radiating red light. The blood-tied treasure box. And it was a red legendary treasure chest. Li Yihong's breathing quickened. Ouyang Taolon. He shouted loudly. Here. Ouyang Taolon, do you see that turtle in the back? Li Yihong pointed at the giant turtle in the distance. There's a chest on it. Use your talent and silently chanted in your heart, I want to open that chest. Add all your misfortune effects to it. Ouyang Taolon was stunned. Boss, can my talent take effect from this far? Don't think too much. The system said you will definitely explode when opening the chest, it didn't say you had to touch it with your hands. Li Yihong's gaze was fervent. As long as you designate it as your target, it won't escape. Ouyang Taolon gritted her teeth. She closed her eyes, pressed her palms together. I want to open the chest. I want to open that red chest. She chanted frantically like a shaman. At the moment she chanted, the giant turtle seemed to have been stimulated by something. Its originally slow eyes suddenly turned blood red. Its massive body suddenly stood up, letting out a thunderous roar. Warning! Warning! The misfortune koi talent has been triggered. The blood-tied treasure box spawn monster has undergone a change. 6th tier boss level deep sea Xian armor turtle has entered an absolute berserk state. 6th tier boss. Ouyang Taolon was so frightened that her eyes widened and she plopped down on the ground. Boss, I made it berserk. Well done. Li Yihong was not surprised, but rather pleased. The stronger the monster, the better the loot. This was top-tier material on the first day of survival. He pushed away the energy cannon. The ordinary sea beasts of the 4th and 5th tiers could still be killed instantly by the cannon. But a 6th tier boss monster, especially a turtle type, had its own powerful defenses. The cannon's damage was definitely insufficient. Li Yihong directly drew his explosive battle axe from his back. This weapon, which had been hanging on his waist, was finally about to be unsheathed. System, extract the leftover 4th tier crystal cores from yesterday and fully charge them to the shield. Ding. Energy shield durability increased to 300. The red light curtain became more solid, resembling a tangible crystal. Li Yihong leaped up. He jumped directly to the top of the alloy city wall. The strong wind made his clothes flutter loudly. He raised the battle axe in his hand, the blade gleaming with a piercing cold light. The distant Xian armor turtle had already broken through the front ranks of sea beasts. Like a heavy tank, it carved a deep trench on the red ice surface. It opened its mouth full of fangs and charged straight at Iron Armor Island. Come! Li Yihong shouted fiercely. The power of the harbor's feedback erupted within him. His legs pushed off the city wall with great force. The entire alloy city wall let out a mournful cry of being overburdened. He soared through the air like a cannonball, directly charging towards the massive body of the Xian armor turtle. In midair, Li Yihong's gaze was cold and piercing. His palm reached into the void, grasping the flickering golden light. The blinding radiance instantly illuminated the dark red surface of the sea. Since physical defenses are too slow, then let's change the approach. Li Yihong's eyes were cold and piercing as he violently flicked his wrist. The golden light flew from his hand. The all-encompassing celestial net. As this golden divine artifact emerged, even the surrounding frigid air twisted. Without exaggerated shapes, only strands of pure golden light coalescing into net ropes, intertwining in the air to form a vast and imposing net. Go! Triggering effect, absolute hit. The fishing net disregarded the resistance of the fierce wind and frost, as if it had eyes, heading straight for the 6th tier boss, the deep-sea Xuanjia turtle. The Xuanjia turtle evidently sensed extreme danger. A flicker of human-like caution crossed its scarlet eyes. Its massive body suddenly trembled. Puff! A black water column as thick as a water barrel spewed forth from its mouth, carrying icy spikes. The water column instantly transformed in midair into a gigantic black ice spear, fiercely stabbing towards the approaching golden net. Can it be blocked? On the city wall, Ouyang Taolon clenched her fists tightly. That was the full-force strike of a 6th tier boss. Even a fortified city wall would be pierced by this ice spear, creating a transparent hole. However, Li Yihong stood in place, not moving an inch. The ice spear crashed into the golden net. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the sound of ice shattering. The golden net seemed like an illusory presence directly penetrating the black ice spear. triggering effect water and fire unharmed. Divine materials disregarded all elemental attacks. The ice spear passed through the net, shooting towards the distant sea, raising a spray of water. Meanwhile, the golden net had accurately enveloped the Xuanjia turtle's head. Swish! The golden light flashed. The entire large net instantly gathered completely, enclosing the Xuanjia turtle along with the blood treasure chest on its back. Got it! Ouyang Taolon jumped up excitedly. But in the next second her smile froze on her face. The Xuanjia turtle was not bound. It suddenly exerted force, its massive body inflating like a balloon, the sharp edges of its shell slicing through the net ropes. Rip! A cringe-inducing friction sound arose. The golden net rope was pulled taut, digging deeply into the gaps of the turtle shell. Boss, it's too strong. Will the net be torn apart? Ouyang Taolon shouted loudly. It won't break. Li Yihong held one end of the fishing net. Yet he did not pull with force as he sensed something was amiss. This net did not require his control at all. Just as the Xuanjia turtle struggled wildly, trying to break the net ropes with brute force, the golden net suddenly changed. The originally taut net ropes actually loosened on their own. Moi! Li Yihong raised an eyebrow. The Xuanjia turtle felt a sudden lightness and immediately used all four limbs to attempt to escape into the sea. But as soon as it took a step, the loosened net ropes slithered down its shell like a living snake, accurately wrapping around its limb joints. This thing. Li Yihong stared at the automatically moving golden threads. Has intelligence. The attributes of the all-encompassing celestial net on the system panel had not changed. But at this moment its performance completely surpassed that of a mere inanimate object. The Xuanjia turtle's right forelimb was ensnared, and it forcefully kicked forward. The net rope instantly elongated. Triggering effect, infinite extension. The fishing net did not drain Li Yihong's stamina at all. It was utilizing the Xuanjia turtle's own strength. The Xuanjia turtle kicked hard, and the net rope elongated in response, giving it the illusion of being able to escape. Just as its center of gravity shifted forward, the net rope suddenly tightened. Bang! The Xuanjia turtle stumbled, its massive body crashing heavily onto the ice surface. It roared in fury, opening its mouth to bite at the golden threads entangled around its legs. The golden threads skillfully twisted, directly avoiding its teeth. In the process, they wrapped around its neck. Not too tight, not too loose. Neither choking it to death, nor allowing it to escape. Surround but not attack. Li Yihong understood the operation of this web. The defense of the sixth-order mystic armored turtle was too high. Even a divine fishing net would require immense strength to cut through. Since cutting through was laborious, he decided to toy with it instead. Roar! The mystic armored turtle went completely insane, feeling as though it was a flying insect trapped in an invisible spider's web. The more it struggled, the more expertly the ropes entwined it. It suddenly retracted into its shell, trying to use its smooth exterior to shake off the ropes. A retracting turtle? Let's see how you dodge this. Li Yihong simply let go of his grip. One end of the fishing net fell onto the ice, yet the main body of the net seemed to have a life of its own. The mystic armored turtle shrank into its shell. As golden light flickered, the net quickly shrank, slipping through the gaps of the turtle's shell, and began to knot inside. Ow! A pained and frustrated roar came from within the turtle's shell. It had to poke its head out again. The moment it did, a golden thread wrapped around its eyes, tightening around its chin. This forced it to look up at the sky. Boss, has this net become sentient? Ouyang Taolon watched in shock from the city. She swore she even saw the net tying itself into a bow in midair. A divine item, it's normal for it to have some attitude. Li Yihong crossed his arms and simply enjoyed the show. The mystic armored turtle realized it couldn't break free and immediately shifted its hatred towards Li Yihong. Dragging the large net, it charged towards him like an out-of-control heavy truck. With each step it took, the ice shattered extensively. Li Yihong did not dodge or evade. Just as the mystic armored turtle was about to collide with him, the fishing net suddenly exerted force. The originally loose netting tripped the mystic armored turtle's feet, causing its massive body to lose balance. Boom! The mystic armored turtle fell heavily to the ground in a position akin to a dog eating mud, sliding across the ice for over 10 meters before stopping right in front of Li Yihong's battle boots. Li Yihong looked down at the huge eyes filled with bloodshot fury, yet rendered powerless. Quite strong. He stretched out his foot and stepped on the turtle's nose. Keep going. The mystic armored turtle twisted its neck wildly, attempting to bite Li Yihong's foot, but its chin was firmly trapped by the golden thread. As a dignified sixth-order leader and the ocean's overlord in a furious state, it now resembled a flipped turtle. It was ridiculous to the extreme. At that moment, the 200 frenzied sea beasts finally charged over. They had no intelligence whatsoever, only knowing to shred everything in front of them. Seeing the densely packed horde rushing over, Ouyang Taolon panicked. Boss, the monster horde is coming. Li Yihong did not move. He glanced at the golden net entangled around the mystic armored turtle. Since you possess intelligence, let's clean up this trash together. The fishing net seemed to understand Li Yihong's words. The golden light surged. The hundreds of golden threads entangling the mystic armored turtle suddenly spread out like a peacock displaying its tail. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless thin golden threads shot towards the surrounding beasts like armor-piercing projectiles. Unlimited extension opened fire. A fourth-order frenzied giant shark just opened its bloody maw. A golden thread pierced through its mouth, exiting from its tail. A fifth-order ironclad crab raised its massive pincers. The golden thread instantly wrapped around its joints, locking it down securely. 110-100. In just a few seconds, 200 frenzied sea beasts were all strung together by golden threads. The fishing net did not cut them off. Instead, it turned all these sea beasts into counterweights for the mystic armored turtle. Roar! The turtle had just struggled to stand up. Suddenly it felt an immense weight added to its back. 200 sea beasts were being pulled by the golden threads, pressing down heavily on its back. These sea beasts were still struggling wildly, some running forward, while others pulled backward. All the force converged onto the mystic armored turtle through the golden threads. Thud! The turtle could no longer hold up, its limbs went limp, falling heavily onto the ice. This was not a battle at all. This was dismemberment by 5 horses, and it was the horde that was dismembering itself. Ouyang Talon was completely numbed. She watched the unbelievable scene below. A massive turtle lay in the center with 200 golden threads radiating outwards. Each golden thread was tied to a frenzied sea beast. It was as if 200 live kites were being flown. The sea beast struggled desperately, but could not break free from the thin golden threads. Instead, their struggling strength caused the mystic armored turtle in the center to roll its eyes back. Is it over? Ouyang Talon swallowed hard, feeling her worldview completely refreshed. It can't be that easy. Yihong found a clean patch of ice and sat down cross-legged. The health bar of a 6th-order leader is terrifyingly long. It's waiting to die, but it also has to die slowly. Yihong understood it well. The Myriad Realm's Heavenly Net chose the most energy-efficient tactic, surrounding without attacking. It didn't actively inflict damage, but instead utilized the mad state of the monsters. If the mystic armored turtle did not struggle, it was simply dragged along by other monsters. If it struggled, it was like having a tug-of war with 200 sea beasts. Crack! The ice began to crumble extensively. The frenzied trampling of the 200 sea beasts caused dark red seawater to flood upwards. However, this did not affect the performance of the fishing net at all. A 4th-order poison spike sea urchin tried to dive into deep water to escape. The golden thread instantly tightened. Not only did it prevent the sea urchin from escaping, but it also pulled it directly from the bottom of the water and slammed it hard against the shell of the mystic armored turtle. Bang! The sea urchin shattered. The mystic armored turtle let out a muffled groan. This was no mere fishing gear. This was clearly a fully automated torturing machine. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The temperature had dropped to -30 degrees, and the seawater had completely frozen into hard blood ice. The torment continued. Half of the 200 frenzied sea beasts had already died. Some were exhausted and had died from sheer fatigue. Some were accidentally killed by their companions during mutual tugging. More were crushed to death by the enraged mystic armored turtle. Yet even after being killed, their corpses remained tied by the golden threads. They still weighed down the mystic armored turtle. The turtle had no strength left to even cry out. Its dark red shell was covered in cracks, and its limbs were marked with deep blood grooves from the golden threads. Its breathing resembled a broken windbox gasping for air. It was utterly stifled. If a high-level player had fought it Hedon, it would have accepted its death. But now it was entirely grappling with a net. When it exerted force, the net loosened. When it relaxed, the net tightened. When it tried to run, the net dragged other lesser monsters to hold it back. That's about enough. Yihong stood up, brushing off the ice shavings from his pant legs. The golden net remained resplendent, showing no signs of energy depletion. This was divine, an existence that transcended all rules. He walked up to the mystic armored turtle. Hearing his footsteps, the turtle struggled to raise its heavy eyelids. In its once bloodthirsty vertical pupils, only pleading remained at this moment. It was begging for death. Has a net driven you to despair? Yihong looked down at it from above. That's quite normal. In this damned world, rules are more terrifying than and in my hand, I hold the highest rule. Yihong raised his right hand. The golden threads that had been scattered everywhere seemed to receive an order, instantly tightening. Retrieve. Yihong lightly uttered a word. Buzz. The Myriad Realm's heavenly net erupted with blinding light. The fishing net that had remained in a state of surround without attack finally revealed its most ferocious side. No longer holding back. No longer tugging. The absolute strangulation power exploded fully. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The golden threads sliced into the mystic armored turtle's flesh at an unimaginable speed. They shredded the hard scales. They severed the thick bones. The defense that the 6th Order leader was so proud of under the absolute constriction of the divine item was as fragile as tofu. Roar! The mystic armored turtle let out its final mournful scream. Its massive body was sliced into thousands of even pieces within a second. Dark red blood gushed out in a radiating manner, instantly staining the ice surface within 100 meters. Even the remaining frenzied sea beasts around, still clinging to life, were all shredded into pieces as the golden net contracted. Ding! You have killed the 6th Order Leader Deep Sea Mystic Armored Turtle. Obtained 6th Order Water Attribute Crystal Core 1. Obtained Leader Class Beastbone 500. Accompanied by the system's frenzied notification sound, the blood treasure chest that had been securely stuck on the turtle's back fell into the pool of blood with a thud. The red light flickered on the ice, appearing exceptionally glaring. With a flash of golden light, the Myriad Realm's heavenly net transformed back into a ball of light and returned to Li Yihong's palm. The netting was untainted by blood, remaining pure as before. Li Yihong glanced at the golden light in his palm, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Divine level truly lives up to its name. He stowed away the fishing net and directly walked towards the red legendary treasure chest. On the city wall, Ouyang Taolon clung to the edge, completely petrified. She looked at the scattered pieces of meat on the ground, and then at the man who had not broken a sweat. "Boss," she muttered, her voice filled with deep reverence. "This isn't survival. This is clearly coming to stock up." Li Yihong stopped in front of the blood treasure chest, turned his head, and looked at the still dazed woman on the city wall. "What are you still dawdling for? Come down and open the chest." "All right." Ouyang Taolon snapped back to her senses, scrambling down the city wall. Ouyang Taolon tumbled down the city wall in a frantic rush. The dark red icy surface was littered with the shredded remains of Xuanjia tortoises and enraged sea beasts. The pungent smell of blood surged to her head. She covered her nose carefully, avoiding the sticky clumps of blood, and jogged towards the treasure chest, emitting a red glow. The blood-tied treasure chest. Legendary grade. Ouyang Taolon took a deep breath, placing her hands on the cold lid of the chest. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully flipped it open. Boom. A mesmerizing red light shot up into the sky, even overshadowing the dark red on the icy surface. Ding! Player Ouyang Taolon has opened the legendary blood-tied treasure chest. Triggered the talent Koi of Misfortune's Blessing. Drop rate forcibly increased. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a legendary blueprint multifunctional ecological greenhouse construction blueprint 1. Congratulations, player, you have obtained an epic item fully automatic resource sorting core 1. Congratulations, player, you have obtained basic resources wood 100000, iron or 100000, copper or 50,000. Congratulations, player, you have obtained high-level spirit energy crystals 50. The red light gradually faded. Ouyang Taolon stared at the long string of zeros on the system panel, her eyes widening in disbelief. "I've struck it rich." She sat down on the icy surface, her eyes sparkling. "Boss, 100,000. 100,000 wood and iron." Li Yihong had somehow already appeared behind her. He swiftly collected all the items from the chest into his system backpack. There was little surprise on his face, instead it was marked by a hint of seriousness. "Get up." Li Yihong glanced at Ouyang Taolon before turning to walk towards the city wall. Ouyang Taolon hurriedly scrambled to her feet, trailing behind him like a shadow. The two returned to Ironclad Island. Li Yihong waved his hand, casually summoning the Universal Heavenly Net. A dazzling golden light floated in his palm, exuding a soft yet extremely dangerous aura. "Boss, this net is too powerful." Ouyang Taolon looked at the golden light, swallowing hard. "Even a 6th-tier leader can be shredded alive. As long as we have this, we won't fear any monster." "Shut up." Li Yihong interrupted her fantasy directly. He focused on the golden net in his hand, his gaze sharp. "What do you understand? This thing is indeed god tier and can ignore rules. But it is our greatest trump card right now. A trump card means it cannot be used carelessly, and it also means it has limits." Li Yihong turned to look at Ouyang Taolon. "Do you think that turtle just now died because of the net? Was it strangled by the net?" "No, it was dragged to death by its own violent power and those 200 small monsters. The Universal Heavenly Net indeed cannot be destroyed and can indeed extend infinitely. But that doesn't mean we are invincible." Li Yihong walked to the edge of the city wall, pointing at the cracked ice below. 6th tier is currently the limit. If what you summoned just now was a 7th-tier sea beast before the net could tighten and shred it could definitely use its strength to pull this net and uproot the entire Ironclad Island into the deep sea. Ouyang Taolon was stunned. A terrifying image suddenly flashed in her mind, Ironclad Island being dragged into the sea by a monstrous creature, the energy shield shattering under the deep-sea pressure and the seawater pouring in. She shivered. Moreover, Li Yihong tightened his fist, drawing the golden light back into his body. "My stamina is also facing a truly top-tier sea beast. This net can bind it, but I can't hold it back, and Ironclad Island can't withstand that level of pulling force." Li Yihong understood this very well. No matter how strong a god-tier item is, it is still an external object. The host's basic qualities and the level of the harbor are the foundation for exerting the power of the god-tier item. During this time, put away your complacency. Without my orders, you must not open any chests recklessly. Li Yihong's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Ouyang Taolon nodded vigorously. Understood. I absolutely won't touch any chests recklessly. Alright. Li Yihong turned and walked towards the central control stone pillar. Once the monsters are dealt with, it's time to count the gains. He pulled up the system panel. Having just defeated the 6th-tier Xuanjia tortoise and those 200 enraged sea beasts, the experience points had already overflowed. Plus the massive basic materials and high-level crystals obtained from the blood-tied treasure chest. Everything was ready. System. Withdraw all basic materials. The crystal cores dropped by the 200 sea beasts and the leader crystal core of the Xuanjia tortoise. The entire ironclad island shook violently. The black metal deck beneath their feet began to extend wildly. The entire ironclad island shook violently. The black metal deck beneath their feet began to extend wildly. The red energy shield expanded accordingly. The original area of 1,500 square meters instantly expanded to 2,000 square meters. Congratulations player, the harbor level has been upgraded to level 10. Current harbor quality, white normal. Need to upgrade 10 levels to reach the next quality leap, blue rare. A series of system notification sounds exploded in Li Yihong's ears. Following that, an unprecedented wave of immense heat surged through the central control stone pillar, flooding into Li Yihong's body. Ugh! Li Yihong groaned, his fists clenched tightly. The bones throughout his body emitted a series of explosive sounds. This rebounding power was too strong. The attributes stacking from the level up visibly caused his muscles to swell. The violent power surged with. He suddenly punched the air beside him. Bang! A sound explosion echoed through the air. Strong. Extremely powerful. Li Yihong exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging vitality within him. Now he could tear apart a 3rd-tier sea beast with sheer physical strength. If paired with the explosive battle axe, I could even face a 4th-tier monster directly. Boss, did you just unleash an air explosion? Ouyang Taolon hid behind the pillar, looking at Li Yihong as if he were a monster. What a rare sight. Li Yihong shook his sore wrist and looked back at the central control panel. After leveling up to 10, all the basic supporting facilities of the White Harbor were finally unlocked. Let's build the greenhouse first. Li Yihong took out the legendary blueprint he had just obtained. System construct the multifunctional ecological greenhouse. Ding! Blueprint consumed, materials deducted. A flash of light appeared. A massive glass greenhouse covering 300 square meters materialized out of thin air in the left area of Ironclad Island. Build the basic supporting facilities next. Li Yihong tapped on the panel repeatedly. Beginner material processing station. Fully automatic resource sorting warehouse. As materials were consumed, wildly buildings filled with a sense of wasteland technology rose from the ground. The originally desolate Ironclad Island instantly transformed into a fully functional super sea fortress. The soil in the ecological greenhouse exuded vitality. The mechanical arms on the material processing station gleamed with metallic luster. He approached the fully automatic resource sorting warehouse. He pressed the purple core he had obtained from the treasure chest into the slot. System activate the sorting warehouse. Ding. The warehouse has been activated. The sound of tracks turning echoed. Li Yihong opened his backpack and dumped out all the spoils from before. But just at that moment, Li Yihong's expression changed. There were too many items. Fragments of 200 ferocious sea beast corpses. The shell and flesh of a Xuanjia turtle cut into thousands of pieces. Piles of fish bones, crab claws, and poisonous spines. They instantly filled the entire processing area like small mountains. The stench of blood surged into the air. The mechanical arms in the sorting warehouse immediately began to work. However, these mechanical arms could only perform the most basic rough sorting. They separated stones from wood and large chunks of meat from bones. However, the bloody fish meat needed to be sliced and dried. The hard turtle shells required manual removal of the rotten flesh before they could be sent to the processing table for forging. The venom glands of the poisonous sea urchins needed to be carefully separated. Even the crossbow bolts from the bed crossbow needed to be collected, cleaned, and reloaded by hand. The machines roared. Yet the efficiency was appallingly low. With just these few primary mechanical arms, it would take at least a month to process this mountain of materials. Stop washing them. Li Yihong turned and shouted to Ouyang Taolon, who was still playing with water. Come over and help. Ouyang Taolon wiped her face and jogged over. When she saw the piles of meat, she froze in place. Do we have to handle all of this? She pointed at the massive chunk of Xuanjia turtle hind leg meat that weighed hundreds of pounds. Yes, Li Yihong pointed at various areas. Go cut the meat into standard pieces, apply salt, and hang them in the drying area. Clean all the remnants of meat off the bones. Wash all the crystal cores to remove blood stains, categorize, and store them properly. You also need to watch the heat at the processing table, and don't burn the iron ore. And the crossbows on the city wall, retrieve those arrows that were shot out and maintain them with oil. Li Yihong finished listing all the tasks in one breath. His tone was calm, as if he were assigning a routine household chore. After hearing this, Ouyang Taolon's legs went weak. With a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. She looked up at Li Yihong, her face filled with despair. Boss, just kill me already. She pointed at the mountain of meat. 200 monsters. Plus such a huge turtle. Even if I grew 8 arms and worked non-stop until next year, I wouldn't finish cutting it all. She picked up a rusty fruit knife from the ground and stabbed it hard into a nearby piece of turtle shell. Clang. The fruit knife snapped in two. Look, even the knife broke. What else can I cut? Ouyang Taolon was close to tears. Even the donkey in the production team needs a break, right? Li Yihong looked at her pale face, surprisingly refraining from scolding her. He knew that Ouyang Taolon was speaking the harsh truth. He looked around. The area expanded from 1,500 square meters to 2,000 square meters. On the vast ironclad island, various facilities were roaring to life. There was water if they needed it. Food was available. Firepower was adequate. Nothing was lacking. Yet there was a shortage of people. In this massive level 10 harbor, there were only 2 living souls. Ouyang Taolon was a dance instructor. No matter how hard she tried, her stamina and energy had limits. Asking her to dismantle materials from a 6th-tier boss was indeed pushing it. Could Li Yihong do it himself? Absolutely not. He was the core of this island. His energy had to be focused on vigilance over the surrounding waters, strategizing the upcoming blood-tide defenses, and planning the future development of the harbor. To have him picking bones and cutting meat would be the biggest waste. Li Yihong walked to a pile of materials, his brows tightly furrowed. This is just one wave of monsters, he said in a deep voice. The extreme cold blood tide is 6 days away. Every day there will be a mandatory beast tide, and the number and quality of monsters will only increase. The resources that drop will also multiply. He turned to Ouyang Taolon. If we don't convert these materials into defense towers and equipment in time, what will we use to withstand the next beast tide? Ouyang Taolon got up from the ground and approached Li Yihong with a pitiful expression. Boss, she cautiously proposed. Many people in the World Channel and Regional Channel can't survive anymore. The temperature is dropping so fast they have no food or clothing. What if we recruit some people to the island? She pointed at the fully automated temperature-controlled villa in the distance. We have food and water here, as long as you say a word and provide a meal. Those people would definitely be willing to work hard. If we find a dozen more laborers, we can finish cutting this meat in half a day. Recruit people. Li Yihong shook his head without hesitation. No way. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. In this chaotic apocalypse, human hearts were 1,000 times more poisonous than ferocious sea beasts. Extreme hunger and cold could turn people into real beasts. Recruiting a dozen strangers to the island. That was inviting wolves into the house. He possessed a divine-level talent, all things attribute bestowal. Holding a divine-level item, myriad phenomena, celestial net. If any hint of this was leaked, the top predators of the entire sea area would swarm over like sharks smelling blood. In the face of such absolute interest, let alone giving them food, even treating them like ancestors, they would not hesitate to stab him in the back. Absolutely cannot recruit living people to the island. Li Yihong coldly rejected the proposal. Ouyang Taolon sighed. Then what should we do? If we don't recruit, we won't finish processing these items, and the harbor can't upgrade, nor can we build defense facilities. With just the 2 of us, this deadlock cannot be broken. Ouyang Taolon spoke very realistically. A massive industrial system's most basic element was labor force. Without labor, even the best blueprints are waste paper, and no matter how many materials there are, they are still worthless. Li Yihong did not respond. He walked to the control stone pillar, pressing his hands on the cold stone platform. His gaze was fixed on the rolling dark red waves outside. How to solve the extreme shortage of human resources. Cannot recruit living people. Then the only option left is to find something that is not alive to work. Mechanical puppet blueprints. Such things were too rare, elusive, and hard to come by. Even with Ouyang Taolon's lucky talent, she might not be able to accurately produce this. Using the all things attribute bestowal to alter machines. The current mechanical arms had 2 low-level attributes, and even if bestowed with purple attributes, they could not replace the fine operations performed by humans. What other options were there? Li Yihong's fingers unconsciously tapped on the stone platform. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound echoed across the empty ironclad island. His gaze slowly shifted from the control console to the mountain of mutated sea beast corpses. Suddenly, Li Yihong stopped his movements. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an extremely crazy thought flashed through his mind. Talent effect 2, all things attribute bestowal. Since it could see through the hidden attributes of all things, and perform extraction, synthesis, and bestowal. What if he bestowed an alive or intelligent attribute on dead objects? Just like the myriad phenomena, it was originally a lifeless object, but due to its divine-level quality and rules, it could even autonomously judge the battle situation and autonomously manipulate monsters. Dead objects. Intelligence. Li Yihong murmured. His gaze suddenly turned to Ouyang Taolon, who was still sighing. The system says that after upgrading the harbor to white quality, it can extract purple attributes, at most, right? Ouyang Taolon felt uneasy under his intense gaze, and instinctively took a step back. Boss, what do you want to do? I'm not a dead object, don't use your talent on me. I wasn't talking about you. Li Yihong suddenly turned around. He strode toward the mountain-like Xuanjia turtle corpse. Although this sixth-tier boss had been cut into pieces, the massive bones and intact turtle shells still exuded violent energy fluctuations. We cannot recruit living people to the island. Li Yihong looked at the massive skeleton before him, his eyes gleaming with a certain fervor. Then I will create a batch of absolutely loyal monsters to work for us. He raised his right hand, pressing his palm against the largest turtle shell. System. Li Yihong took a deep breath. Activate the talent. Let me see what interesting attributes can be extracted from the corpses in this sea area. System. Li Yihong took a deep breath. Activate talent. Let me see what interesting attributes can be extracted from the corpses in this sea area. On the retina, lines of transparent data visible only to him cascaded down like a waterfall. Port level 10, unlocking purple attribute extraction permissions. The ground strewn with level 6 leaders and 4 to 5 level mutated sea beasts was like an unexploited gold mine. Beep. Target level 6, deep sea mystic armored turtle corpse fragment. Current extractable attributes: absolute heavy armor, purple slow metabolism, blue sluggish movement, white. Li Yihong frowned slightly. All the turtle's attributes were allocated to defense. Sluggish movement. If this attribute were assigned to a laborer cutting a piece of meat, would probably take half an hour. Garbage. He decisively let go. Stepping over the pool of viscous blood beneath his feet, he walked towards the pile of 200 furious sea beast corpses nearby. Boss. Ouyang Taolan shrank behind the sorting table, peering out with half her head. What are you doing groping around a pile of dead meat? Don't make a sound. Li Yihong didn't even turn his head. You interrupted my train of thought. Tonight you will cut this 100,000 gene of meat by yourself. Ouyang Taolan instantly shut her mouth, covering her mouth tightly with her hands, not even daring to breathe. Li Yihong crouched down. His hands quickly swept over the severed limbs. Target level 5 iron armored crab remains. Current extractable attributes: mighty sweep blue, lost limb survival, white precise cutting blue. Precise cutting. Li Yihong's eyes lit up. This is it. System: extract the precise cutting attribute. Extraction successful. Precise cutting blue has been stored in the attribute library. Description: hands act like precise surgical instruments with cutting errors not exceeding a millimeter. The first puzzle piece was complete. Cutting meat on a production line, this attribute was simply tailor-made. But just being able to cut wasn't enough. He needed a core attribute that could make the dead move on their own. Li Yihong stood up, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 100 or so sea beast corpses. Level 4 furious giant sharks. Besides bloodthirst, there were only bite all combat attributes. Level 3 poison spike sea urchins had only toxic and self-destruct. Li Yihong flipped through faster and faster. His hands were covered in dark red blood. Nothing. None at all. Can't I extract any life-giving attributes from the sea beasts? He stood upright, rubbing the scabs of blood on his fingers. If it didn't work, he would have to spend a fortune to exchange for mechanical blueprints in the World Channel. Just as he was about to give up, a small, unremarkable pool of black meat paste in the corner caught his attention. That was a strange creature crushed to death beneath the mystic armored turtle's belly. It looked like a salamander with 4. Its body had long since rotted into a puddle of muck, yet that white skull still seemed to be slightly opening and closing. Such strong vitality. Li Yihong walked over, kicking aside the giant shark's tail fin that was pressing on it. He pressed his right hand directly on the skull. Talent activated. The data on the retina flashed violently. Target level 4 mutated parasitic corpse spirit. Current extractable attributes: parasitic blue, tireless purple, revive the dead purple. Revive the dead. Purple quality. Li Yihong's breathing instantly became heavy. He found it. System: immediately extract tireless and revive the dead. Ding. Rule restriction: only one attribute can be extracted from the same item. Damn. Only able to choose one. Li Yihong's eyes narrowed slightly. Then extract revive the dead. Without this thing, everything would be in vain. Ding. Extraction successful. Revive the dead purple has been stored in the attribute library. Description: grants the dead basic action logic, and hearing forcibly compels the target to act with no sensation of pain. Enough. This not only allows the bones to stand up, it even comes with hearing and basic logic, able to understand commands. A perfect undead driver. Now I just need one that can do heavy lifting. Li Yihong turned his head, looking at the distant level 4 furious giant shark. The shark had no bones, only cartilage. But that kind of monstrous muscle explosiveness was just right for transportation needs. He walked over, pressing down on the most intact giant shark corpse. Extract. Target level 4 furious giant shark. Extraction successful. Obtained muscle memory purple. Description: as long as the action is demonstrated once, the action pattern is permanently locked and will never be forgotten. Work done. The attribute library is already filled with excellent labor attributes. Revive the dead purple, precise cutting blue, muscle memory purple. To be safe, he extracted a separate tireless purple from another parasitic corpse spirit nearby. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Ouyang Taolan. Li Yihong waved his hand. Here. Ouyang Taolon hurriedly ran over. Go bring me the 2 thickest hind leg bones from the mystic armored turtle, and the 2 large pincers of the iron armored crab. Also go pick a spine from the giant shark. Ouyang Taolon was stunned. Move bones. Why? To make soup. Enough with the nonsense move. On the empty deck lay a pile of oddly shaped skeletal components. Ouyang Taolon was exhausted, panting with her hands on her knees. Boss, everything you asked for is here. Li Yihong said nothing. He walked forward and picked up the giant shark's pale spine. He stood it upright on the deck. Then he took the 2 stout leg bones of the mystic armored turtle and forcefully smashed them into the grooves beneath the spine. Crack. The bones fit together, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. This wasn't over. Li Yihong grabbed the 2 giant pincers of the iron armored crab. They were wedged on either side of the spine, serving as arms. A hideous 3-ma turtle monster prototype assembled from the bones of different sea beasts suddenly appeared before the 2. My god. Ouyang Taolon was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. She trembled, pointing at the pile of bones. Boss, have you gone mad from the shock? Are you trying to ward off evil spirits by piecing this thing together? Li Yihong completely ignored her. He looked at the skeleton before him. System. Fusion bestow. Bestow revive the dead purple precise, cutting blue tireless purple. All to be bestowed upon this skeleton before me. Ding. Attribute bestowal begins. Consuming port regeneration energy. A massive flow of heat surged through Li Yihong's body, pouring out through his arm, transforming into a blinding purple light. It shot straight into the hideous skeleton. Boom. A cold wind suddenly whipped through Iron Arm Island. Ouyang Taolon tightened her clothes, frightened, and closed her eyes. Open your eyes and look. Li Yihong's voice was incredibly cold. In this cursed place, if you're afraid of dead bones, how will you live in the future? Ouyang Taolon gritted her teeth, forcing herself to open her eyes. The next second, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Crack. Crack crack. The 3-ma turtle assembled skeleton moved. No flesh, no organs. Not even the fascia connecting the joints. It just stood up in midair. The originally hollow top of the spine had no head, but a wisp of ghostly green flame ignited. The 2 massive pincers of the iron-armored crab waved in midair, producing a clattering metallic sound. The skeleton glimmered with a faint purple glow. This was a sign that the attribute was taking effect. It has come to life. Ouyang Taolon scrambled and crawled behind Li Yihong, gripping his clothes tightly. Boss, the bones are alive. Shut up. Li Yihong shook off her hand and strode toward the skeleton. Although this monster was terrifying, in his eyes it was the perfect free labor force. No need for food or drink. No salary required. It would never betray. Li Yihong stared at that wisp of ghostly green flame. Do you understand what I'm saying? The skeleton turned its spine, its upper body leaning slightly forward. It made a gesture similar to a bow of submission. Very good. Li Yihong pointed at the mountain of mystic armored turtle hind leg meat weighing hundreds of gene. Your task. Cut all that meat into strips 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters thick. Not a single piece should be cut wrong. Go. The moment the order was given, the green flame in the skeleton's eye sockets surged violently. It dragged its heavy steps and walked toward the meat mountain. The speed was surprisingly fast. Upon reaching the meat mountain, the skeleton raised the giant pincers of the iron-armored crab. Swish, swish, swish. Afterimages. They were completely afterimages. Under the effect of the precise cutting attribute, those 2 giant pincers were even more dexterous than the most precise surgical knives. Hundreds of gene of mystic armored turtle meat were sliced into uniformly thick strips in midair. Plop plop. The meat strips landed accurately on the sorting conveyor beside. Each piece measured exactly 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters thick. Not a fraction off. No unnecessary movements and no pauses. It was purely a ruthless cutting machine. Ouyang Taolon peeked out from behind Li Yihong, watching the dazzling cutting motions. Her mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a duck egg. This knife work. She swallowed hard. Even a Michelin 3-star chef would kneel and call it master right. Li Yihong's lips curved into a satisfied arc. I told you rules are scarier than power. This is the absolute rule brought by attributes. But one cutter isn't enough. This skeleton only knows how to cut, not to carry, and it won't monitor the cooking time. He still needed a mover. Li Yihong turned around. His gaze locked onto the remaining pile of bones nearby. Assemble another. Li Yihong's movements were extremely quick. This time, he didn't use the leg bones of sea beasts. He directly tore off 8 thick tentacles from a level 4 mutated octopus, stripping away the flesh, leaving only the incredibly flexible fascia. Then he tightly bound these tentacle fascias to a thick piece of mystic armored turtle shell. The turtle shell would serve as the body, and the tentacles would serve as arms. Finally, he inserted the tail spine of a furious giant shark as a support point. The design was even more inhumane than the previous one. Boss. Ouyang Taolon was already numb. Is your aesthetic really from a finance university? Even medical students aren't this crazy. Li Yihong shot her, as long as it's practical. He pressed down on this tentacle turtle shell monster again. System. Bestow revive the dead purple, muscle memory purple absolute, heavy armor purple. The light flickered again. The purple energy coiled around the ugly shell, like chains. Buzz, accompanied by a disturbing vibration. The 8 octopus tentacles slammed onto the deck. The monster stood up. A ghostly green flame also ignited at the center of the turtle shell. Yihong walked up to it. Casually picked up a piece of iron ore. Watch my actions. He walked to the process. He opened the furnace. Tossed the iron ore inside. Closed the furnace door. Pressed the smelting button. Then walked to the sorting conveyor. He picked up a cut meat strip and hung it on the drying rack, completing the entire series of actions. Yihong clapped his hands. Did you remember? The green flame at the center of the tentacle monster flickered. The muscle memory attribute instantly etched all of Yihong's previous actions into its subconscious. Go to work. At Yihong's command, the tentacle monster moved. Its 8 tentacles were like 8 cranes. 2 tentacles grabbed iron ore and stuffed it into the furnace. 2 tentacles pressed buttons to control the heat. The remaining 4 tentacles, like dancing whips, frantically grabbed meat strips from the conveyor and accurately hung them on the drying rack. The entire process flowed smoothly without any pause. Moreover, with the support of absolute heavy armor, this monster was not afraid of high temperatures at all. Even if its tentacles reached directly into a 2,000-degree smelting furnace to grab red-hot iron blocks, it would be unscathed. On Iron Arm Island, 2 terrifying undead monsters began to operate frantically. One was responsible for madly cutting. The other was responsible for transporting smelting and hanging meat. The originally piled-up mutated sea beast corpses were being digested at a visibly rapid pace. The machines roared. The 2 skeletons, like tireless perpetual motion machines, were crazily squeezing out their value. Yihong dusted off his hands. Turning his head, he looked at the completely petrified Ouyang Talon. What did you just say? This pile of meat you won't finish cutting even by next year. Ouyang Talon mechanically turned her neck, gazing at the 2 bone monsters comparable to an industrial assembly line. Tears were almost brought forth by her overwhelming emotions. Boss. She suddenly dashed over and hugged Yihong's arm tightly. You are simply my reincarnated parents. I will never call you a pervert again. With these 2 treasures, can't I just lie in the greenhouse and sleep all day, eh? Dream on. Yihong, they can only do this mindless physical labor. The complex blueprints for construction, resource allocation, and the island's security must still be handled by us. He pointed towards the distant ecological greenhouse. Go into the greenhouse and bury those spirit energy crystals in the soil. Also connect the water treatment system's pipelines for me. Understood, boss. Ouyang Talon now had no complaints at all as long as she wasn't made to cut those 200 sea beasts. She was willing to do anything. Humming a tune, she bounced towards the greenhouse. Yihong watched her retreating figure, smiling as he shook his head. He turned around, observing the 2 skeletal laborers working tirelessly. They had managed to create 2 in total. The 2 skeletons were racing around the deck. In less than 2 hours, the mountain-sized chunks of meat had vanished. In their place, the sorting warehouse was piled high with standard supplies. Yihong stood in front of the control console, watching the surging resource numbers, and unhesitatingly issued commands. System. 100,000 wood, 100,000 iron, or all put into the city wall upgrade. Ding. Consumption complete. The thickness of the alloy city wall has doubled, and its durability has also doubled. Ironclad Island shook violently. The surrounding black metal walls suddenly shot up from 3 meters to 6 meters. The wall gleamed with an indestructible dark glow. 50,000 copper were invested in constructing defensive facilities. Create 4 second-tier rapid-fire crossbows and place them at the 4 corners of the city wall. Manufacture 80 primary autonomous cannons and arrange them on the outer side of the city wall. The blueprints turned into flowing light. On the vast city wall, Cold War machines rose up from the ground. The arrow slots of the crossbows were filled with the sharp spines of poisonous sea urchins. The barrels of the autonomous cannons pointed directly at the dark Red Sea. The firepower of the entire ironclad island surged several times in an instant. Yihong looked at the newly transformed harbor. Even if 500 rampaging sea beasts arrived now, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Just relying on these automated defense towers would be enough to shred them to pieces. Boss, come quickly. A voice filled with incredulity suddenly came from the greenhouse direction belonging to Ouyang Talon, yet there was no fear in her voice. Only extreme excitement. Yihong turned around and strode towards the 300-square-meter glass greenhouse. Just as he pushed open the temperature-controlled isolation door, a wave of moist air infused with the rich scent of vegetation rushed towards him. Yihong was stunned. This was not a greenhouse. It was simply a miniature tropical rainforest. Seeds that had been planted only half an hour ago had already grown into towering plants. Vines as thick as arms climbed the glass walls. Clusters of purple grapes hung from above, each the size of a baby's fist. The small cabbages on the ground had leaves that were a shiny green and stood half a person tall. Bright red tomatoes hung like little lanterns bending the branches. Ouyang Taolon was holding an absurdly large watermelon. She had to use both hands just to barely hug it. Boss! Ouyang Taolon's face was flushed as she excitedly shook the watermelon in her hands. Has this greenhouse mutated? I just buried the spirit energy crystals in the soil and watered them, and these seeds went crazy sprouting out. I barely had time to dodge, though I almost got tangled up by a cucumber vine. Li Yihong walked over to a tomato plant and casually picked one. A legendary blueprint built the multifunctional ecological greenhouse. It came with effects of rapid ripening and spirit energy enrichment. Coupled with the catalysis of high-tier spirit energy crystals ripening in half an hour was completely reasonable. He took a big bite. Crunch. Juice sprayed everywhere. The sweet and sour flavor exploded in his mouth. Accompanying it was a faint but extremely pure spirit energy that flowed down his throat into his stomach. The fatigue he felt dissipated in an instant. Good stuff. Li Yihong finished the tomato in 3 bites and wiped the corner of his mouth. Don't just stand there. Pick the vegetables. Ouyang Taolon placed the watermelon on the ground and wiped the sweat from her brow. How much should we pick? Li Yihong glanced at the garden full of fruits and vegetables, then looked at the 2 skeletal laborers still moving bricks outside. Pick more. Pull up 10 cabbages. Gather a basket of tomatoes. Get some lettuce, potatoes, and mushrooms as well. And slice 2 watermelons to chill in the fridge. Ouyang Taolon swallowed hard. Boss, what are we going to do? Eat. Li Yihong turned and walked outside. After working for half a day, I'm starving. Go to the warehouse and bring 2 bowls of the cut xuanjia turtle meat. We're having hot pot tonight. Upon hearing the word hot pot, Ouyang Taolon's eyes instantly lit up like 2 searchlights. Hot pot. Coming right up. She dashed into the vegetable patch like a gust of wind, crazily pulling out vegetables. In the center of Ironclad Island stood a temperature-controlled villa. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to nearly -40 degrees, and the sea wind whipped against the city walls like knives. But inside the villa, the temperature remained a constant 25 degrees. In the spacious living room, a long rectangular wooden dining table was placed in the center. On the table, there was a Yihong hot pot. On the left side was a bubbling spicy broth. Dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns tumbled in the boiling water, filling the room with a spicy aroma. On the right side was a milky white bone broth. Inside the soft bones of a 4th-tier giant shark simmered the soup, rich and flavorful. On both sides of the dining table were fresh washed vegetables. Glossy green lettuce, thinly sliced potatoes, and glistening fresh mushrooms. Of course, the most stunning were the 2 bowls of meat placed in the center. The rear leg meat of the xuanjia turtle had been sliced thin as a cicada's wing by the skeletal laborers using precise cutting. On the dark red meat, marbled white fat patterns were distributed. This was meat from a 6th-tier boss. In the post-apocalyptic era, this was a supreme delicacy that even top-tier powerhouses would scramble for. Now it was casually placed in 2 stainless steel basins. Moreover, next to the table stood a barbecue grill. Li Yihong picked up a metal skewer. He skewered the diced turtle meat onto the skewer, placing it over the charcoal fire. Sizzle. Fat dripped onto the glowing red coals. A plume of white smoke rose. The aroma of the meat instantly overwhelmed the spiciness of the hot pot, surging straight to his head. Li Yihong grabbed a handful of cumin and chili powder, sprinkling it evenly over the skewered meat. It's done. He threw a large handful of skewers onto the plate in front of Ouyang Taolon. She could no longer sit still. Holding a pair of chopsticks, her eyes were glued to the bubbling meat in the pot. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately grabbed a piece of grilled meat, not minding the heat, and stuffed it into her mouth. She bit down. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The violent energy contained in the turtle meat became gentle under the high temperature of the grilling. Juice dribbled down the corners of her mouth. So delicious. Ouyang Taolon's tears were almost falling. This meat. It's chewy yet not tough. It's 100 times better than the M9 Wagyu beef I used to pay a premium for. While chewing, she used her chopsticks to grab the meat slices from the hot pot. Dipping it in a garlic and sesame oil sauce, she swallowed it whole. The spiciness made her gasp, but she couldn't stop. Li Yihong also sat down. He wasn't as exaggerated as Ouyang Taolon, but his speed of using chopsticks was just as swift. 1 piece of 6th-tier turtle meat went down. The system notification sounded on time. Ding. Consumed high-tier ingredient deep-sea xuanjia turtle meat. Constitution 1. Strength 1. Another bite. Constitution 1. This is the value of high-tier sea beast meat. It can directly and permanently enhance the player's base attributes. While others struggled for survival, they sat here, boosting their attributes through hot pot. Boss. Ouyang Taolon, sweating profusely, took off her outer coat, leaving only a thin, fitted t-shirt. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, and she picked up a glass of chilled watermelon juice, gulping down a large mouthful. Refreshing. I feel like I could punch a cow to death right now. The energy from the xuanjia turtle meat coursed through her body, making her complexion flush, as if she could bleed. Li Yihong picked up a piece of cabbage and tossed it into the clear broth pot. Don't overeat. This meat is too high in energy. If you eat too much, your blood vessels will burst. Ouyang Taolon was startled and hurriedly put down her chopsticks. But looking at the bubbling meat in the pot, she couldn't help but swallow. Boss. Ouyang Taolon rubbed her round belly, leaning back against the chair. What do you think others on different islands are doing right now, eh? Li Yihong did not reply. He casually tapped, pulling up the regional chat channel's holographic interface in midair. The transparent interface unfolded above the dining table. Messages flooded the screen, densely packed with texts of despair and wailing. Zhang Jingwo, someone save me. My energy shield has run out. The sea beasts are crashing against the wall. Wang Chang, so cold. My island doesn't even have a single piece of wood. I haven't eaten for a day, or I feel like my hands and feet are numb. Xiaoxi, I beg you, great ones. Who has food? He'll trade for a primary iron sword blueprint. Even a moldy piece of bread will do. My wife is about to starve. Lu Dazhuang stopped shouting. There are 2,000 people in the channel, and now less than 1,000 are left. Those who couldn't withstand that wave of beast tide have all been eaten. Li Mei, I just saw a third-tier sea turtle crawl onto my island. I couldn't even defend myself. Who can save me? Just give me a sip of hot water, and he'll do anything. The screen was filled with panic, filled with death. Each word was drenched in sorrow. Ouyang Taolon stared at the hologram, and then looked down at what was in front of her. The spicy broth bubbling in the Yihong pot, the mountain of high-tier grilled meat skewers, and the fresh vegetables just picked from the greenhouse, all beside a glass of chilled watermelon juice. The underfloor heating beneath the table made the soles of her feet feel hot. The stark contrast was like night and day. Ouyang Taolon suddenly felt that this meal was somewhat surreal. What kind of world was this? While others struggled in the 18 layers of hell, she was living a godlike life on Ironclad Island. Boss. Ouyang Taolon's voice trembled slightly. Are they all that miserable? Li Yihong's expression was impassive. He picked up a piece of the hot giant shark's soft bone and stuffed it into his mouth. This is just the beginning. The extreme cold blood tide is still 6 days away. By this time tomorrow, if there are still 100 people left in this area, it would be a miracle. He closed the chat panel. The hologram instantly dissipated. Put away your useless sympathy. Li Yihong lifted the chilled watermelon juice and drank it all down. The icy juice rushed down his throat. In this world, weakness is original sin. If you don't desperately squeeze the value from the monsters and crazily build infrastructure. Li Yihong pointed towards the pitch-black night outside the window. The corpses in those chat channels are our fate tomorrow. Ouyang Taolon shivered. She recalled the 2 skeletal monsters still outside, braving the wind and snow, frantically cutting meat and refining. The last trace of her sentimental feelings vanished completely. Yes, the boss is right. One cannot be soft-hearted, nor can one be satisfied. While others gnaw on tree bark, they feast on grilled meat. This is the privilege brought by strength. I understand now. Ouyang Taolon took a deep breath, picked up her chopsticks, and rejoined the battle. Eat. We need to be full to have the energy to work. I must boost my constitution attribute today. Li Yihong looked at her ravenous demeanor and finally revealed a hint of a faint smile. At least there's some awareness. It's not the fear of gluttony, but the fear of being a saint. In this apocalypse, a saint won't last 3 days. The meal took over an hour. The 2 large bowls of 6th-tier turtle meat on the table were completely wiped clean. The vegetables were also consumed thoroughly. Ouyang Taolon was utterly stuffed, slumping in her chair, lacking the strength to move a finger. However, her panel attributes showed that her constitution and strength had surged by a full 10 points. This was equivalent to an ordinary player leveling up 5 times. Li Yihong stood up, his body brimming with explosive power. The nourishment from the 6th-tier boss meat combined with the feedback from the level 10 harbor. His pure physical strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. You clean up the table. Li Yihong casually tossed out a sentence. He strode towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the wind and snow continued. The extreme cold of -40 degrees had frozen the entire sea surface. But on Ironclad Island, a red energy shield loomed like an indestructible giant inverted bull, firmly blocking all wind, snow, and danger outside. The autonomous cannons flickered with red standby lights. For massive rapid-fire crossbows lurked at the 4 corners of the city wall like steel beasts. The 2 skeletal laborers, glowing with purple light, were still tirelessly transporting supplies. The flames of the smelting furnace illuminated half the sky. This was an impeccable fortress at sea. Li Yihong stood with his hands in his pockets, admiring his masterpiece. The first day has been passed safely. He muttered softly, his gaze growing sharper. I wonder what the beast tide tomorrow will bring me in terms of new attribute. Night fell deeper. The scent of hot pot from Ironclad Island had yet to dissipate. Meanwhile, in the endless icy sea beyond the energy shield, several shadows larger and more terrifying than the Xuanjia turtle were slowly swimming beneath the ice. Crimson eyes stared intently at this solitary island, radiating warmth. The slaughter had only just begun. Sated and content, Ouyang Taolon slumped on the wooden chair, her entire being resembling a puddle of mush. The warmth of the heated floor combined with the steaming hot pot she had just consumed caused a fine sheen of sweat to form on her fair forehead. The striped short-sleeve shirt had become slightly damp, with sweat sticking closely to her body. The breathtaking curve of her chest rose and fell dramatically with her heavy breathing. I can't take it anymore. Ouyang Talon tugged at her collar, trying to let some cool air in. Boss, I'm all sticky. The smell of sea beast's blood mingled with the spicy aroma of the hot pot makes me feel like a walking garbage bin. She raised her arm to sniff at her face contorted in disgust. Li Yihong sat across from her leisurely sipping warm water. Upon hearing this, he looked Ouyang Talon up and down. Indeed, this girl had been braving the wind on the city wall, then running across a blood-stained ice surface, and finally digging in the greenhouse. Now not only was there dust on her face, but even her pair of snow-white straight legs had several patches of dried dirt stuck to them. In this apocalyptic survival, just staying alive is already great. Why fuss about this? Li Yihong set down his cup and raised an eyebrow. Others don't even have water to drink, and you're complaining about having a smell on you. Ouyang Talon pouted pitifully. But it's not the same, is it? Now we have guns and food, and we've even moved into a villa. If only we could take a hot shower, that would be a heavenly life. She leaned in closer, her hands clasped together, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Yihong. Good boss, good president. You can do anything, you must have a way, right? A faint warmth mixed with the spiciness of the hot pot wafted towards him. Li Yihong subtly shifted back. There's indeed a way. He reached out and waved in the air. A flash of light flickered. A beautifully designed metal device emanating a soft purple glow appeared out of nowhere on the dining table. It was the water converter. Current entry source eruption, purple epic quality. Effect 1, ultimate filtration, ignoring any pollution, extracting absolutely pure water sources. Ouyang Talon's eyes lit up as she immediately moved closer. She reached out to touch the cold metal shell, reluctant to let go. But soon a frown appeared on her face. But, boss, it says here that the maximum daily output is only 20 liters. 20 liters of water is enough to drink, but for a shower it wouldn't even be enough to wet my hair, would it? Li Yihong's lips curled slightly. Of course, relying solely on it to produce water isn't enough. But this thing is currently linked to my harbor component. He stood up and grabbed the water converter. Come on, let me show you what true, godly talent looks like. Ouyang Talon quickly jumped up from her chair, closely following Li Yihong like a little tail. They crossed the living room and reached the bathroom on the first floor of the villa. This place was originally in a rough state. Although there were the outlines of a toilet, bathtub, and shower head, there was no water supply connected. It was cold and dry. Li Yihong walked to the wall behind the bathtub. There was a movable iron plate behind which lay a complex array of brass pipes. This was the main valve and pipeline node for the entire villa's water supply. Li Yihong crouched down and deftly unscrewed the joint of the main pipe with a wrench. Boss, you can even fix pipes. Ouyang Talon squatted beside him, cupping her chin with both hands, watching curiously. The Finance University teaches not just accounting, but also how to unclog drains after bankruptcy, Li Yihong joked casually. He directly connected the water intake of the water converter to the endless ice seas pumping pipe beneath the harbor. Then he connected the water outlet of the converter to the bathroom's water supply pipe. System. Li Yihong silently chanted in his mind. Activate talent all-encompassing entry bestowal. Forcefully fuse and endow the filtering mechanism of source eruption purple epic to this entire bathroom water supply pipeline. Ding. Target detected as the harbor's auxiliary building pipeline. Fusing entry attributes. Buzz. A burst of deep purple light erupted from the palm of Li Yihong. The light transformed into countless slender purple threads, rapidly spreading along the brass pipes. In an instant, the entire pipeline within the wall lit up with a purple glow. The once rusty pipes turned crystal clear, appearing as if carved from purple crystal. Ding. Bestowal successful. Your bathroom water supply system has acquired the epic attribute source eruption synchronize. Effect can directly extract external polluted seawater, perform real-time ultimate filtration, unlimited water output, and automatically heat to the ideal temperature for the human body. Done. Li Yihong dusted off his hands and stood up. Ouyang Talon looked on dumbfounded. Is this really enough? Unlimited water output. And it can heat itself. She walked over to the showerhead, somewhat incredulous. Her fair hand rested on the brass switch as she took a deep breath, and then twisted it forcefully. Click. Whoosh. The next second, a torrent of water surged from the showerhead. It was not the icy piercing, instead it was warm water enveloped in thick white mist at just the right temperature. The warm water splashed onto the floor, producing a crisp sound as the temperature in the bathroom began to rise rapidly. A strange fragrance blending the scent of earth and trace minerals wafted through the confined space. Heavens! Ouyang Talon exclaimed. Unable to resist, she reached out to catch the warm water flow. Droplets fell on the back of her hands, sliding down her fair skin. Soft and warm. There was none of the salty stench or sting of seawater. It was even more gentle than any premium mineral water she had used before. It's really hot water. And it's sweet. Ouyang Talon jumped up in excitement. With this leap, the swell in her chest surged like waves, causing Li Yihong's eyes to twitch. Boss, you're amazing. Ouyang Talon turned around and hugged Li Yihong's neck tightly. Her warm body collided solidly into his embrace. with a faint scent of sweat and a unique fragrance of a young girl. Li Yihong's body stiffened slightly. Before he could feel the astonishing softness, Ouyang Taolon had already released her grip. Her face flushed, and she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Sorry boss, I got too excited. I felt like I was about to freeze into an ice sculpture after being outside for half a day. Li Yihong lightly coughed, concealing his discomfort. Alright, the water is connected. You can go wash up now. This water quality, enhanced by the purple entry, is beneficial for your body. Soak for a while. After saying that, he turned to leave. Wait boss. Ouyang Taolon called out to him from behind. Li Yihong turned around. Could you please guard outside for me? Ouyang Taolon fidgeted with her fingers, her voice lowering. Even though there are only the two of us on the island, I'm still a bit scared. What if a sea beast suddenly crashes through the wall, and I don't even have time to put on my clothes? Li Yihong looked at her pitiful appearance. The usually carefree and spirited dance teacher now resembled a little girl in need of protection. Got it. Li Yihong nodded. They'll be in the living room. The door will be closed, and if there's any commotion, I'll call for you. Thank you, boss. Ouyang Taolon smiled sweetly, her crescent-shaped brows and eyes strikingly beautiful. The door closed. Soon the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. Li Yihong returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The firewood in the fireplace crackled. Despite the thick wooden door, the crisp sound of water stubbornly penetrated his ears. The water flowed in a rhythmic pattern. First came the sound of water pouring, followed by the splashing sounds, and then the subtle sound of foam rubbing against skin. Li Yihong leaned back on the sofa, helplessly massaging his temples. Images of Ouyang Taolon in her tight-fitting jeans and striped short-sleeve shirt involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Her slender waist and her long, well-proportioned legs. And those deep curves. Focus. Li Yihong took a deep breath, forcing himself to close his eyes. In this hellhole, survival was the priority. He couldn't afford to think about such frivolous matters. He began to plan tomorrow's defensive arrangements in his mind. The positions of the 4 crossbows needed slight adjustments, and the ammunition reserves for the basic self-defense artillery had to be replenished. Just then, knock. The bathroom door was suddenly knocked on. Following that, Ouyang Taolon's somewhat embarrassed and anxious voice emerged from inside. Boss, are you there? Li Yihong opened his eyes. Yes, what's wrong? I was too anxious earlier and forgot to grab my change of clothes. The voice from the bathroom, muffled by the steam, was tinged with an indescribable allure. And the clothes I was wearing earlier reek of sea beast. I can't wear them at all. Can you help me find a clean outfit to bring over? Li Yihong felt a bit of a headache. I only have my clothes here. Can you fit into them? I can fit into anything as long as it's clean. Ouyang Taolon urged. Alright, just wait. Li Yihong stood up and returned to his bedroom on the 2nd floor. He rummaged through the wardrobe. He didn't have many belongings from before the apocalypse. Apart from a set of clean sportswear, he only had a few loose white shirts. He took the largest white shirt and a pair of clean gray sports shorts. He then returned to the bathroom door on the knock. I've brought the clothes. Li Yihong stood outside the door, his gaze steady. I'm opening the door now. The lock emitted a soft click. The heavy wooden door slowly opened a tiny crack. In an instant, a rush of warm, fragrant steam mingled with the scent of shower gel and the warmth of a young woman's body surged out through the gap. The smell was intoxicating. It was as if a dewy lily had suddenly bloomed in a forest after the rain. Li Yihong's breath caught slightly. Then a snow-white round arm, still glistening with tiny droplets of water, timidly reached out from the door. Her skin, moistened by the steam, glowed with a rosy hue, so tender it seemed like it could yield water. Her nails were neatly trimmed and tinged with a faint pink. Give it to me, boss. Ouyang Taolon's voice trembled slightly, clearly shy. Li Yihong handed over the clothes. In the instant of the exchange, his fingertips inevitably brushed against her damp palm. Warm. Soft. A faint electric current coursed through his body from his fingertips. Ouyang Taolon let out a small gasp like a startled rabbit, quickly withdrawing her hand. Along with the clothes, she yanked them into the bathroom. Bang! The door slammed shut again. Li Yihong stood in place, looking at his slightly tingling fingertips, shaking his head and chuckling. This girl, usually so bold with her jokes, became more bashful than anyone else when it came to the real thing. He waited in the living room for about 10 minutes. Click! The bathroom door finally opened again. Warm air accompanied by footsteps slowly emerged. Li Yihong instinctively turned to look. Upon looking, his gaze became completely fixated. Ouyang Taolon was standing at the door, awkwardly holding a white towel against her damp hair. She was wearing the white shirt belonging to Li Yihong. Since he was over 1.8 meters tall, and she was only about 1.65 meters. This oversized shirt on her transformed into a super short skirt. The hem barely covered her thighs, revealing a pair of long, fair legs that glistened under the heat. The collar's buttons were not fully fastened, hanging loosely to one side. Below her delicate collarbone lay a vast expanse of skin as white as jade. And the already ample bust only served to push the fabric of the shirt higher, the buttons straining tightly, as if they might pop open at any moment. The gray sports shorts were completely concealed by the shirt's hem, creating a visual impact, as if she had lost her lower garments. She stood barefoot on the clean floor, her toes fidgeting nervously. Her damp black hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets sliding down her cheeks to her collarbone, finally disappearing into the deep shadows. She exuded an exquisite allure, a blend of purity and seduction. Boss. Ouyang Taolon blushed, her hands awkwardly pulling at the hem of the shirt. Your shirt is too big, and I look funny wearing it, don't I? Li Yihong's throat felt dry. He averted his gaze unhurriedly, taking a big sip from his cup. Not funny. It fits quite well. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Ouyang Taolon, sensitive and perceptive, picked up on the fleeting warmth in Li Yihong's eyes. The initial awkwardness dissipated significantly. As a woman, her confidence and a hint of mischief quietly, she walked with silent steps to the sofa. Then quite naturally she closed her legs and sat beside Li Yihong. The distance between them was very close. Li Yihong could even feel the warm air emanating from her and the intoxicating scent of her shampoo. Does it really look good? Ouyang Taolon tilted her head slightly, resting her chin on her hands, her big watery eyes fixed on Li Yihong. The collar drooped down a bit further due to this motion. An astonishing expanse of white and depth was laid bare before Li Yihong's eyes. It looks good. Li Yihong's expression remained calm, yet he shifted slightly to the side. If it looks good, why are you avoiding me? Ouyang Taolon suddenly laughed, her laughter sweet, like silver bells. Boss, you're so fierce when fighting monsters, why can't you even dare to look at me now? Could it be that I'm scarier than that sixth-tier tortoise? Li Yihong looked at this woman who was starting to act mischievous with a bit of a headache. Don't mess around. Hurry and dry your hair, or you'll catch a cold. If you catch a cold, there's no medicine for you. Ouyang Taolon stuck out her pink tongue, shaking her little feet playfully. I won't. The water is warm after a wash, and now I'm full of energy, feeling incredibly comfortable. She scooted closer to Li Yihong, even resting her little head on his shoulder. Boss, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have already died in some corner, becoming food for sea beasts. I couldn't be here now taking a hot shower and enjoying hot pot. Her voice dipped slightly, carrying a hint of confusion and attachment unique to the apocalypse. Li Yihong felt the warmth and softness on his shoulder. His hand, which originally wanted to push her away, paused in midair and finally gently rested on her shoulder. He held her lightly. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you go hungry or cold. Li Yihong's voice was not loud, but it carried a reassuring firmness. Ouyang Taolon trembled slightly. She looked up at Li Yihong's clean-cut, chiseled profile. In this damned world, this man's shoulder was her safest harbor. Their eyes met. The air's temperature seemed to be even hotter than the floor heating. The atmosphere of ambiguity fermented wildly in the small living room. Ouyang Taolon gazed at Li Yihong's lips, nervously swallowing, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Li Yihong also lowered his head slightly, his gaze landing on her cherry-red lips. The distance between them grew closer. Even their breaths could be distinctly heard. Ouyang Taolon's voice was as fine as a mosquito's, but a mix of panic and anticipation. Cough. Li Yihong suddenly stopped, gently patting her shoulder, standing up. You should rest first. I need to wash up. I smell like sweat, which is quite unpleasant. Ouyang Taolon was taken aback, then shot him a resentful glance. Unromantic blockhead. She grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Li Yihong. Li Yihong caught the cushion with one hand, smiled, and turned to enter the bathroom. The bathroom door closed. Inside, the lingering warmth and Ouyang Taolon's unique sweet scent remained. Droplets still clung to the shower head. Li Yihong took off his clothes and stood under the shower. The warm water washed over him, relieving the fatigue of the day. Yet the smile in his eyes could not be concealed. The bathroom door opened again. Li Yihong emerged, towel drying his damp hair, now dressed in a clean. Though designed for men, the outfit accentuated his tall, well-proportioned frame, lending him an air of quiet vitality. The ruthless, decisive edge he usually carried softened, replaced by a gentle warmth more familiar in daily life. Finished bathing. Ouyang Taolon turned her head at the sound, still cradling the large cushion in both arms as she sank comfortably into the sofa. Her hair blow-dried to soft, billowing perfection framed her face. Her bare feet peeked playfully from beneath the oversized white shirt, and the faint blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Yes, I'm done. This water is truly extraordinary. Not only perfectly tempered, but it leaves the body wrapped in soothing warmth, even erasing the deep aches from today's brutal clash with sea beasts. Li Yihong settled onto the single-seat sofa opposite her and took a slow sip of the water, cooled to just the right temperature. Exactly. I noticed it too, the moment I stepped in. This isn't merely clean water, it carries latent spiritual energy, far more restorative than any hot spring. Ouyang Taolon blinked, eyes sparkling with excitement, then leaned forward slightly, gazing at him with open curiosity. Boss, were you always this composed back at school? Not at all. Li Yihong gave a self-deprecating smile, gently swirling the water in his cup. I'm just an ordinary graduate of a finance university, spending every day fretting over job applications, sending out hundreds of resumes, most vanishing without trace. When interviewers asked about my strengths, all I could offer was that I endure hardship well, only to be met with indifference, not even a glance in return. Had this cataclysm never occurred, I'd likely still be hunched over ledgers in some cramped office cubicle calculating salaries measured in mere thousands. At this, Ouyang Taolon burst into laughter, light crystalline echoing warmly through the living room. Then aren't you still keeping accounts? Counting timber and iron ore on Ironclad Island. Calculating how many defense towers we can build, how much high-tier beast meat we'll harvest each day. Your ledger keeping outshines even the most seasoned actuaries of Lujiazui. Li Yihong shrugged helplessly. Is it really the same? Back then a miscalculation meant little more than a scolding, or perhaps a minor bonus deduction. Now one miscounted resource could mean our bodies torn apart inside a sea beast's gut by tomorrow morning. In this forsaken place, every scrap of supply is bought with blood and demands absolute precision. At the word life, the easy atmosphere dimmed ever so slightly. Ouyang Taolon's smile faded. She rested her chin atop the cushions, staring absent-mindedly into the dancing flames of the hearth. Yes, everything must be purchased with life. Boss, do you think we'll ever return to that world? Li Yihong fell silent for a long moment, watching ripples shimmer across the surface of his water before slowly shaking his head. No, we cannot go back. Even if this game ends, that world will already lie in ruins. Rather than clinging to illusory futures, let us focus on surviving tomorrow. And you, what did you do before the apocalypse? From your earlier tone, life must have been peaceful enough. Ouyang Taolon sighed softly, her eyes half closing in wistful remembrance. I was a children's dance instructor. Every day I taught ballet to little girls in frilly pink tutus, inside a bright sunlit studio with gleaming hardwood floors. My greatest worries were tantrums from unruly students, or eating 2 extra slices of cake at night, forcing me to run longer on the treadmill to avoid gaining weight. Then, a blinding flash of white light, and I was hurled onto this icy, merciless sea. She hugged the pillow tighter, her body trembling faintly. On the first day I stood paralyzed, staring at those monstrous sea beasts, jaws dripping crimson, spines bristling like jagged thorns. My hands shook. My legs trembled. Even breathing hurt. If luck hadn't brought me to you, I'd already be reduced to bone fragments, just like the countless others who perished in the regional channel. Ouyang Taolon lifted her gaze, her large dewy eyes brimming with post-traumatic awe and profound gratitude toward the man before her. Li Yihong looked at her, his voice gentle yet unshakable. Luck is itself a form of strength. In this merciless world, luck is rarer, even more precious, than combat talent. Your fortune talent is singular, it draws rare resources others may spend lifetimes seeking, but never. Ouyang Taolon offered a bitter, twisted smile. Yet every stroke of my fortune arrives hand in hand with mortal peril. That 6th-rank Xuanjia turtle you fought today, if faced by anyone else, they'd be utterly obliterated, not even left whole enough for burial. Boss, am I truly useless? Every treasure I bring home demands your life as its price. She lowered her head, biting her lower lip with quiet self-reproach. Though outwardly carefree and quick-witted, she was no fool. She knew her own limits and understood with chilling clarity that without Li Yihong, she would have died countless times over. Li Yihong gazed at her and suddenly laughed. What chaotic nonsense fills that little head of yours? Without your talent, where would I source a 6th-rank, sovereign-level turtle shell? Where would I draw those legendary purple and crimson-tier divine attributes? Without you, what would I eat tonight? How would I rapidly upgrade our harbor and fortifications? Li Yihong dropped his smile, locking eyes with her, each word deliberate, resonant. Ouyang Taolon, you will remember this well. On Ironclad Island, you are no burden to me. You are my fortune general, and an indispensable partner. Your talent lures monsters and treasures to us. Mine transforms them into power and weapons. A perfect fated synergy. From now on, I forbid you ever utter those 2 words. Useless. Understood. Ouyang Taolon stared speechless at Li Yihong. In a world where even the air seemed frozen solid, his gaze burned with fierce, unwavering calm. A force so certain it instantly dissolved every trace of fear and doubt within her. Her eyes, already reddened, filled completely, yet she sniffed hard, then broke into a soft, genuine, "Understood, dear boss. Since you've spoken so plainly, I'll follow you loyally from now on. If you point east, I won't glance west. If you command me to fish, I won't net shrimp." With a playful arch of her brow and a gentle sway of her pale, slender legs, she reclaimed her old mischievous charm. "But boss, once we expand this island to rival mainland territory, you must build me the largest, most exquisite dance studio at its very heart. I'll dance for you there every day, my rent payment. How does that sound?" "Agreed. If you have the stamina to dance, I'll build you an entire tower." Li Yihong chuckled, shaking his head, and felt a great weight lift from his chest. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, finding a companion whose mind and will moved in perfect alignment was nothing short of miraculous. Then with a flick of his finger into empty air, Li Yihong summoned the system interface. Now that we've laid things bare, let's discuss our next steps. Defense strategy and survival planning. His expression hardened as he pointed to the crimson countdown on screen. The Frostblood tide arrives in 6 days. We faced a 6th-rank, sovereign-level sea turtle on day 1. Tomorrow's onslaught will only grow fiercer, more numerous. Though we've raised the walls to 6 meters and deployed second-tier rapid-fire ballistic and autonomous artillery ammunition and energy are finite, they demand constant replenishment. Ouyang Talon abandoned her playful demeanor, leaning forward intently to study the data on the interface. So, what should our top priorities be? We currently have 2 skeletal laborers. Meat sorting, cutting, and hanging require no manual intervention. For now, manpower suffices. Li Yihong nodded. 2 priorities. First, weapons and blueprints. At dawn tomorrow, use your fortune talent to scour the trading hub and world channel. Acquire anything useful, defense tower schematics, munitions, design diagrams, or even obscure materials. Trade exclusively with our fresh tomatoes, watermelons, and dried high-tier beast meat. Most players can barely feed or hydrate themselves. Our fresh produce and premium meats are irresistible bait capable of prying even their deepest reserves from the grave. Ouyang Talon's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Brilliant. They're surely hoarding treasures, but lack the means to use them. Leave it to me. I'll extract every last drop of value. Li Yihong smiled approvingly, continuing. Second, monopolize water and food. I've already bound the seawater purifier to the villa's entire plumbing network, giving us unlimited hot water and sweet purified drinking water. Tomorrow I'll construct a massive reservoir beside the greenhouse, stockpile water, and begin selling clean water at premium prices across all channels. We'll leverage this advantage to dominate resource flow across the entire region, making ourselves the ultimate arbiters of survival. Each line of Li Yihong's lucid, ruthless, but profoundly visionary survival plan struck Ouyang Talon like a revelation, leaving her momentarily breathless. She watched him, not only with admiration but with deep reverent awe. This man, like herself, had until recently been an ordinary soul struggling amid steel and glass jungles. Yet upon this battlefield demanding bloodshed and sacrifice, he revealed a terrifying blend of cold logic, decisive action, and commanding presence. Truly the mark of a born leader. Boss, were you really a finance major? Because honestly, you feel more like a financial oligarch orchestrating monopolies. Ouyang Talon murmured, half joking, half serious. Li Yihong closed the interface and leaned back into the sofa, speaking quietly. In this world, if you don't strike first, others will strike you down. I don't wish to become a capitalist. I simply want us, both of us, to live better and longer than anyone else. That is enough. Ouyang Talon studied his profile, and for a heartbeat her heart stirred as though brushed by something tender and profound. Those 4 words, both of us, carried more comfort than any lover's vow. In a game where every survivor clung to isolation, he refused to see her as expendable, a tool to be discarded, but embraced her as a true co-partner in life and death. Ouyang Talon pressed her lips together, fingers unconsciously tightening the fabric of her white shirt, inching closer until her shoulder nearly touched his. Boss. Moi. He turned to meet her gaze. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Her voice was soft, trembling faintly with vulnerability and trust. Li Yihong gazed into her eyes, clear, pure, untouched by even a speck of corruption, and saw the unblemished faith blooming on her face. In an apocalypse where even kin might stab one another for a crust of bread, such absolute, unconditional trust was rarer and more precious than any divine-tier talent. Li Yihong smiled, and in that instant the final vestige of guarded reserve melted away like ice beneath spring sun. He reached out, gently patting her smooth silken hair. Enough, don't overthink it. Rest well. Tomorrow holds battles yet to be fought. Understood, boss. Ouyang Talon replied, sweetly resting her head upon his shoulder, and closed her eyes in the warm golden glow of the hearth fire. Outside, gales howled fiercely. Yet deep within this solitary steel island, 2 souls adrift in the apocalypse finally, irrevocably, bound themselves together. The pine wood in the fireplace crackled and popped, casting elongated shadows of the 2 people intertwined upon the warm wooden floor. Ouyang Talon leaned against Li Yihong's shoulder, her breathing gradually becoming even and prolonged. Li Yihong remained still, quietly watching the flickering flames, allowing the warmth from her shoulder to envelop. A unique fragrance pervaded the air, that of the pure water essence filtered from the term source, surge mingling with the faint warmth of her body. In the cold and dry end times, this scent felt particularly luxurious, like an invisible thread quietly creeping into Li Yihong's nostrils. Li Yihong slightly tilted his head, gazing at the girl beside him. She had her eyes closed, her eyelashes casting a small shadow in the glow of the fire, her rosy lips slightly parted, exhaling warm breaths. The collar of her oversized white shirt was askew, revealing a delicate expanse of collarbone rising and falling gently with her breath. Li Yihong shifted his slightly sore shoulder, trying to make her more comfortable. However, as soon as he moved, Ouyang Talan's long arms suddenly tightened, clinging tightly to his waist. She nestled closer into his embrace, her cheek rubbing against his chest like a cat seeking warmth. "Don't move." Ouyang Talan mumbled, her voice hoarse and soft, carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Li Yihong's body stiffened for a moment as he looked down at her. "You haven't fallen asleep." "I was almost asleep, but you moved and I woke up again." Ouyang Talan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with a layer of moisture as she looked at him. The distance between them was too close enough for Li Yihong to see his own reflection in her pupils. "Then let's go back to the room to sleep." Lying on the sofa is easy to catch a cold. "No." Ouyang Talan shook her head, her arms around his waist tightening even more. "There's no fireplace in the room, it's too cold, and I'm scared. There's underfloor heating, ooh, it's not cold. I don't care, I just feel cold, and you're the warmest thing here." As she spoke, Ouyang Talan brought her legs up, completely curling into Li Yihong's embrace. The hem of her white shirt rolled up slightly with her movement, revealing a long expanse of creamy thigh glistening enticingly in the firelight. Li Yihong took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surge of unnamed fire rising from deep within. "Ouyang Talan, do you know you're playing with fire?" Li Yihong's voice was somewhat deep, carrying a hint of warning. However, Ouyang Talan burst into laughter, tilting her head slightly, looking at him provocatively. "What's wrong with playing with fire? There's a fireplace blocking it. The fire won't reach me. You know I'm not talking about the fireplace." Li Yihong fixed his gaze on her charming face, which could be both delightful and sulky. "Then what are you referring to, my good boss?" Ouyang Talan extended a slender finger, gently tracing circles on Li Yihong's chest. Her fingertips, separated by the thin fabric of his athletic shirt, sent waves of tingling shivers through him. Li Yihong grabbed her mischievous finger, applying quite a bit of force. "You're acting very unusual today." Li Yihong's voice returned to calm, but beneath his gaze there was a turbulent undercurrent. Ouyang Talan looked at her finger tightly grasped by him, not struggling, only letting out a soft sigh. "I'm just scared." The smile in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep weariness and confusion. "Boss, when that huge turtle crashed into the wall today, I really thought we were going to die together. In that moment my mind was blank, all I saw was your silhouette standing on the city wall. I was thinking, if I were to die here today, what would be my biggest regret? I realized that my biggest regret was that I hadn't had the chance to hug you properly. In this damned end times, life is worth less than grass, it could be gone tomorrow. I don't want to wait until death is upon me to regret the words I didn't say and the things I didn't do." She raised her other hand, gently caressing Li Yihong's rough cheek. Her palm was warm with a faint hint of moisture. "Li Yihong, do you think I'm joking?" Li Yihong looked at her. The girl before him had shed her usual playful demeanor, her eyes filled with desperate determination. "In this world, feelings are the most useless thing." Li Yihong slowly began to speak, his tone still rational. "But I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have your strong will. I need warmth, I need a reason to live. And the warmth and reason I need come from you." After saying this, she suddenly sat up, wrapping her arms around Li Yihong's neck, pressing her entire body against him. Her warm body, with unparalleled elasticity and softness, crashed solidly into Li Yihong. At that moment, the fragrance brought by the source surge exploded completely, like an impenetrable net, ensnaring all of Li Yihong's rationality. Li Yihong's hands hovered in the air. "Ouyang Talan, don't speak, hold me tight." Ouyang Talan whispered in his ear, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Li Yihong closed his eyes. Ultimately, his suspended hands landed heavily on her slender waist. The moment he touched her, he felt an incredible smoothness and heat. His grip was firm, as if he wanted to melt her entirely into his body. Ouyang Talan let out a satisfied soft hum, burying her head deep into his neck, greedily inhaling the scent emanating from him. Outside, the howling wind and snow grew even more piercing, causing the wooden house's windows to tremble slightly. Yet at that moment, in this small living room, all that could be heard was the frantic beating of their hearts. "Let's go to the room." Li Yihong released her, his hands passing through her knees and back, lifting her completely. Ouyang Talan let out a light cry, instinctively tightening her embrace around his neck, her two fair thighs swaying in the air. Li Yihong carried her, striding through the corridor and pushing open the bedroom door. The room was unlit, only illuminated by the faint light of the snow filtering through the window, draping everything in a layer of hazy silver. Li Yihong gently placed her on the bed. Ouyang Talan sank into the soft bedding, her eyes shimmering with tiny sparks of light in the darkness. Li Yihong stood by the bed, intending to straighten up to grab the blanket, but the hem of his shirt was firmly grasped by her. "Don't go." Ouyang Talan's voice was soft, carrying a hint of pleading. "I'm not going to. I'm just getting the blanket." Li Yihong lay down on the other side of the bed, casually pulling over the thick down comforter to cover both of them snugly. Heat quickly rose within the bedding. Ouyang Talan, like a nimble fish, instantly burrowed into Li Yihong's, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck, her entire body pressed against his chest. "Boss, your heart is beating so fast." She pressed her ear against Li Yihong's chest, murmuring softly, "Shut up, sleep." Li Yihong, somewhat exasperated, pressed down on her head. Ouyang Taolon giggled, her body brushing against his chest with each laugh, sending waves of electric thrill through him. Okay, sleep. She obediently replied, closing her eyes and no longer fidgeting. Li Yihong took a deep breath, also shutting his eyes. In the darkness, the senses were amplified infinitely. Within the bedding, the sweet scent of her post-bath fragrance filled the air, the temperature uncommonly high, like an invisible fire spreading between them. Li Yihong thought she was finally going to sleep. Time passed slowly. The storm outside seemed to gradually diminish. Li Yihong's breathing became steadier, and his originally tense body relaxed slightly. However, just as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, the girl in his arms suddenly stirred. She propped herself up, her damp long hair brushing against Li Yihong's cheek, causing a slight tickle. Li Yihong's eyes flew open. In the snowlight, Ouyang Taolon was looking down at him. The oversized white shirt she wore was completely open at the collar due to her position, revealing a breathtaking expanse of snowy white. Why aren't you asleep yet? Li Yihong's voice was somewhat hoarse. Ouyang Taolon didn't answer. She slowly lowered her head, leaning close to Li Yihong's ear. Her warm lips almost touched his ear, accompanied by a series of warm and moist breaths. Li Yihong. She softly called his name, no longer referring to him as boss or president. Moi. I actually really like you. Ouyang Taolon's voice was light and delicate, like a feather gently brushing against the most sensitive nerves of Li Yihong. Not because you're strong nor because you can protect me, but simply because it's you. Li Yihong's pupils constricted suddenly. Before he could react, Ouyang Taolon had already kissed him. Her kiss was inexperienced, yet fervent, carrying a determined desperation akin to a moth to a flame, combined with the unique softness of a dance teacher. A faint sweetness mixed with the unique freshness of youth exploded in his mouth. The taut string named rationality in Li Yihong's mind. At that moment it completely snapped. This is your own doing. Li Yihong growled, suddenly rolling over and reversing the dynamics of their positions. He looked down at her. Ouyang Taolon's breathing had become completely disordered, her large eyes filled with confusion and shyness, but more so with unreserved submission and expectation. I don't regret it. She looked at him, her voice trembling, yet incredibly firm. Li Yihong stopped talking. He lowered his head and heavily kissed her rosy lips. Outside, the extreme cold of -40 degrees froze the entire world. Yet in this small bedroom, the intense warmth melted away all the cold. The sound of clothes slipping off resonated sharply in the silent night. The wind and snow continued, but deep within Iron Armor Island the signs of spring were already abundant. The cold wind outside swirled with ice shards striking heavily against the crimson energy shield and producing a dull crackling sound. Yet in the master bedroom of the villa there was only warmth and tranquility. A sudden dull thud echoed from the distant sea. It was a low-tier sea beast wandering at night, unintentionally colliding with the outer reefs of Ironclad Island. Before the sea beast could react, the automated artillery in the corner of the city wall emitted a faint sound of gears turning. The infrared beam instantly locked onto the target. A series of extremely short and muffled gunfire rang out in the night sky. It was a silenced artillery which at the instant of firing shredded the second-tier ice crab that had attempted to climb. The cold system notification quietly flashed through Li Yihong's mind. Ding. Your automated artillery has killed a second-tier ice crab, earning you 5 energy points and 2 crab meat. Li Yihong opened his eyes, listening to the extremely faint echoes of the artillery outside, a trace of serenity flashing in his gaze. With the automated defense system in place, as long as it wasn't a 6th-tier deep-sea armored turtle encountered during the day, ordinary low-tier sea beasts wouldn't even have the chance to approach the city wall. This was the absolute sense of security brought by fully developed infrastructure. He slightly lowered his head. The girl in his arms was sleeping soundly, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist like an octopus, almost merging with his body. The oversized white shirt had long been lost in the frenzy of the previous night. At this moment, Ouyang Taolon had most of her body shrunk under a thick down quilt, with only a delicate, rosy, and satisfied little face exposed. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, transforming into a faint golden thread that gently fell upon her curled eyelashes. Ouyang Taolon seemed to sense the glare of the light, slightly furrowing her delicate brows and rubbing against Li Yihong's chest. This movement made Li Yihong inhale sharply. The flames within him, which had just been quelled, subtly hinted, "If you're awake, don't pretend to be asleep." Li Yihong reached out, gently pinching her slightly reddened earlobe, his voice carrying the unique hoarseness of one just waking up. Ouyang Taolon's body stiffened slightly. Then she slowly opened her eyes, her big eyes still carrying a hint of confusion from just waking. But when she clearly saw the profile of the face so close before her, the absurd and fiery scenes from last night surged back into her mind. Ouyang Taolon exclaimed in surprise, and quickly buried her head into the quilt, leaving only a mess of long black hair exposed. Now you know to be shy. Li Yihong looked at the large mound propping up the quilt, chuckling as he patted it. Who was it last night that kept saying they had no regrets and wouldn't let go of me? Don't say that. A muffled voice came from beneath the quilt, tinged with a hint of exasperation. I was just trying to survive. Right, to keep warm for survival. Li Yihong laughed and shook his head. He casually tugged at the quilt trying to pull her out, but unintentionally pulled too hard, flipping a corner of the down quilt completely open. In an instant, that large expanse of creamy white snow was once again exposed to the air. But what stood out more was the white sheet beneath them. Amidst the creases, a bloodstain like a red plum stood out starkly under the faint morning light, a shocking and vivid red. It was a fallen blossom. Ouyang Taolon naturally spotted the mark, and her entire being froze instantly. Once struggling, she fell silent, her pretty face turning nearly crimson, even her delicate collarbone tinged with a layer of pink. Li Yihong looked at the bloodstain, his gentle gaze finally melting away. He no longer joked, but gently moved closer, wrapping the somewhat trembling girl back in his embrace. "Does it hurt?" Li Yihong whispered in her ear. Ouyang Taolon buried her head in his neck, her hands tightly gripping his shoulders, her voice as faint as a mosquito. "A little. But it doesn't hurt now." She lifted her head, looking at Li Yihong with a hint of grievance. "You were like a beast last night, so strong that I felt like I was about to be crushed by you. The rebound attribute of the harbor is too high, sometimes I can't control myself either." Li Yihong awkwardly rubbed his nose. An explanation is just a cover-up." Ouyang Taolon glared at him playfully, but the happiness in the corner of her mouth was impossible to hide. She leaned in and gently pecked at Li Yihong's lips. "But I have no regrets. From today on, I am yours, Li the President. You have to be responsible for me." Li Yihong tightened his embrace. "Don't worry, as long as I have food you won't go hungry. This ironclad island will be our home from now on." The two of them snuggled under the warm quilt for quite a while, until the wall clock pointed to 8 in the morning, and Li Yihong gently patted her plump shoulder. "All right, it's time to get up. We have many things to do today. The water source monopoly plan must be initiated." Ouyang Taolon sighed, reluctantly rubbed against Li Yihong's face again, and then slowly began to get dressed. The two washed up and returned to the living room. The fire in the fireplace had already gone out, but the floor heating maintained a comfortable temperature of over 20 degrees. Li Yihong skillfully took out the leftover deep-sea armored turtle meat from his spatial backpack and simmered a rich meat soup in the pot. He also toasted a few slices of bread and washed 2 fresh tomatoes. "Let's have breakfast first." Li Yihong handed a steaming bowl of fragrant turtle meat soup to Ouyang Taolon. Ouyang Taolon received the bowl, inhaling the peculiar meat fragrance, and her originally weak body instantly regained some strength. Following the boss, eating 6th-tier boss meat every day is too extravagant. She took a bite of bread, enjoying this. Li Yihong sat beside her and casually opened the system panel. The large screen unfolded above the dining table, and the first thing that caught his eye was still the countdown of the Crimson Extreme Cold Blood Tide. Countdown to Extreme Cold Blood Tide outbreak, 5 days, 15 hours, 22 minutes. Next, Li Yihong opened the regional chat channel. Initially, he thought that after a night's buffer, everyone's emotions would stabilize somewhat. But when he saw the content on the screen, his brows involuntarily knitted together. "Zhang-san, who has hot water? Even a mouthful of ice water will do. My purifier is frozen, and I can only hold ice cubes in my mouth. My tongue is about to freeze off. Li Si, don't mention it. I just went to the seaside to chisel ice, and suddenly a first-tier fang-tooth fish burrowed up from beneath the ice and bit off a whole chunk of flesh from my thigh. Now the bleeding won't stop, and the wound has frozen into an ice lump. One will help. The temperature here has already dropped to minus 45 degrees. My wooden house can't block the wind at all, and my hands and feet are already numb. Am I about to die? Zhao Lu, fellow players, please help. I'm begging for a bowl of hot water. I'm willing to exchange my only blue rare material ironwood core for it." The screen was filled with wails. The words were filled with fear and despair of death. Li Yihong scrolled through the screen and found that most of the speakers were players from the low-level area. These people had very low harbor levels, often only at 1 to 3, and there wasn't even a defensive shield on the island, relying solely on the most primitive wooden houses to withstand the extreme cold. For them, even the lowest tier 1st and 2nd tier sea beasts were nightmares they could not overcome. And the most deadly thing wasn't even the sea beasts. It was this extreme cold climate. Without clean hot water and heating fuel, many people were even frozen into ice sculptures in their sleep. How tragic. Ouyang Taolon also leaned over, looking at the information on the screen, her pretty face somewhat pale. They face far fewer sea beasts of lower levels than we do. Why are they still in such a situation? This is the price of underdeveloped infrastructure, Li Yihong replied, taking a sip of soup. In this game, the harbor is the foundation. If the foundation isn't built well, even the lowest level first-tier sea beast can become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. He shook his head, his eyes showing little sympathy, only cold rationality. Moreover, most of these people are waiting for handouts, hoping for others' charity, and haven't actively adapted to their environment. In this world, the weak don't even have the right to cry. Ouyang Taolon fell silent. She looked at the warm turtle meat soup before her, then at those struggling on the brink of life and death, deeply realizing the true meaning of Li Yihong's words. Weakness is original sin. However, this is also our opportunity. Li Yihong's gaze lingered on the comment about willing to exchange ironwood core for hot water for a moment, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. They lack water, lack food, and lack materials to keep warm. And we have all of these. He turned to look at Yihong. After we finish eating, you will use your luck talent to list orders in the trading hall. A cup of 500 milliliters of warm water in exchange for 20 units of wood or 5 units of iron ore. A bowl of hot fish soup in exchange for any low-level blueprint or rare material. Ouyang Taolin's eyes brightened, immediately understanding Li Yihong's intention. Buy high, sell low, taking advantage of the chaos. This is called reasonable resource equivalent exchange, Li Yihong corrected. Holding onto those materials is also a death sentence. It's better to exchange them for survival. This is also the core essence of finance, liquidity premium. He then swiped his finger across the screen, switching the channel to the high-level area. The high-level area is where players with harbor levels above 5 gather. However, when Li Yihong entered this channel, the screen was dead silent. For quite some time, no messages refreshed. Occasionally 1 or 2 appeared, but they were just useless messages like seeking blueprints or forming teams for exploration. The entire channel was eerily quiet, forming a stark contrast to the lively wailing scene in the low-level. Strange, why aren't the people in the high-level area talking? Ouyang Taolin scratched her head in confusion. Don't they lack resources? Or have they already found a safe way to survive? Li Yihong looked at the empty screen, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, as he said coldly. No, they're not speaking because they are all old cunning foxes. Old cunning foxes? Ouyang Taolin was taken aback. Exactly. Li Yihong pointed at the screen. Those who can upgrade their harbors to level 5 in just a few days are not fools. They understand the principle of the tall tree catches the wind. In such an extreme survival environment, exposing one's strength, resources, and position is equivalent to digging their own grave. He leaned back, slightly analyzing. They must be quietly stockpiling resources, upgrading defenses, and coldly watching the deaths of those in the low-level area. They are waiting. Waiting for the extreme cold blood tide to officially erupt, waiting for the weak to die off, and waiting for resources to start concentrating among the few. Li Yihong's gaze became extremely profound. At that time it will be when these old foxes truly show their fangs. In this world, the most dangerous thing is never the sea beasts, but our kind. After listening to Li Yihong's analysis, Ouyang Taolin couldn't help but shiver. Her mind, which had been slightly heated from last night's warmth, instantly cleared. Behind this seemingly calm high-level area, there hid such terrifying undercurrents. Then what should we? Ouyang Taolin looked at Li Yihong, her eyes filled with worry. We're not afraid of them. Li Yihong stood up, patting her shoulder with an air of absolute majesty and confidence. Because we are ahead of everyone else. Level 10 ironclad island, divine talent, and this sky full of automated defense systems. As long as we maintain this leading advantage, no matter what tricks those old cunning foxes play in the face of absolute power, they are nothing but paper tigers. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the thick layer of ice outside, and the 2 purple skeletal laborers tirelessly refining iron ore in the snowstorm. Let's go, fortune bringer. The cold wind cut like a blade. The temperature had dropped to -40 degrees. Yet the crimson energy shield firmly isolated the bone-chilling gusts from the outside. Within the shield, 2 skeletal laborers emanating a purple glow tirelessly swung their stone picks, producing a dull, yet rhythmic sound of impact. Li Yihong stood on the open ground beside the greenhouse. He lightly tapped the air with his fingertip, pulling up the construction panel for the harbor. Do you want to consume 200 units of wood and 500 units of stone to build giant reservoir? Confirm. Li Yihong murmured. Rumbling, the ground trembled slightly. A massive stone reservoir 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep surged up from the soil. Countless complex pipelines extended from the direction of the villa, precisely connecting to the bottom of the reservoir. Splash. In the next moment, warm, misty water infused with a hint of mineral fragrance poured into the reservoir like a massive... The entry spring surge starts running at full capacity. Boss, this is truly spectacular. Ouyang Taolin quickly approached. She had changed into a sleek black sports outfit, her feet clad in warm knee-high boots, perfectly wrapping her long, straight legs. Although dressed more conservatively, the neckline still bulged prominently, quivering slightly with her breath. This water will last us a lifetime. She gazed at the rising warm water, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Not just for use. Li Yihong turned around and slid the trading panel in front of her. Now let's start placing orders. A cup of 500 milliliters of warm water can be exchanged for 20 units of wood or 5 units of iron ore. A bowl of hot fish soup can be exchanged for any basic blueprint or rare materials. Ouyang Taolin raised an eyebrow. Boss, your prices are quite steep. This is called a reasonable resource equivalence exchange. Li Yihong replied indifferently. Those who keep those materials are just waiting to die, so it's better to trade them for a chance at life. Alright, I'll listen to the boss. Ouyang Taolin smiled sweetly, her long fingers quickly tapping on the screen. Soon hundreds of trade orders were posted in the regional trading hall. Almost instantly, the entire regional chat channel erupted. while the big shot is selling hot water. And it's sweet. I just traded for a cup. Oh my, I feel like my tongue has come back to life. 20 units of wood for, why don't you go and grab it? If you think it's expensive, get lost. Kim would quench your thirst. If you don't trade, just wait to die of thirst. Big shot, can I trade 30 units of stone for 2 cups? Please, I beg you. The system's notification sound began to flood Li Yihong's mind like firecrackers. Ding. Transaction successful. Gained 20 units of wood. Ding. Transaction successful. Gained 5 units of iron ore. Ding. Transaction successful. Gained 1 basic stone wall blueprint. Countless resources transformed into beams of white light, frantically rushing into Li Yihong's spatial backpack. Watching the rapidly fluctuating numbers in the backpack, Ouyang Taolon excitedly waved her small fist. Boss, we struck gold. Li Yihong patted her shoulder. They'll go reinforce the drainage pipes over there. He turned around and walked towards the alloy pipelines at the edge of the harbor. At this moment, the effects of the harbor's feedback were slowly flowing within him. The attributes of the level 10 harbor unconditionally stacked onto his body stats proportionately. With every step he took, Li Yihong could feel the terrifying power contained within his muscles. The several hundred pounds of alloy pipe felt as light as a plastic toy in his hands. Boss, your current strength is simply not like that of a finance major graduate. Ouyang Taolon followed him. She squatted beside the pipe, handing Li Yihong wrenches, unable to resist, muttering, forced into it. Li Yihong did not look up as he tightened a massive screw with force. In school, I was too lazy to even lift my suitcase. Ouyang Taolon watched his focused profile. The sunlight fell on his side face, outlining sharp and cold contours. Suddenly she chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Li Yihong glanced at her. Nothing, I just find it a bit unbelievable. Ouyang Taolon propped her chin, gazing at the thick layer of ice on the ground. If it were in the past, I wouldn't have believed that I would be living on a deserted island with a freshly graduated college student. There must have been many suitors pursuing you in the past. Of course. Ouyang Taolon proudly lifted her chin. After all, I was the belle of the classical dance department. Suitors could line up from the teaching building to the school gate. There was a wealthy second generation who owned a chain of supermarkets delivering flowers to me in a sports car, and there was a student council president who wrote me love letters for 3 consecutive years, his handwriting looking like a chicken scratched it. Even a military instructor from a neighboring school insisted on teaching me how to shoot. Li Yihong paused his movements. So you didn't fancy any of them? No. Ouyang Taolon shook her head, her tone very decisive. Why not? Because they were all fake. Ouyang Taolon pouted. They watched me dance outside the rehearsal room, and their dirty looks were impossible to hide. They liked nothing but my face and my figure. They wanted to treat me as a trophy, to show off, something to flaunt in public and take to bed for excitement. At this point she turned her head, her large eyes fixed on Li Yihong. But you are different. How am I different? Li Yihong smiled. I like your figure too. Oh, I didn't hold back last night. Ouyang Taolon's face instantly turned crimson. She playfully pinched Li Yihong's arm in annoyance. You are so annoying. But soon her gaze softened, the difference between you and them is that you treat me like a person. You make me work, allowing me to realize my value rather than keeping me as a canary. Most importantly, she bit her lip, lowering her voice. Last night, you were really gentle. Li Yihong looked at her silent. And that was my first time. Ouyang Taolon's voice was as soft as a whisper. She anxiously tugged at the hem of her clothes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. First time. In this collapsed order where human lives are as worthless as grass, she unreservedly gave her most precious possession to the man before her. Li Yihong sighed. He put down the wrench and extended his somewhat rough palm, gently caressing her tender cheek. Does it hurt? He asked softly. When I got up this morning, there was still a bit of soreness. Ouyang Taolon looked at him with a hint of, it's all your fault. Your strength is so great, like a wild bull. My mistake. Li Yihong pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on top of her head. In the future, it'll be gentler. But who wants to have a future with you? Ouyang Taolon feigned disdain, but her body honestly snuggled against him. But boss, I really feel lucky to have met you. If it weren't for you, I might have been torn apart by those suitors on the first day, or frozen to death in some corner. In this world, the weak have no choice. Li Yihong held her tightly. But now you have me. Ouyang Taolon replied, leaning against his broad chest, feeling the incredibly reassuring warmth. The two quietly embraced for a while. The wind and snow raged outside the shield while warmth enveloped them within. Suddenly, ding, a sharp and urgent system notification sound shattered the tranquility. This sound was not a notification of a successful transaction. Rather, it came from the private mailbox. Notice you have received an urgent private message from an anonymous player marked as red name. Li Yihong frowned slightly. An anonymous private message. He released Ouyang Taolon and pulled out the system panel. A flickering scarlet email hovered silently at the center of the screen. In this world where everyone is on edge, players who can use the anonymous top feature are undoubtedly either rich or powerful. At the very least, they possess extremely rare system privilege items. Li Yihong opened the email. Anonymous player Li Yihong, the master of the level 10 ironclad island. Don't be surprised that I know your name. In this region, the only one who ranks first in battle power is you. Seeing these words, Li Yihong's expression instantly turned cold. The other party not only knew his name, but also uncovered his background. Anonymous player, I want to talk to you about a collaboration. I have an ancient nautical scroll in my possession which marks the entrance to a hidden secret realm below the deep sea. Black Tide Ruins Purple Epic. There are many purple and even red entry materials there, as well as urgently needed defense tower upgrade blueprints. But I alone lack the firepower to break through the 5-tier boss level sea beast guarding the gate. I know your harbor has incredibly terrifying defensive firepower. Let's go together 50-50 split. If you're interested, meet me tonight at 12 o'clock at the sea chart coordinates 142, 309. Remember, only you are allowed to come alone. The email abruptly ended here. Li Yihong stared at the coordinates on the screen, his gaze deep as an abyss. Boss, what's wrong? Ouyang Taolon noticed his unusual expression and leaned over with concern. Someone wants to invite me to explore together. Li Yihong closed the panel, his voice calm and devoid of warmth. Where to? To a purple epic. Li Yihong turned his head, looking at the frozen black sea outside. Should we go? Ouyang Taolon felt a bit. In this world, actively inviting others to explore often accompanies the most fatal betrayal. Li Yihong did not answer immediately. He simply gazed quietly into the distance. Go. Ouyang Taolon instinctively tightened her grip. She raised her head, her clear eyes filled with worry. That is a 5th grade sea beast. You are well aware of how perilous it was for us to deal with that 6th grade Xuanjia turtle during the day. Moreover, this letter's origin is unknown, and it is even signed anonymously. What if it is a trap? Li Yihong did not respond immediately. He stared at the scarlet letter, his fingers gently tracing the air. A 5th grade sea beast, if within the range of our ironclad island, is indeed not worth mentioning. Li Yihong's voice was soft, yet carried a cold rationality. With the crossfire, it won't even have a chance to reach the shore. But the problem is the harbor is stationary and ironclad island cannot move. He turned around and pointed to the red dot on the sea chart. The ruins are located at 142, 309 30 nautical miles from us. If I want to go, I must leave the defensive network of Ironclad Island and venture deep into the open sea on a small boat. Ouyang Taolon was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. You want to go alone? Based solely on my current physical stats, if I encounter a 5th grade sea beast unarmed in the deep sea, my survival rate would be less than 30%. Li Yihong spoke truthfully. Although his only talent, harbor reinforcement, granted him the attributes of the harbor, he could now easily lift several hundred pounds with his physical strength alone. Yet before the massive tough-skinned 5th grade sea beasts, the human body still appeared somewhat frail. Moreover, the deep sea is the domain of sea beasts. If it is so dangerous, then why go at all? Ouyang Taolon was a bit anxious, stepping forward and gripping the hem of Li Yihong's clothes. We have water high-grade beast meat and automatic defense towers. Isn't it better to stay safely on the island? Li Yihong looked at her and gently sighed. The extreme cold blood tide is less than 6 days away. Do you think that on the day the blood tide erupts, what level of monsters will appear in the open sea? Ouyang Taolon opened her mouth, but could not speak. It will be swarming with 5th grade, even 6th grade, and 7th grade boss monsters. Li Yihong's gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out at the desolate ice surface. With our current defensive level, we can hold out for the first day and the second day, but what about afterward? If you don't advance, you retreat. In this world, to stop moving is equivalent to a slow suicide. The purple epic level ruins contain all the high-grade resources we need, even blueprints for upgrading defense towers. I must go on this trip. Ouyang Taolon looked at his resolute face, knowing she could not change his mind. This man usually appeared gentle, but once he made a decision, even a herd of oxen could not pull him back. I must go on this trip. Ouyang Taolon looked at his resolute face, knowing she could not change his mind. This man usually appeared gentle. Li Yihong narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. The fact that he can directly send me a red-named top private message at this time indicates 2 things. First, he possesses a highly valuable system item, possibly even some kind of advanced detection device. Second, he must be someone from the S area, ranking among the top fighters on the leaderboard. In this game where people consume each other, anyone who has survived until now and ranks high is certainly not an easy. He approached me because he knows that only I in the entire area might withstand the damage from a 5th grade sea beast. This is also a test. Ouyang Taolon bit her lip. Then, can I go with you? My luck talent might help. No. Li Yihong refused without hesitation. Your physical attributes are too low and you have no means of self-defense in the deep sea. Moreover, your luck talent comes with great danger. If a high-grade sea beast is attracted to our small boat, we won't even have room to escape. He extended his hands, resting them on Ouyang Taolon's warm shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. You must stay back at Ironclad Island. It's our only retreat and my safest rear line. I need you to do 3 things. Ouyang Taolon took a deep breath, looking at him seriously. Speak. First, closely monitor the sea area. If any unknown entity approaches Ironclad Island while I am away, directly authorize the autonomous artillery to execute a devastating strike without warning. Second, continue to use our fresh fruits and vegetables and clean water to buy out the trading hall. No matter if they are basic materials or various one-time weapons, as long as the price is right, acquire everything. Third, and this is the most important point. Yihong stared into her eyes, speaking slowly. If by tomorrow morning I have not returned, you must immediately activate the harbor's self-destruct program, pack all resources, and escape in the escape pod. Do not look back. Ouyang Taelin's eyes instantly turned red as she bit her lip tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. I won't allow it. Be obedient. Yihong pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back. I study finance and I never make a loss in business. If I dare to go, it means I have absolute confidence in returning alive. But the premise is you must help me protect. Ouyang Taolon buried her face in his chest, deeply inhaling his scent. After a long time, she finally mumbled a response. I understand. If you dare to die out there, I will not let you rest, even as a ghost. Yihong smiled. Rest assured, I haven't had enough of life yet. He released Ouyang Taolon and turned to look at his system backpack. He needed to hunt 5th grade sea beasts in the deep sea while also guarding against potential old foes. Just having a hot-blooded spirit is not enough. He must arm himself to the teeth. Yihong pointed into the void and pulled out that long-sealed item. Wuxiang Tianluo net bound to harbor component, current entry Wuxiang Tianluo golden divine level. As long as one is ensnared by this great net, no matter if it's a 5th grade sea beast or a top player, the only outcome is being mercilessly shredded into pieces. What a terrifying fluctuation. Ouyang Taolon glanced fearfully at the platinum-colored fine net. As a dance teacher, she had an extraordinarily keen perception of her body. On that net, she felt a terrifying cutting force that could easily shred her apart. With this, my survival rate has at least increased by 50%. Yihong waved his hand, and the Wuxiang Tianluo net transformed into a golden light, obediently merging into his palm. But this is still not enough. The Wuxiang Tianluo net is for control and as a trump card. He still needs a weapon capable of high explosive output at mid-range. He rummaged through a pile of iron ore for a moment and pulled out a heavy crossbow that was entirely black. He rummaged through a pile of iron ore for a moment and pulled out a heavy crossbow that was entirely black and emanated a chilling metallic sheen. Cold steel alloy crossbow, blue, rare quality. This was exchanged from an unfortunate weapon merchant with high-grade beast meat 2 days ago. Because he did not have suitable long-range attack entries, he had rarely used it. The harbor is currently level 10, belonging to the white common quality. Yihong silently calculated. According to the talent rules, a white harbor can only extract purple epic level entries at most. Although there is only one chance for the draw, I can use extraction and granting functions. Yihong opened his player panel, looking at the cold steel alloy crossbow. Extract. He called out, activating his unique hidden talent universal entry, granting divine level. A faint white light was forcibly extracted from the alloy crossbow. Extraction successful. Obtained white entry precision. Then Yihong took out various low-grade weapons he had frantically collected in the trading hall over the past 2 days from his spatial backpack. Most of these weapons were of white and blue quality, made from crude stone tools, and would by ordinary players. But in Yihong's hands, these were the best nutrients. Extract. 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 The system notification began to flood the screen. Extraction successful. Obtained white entry sharp. Extraction successful. Obtained blue entry armor piercing. Extraction successful. Obtained blue entry heavy hit. In a moment, over a dozen orbs of various colors floated before Yihong. This is the terrifying nature of his talent. Others can only rely on luck to explode equipment and gamble on entries. He can dismantle and reorganize entries that will, like an assembly line worker. Synthesize. Yihong held his hands in a virtual grip, forcibly colliding 2 blue entry orbs together. Buzz. The blue flowing light intertwined and devoured in midair. Synthesis failed, materials destroyed. The system delivered a cold notification. Yihong remained The 4 years at the Finance University taught him not only how to calculate accounts, but also honed his patience and psychological resilience far beyond the ordinary. Financial investment is inherently a high-risk gamble. He continued to reach out. Synthesize. Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining purple epic entry explosive arrow rain. A ball of rich purple fluorescent light quietly floated before Yihong. The purple light appeared particularly enchanting in the dim basement. Explosive arrow rain, purple epic effect 1, splitting arrows. The fired crossbow bolts will automatically split into 3 midair with damage not diminishing. Effect 2, high temperature explosion. Upon hitting the target, the arrows will create a wide area high temperature explosion, inflicting burning effects. Effect 3, gravity suppression. Targets affected by the explosion will have their movement speed reduced by 30%. It's done. Yihong's lips curled up slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the purple orb into the cold steel alloy crossbow. Crack! The dull sound of metal clashing echoed. Immediately, purple lightning patterns spread across the entire black crossbow. The cold alloy body at that moment seemed to come alive, emitting a fearsome and oppressive aura. Li Yihong lifted the alloy crossbow. It weighed at least 30 pounds. Yet with his immense physical strength now he felt it was as light as a feather with one hand. Boom. He pulled the trigger. A crisp metallic explosion reverberated through the basement, causing a painful ringing in the ears. What a great gun. Li Yihong nodded in satisfaction. With the Wuxiang Tianluo net as absolute defense and control coupled with this purple epic explosive alloy crossbow for mid-range explosive output, he now had the capital to flip the table during tonight's deep-sea expedition. Li Yihong hung the alloy crossbow at his waist and stuffed his backpack full of specially made steel crossbow bolts. He returned to the living room on the first floor. Ouyang Taolon sat by the fireplace nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Upon seeing Li Yihong approach, she immediately stood up and walked towards him quickly. Are you ready? Li Yihong walked to the front door, casually taking the black windbreaker from the wall and putting it on. He turned his head looking at the girl with flushed cheeks and worried eyes. Wait for me to return. Li Yihong reached out and gently flicked her forehead. If you get bored, go to the trading hall and continue exploiting those low-level players. In business you must be ruthless, understand? Ouyang Taolon covered her forehead, letting out a laugh as the tears in the corners of her eyes were finally held back. Got it, you cunning boss. Li Yihong smiled. Then he pulled up the mask and pushed open the heavy door of the villa. Whoosh! In an instant the raging cold wind carrying icy shards pounced at his face like a rampaging beast. Outside was a boundless darkness with temperatures plunging to -40 degrees. Li Yihong did not look back. He adjusted the collar of his windbreaker and strode into the snowstorm, his figure quickly disappearing into the pitch-black night. The howling wind mixed with large snowflakes cut against his face like knives. Li Yihong tightened his black windbreaker, stepping swiftly through the thick snow towards the makeshift dock at the edge of Ironclad Island. The temperature of -40 degrees had frozen the seawater into a thick layer of ice, but due to the slight warmth of the protective shield the water inside the dock managed to maintain a feeble flow. Navigating 30 nautical miles on such a frozen sea in an ordinary wooden boat would be tantamount to seeking death. Li Yihong pulled up the system panel and directly opened the construction interface for the harbor. Ironclad Island had now been upgraded to level 10, unlocking basic vehicle manufacturing capabilities. Cost would X300 alloy steel plates, X150 mini power core, X1 construct alloy assault boat blue rare. Confirm construction. Li Yihong whispered to himself. A dazzling blue light erupted on the surface of the dock's water, the sounds of clanging metal resonating in the air. Moments later, an 8-meter-long alloy assault boat entirely in a matte gray finish floated silently on the water. Its streamlined hull was equipped with impact-resistant armor plates on either side, and its stern featured a massive propeller. But that was far from enough. Faced with the unknown depths and fifth-tier sea beasts, a blue-quality ordinary boat could not provide sufficient safety. Li Yihong opened his spatial backpack, dumping all the low-tier vehicle parts, worn wooden paddles, and torn canvas he had accumulated over the past 2 days onto the ground. Extract. Li Yihong extended his palm towards the pile of debris. Extraction successful. Obtained white attribute lightweight. Extraction successful. Obtained white attribute wind resistant. Extraction successful. Obtained blue attribute reinforced. A dozen faint orbs of light hovered in midair. Li Yihong remained expressionless, his fingers flying swiftly as he forced these low-tier attributes to merge. Synthesize. 2 blue orbs collided in the air and instantly shattered. Synthesis failed, materials destroyed. Li Yihong's brow did not even twitch as he continued calmly, bringing his hands together. Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations player, you have obtained purple epic attribute. A dense purple radiance suddenly blossomed in the dim snowy night, dyeing the surrounding snowflakes of vibrant purple. Raging sea storm purple epic. Effect 1, Icebreaker. Sailing speed increased by 200% unconditionally. The bow equipped with a mini ram can forcefully shatter ice layers below 1 meter. Effect 2, Steady as a rock. Excellent wave breaking effect, immune to bumps and capsizing risks caused by waves below level 6. Effect 3, Self-defense machine gun. The bow automatically generates a dual-barrel ice crystal light machine gun, consuming mini-core energy, capable of suppressing fire on enemies within a 1,000-meter range. Li Yihong looked at these 3 attributes, nodding in satisfaction. He raised his hand and forcefully slapped the purple orb into the bow of the alloy assault boat. Virum. The assault boat trembled violently. The originally matte gray alloy shell was suddenly adorned with flowing purple patterns, and the bow morphed, revealing a sci-fi-style dual-barreled machine gun. The entire boat's appearance became highly aggressive, resembling a metallic beast crouching on the ice. Boss! A hurried call came from behind. Li Yihong turned around to see Ouyang Taolon jogging towards him, breathing heavily. She held out a thermos to Li. Take this, it has just filtered warm water inside along with the spiritual energy turtle meat jerky you brought back. Li Yihong accepted the thermos, feeling the warmth in his hands. Didn't I tell you to stay inside, eh? I wanted to see you off. Ouyang Taolon stubbornly raised her head, her cheeks flushed red from the cold. She helped Li Yihong adjust the collar of his windbreaker, her voice trembling slightly. You must come back safely, or I will wait for you here. Don't worry. Li Yihong ruffled her hair and turned to board the assault boat. He stepped into the cockpit and pushed a mini power core into the energy slot. Boom. The purple alloy beast let out a deep roar. The tail of the alloy assault boat expelled a burst of scorching white air, instantly melting the surrounding ice. With a push of the joystick, the assault boat shot forth like a purple lightning bolt, tearing through the darkness and bursting out of the protective shield of Ironclad Island. The waves outside were far more violent than expected. The temperature of -40 degrees had turned the entire sea surface into a massive glacier. Countless shards of ice, large and small, floated and collided on the sea surface. However, under the enhancement of raging sea storm, the alloy assault boat sliced through the ice as if it were cutting through butter. The sharp ram at the bow easily crushed the blocking ice. The boat's body remained astonishingly stable, not even experiencing a hint of unnecessary bumpiness. Li Yihong steadied himself against the steering wheel, his gaze fixed intently on the coordinates on the nautical chart. The bodily enhancements from the level 10 harbor granted him superior vision and hearing, allowing him to perceive movements even in the blizzard far in the distance. Caught. Suddenly, several piercing cries echoed from the darkness above. A few second-tier frostwing eagles with 3-meter wingspans spotted the movement below and dove down with red eyes. Li Yihong's expression remained unchanged as his right hand pressed down on the weapon control lever beside the steering wheel. The dual-barreled ice crystal machine gun on the bow instantly raised its muzzle. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The dense blue light bullets shot through the night sky like tongues of fire. The diving frostwing eagles barely had time to scream before they were torn into shreds in midair, their remains mixed with ice shards falling into the dark sea. Ding. Your vehicle has killed a second-tier frostwing eagle. The system notification sounded beside him. Li Yihong didn't even glance at it, continuing to push the throttle to the floor. In the violent ice-breaking journey, the 30 nautical miles were covered in less than 40 minutes. Not far ahead, the originally white icebound world suddenly revealed a strange patch of black dead water. It was a vast open sea area several kilometers in diameter with no ice blocks, the water as dark as ink, faintly exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Black tide ruins. Li Yihong gradually slowed down the boat. He docked the assault boat beside a massive floating ice block, dropped the anchor, and then took out the cold steel alloy crossbow at his waist, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Not far from the edge of the black water, a medium-sized black steam ironclad ship was quietly anchored. The ship bore no markings, only a few ghostly green lanterns swaying in the wind and snow. On the deck of the ironclad, a figure stood. The person wore a large black raincoat, the hood pulled low, and a cold mask obscured their face, concealing them completely. The other party also noticed Li Yihong's arrival. Upon seeing the alloy assault boat, which emitted purple fluorescence, and even equipped with an energy machine gun, the eyes behind the mask narrowed slightly. Li Yihong. A hoarse voice, indistinguishable in gender, and clearly processed through a mechanical voice changer, carried through the wind and snow. It's me. Li Yihong stepped down from the boat, standing on a floating ice block 20 meters away from the other party. At this distance, his cold steel alloy crossbow could pierce the other person in an instant. You're right on time, and your boat is quite nice. The figure in black clasped their hands in their sleeves, leaning slightly forward. To acquire a purple quality power vehicle at this stage, the top of the power rankings indeed lives up to its reputation. Cut the small talk. Li Yihong's voice was calm, without any unnecessary pleasantries. Where is the ruin entrance? Where is the 5th-tier boss located? The figure in black chuckled softly, extending a hand clad in a black leather glove, pointing towards the center of the pitch-black dead water. Right below there, the entrance to the Black Tide ruins is sealed by an invisible force. The 5th-tier boss monster, Deep Cold Ice Wyvern, guards the entrance. As soon as someone attempts to approach, it will launch indiscriminate attacks. Li Yihong followed the direction the other party was pointing. Deep in the dark seawater, a massive blue shadow could be seen slowly swimming, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Cooperation is possible. Li Yihong withdrew his gaze, looking coldly at the figure in black. But why should I trust you? In this game, backstabbers are far more numerous than sea beasts. The figure let out a hoarse chuckle. You're right, so I brought a token of sincerity. Before the words had finished, the figure pulled out an ancient piece of parchment, glowing with a faint purple light. System prompt: Player Anonymous has shown you the Black Tide Ruins contract epic. Contract content: during the exploration of the Black Tide Ruins, neither party can inflict any direct or indirect harm on the other. Violators will be wiped out by the system, and all resources will be split 50-50. A system contract. Now you should feel at ease, right? The figure in black extended the parchment forward. Li Yihong glanced at the panel, confirming there were no logical loopholes, and signed his name in the void. A purple glow from the contract split in two, merging into both of their bodies. All right, President Lee. The figure in black clapped their hands and pulled out a slender silver rifle. The contract is established now. We should discuss how to deal with that big fellow down there. Yihong glanced at the silver rifle and spoke indifferently. They'll take the main offensive and restrict its movements. You provide fire support on the periphery. The eyes behind the mask of the figure in black flickered slightly. You alone will handle the main offense. That's a fifth-tier boss. Can you handle it? Yihong sneered. If not, will you step in instead? The figure in black fell silent, not rebutting further. Yihong turned around, leveling the cold steel alloy crossbow, his eyes as cold as ice in the night. He took a deep breath. The level 10 harbors enhancement attributes surging through him, muscles tense, his whole being like a bow drawn tight. Stay close. If anything goes wrong, the contract won't save your life. With that, Yihong pushed off the ground, charging towards the dark, dead water like a tiger descending the mountain. Wait! The voice of the man in black suddenly erupted amidst the wind and snow. Just as Yihong was about to fall into the water, a hand clad in a black leather glove fiercely grabbed his shoulder. This water is suspicious. Oh, don't rush in. Yihong's body twisted midair, landing steadily on the edge of the ice. He turned his head, his gaze coldly sweeping towards the man in black. The contract has been signed. You better have a reasonable explanation. The man in black wasted no time, directly pulling out a blue bead the size of a fingernail from his pocket and casually tossing it into the dark, dead water. Sizzle! At the moment the bead touched the water, piercing white smoke began to rise. The originally calm Black Sea water started to boil violently, like strong acid, instantly corroding the water-repelling bead. The black tide, dead water, possesses strong corrosive properties and extreme cold-slowing effects. The man in black adjusted his hood and explained in a low voice. Without protection, an ordinary player would be reduced to bones in less than 3 seconds. Yihong looked at the boiling black water, his eyes slightly moving. So you brought me here to die? No, I have. The man in black took out 2 sets of completely black diving suits made of a material somewhat resembling leather. Black Tide water-repelling suit, blue rare effect, blocks black water corrosion and reduces extreme cold damage by 50%. One for each of us. This is the ticket to enter. The man in black tossed 1 set to Yihong. Yihong caught the suit and squeezed it in his hands. System prompt sounded in his mind, detected extractable attributes, block blue, warmth white. Yihong chose not to extract and directly put on the water-repelling suit. The attributes granted by the level 10 harbor made his physique several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, causing the slightly loose water-repelling suit to become tightly stretched. Once you're dressed, follow me. The underwater path is complicated. After speaking, the man in black donned his mask, slipping silently into the dark, dead water like a black fish. Yihong followed closely behind and jumped in as well. Splash! The moment he entered the water, an unimaginably extreme cold instantly enveloped his entire body. Even with the water-repelling suit, the chills still pierced like needles into his bones. Yihong circulated his internal blood energy, forcibly resisting the discomfort. The visibility underwater was extremely low. All around him was thick black water, as viscous as ink, barely allowing him to see the faint glow emitted by the man in black ahead. The man in black swam quickly ahead. He seemed to be thoroughly familiar with the terrain, weaving between the rocks and large seaweeds. Yihong followed at a leisurely pace. His spirit was highly focused, and the cold steel alloy crossbow in his hand was always in a ready state. Should the man in black show any signs of unusual movement ahead, he would unhesitatingly pull the trigger. The two descended through the black water for about 10 minutes. The surrounding water pressure grew increasingly intense, and his bones began to emit a slight aching sound. Be careful, ahead is the area of undertow. The man in black's voice came through the communicator built into the water-repelling suit. Yihong looked up. In the black water ahead, gigantic underwater whirlpools emerged. These whirlpools resembled invisible meat grinders, instantly tearing apart surrounding debris and rubble. The man in black slowed down. He took out a compass, emitting green light, carefully avoiding the edges of the whirlpools, searching for a safe gap. Follow my route, but not a single step can be wrong, the man in black warned. Yihong said nothing, merely fixating his gaze on the other's footfalls. As they passed a giant whirlpool, a powerful pulling force suddenly struck. Yihong's body lurched sideways. His eyes sharpened, legs slightly bent, the power within him erupted in an instant. Boom. He pushed forcefully off a rock at the bottom of the water, halting his retreat and charging through the dangerous area. The man in black glanced back, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes behind the mask. Such terrifying explosive power. The man in black muttered to himself, retracting the compass and quickening his pace. After passing through the undertow area, the view suddenly opened up before them. A vast underwater passage appeared in front of the two. On either side of the passage stood 2 rows of crumbling stone sculptures. These statues towered over 10 meters high, their faces eroded to the point of being unrecognizable, yet they exuded an ancient and oppressive aura. We're almost there, the entrance is just ahead. The man in black pointed to the end of the passage. There a soft halo of light flickered. The two quickened their pace, swimming toward the halo. Splash! With a sudden rush of water, Yihong felt his body lighten, and he shot directly out from the bottom of the water. He landed steadily on the damp stone floor, quickly ripping off the water-repelling mask from his face. Huff! A breath of somewhat murky but relatively dry air flooded into his lungs. Yihong surveyed his surroundings. This was an unimaginably vast underwater cavern. Above him was a dark rock dome adorned with countless stalactites emitting a ghostly blue glow. Beneath his feet lay an ancient ruin of buildings. Black stone bricks, broken columns, and the scattered remains of unknown beasts were strewn all around. In the center of this cavern, there was a massive pool of water with a diameter of 100 meters. The water in the pool was as black as ink, with not a ripple, resembling a giant black mirror. This is the outer cavern of the Black Tide ruins. The man in black climbed up as well, removing his water-repelling suit to reveal a tight-fitting black combat outfit. His figure was somewhat lean, yet he appeared exceptionally capable. Yihong walked to a broken column, gently stroking the patterns on it. Detected item: ancient support column, white quality. Current attributes: decay, white. Attribute: effect, fragile, prone to collapse under strong impact. Seeing this attribute, Yihong felt a slight stir in his heart. He turned to look at the man in black. What about that fifth-tier boss? The man in black did not answer immediately, but pointed at the massive pool of dead water. It's right below. As long as we touch the stone tablet in the center of the pool, it will awaken immediately. Yihong followed the direction the man pointed. In the very center of the dead water pool there indeed stood a 5-meter-tall black stone tablet covered in intricate symbols. Around that stone tablet, a faint blue glow was circulating. What's the plan? Yihong held the cold steel alloy crossbow in his hand, asking lightly. A direct assault is impossible. The man in black's voice was low. This deep cold ice serpent is a 5th-tier boss, tough-skinned and meaty, and its combat power in the water doubles. Most fatal is its skill that can trigger widespread freezing and tremors. The man in black pointed at the gigantic stalactites swaying above them. If we confront it heat in here, the tremors will cause a collapse, and we will be buried alive. Yihong looked up at the... Indeed, some of those stalactites had already begun to crack, with the possibility of falling at any moment. So we must outsmart it. Yihong's lips slightly curled, revealing a meaningful smile. Outsmart it. The man in black turned his head to look at him. What kind of outsmarting? Do you have any ideas? Yihong did not answer immediately. He slowly paced around the cavern, carefully observing the distribution of the stone columns and the terrain structure. His unique hidden talent, all things attribute granting divine level, allowed him to see the hidden attributes of everything. To ordinary people, this was merely a ruin. But to Yihong, this ruin was floating with dense attribute and broken archway, white, prone to collapse. Main support column, yellow, sturdy. Secondary support column, white, edge of dead water pool, blue, slippery. Countless pieces of information began to rapidly combine in Yihong. The 4 years at the Finance University had cultivated his strong logical thinking and risk avoidance instincts. In his view, combat was no different from doing business. As long as he reasonably utilized every loophole in the scene, he could exchange minimal costs for maximum gains. You just said that touching that stone tablet will wake the ice serpent. Yihong stopped, turning to look at the man in black. Yes. The man in black nodded. Once the ice serpent awakens, its first reaction would definitely be to eliminate the intruder. How large is its attack range? About 50 meters, its tail is very long, and it can spew out extremely cold, freezing gas. The man in black thought for a moment and added, very good. Yihong pointed to a section of ruins on the left. The structure of the ruins there was very peculiar, with several gigantic secondary support columns presenting a subtle mechanical balance. As long as it experiences even a slight external force, it will trigger a small-scale chain collapse. Later you go trigger the stone tablet. Yihong fixed his gaze on the man in black, speaking deliberately. What? The man in black's voice changed slightly. You want me to be the bait? The contract states we cannot betray each other. This is not betrayal, it's division of labor. Yihong pointed to those weathered stone columns. After the ice serpent awakens, it will attack you. You need to lead it into that area of ruins on the left as quickly as possible. The stone columns in that area have already decayed. If its massive body crashes into them, it will trigger a collapse. Tons of heavy stones crashing down. Even if it doesn't kill it, it will be pinned beneath. The man in black listened till Yihong's plan, his eyes widening slightly behind the mask. How do you know that the stone columns there will collapse upon collision? Intuition. Yihong pointed to his temple. And my exceptional risk assessment ability. But what if it kills me? The man in black still hesitated. Since you can rank among the best, you must have life-saving displacement skills or defensive items. Yihong's tone was calm, yet held an undeniable strength. If you are not even willing to take this little risk, then let's go our separate ways, and the contract will be automatically void. The man in black stared fiercely at Yihong. After a while he spat in anger. You're ruthless. But what happens after the ice serpent is pinned down? It has a strong recovery ability. Collapse can only trap it temporarily. Leave the rest to me. Li Yihong raised the cold steel alloy crossbow in his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I will use this crossbow to completely end it. Alright, it's a deal. The man in black took a deep breath, slinging the silver-white rifle on his back, slightly squatting down, preparing to dash. I'll count to 3 before you act. 1, 2, 3, go. The man in black shot forward like a black lightning bolt, gliding along the stone floor towards the black stone tablet at the center of the dead water pool. Li Yihong, on the other hand, flashed and disappeared into the dark shadows. The game officially started. In the center of the dead water pool, the man in black lightly landed beside the stone tablet and slapped the blue halo on it heavily. Buzz! A deep rumbling sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire cavern. The symbols on the stone tablet suddenly shone with crimson light. The next second, the originally calm and mirror-like black dead water suddenly boiled violently. A massive shadow, overwhelmingly suffocating, slowly rose from the depths of the pool. Roar! A sharp and brutal roar instantly ripped through the air. The enormous splash scattered everywhere. A giant creature over 20 meters long, covered entirely in ghostly blue ice crystal scales, violently broke through the water's surface. Fifth-tier boss, deep cold ice serpent. Its crimson eyes, the size of millstones, instantly locked onto the man in black, standing beside the stone tablet. Damn, it's so big. The man in black let out a cry without any hesitation. A faint green light lit up beneath his feet, and he instantly transformed into a blur, frantically running towards the left ruins. Roar! The ice serpent let out an angry roar, its massive body twisting violently in midair, sending black water splashing everywhere, and it ferociously chased after the man in black. With each step it took, the ground trembled violently. Faster! Go faster! The man in black, feeling the terrifying chill behind him, gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit. He could feel that the extreme cold, freezing gas was already clinging to his back, causing even his eyebrows to begin to frost. Boom! The giant tail of the ice serpent swept out. A boulder weighing several tons was instantly shattered. The man in black rolled on the ground, barely avoiding this strike. At this moment, he had successfully led the ice serpent into the area of ruins on the left. Li Yihong, do it! The man in black shouted at the top of his lungs. In the darkness, Li Yihong coldly observed this scene. His finger was already resting on the trigger of the cold steel alloy crossbow. He did not act immediately, but calculated the best timing. The ice serpent's body was too massive. If he could not hit those critical load-bearing structures in one shot, the collapse's effect would be greatly diminished. He was waiting for the ice serpent's head to completely enter the encirclement of those weathered stone columns. Roar! The ice serpent, unable to catch the tiny human, became utterly furious. Its enormous body suddenly reared up the ice crystals on its head, emitting a blinding blue light, clearly preparing to unleash a wide-range freezing skill. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in Li Yihong's eyes. The cold steel alloy crossbow in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple lightning flame. Bang! A crisp metallic explosion echoed through the cavern. 3 arrows engulfed in raging flames shot towards those weathered stone columns in a triangular formation. Explosive arrow rain attribute activated. Boom, boom, boom. The series of high-temperature explosions occurred instantly at the base of the stone columns. The already precarious secondary support columns shattered into pieces under the impact of high temperatures and violent explosions. The chain reaction began. Rumble! The ground trembled violently. Above the ruins, several tons of heavy stones and broken walls cascaded down like a flood breaching its dam. The ice serpent, preparing to unleash its skill, was caught completely off guard and was instantly buried beneath the deluge of falling rocks. Roar! Accompanied by a reluctant and pained roar. The massive body of the ice serpent was firmly pinned under the thick pile of boulders. Dust and smoke rose. The man in black, covered in dirt and debris, crawled out from the edge of the ruins, staring blankly at the terrifying scene before him. Damn! He couldn't help but curse. This guy's calculations were incredibly precise. Even the explosive power and direction of the falling rocks were spot on. Don't dawdle, oh, it's not dead yet. A cold voice rang in the man in black's ears. Li Yihong had somehow appeared beside him. Under the pile of boulders, the 5th-tier boss ice serpent was emitting a series of deep, muffled growls. The stones pressing down on it began to show cracks, clearly unable to hold for long. Now it's my turn. Li Yihong took a deep breath, slowly raising his right hand. In his palm, a streak of platinum light began to flicker wildly. Net of all things, the divine level pressure quietly spread at this moment. The tremors coming from beneath the pile of boulders grew increasingly intense. The grating sound of rock against rock echoed violently within the vast underground cavity. Suddenly, a thick layer of dark blue ice crystal formed on the surface of a massive black stone weighing several tons that was pressed at the top. Immediately, a blinding red light erupted from within the ice crystal. Duck! Li Yihong shouted sharply. He grabbed the shoulder of the man in black beside him, exerting force in his legs, and propelled them both backwards several meters. Boom! The entire ruins exploded. Countless fragments of stone mixed with extremely sharp ice blades shot out in all directions. A violently frigid aura swept through the entire underground cavity, like a tornado instantly coating the surfaces of the surrounding stone pillars with a thick layer of frost. Roar! The massive body of the ice serpent rose once more. Its appearance was utterly tragic, with its once-proud ice crystal horn broken in half, and several gaping wounds oozing blood. Black blood dripped from the shattered scales, corroding the stone floor with a sizzling sound. Yet the vitality of this fifth-tier leader was terrifying. Injuries did not make it retreat. Instead, they completely unleashed the ferocity of this deep-sea overlord. Its blood-red eyes, the size of grinding wheels, locked onto Yihong and the others not far away. Its aura has actually become stronger. The man in black's voice was laced with undeniable panic. This beast is burning its essence. It's preparing to unleash a deadly skill. The ice serpent raised its massive head, and its mouth began to gather an intensely blinding dark blue energy ball. The surrounding air was instantly drained, and the temperature dropped at an astonishing rate. Li Yihong, use your trump card quickly. The man in black raised his silver rifle, his hands trembling uncontrollably. If that breath hits us, we won't even have ashes left. Li Yihong did not retreat an inch. He stared at the frenzied fifth-tier beast, his expression surprisingly calm. Is this how anxious you are? Li Yihong's right hand suddenly opened wide. A dazzling platinum light burst forth in his palm. That is... The man in black was momentarily stunned, instinctively squinting at the blinding light. Li Yihong pulled back his right arm, his muscles swelling to an extraordinarily frightening degree under the nourishment of the 10th level harbor's attributes. He could even hear the cracking of his own bones. Go! Li Yihong threw with all his might. The platinum light shot forth, expanding in the wind. Universal Skynet bound to harbor component. Golden Divine Tier attribute Universal Skynet. Effect 1, the absolute hit. The ice serpent seemed to sense the imminent danger, and the dark blue energy ball in its mouth erupted violently. The raging frigid air transformed into a light column several meters in diameter, hurtling toward the net. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The platinum net completely disregarded the impact of the frigid air. No matter how violent the cold energy was, not even a hint of freezing appeared on the net. Effect 3, immune to fire and water. A divine material impervious to any external force's destruction. The ice serpent roared in anger, twisting its massive body in midair, attempting to evade this peculiar net. But it was utterly useless. Under the rule of absolute hit, no matter how it dodged, the net seemed to cross spatial distances, firmly binding it. Swish! The net instantly tightened. The ice serpent, over 20 meters long, was thoroughly ensnared within the universal Skynet. Roar! It struggled wildly, its thick tail crashing against the ground in an attempt to tear the broken net apart. The hard stone floor shattered under the impact, and countless stones flew into the air. Li Yihong gripped the other end of the net tightly. Reel it in. His arms bulged with veins coiling like a dragon, and he yanked back forcefully. The platinum net instantly tightened, digging deep into the ice serpent's scales, which were harder than steel. Puffed! A large gush of black blood spurted out like a fountain. What level of item is this? The man in black's scalp went numb as he watched. The monstrous defense of the fifth-tier leader seemed as fragile as paper against this net. Don't dawdle. Fire and suppress its head. Li Yihong's feet were firmly planted on the ground, leaving deep imprints in the hard stone as he pressed down. His strength had escalated to an extraordinarily terrifying level, engaging in a tug-of-war with the twentimeter. All right. The man in black snapped back to reality, raising the silver rifle. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of armor-piercing rounds rained down, precisely hitting the wounded eyes and skull of the ice serpent. The ice serpent cried out in pain, struggling more frantically. Effect 2, infinite extension. The power within Li Yihong surged forth continuously, and the net lengthened with the serpent's struggles, then tightened again. Each time it tightened violently, it left a deep, bloody groove on the ice serpent. The ice serpent finally sensed the fear of death. Its simple intelligence understood that if it did not escape this deadly net, it would certainly die today. Roar! A heartbreaking howl echoed throughout the cavity. The ice serpent actually ceased its struggles, directly detonating all the remaining frigid essence within it. Boom! A visible dark blue shockwave erupted, centered around its massive body. Countless ice scales shattered by the net turned into the most lethal projectiles, shooting indiscriminately in all directions. Watch out! Li Yihong shouted sharply. He yanked the net, using the recoil to pull himself behind a broken massive stone. But the man in black was completely focused on aiming and firing, and his reaction was ultimately half a beat too slow. Uft, uft, uft. A dozen razor-sharp ice scales instantly pierced through his waterproof suit and protective barrier. Ugh! The man in black let out an agonizing groan, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the stone wall behind him and rolled down to the ground like a tattered sack. The silver rifle in his hand was flung far away. Li Yihong peeked out from behind a pillar. He saw the man in black lying in a pool of blood, his body twitching, uncertain of his fate. Meanwhile, after unleashing its final and deadliest attack, the ice serpent's massive body finally became completely rigid. With a thunderous sound, the giant beast collapsed. The universal sky net had thoroughly shredded its insides and bones. A system notification pinged in Li Yihong's mind. Ding. Killed the 5th-tier leader-level sea beast, ice serpent. Li Yihong let out a sigh of relief. He released his grip and with a thought retracted the universal sky net quickly, making his way toward the fallen man in black. Hey, are you dead? Li Yihong crouched down, reaching to check the man's carotid artery. The man's black raincoat was completely soaked in blood, with several pieces of ice scales emitting cold air deeply embedded in his shoulder and abdomen. Just as Li Yihong's fingers were about to touch the man's neck, cough cough, the man in black suddenly began to cough violently, spewing out a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards onto the stone floor. He struggled to sit up, but the movement tugged at his abdominal wound, causing him to gasp in pain. As long as you're alive, it seems that contract saved you. Li Yihong's voice was steady, devoid of any unnecessary emotional fluctuations. The man in black was about to say something. Crack. A faint crisp sound echoed. The mechanical mask he wore had already been riddled with cracks from the earlier violent impact, and at that moment it finally reached its limit. The mask shattered in two, falling directly to the ground. The wide hood also slipped back due to the movement, releasing a cascade of black hair like a waterfall. Li Yihong's movements froze. Beneath the mask was a woman's face. Moreover, it was a face of striking beauty that held a fierce allure. Her skin appeared unusually pale due to the frigid environment and significant blood loss, exuding a breathtaking sense of vulnerability. Her elongated, slightly upturned eyes narrowed slightly, with a small captivating beauty mark just below the right corner. Her high nose and lips stained a deep red with blood. There was not a hint of fear of death on her face, instead it bore a wildness akin to that of a lone wolf, unyielding. What are you looking at? The woman roughly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Although her voice was weak, it carried an unmasked coldness. Without the disguise of the mechanical voice modulator, her tone sounded exceptionally clear, with a hint of sultriness typical of a dominant woman. I never expected that the anonymous powerhouse ranked among the top few on the combat power list would actually be a woman. I stand corrected. In this game there's no distinction between genders, only life and death matter. The woman gritted her teeth and reached for the ice scale embedded in her abdomen, her bloodied hand trembling. Don't move. Li Yihong firmly grasped her wrist. The ice scale has barbs and is laced with frost poison. If you pull it out forcefully now, you'll bleed out, and even a god couldn't save you. The woman struggled with some force. However, she quickly realized that Li Yihong's grip was like that of iron pincers, and she couldn't break free with her current strength. She could only resign herself to leaning against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath as her chest heaved violently. Li Yihong stared intently at her face, his brow gradually furrowing. That face was too familiar. Familiar enough that he felt he must have seen it somewhere before, and certainly not just once. Was she a classmate from the finance university? Or perhaps a high-ranking executive from an internship company? Or someone featured in a financial forum? Li Yihong's mind began to race through his memories. His memory had always been excellent, but amidst the chaos of this apocalyptic beginning, various pieces of information intertwined, and for a moment, he couldn't quite place her. Have we met before? Li Yihong looked into her eyes and directly asked. The woman raised her head to glance at him, the pale corners of her lips curling into a mocking arc. Bossly in this world lies are as cheap as grass. Can you come up with a fresher pickup line than this tired, old cliché? I'm not joking. Li Yihong's gaze deepened, his tone extremely serious. Your appearance, along with the habitual movements you made while using the gun earlier, are definitely not those of an ordinary player. You should be quite famous at the finance university or in other upper circles. A flicker of something flashed briefly in the depths of her gaze. She quickly turned her head, avoiding Li Yihong's penetrating gaze. You're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary person fighting to survive. Li Yihong did not press further. He was a smart man and understood that in this apocalypse everyone had their own secrets and defenses. He took out a roll of clean, sterile bandages and a bottle of a potion emitting a purple glow from his spatial backpack. This was a high-level healing potion obtained by trading a large amount of purified water. Hang in there, it's going to hurt. Without hesitation, Li Yihong grasped the torn clothing around the woman's abdomen. What are you doing? The woman exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching out to push him away. A large expanse of pale skin was exposed to the air at sub-zero temperatures, stained with glaring black blood, making it a shocking sight. Shut up, ooh, I'm saving your life. Li Yihong moved with extreme efficiency, his eyes clear of any inappropriate thoughts. He poured the purple healing potion directly around the wound, and at the moment the potion reacted and melted the ice, he yanked the ice scale out with a swift motion. The woman bit her lip tightly, large beads of cold sweat instantly forming on her forehead. Yet she remained silent, only staring intensely at Li Yihong's profile. Li Yihong quickly and expertly bandaged her wound, tying a knot. You're safe now? But for the next 4 hours you'd better avoid using any strength E, otherwise if the wound bursts no one can save you. Yihong stood up and tossed the remaining half bottle of potion into her lap. His gaze shifted towards the black stone tablet in the center of the stagnant water pond, not far away. With the ice serpent's demise, the red light on the stone tablet had completely dissipated. In its place was a soft and mysterious purple glow. The core treasure chest of the ruins had finally opened. According to the contract, all resources will be split 50-50. The woman leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, reminding him weakly. I am always fair in business. You won't miss out on a single portion that belongs to you. Yihong stepped toward the stone tablet. But as he got closer to the spoils, the familiar figure in his mind became clearer and clearer. I am always fair in business. You won't miss out on a single portion that belongs to you. Yihong stepped toward the stone tablet. But as he got closer to the spoil, Yang Ruofei. Yihong stopped in his tracks, turning around to gaze directly at the woman leaning against the stone wall. As these 3 syllables left his lips, the entire underground hollow seemed to fall silent for a moment. The woman's hand, which was covering her abdominal wound, suddenly stiffened. She raised her head and a fleeting hint of panic flashed in her elongated upturned eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by her inherent pride. Recognized me. Yang Ruofei smirked, pulling the corner of her mouth into a cold, emotionless arc. What is Boss Li planning to kidnap me and take me to the trading post for supplies? Yihong remained silent, merely observing her quietly. Before the catastrophe struck, the name Yang Ruofei had represented the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. A super top-tier celebrity, the nation's #1 idol, reigning as the most commercially valuable female star for 3 consecutive years. Yihong had once been too busy with certifications and resumes to care about the gossip in the entertainment world. Yet even with his eyes closed, he could see her face on bus stop signs and subway screens. I have no interest in kidnapping a washed-up star. Yihong averted his gaze, his voice flat and devoid of any fluctuation. In this cursed place where even a clean piece of bread can incite bloodshed, your fame cannot even exchange for a drop of pure water. You better pray that your harbor talent is strong enough. Otherwise this shell will only lead you to a more tragic end than an ordinary person. Yang Ruofei was momentarily taken aback. She had expected the other party to either display a nauseating greed upon recognizing her, or take the opportunity to demand more benefits. But in Li Yihong's gaze there was only pure calculation of interests, as if he were assessing a tool with durability. No need for you to worry. Yang Ruofei gritted her teeth, using the stone wall for support to slowly stand up. My life is tough, though I don't need anyone's sympathy. That's good. Yihong turned and strode toward the black stone tablet, radiating a purple glow. Come over for the loot. He extended his hand and pressed firmly on the purple glow of the tablet. Buzz! The surface of the tablet erupted with a myriad of cracks, and then it shattered with a loud bang. A dazzling purple treasure chest slowly rose from the rubble. Ding! Congratulations, player, for opening the core treasure chest of the Black Tide Ruins. According to the Black Tide Ruins contract, the supplies will be evenly distributed. The treasure chest automatically popped open and 4 orbs of light flew out, quietly hovering in midair. Yihong narrowed his eyes and activated the All Things Attribute Grant talent. The hidden information of the 4 items instantly unfolded before his eyes. The first item, core of the Deep Cold Ice Serpent Purple Epic. Current attribute Raging Energy Blue. The second item, Blueprint Frost Automatic Defense Tower Purple Epic. Current attribute Sturdy White Extreme Cold Blue. The third item, Skill Book Frost Nova Purple Epic. Current attribute Area Spread Blue. The fourth item, Deep Cold Serpent Scales X 50 Blue Rare. Current attribute Anti-Magic White. You're the main attacker, you choose first. Yang Ruofei walked to Li Yihong's side, her pale face devoid of color. Though she was proud, she understood the rules. Had it not been for Li Yihong's terrifying platinum net, she would have long become the waste of the Ice Serpent. Then I won't hold back. Li Yihong unhesitatingly reached out and grabbed the core of the Deep Cold Ice Serpent and Blueprint Frost Automatic Defense Tower. These 2 items were worth their weight in gold to him. The level 10 harbor was about to be upgraded, and the blueprint was just what he needed to reinforce the defenses. As for that core, it could serve as a permanent power source for the defense tower. The rest is yours. Li Yihong pushed the skill book and serpent scales in front of Yang Ruofei. Yang Ruofei glanced at the skill book, her eyes brightening slightly. What she needed most now was an area control skill, and this Frost Nova was practically tailor-made for her. As for those serpent scales, she could easily have a top-notch armor crafted by a tailor player. Fair enough. Yang Ruofei waved her hand, stowing the items into her backpack. Once the 2 finished dividing the loot, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Li Yihong was about to turn to leave, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! The base of the already shattered blackstone tablet suddenly emitted a sharp mechanical grinding sound. A crimson beam of light shot up into the sky, striking directly against the dome of the underground hollow. Warning! The core of the ruins has been taken. The self-destruction lockdown protocol has been activated. The cold system prompt echoed in both their minds simultaneously. Boom! The entire underground hollow began to shake violently, and the stalactites above fell like a torrential rain. Damn, there are traps. Li Yihong's expression changed drastically. He abruptly turned his head to look around. The once receding black stagnant water was now rushing in from the cracks in the surrounding stone walls like boiling magma. The water temperature was plummeting. Visible ice crystals began to form in the air. The exit is sealed. Yang Ruofei pointed to the passage they had come from, her voice tinged with despair. It was completely blocked by a thick wall of ghostly blue ice, leaving not even a sliver of a gap. Li Yihong grabbed Yang Ruofei's wrist and pulled her toward a massive protruding rock behind the stagnant pool. That rock was the highest point in the entire hollow. As the two climbed onto the rock, the black water below had already submerged the base of the stone tablet. Self-destruction countdown 10 minutes. Current area temperature -70 degrees. Li Yihong looked at the red numbers flashing on the panel, his heart sinking to the bottom. -70 degrees. Even with the level 10 harbor's attribute support, he wouldn't last 10 minutes in such extreme cold. Moreover, there was also an injured woman beside him. So cold. Yang Ruofei curled up in the corner of the rock, trembling uncontrollably. Her water-resistant suit had long been torn, and she had just lost too much blood. At this moment her lips had turned a shade of purple, and her eyelids felt heavy, as if filled with lead. Don't sleep. Li Yihong shouted sharply, quickly walking over and gripping her chin, forcing her to lift her head. If you fall asleep here you won't wake up again. Let go of me. Yang Ruofei weakly struggled, but as soon as she raised her hand it fell limply. Her body temperature was rapidly dissipating. Li Yihong wasted no words. He directly took off his black windbreaker and wrapped it tightly around Yang Ruofei. Immediately after, he pulled out the cold steel alloy crossbow from his backpack and aimed the tip at a nearby piece of rubble. What are you doing? Yang Ruofei barely opened her eyes. To keep warm. Li Yihong unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! A bolt with the high-temperature explosion attribute shot at the rubble. With a muffled bang, the rubble exploded, and a surge of searing flames ignited on the rock, barely dispersing a hint of the surrounding cold. But this rootless flame couldn't last long in the extreme cold of -70 degrees. The fire barely held for less than a minute before it began to shrink rapidly. Useless. Yang Ruofei leaned against the stone wall, her voice as faint as a mosquito. Save your strength, the big star is taking her final bow here. It sounds quite tragic. Shut your crow's mouth. Li Yihong furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He pulled up the system panel, staring intently at the 10-minute countdown. The game system would never put him in an unwinnable situation. Within 10 minutes, there had to be a way to survive. The water continued to rise. The black water corroded the rocks, emitting a nauseating hissing sound. Li Yihong glanced at the dwindling flame, and then at Yang Ruofei, who was on the brink of losing consciousness from the cold. He gritted his teeth, strode over, and sat down beside Yang Ruofei. He stretched out his arms and tightly held the once prominent starlet in his embrace. You. Yang Ruofei suddenly opened her eyes, instinctively trying to resist. Don't move. If you— Li Yihong's voice was harsh to the extreme. He channeled all the vitality and energy brought by the 10th level harbor into his body's surface. His body temperature, akin to that of a furnace, continuously transmitted warmth through her soaked clothes to the woman in his arms. Yang Ruofei froze. Since her rise to fame, no man had ever dared to touch her in such a blunt manner. But at this moment, the astonishing warmth radiating from that broad chest became her only lifeline in this frigid hell. She stopped struggling, allowing Li Yihong to hold her tightly. The two curled up on a rock surface of less than 2 square meters. Surrounded by the swirling black dead water, icicles fell from above. Li Yihong. Yang Ruofei buried her face in his chest, her voice trembling slightly. If the door doesn't open in 10 minutes, we're doomed. We won't die? Li Yihong rested his chin on her head, his voice extraordinarily firm. My debts aren't settled. I've invested so much, there's no way I'm going to collapse here. Time ticked away. The cold felt like countless knives mercilessly cutting into their bodies. Li Yihong's eyebrows and hair were already covered with thick frost. His body began to tremble involuntarily. Even with his innate talent, enduring the extreme cold of -70 degrees had reached his physiological limit. In his embrace, Yang Ruofei's complexion slightly regained some color thanks to his warmth. She lifted her head slightly, gazing at Li Yihong's nearly frozen profile. Why do you care about me? Yang Ruofei asked softly. The contract only states we can't harm each other. It doesn't say we must save each other. Stop flattering yourself. Li Yihong kept his eyes closed, his lips already turning white with cold. I'm a businessman. If you're alive, there's still a chance for future dealings. Yang Ruofei was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. A profiteer. As they were speaking, ding. Self-destruction defense mechanism time ended. Purification of the Black Tide ruins completed. The system's notification sounded like celestial music in their minds. Boom. The dark blue ice wall blocking the passage instantly cracked and then collapsed. The rushing black dead water seemed to lose its supporting force, quickly retreating down the stone crevices. The temperature began to rise rapidly. We survived. Li Yihong suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a white mist mixed with ice particles. He released his embrace without reluctance, stood up, and vigorously moved his nearly frozen joints. Yang Ruofei felt a sense of inexplicable loss as she lost that warm embrace. She propped herself up against the rock wall, tightening the black windbreaker around her. Let's go. Li Yihong didn't look back, walking directly towards the exit. Hey! Yang Ruofei called out to him from behind. Li Yihong stopped in his tracks, not turning around. This coat is my debt to you. Yang Ruofei watched the man's back, her voice regaining its usual coldness and pride. Next time we meet, I'll return it with interest. Do as you wish. Li Yihong waved his hand. I hope when we meet again you're not a corpse. After saying that, he leaped into the now clear waterway. Yang Ruofei watched the ripples on the water surface, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Li Yihong. She softly repeated the name, then jumped down after him. Offshore, the storm continued to rage. Li Yihong surfaced and quickly climbed onto his alloy assault boat. He pushed the miniature power core into the energy slot, and a purple glow enveloped the boat again. Boom. The engine roared violently. Wrath of the Furious Sea was fully activated, and the assault boat tore through the frozen sea like an arrow, heading straight for Ironclad Island. Although this trip was perilous, the rewards were incredibly rich. Materials from a fifth-tier boss would allow his harbor to make a qualitative leap. The howling wind mixed with heavy snow pelted his face. Li Yihong steered the wheel with one hand, but his mind couldn't help but flash back to the scene on the rocks. The woman's resilience exceeded his expectations. Actors in the entertainment industry can survive in this world more than expected. He shook his head, casting those chaotic thoughts aside. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. More than 40 minutes later, a dimly glowing semicircular shield finally appeared on the dark sea ahead. That was his harbor. It was also his only home in this cruel apocalyptic world. The assault boat shattered the edge of the floating ice and smoothly docked in a simple wharf. As soon as Li Yihong stepped onto the bridge, a soft body suddenly lunged into his arms. You're finally back. Ouyang Taolon clung tightly to his waist, her voice carrying a clear note of tears. She was wearing a pair of hot denim shorts draped in a thick military coat, and her hair was covered in falling snow, clearly having waited at the dock for a long time. Li Yihong was taken aback for a moment, then patted her back. Why are you crying? I'm fine. You were gone for Ouyang Taolon lifted her head, her eyes red. The blizzard outside is so intense, I thought something happened to you. As she spoke, she anxiously examined Li Yihong from top to bottom. Seeing he had no obvious injuries, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Where's your windbreaker? Ouyang Taolon suddenly noticed that Li Yihong was only wearing a thin combat suit. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances that got destroyed. Li Yihong said expressionlessly. Let's head back inside. Ouyang Taolon didn't ask further, and took his hand to walk towards the villa. I made a stew with sea beast meat, and kept it warming on the hearth. Quick, go take a hot shower, or you'll catch a cold. Feeling the warmth in his palm, and listening to her murmurs in his ear, Li Yihong's nerves, which had been taut to the extreme in the ruins, finally relaxed completely. Alright, I'll listen to you. He smiled, taking Ouyang Taolon's hand in his own. Pushing open the heavy door of the villa, the orange glow of the fireplace instantly dispelled all the cold. The stew in the pot was bubbling and emitting an enticing aroma. Outside, the apocalyptic storm raged and monsters roamed. But in this small haven, everything was filled with the hope of survival. The steam in the bathroom rose rapidly, soon covering the mirror with a thick layer of mist. Li Yihong stood under the shower, allowing the scalding hot water to wash over his shoulders. The water carried away the icy remnants and the viscous black blood from his body, also washing away the tension accumulated in the abyss. He closed his eyes, the image of the giant beast collapsing still fresh in his mind. Click! The bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. A gust of cold wind swept in with the dense mist, causing Li Yihong to open his eyes. Ouyang Taolon stood at the doorway holding a clean towel. The striped short-sleeved shirt she wore was damp from sweat, and steam clinging tightly to her chest, outlining a breathtaking curve. Underneath those spicy denim shorts, her fair and slender legs trembled slightly. How did you come in? Li Yihong wiped the water beads from his face, his voice a bit hoarse. Ouyang Taolon said nothing, only stared at him intently, her eyes reddened like a rabbit. She turned and closed the door, casually tossing the towel onto a nearby rack. I'm scared, Yihong. She took a few steps forward, directly stepping into the shower's reach. The scalding hot water instantly soaked her clothes sticking to her body, becoming completely transparent. She wrapped her arms around Li Yihong's waist, burying her face in his chest, her body shaking violently. I thought you wouldn't come back. The wind outside is so strong, and there are sounds of monsters everywhere. I can't take it anymore being here alone. I'm really losing my mind. Li Yihong felt the warmth of her body in his arm's side, and reached out to stroke her soaked long hair. Aren't I back safe and sound? Don't be afraid. No, I need to make sure you're still alive. Ouyang Taolon suddenly lifted her head, her sweet and lovely eyes now filled with madness and determination. She was a professional dance teacher, her flexibility astonishing. She suddenly rose onto her toes, tightly wrapping her arms around Li Yihong's neck, her warm red lips fiercely kissing him. This kiss was extremely violent, even carrying a hint of a release of fear through biting. The hot blood within Li Yihong was ignited in that moment. The rage from just escaping death in the black tide, and the survival instinct suppressed for several hours found an outlet at this moment. He grasped Ouyang Taelin's slender waist, and abruptly lifted her up. Thud! Ouyang Taelin's back crashed against the cold porcelain wall, emitting a muffled groan, but she held on even tighter. The cold porcelain tiles and the scalding hot water intertwined, causing both of them to shudder simultaneously. These clothes are a nuisance, Li Yihong growled. With a tearing sound, the soaking striped short-sleeve shirt was violently ripped apart, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin. The button of the denim shorts flew off, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Ouyang Taolon let out a high-pitched and trembling gasp, her fingers digging deeply into the muscles of Li Yihong's back. Water poured down from above, drowning out all gasps and murmurs under the curtain of water. Ouyang Taelin's voice became completely hoarse as she leaned her head on Li Yihong's shoulder, biting down hard on his flesh. The temperature in the bathroom continued to rise, and the mist was thick enough to obscure their faces. Only the sounds of bodies colliding and breaths that were as hurried as if they were about to suffocate echoed in the confined space. It was unclear how much time had passed. The water continued to flow. Ouyang Taolon lay limply in Li Yihong's arms, unable to lift even a finger. Li Yihong held her leaning against the wall, panting heavily. "Are you still scared?" he asked with a low laugh in her ear. Ouyang Taolon opened her eyes weakly, biting down hard on his chest, but due to her lack of strength it felt more like teasing. "You're such a brute. You're hurting me." Half an hour later, the two changed into clean, warm loungewear and returned to the living room. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, filling the entire room with a warm glow. Half an hour later, the two changed into clean, warm loungewear and returned to the living room. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, filling the entire room with a warm. Her complexion was unusually rosy, her eyes sparkling with spring warmth. The previous anxiety and fear completely swept away. "What exactly happened down there today?" "We encountered a fifth-tier boss. We almost didn't make it back." Ouyang Taolon gasped in surprise. "Yes, it was over 20 meters long and could freeze half of the cave directly. We encountered a fifth-tier boss. We almost didn't make it back." Ouyang Taolon gasped in surprise. "Yes, it was over 20 meters long and could freeze half of the cave directly. If I hadn't used the collapse plan to injure it severely and then trapped it with the universal heaven net, both that anonymous player and I would have met our end down there today," Li Yihong replied calmly, playing with the empty bowl in his hands. "What about that anonymous player?" Ouyang Taolon leaned closer with curiosity. "Her name is Yang Ruofei." When Li Yihong mentioned the name, his tone remained steady. "Yang Ruofei." Ouyang Taolon jumped up from the carpet, her eyes wide. "Is she the one who has won numerous awards for singing and dancing, known as the nation's first idol?" "It should be her." Li Yihong nodded. "She looks quite similar, and her gunplay and evasion moves have a strong stage rhythm base." Ouyang Taolon sat back down beside him, pouting. "But she's a big star. Before the apocalypse, I couldn't even get tickets to her concert." "What about now? How is she?" "She's seriously injured and almost froze to death." Li Yihong briefly recounted how he had held her on the rocks to keep her warm. After hearing this, Ouyang Taolon hummed with a hint of jealousy. "Holding her for warmth. Wasn't Yang the star particularly soft?" Li Yihong glanced at her, pulling the corner of his mouth. "At -70 degrees, if you hadn't held her, you would have to go into the sea to fish out my corpse now." "I was just joking." Ouyang Taolon hurriedly hugged his arm, nuzzling against him affectionately. "I know you're the best. Even a big star was saved by you, and she must be extremely grateful to you." "Gratitude isn't quite there, but she owes me a favor." Li Yihong took out his harvest from the space backpack. A crystal emitting a faint purple glow along with an ancient blueprint that also glimmered with purple light. Energy core of the deep cold ice dragon purple epic. Blueprint frost automatic defense tower purple epic. "Take a look at these two." Li Yihong placed the item. Ouyang Taolon curiously reached out to touch the blueprint. "Wow, an epic level defense tower blueprint." "Yes, but building it requires quite a few rare materials." Li Yihong pointed to the ice dragon core. "This core can serve as the energy source for the defense tower and even grant it the ice dragon's extreme cold freeze effect." A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he activated his talent. Universal attribute bestowal, god level activating. In Li Yihong's vision, several lines of text appeared above the blueprint. Blueprint frost automatic defense tower purple epic current attributes sturdy white extreme cold blue. "I can extract these two attributes or bestow them multiple times," Li Yihong explained to Ouyang Taolon. "After upgrading the harbor, the attributes I extract will be of even higher quality. Once the harbor reaches level 20 and the next quality breakthrough is unlocked, we'll have a continuous supply of purple or even red attributes." Ouyang Taelin's eyes lit up with admiration as she leaned her head on his shoulder. "Yihong, I feel like following you makes this apocalypse not so terrifying anymore." "Don't be careless." Li Yihong gently touched her face. He put away the materials on the table and stood up, walking towards the window. The wind and snow outside were still fierce. The sea was dark, with only the fluorescent lights by the makeshift dock flickering valiantly in the storm. We need to quickly upgrade the harbor to level 20. Yihong gazed at the pitch-black night sky, his voice low and resolute. This world doesn't have much time left for ordinary people. The seawater remained cold and bone-chilling. Yang Ruofei surfaced, gasping for breath. This was her exclusive maritime domain, several nautical miles away from the perilous black tide ruins. She struggled to climb aboard her makeshift wooden electric boat, her body trembling slightly from extreme. Though her abdominal wound had been bandaged by Yihong with advanced medicine, every movement still sent waves of tearing pain through her. Grinding her teeth, Yang Ruofei started the engine. The wooden boat emitted a dull roar as it slowly navigated across the pitch-black sea. 10 minutes later, amidst the swirling snow and darkness ahead, an island emanating a faint white glow finally appeared. It was her territory, Starry Night Island. The wooden boat gently approached the shore, colliding with the makeshift wooden dock. Yang Ruofei took a deep breath, struggling to step onto the gangway. The cold wind mixed with heavy snow hit her face, causing her long black hair to stick messily to it. "Welcome back to Starry Night Harbor, Captain." The cold system prompt echoed in her mind. There was no warm welcome or steaming meat soup. The entire island was eerily silent, with only the howling wind and the crashing waves against the rocks breaking the stillness. Yang Ruofei tightened the large black windbreaker wrapped around her. It was left to her by Yihong. The windbreaker still retained the man's unique furnace-like warmth, which felt especially precious on this frigid night. She stepped through the thick snow, making her way towards the stone house at the center of the island. This was her level 5 harbor. The island itself was not large, only a few hundred square meters, with a few simple wooden arrow towers scattered around. In comparison to Li Yihong's level 10 harbor, which boasted an alloy assault boat and tight defenses, this place felt exceptionally rudimentary, even somewhat shabby. Pushing open the heavy stone door, the stone house was engulfed in darkness, and the air was thick with a damp, musty smell. Yang Ruofei groped her way to the fireplace, pulling out a flint and laboriously igniting the few remaining dry twigs inside. The firelight was dim, barely illuminating a meter around her. She slumped onto the cold floor, leaning against the stone wall, gasping for breath. It was not until this moment that her taut nerves finally began to relax. "I survived," Yang Ruofei murmured as she gazed at the flickering flames. She extended her pale hand and retrieved 2 spoils from her spatial backpack, a skill book emitting a purple epic glow, Frost Nova, and a thick stack of rare blue materials, deep cold dragon scales, a total of 50 pieces. Looking at these 2 items, a glimmer of vitality finally returned to Yang Ruofei's eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and brought up her personal attribute panel. Player Yang Ruofei, harbor level 5, normal harbor talent, universal replication, red legend talent, effect: the player can unconditionally replicate any non-living items. Current replication multiplier double 1, turns to 2. Current cooldown time 24 hours. Note: as the harbor level increases, the replication multiplier can rise to 3 times, 4 times, or even infinitely, while the cooldown time will be significantly reduced. This was her greatest trump card in this cruel apocalyptic world. Although her harbor level was only 5, her living conditions were even worse than those of ordinary players. Yet with this heaven-defying replication talent, she did not need to fight sea beasts like other players for a few basic resources. She only needed to continuously double the resources she collected in the safe zone to ensure her survival. Huff. Yang Ruofei summoned her talent interface and placed the skill book, Frost Nova, onto it. Detected a purple epic item: skill book Frost Nova. Would you like to activate the talent universal replication? The mechanical voice of the system rang in her ears. Replicate. Yang Ruofei thought decisively. Buzz. A dazzling purple light erupted instantly within the stone house. The ancient skill book that had been lying quietly on the ground began to tremble violently in the light. Following that, the phantom of the pages split into 2 in midair, gradually solidifying. 2 seconds later, the light faded. 2 identical purple skill books appeared intact before Yang Ruofei. Ding. Replication successful. Obtain skill book Frost Nova Purple Epic X2. This was why she dared to let Yihong choose during the selection in the ruins. To others, choosing between 2 was a difficult decision. But to her, as long as she obtained one, it equated to having 2. She repeated the process, placing her hand on the stack of deep cold dragon scales. Replicate. With a buzzing sound, a blue stream of light flashed. The originally 50 scales instantly piled up into a small mountain on the ground, totaling 100 pieces. The scales, radiating a ghostly blue light, illuminated the entire stone house a bit. Ding. Replication successful. Obtained deep cold dragon scales, blue rare material X100. Yang Ruofei happily stored the scales back into her backpack. 100 pieces of level 5 boss scales were enough for her to go to the trading hall and find a high-level tailor to craft an exceptional set of armor with astonishing defense. As for the two skill books, Yang Ruofei picked one up and directly chose to learn it. Swoosh. The skill book transformed into countless purple ice crystals in the air, instantly merging into her forehead. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully learned the skill Frost Nova Purple Epic. Frost Nova Level 1 consumes 50 mana points to unleash a wave of extreme cold ice centered around oneself, dealing ice-type damage to enemies within a 20-meter radius and forcibly applying a 3-second freeze effect. Feeling the newly added skill operation route in her mind, Yang Ruofei felt a sense of calm. This skill perfectly compensated for her only shortcoming. As for the remaining copy of Frost Nova, Yang Ruofei looked at the skill book in her hand, her gaze flickering. In the current survival game, a purple epic level control skill book was invaluable beyond words. If placed in the trading hall, it would definitely incite a frenzy among all top players. She could even trade this skill book for enough resources to upgrade her harbor to level 10. Yet for some reason the calm and indifferent face of Yihong suddenly flashed through her mind. The way that man calculated the mechanics with near-artistic precision when facing a level 5 boss, his gaze so utterly calm. And the scene where he unhesitatingly pulled her into his embrace during the frigid storm, using his body to warm her. A businessman, huh? Yang Ruofei lightly traced her fingers over the cover of the skill book, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Li Yihong was right. In this apocalyptic world where lives were as cheap as grass, fame and looks indeed couldn't even buy a drop of clean water. Had it not been for his formidable strength, both of them would have perished in that pitch-black ruin today. Strength is the... Yang Ruofei murmured, her gaze gradually firming. She stored the skill book back in her backpack, bracing herself against the wall as she stood up and walked to the only window in the stone house. The wind and snow outside battered against the glass, producing a piercing, crackling sound. The sea was turbulent, and in the distance the faint roars of sea beasts could be heard from the darkness. Her harbor was only level 5. Its defenses were weak and living conditions were extremely poor. Had she not awakened the replication talent by sheer luck, she might have long since become food for some creature in the sea. Yang Ruofei looked down at the ill-fitting black windbreaker she wore. The faint scent of the man lingered on the windbreaker, slowly spreading through the small stone house with the warmth of the fire. Li Yihong. She softly whispered the name. Next time we meet, I won't let you be the main force anymore. Yang Ruofei turned around, focusing her attention on her harbor upgrade panel. She needed a large amount of wood, stone, and iron ore. These basic materials were not uncommon in the trading hall. As long as she released that extra epic skill book, countless people would line up to deliver resources to her. In this cold and cruel apocalyptic world, the era belonging to the superstar Yang Ruofei had already passed. The stone house on Starry Night Island was pierced by the biting cold wind, while within the villa on Ironclad Island the temperature had already risen to an uncomfortably warm level. Li Yihong had just hung the towel he used to dry his hair on the rack when he turned around and felt a pair of warm, tender arms wrap around his neck from behind. Ouyang Taolon leaned against his broad back, her body soft and pliant like a piece of boneless warm jade. Yihong, are you really just holding her to keep warm? Otherwise, in a freezing pit of -70 degrees, am I supposed to discuss a financial deal worth millions with her? Li Yihong turned around, helplessly pinching her cherubic cheek. But she is Yang Ruofei. How many people used to idolize her on television like a goddess? Ouyang Taolon pouted, her sweet face revealing an unmistakable hint of jealousy. I don't care, you've held someone else, now you need to make up for it. Her loungewear was already quite loose, and as she gently twisted her body, the neckline opened wide, revealing ample white skin and a breathtaking curve. Li Yihong's blood was already stirred, and being teased like this made his throat dry. Make up for it. Can you? Who are you underestimating? I'm a dance teacher and my stamina is excellent. Ouyang Taolon raised her head defiantly, slightly crossing her legs, and performed an extremely standard aerial split on the carpet, her thighs perfectly straightened, and she slid directly into Li Yihong's embrace. Li Yihong let out a low growl, wrapping his arms around her incredibly flexible waist and pressing her down onto the thick carpet beside the fireplace. Then tonight, don't beg for mercy. Whoever begs for mercy is a little dog. Ah! Ouyang Taolon's cry was quickly swallowed by the hot breath. The firelight cast two enormous shadows intertwined on the wall. Good brother. I was wrong. The flames in the fireplace gradually weakened, yet the temperature in the hall remained high. For a full 2 hours the two figures left traces of their presence in the living room, on the sofa, and even by the windowsill. By the end, Ouyang Taolon had completely collapsed into a puddle, unable to lift even a finger. When the sunlight poured through the glass onto her face, the wind and snow had completely ceased. Li Yihong opened his eyes, and Ouyang Taolon in his arms was still asleep, her lips slightly pouting, traces of tears from last night still lingering at the corners of her eyes, and faint bruises on her fair thighs, clearly a result of their vigorous activities. Li Yihong gently withdrew his arm, covered her with a blanket, and rolled out of bed. He stretched his shoulders, feeling refreshed. The wild physical exertion from last night not only did not tire him out, but instead made the flow of his chi feel even smoother. This was the non-human physique brought about by the harbor's bounty. Arriving on the first floor, Yihong stepped on the wooden floor and headed straight for the workshop at the back of the villa. The seawater converter was emitting a faint humming sound. After a whole night of operation, the bottom water storage tank was already filled with crystal clear pure water. Current water storage 20 liters at capacity. The epic attribute source surge is indeed powerful. This is a printing machine in the early apocalypse. Yihong exclaimed, taking out several large-capacity sealed plastic barrels from his spatial backpack and filled them with all 20 liters of pure water. Then he began to inventory all his current assets. Energy core of the deep cold ice serpent purple epic blueprint, frost automatic defense tower purple epic, and a dozen miscellaneous items scavenged from ruins. Most crucially, the materials required to upgrade the harbor to level 11. To upgrade from level 11 to 12, the materials double plus an additional epic energy source. Yihong looked at the astronomical numbers on the panel, slightly furrowing his brow. Relying solely on himself to chop wood and mine stone, he wouldn't be able to gather that much even if he worked himself to death. It seems I'll have to act as a middleman in the trading hall. Yihong pulled up the system panel and skillfully entered the regional trading hall. At that moment, countless players in the trading channel were wailing. Is there a big shot to save me? The wind and snow here have cracked my freshwater collector. I haven't had water for a day, and I'm about to die of thirst. I'm offering a high price for pure water. 100 units of wood for 100 milliliters of water. If anyone has it, please private message me. Has the person above lost their mind? 100 milliliters isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I'll give 300 wood for half a liter of water. Right now, water resources are more expensive than gold. Oh, which fool would sell it? Looking at the flood of water requests, a smirk crept onto Yihong's face. He opened the trading release interface and directly posted a trading application. Seller anonymous, trading item absolutely pure water with sweet minerals, excellent taste, quantity 10 liters, exchange rate 500 milliliters of pure water, 500 units of wood, or 300 units of stone, or 100 units of iron ore, or 50 units of copper ore. Note: urgently in need of upgrade materials, only basic materials accepted, no credit, limited stock, first come first served. Once this trading post was made, the entire regional channel fell silent for 3 seconds. Immediately after, the barrage exploded like a volcano. Wow. 10 liters of pure water. Which divine being has moved the water factory here? 500 milliliters for 500 wood. This price is too outrageous. Screw you. If you don't buy, get lost. My throat is parched. If I run out of wood, I can chop more, but if my life is gone, it's really gone. I'll trade with you, big shot. Me too. I want a liter. I kneel to the big shot. The system notification sound began to flood the screen. Ding. Trading successful. You lost 500 milliliters of pure water and gained 500 wood. Ding. Trading successful. You lost 1,000 milliliters of pure water and gained 200 iron ore. In just 5 minutes, the 10 liters of water Yihong posted was sold out. His spatial backpack was instantly filled with a mountain of wood and stone. The first lesson of economics is to never speak of conscience when the supply and demand relationship is seriously imbalanced. Yihong muttered to himself lightly. He looked at the rapidly rising numbers in his backpack and decided to add more fuel to the fire. He took out the remaining 10 liters of water, but this time, he changed his strategy. The last 10 liters will not be sold separately. Only package trades accepted 10 pieces of ice stones or other rare construction materials. Interested parties, please private message with images. Prices are negotiable. Building the Frost Automatic Defense Tower requires rare materials, so this was a good opportunity to gather them all together. Not long after, a private message popped up. Player, next door Old Wong. Big shot, I have a piece of deep sea cold iron blue rare quality. Can I trade it for 2 liters of water? I'm really about to die of thirst. There are mutated seagulls everywhere on the island, and I can't go out to fish. Yihong compared the blueprint and confirmed that deep sea cold iron was indeed essential for constructing the Frost Automatic Defense Tower. Yihong, sure deal. System notification, trading successful. Then a few more desperate players sent, big shot, I have 3 pieces of ice stone. Can I trade them for 1.5 liters of water? Deal. Big shot, I have 5 sheets of alloy steel plate. Deal. In less than half an hour, Yihong managed to gather all the materials needed to upgrade the harbor, as well as collect almost all the rare components needed to build the Frost Automatic Defense Tower. In his personal warehouse, he now had over 10,000 units of basic wood, while iron, ore, and copper ore were piled up like small mountains. I have enough resources. Yihong looked at the upgrade button that had already lit up on the panel, took a deep breath, and pressed it directly. Confirm upgrading harbor to level 11. Rumble. The entire ironclad island began to tremble slightly. At the edge of the harbor, the faint protective light curtain suddenly expanded outward, encompassing more sea area within its territory. The simple wooden pier automatically extended and widened in the milky white light, and its material gradually began to shimmer with a metallic luster. Congratulations, player, Ironclad Harbor has successfully upgraded to level 11. It's not over yet. Yihong's expression remained calm, and without hesitation, he pressed heavily on the upgrade panel once more. Consuming energy core of the deep cold ice, Serpent confirmed upgrading harbor to level 12. Buzz. This time the commotion was 10 times greater than before. That energy core emanating a purple epic glow flew out directly from Yihong's backpack, transforming into a thick dark blue stream of light that fiercely injected into the control steel at the center of the harbor. Crack, crack. The surface of the control steel instantly crystallized into a thick layer of eternal ice that would never melt, within which a mini version of a small dragon could be seen swimming and roaring. The surrounding seawater instantly froze at that moment, forming a natural ice crystal defense line. Congratulations, player. Ironclad Harbor has upgraded to level 12 Epic Enhancement Deep Cold Attribute. Your harbor has gained the effect of Deep Cold Barrier, allowing players to adjust the temperature around the territory independently and reducing the movement speed of invading sea beasts by 30. At the same time, a violent surge of warm energy shot up from Yihong's feet. Detected harbor level upgrade. Effect 1, Harbor Bounty activated. Your physical attributes are unconditionally enhanced proportionally. Yihong let out a low grunt, his legs straightening forcefully. He could clearly hear the sound of his bones grinding within like a rusty machine being frantically injected with high-quality lubricant, then running at high speed. His vision became incredibly clear, even able to see the floating ice chips on the surface of the sea. His muscle lines became more streamlined. Although he didn't swell up like a monster, the explosive power contained within had doubled compared to before. Now with pure physical strength alone, he could easily crush a solid piece of pig iron. Huff. Yihong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air which condensed into white mist in midair, even emitting a faint sound of breaking air. Level 12. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eye. Yihong, why is there such a commotion outside? A soft voice came from behind. Ouyang Taolon, wearing a loose men's shirt and bare-legged, sleepily walked out. Rubbing her eyes, she was about to come over when she froze upon seeing Yihong. At that moment, Yihong's physique was even more upright than yesterday, with a faint jade-like sheen flowing on his skin, emanating an oppressive aura that was hard to look at directly. You've become stronger again. Ouyang Taolon swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. Last night's bull had already left her feeling breathless. Now he had become even stronger. How was she supposed to live on? Yihong looked at her cute, somewhat terrified expression and couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to pull her into his embrace. The heavy wooden door of the workshop was shut tight, sealing out the cold wind. Yihong sat at the broad oak workbench, his fingertips tapping the surface with quiet rhythm. He felt a tide of power surging through him. The boons returned when the harbor rose to level 12. His constitution now far surpassing the limits of ordinary humanity. Now it is time to sort through the spoils from this ruin. Among the loot spat forth from the Deep Cold Dragon was the Shanhan Bingjiao Energy Core Purple Epic and the Blueprint Bingshuang Automatic Defense Tower Purple Epic. Extract the attribute entries from the Bingjiao core. Yihong tapped the void. His divine ear talent Wanwu Tsijiao Fuyu quietly activated. Ding. Detected purple epic item, Shunhan Bingjiao Energy Core. Extracting entries. Extraction successful. Acquired purple epic entry Jihan Bingyu Extreme Cold Ice Prison. Effect attacks carry a wide area slowing effect, and there is a 10 chance to freeze the target solid for 5 seconds. Yihong pulled up the attribute panel for the Blueprint Bingshuang Automatic Defense Tower. Imbue the blueprint with Jihan Bingyu. Ding. Imbuement successful. Your Blueprint Bingshuang Automatic Defense Tower Purple Epic has fused with the new entry Jihan Bingyu. Having finished that, Yihong took out the cold ice stone and deep sea cold iron he had traded for with purified water and selected the build option directly on the workbench. A flash of light and a miniature defense tower, pale blue and exuding bone-chilling cold, materialized in his palm. At that moment, the workshop door was gently pushed open. Ouyang Taolon entered in Yihong's oversized men's shirt, her long fair legs bare and relaxed as she strolled in with an air of languor. Her long hair lay tousled across her shoulders, a lingering flush still warm on her sweet, charming face. Yihong, you hid here so early and didn't come keep me company. She pouted across the room naturally, then softened and sat on Yihong's thigh, wrapping her arms around his neck. The shirt hung open where a few buttons were undone, white and generous, shifting before Yihong's eyes as she moved. I'm organizing the defense towers and thinking about how to arrange the next defenses. Yihong patted her tender lower back. Taolon, your talent is good fortune, right? Yes, why? Ouyang Taolon blinked curiously. But my luck always comes with danger. Before the end times, I once won the top prize buying a drink, and on the way home I was nearly struck by falling debris from above. Yihong smiled. Now that the extreme cold blood tide event has begun, everyone says chest spawn rates have been reduced by 30%. I want to see if your good fortune can give us a pleasant surprise now. Taolon brightened, letting out a playful hum. Of course. Come on, let's go to the dock. Let this lady show you a trick. She took Yihong's hand and excited headed out of the workshop. Outside the villa, the extreme cold wind and snow had abated for now, but the sky wore a strange dark crimson, a pressing omen that the blood tide was about to arrive, suffocating in its weight. Yet within Ironclad Isle's harbor, newly elevated to level 12, a pale blue defensive barrier kept the flows well away, and the sea shimmered in rippling light. Ouyang Talon stood at the edge of the alloy pier, eyes closed, hands pressed together at her chest, as she muttered, bless us, give us something great, and please not a monster." Before she finished, she flung her eyes open and pointed at the sea, crying out, "Yihong, look at that." Yihong followed the direction of her finger and peered out. In the waves that gleamed with a faint red light, a dark red metal chest carved with intricate blood-like patterns drifted with the current toward the pier. Ding! Detected an extremely rare resource, blood-tide treasure chest, gold legend tier chance spawn. Yihong's expression shifted. "You actually fished one up." The official notices were clear. The blood-tide chest had an exceedingly low spawn rate and was virtually impossible at this stage. I told you I'm lucky." Ouyang Talon lifted her chin in pride. Yihong raised his hand and cast the newly perfected Wanxiang Tianluo net toward the chest. The golden net line stretched infinitely in an instant, snaring the heavy blood-red chest with precise grace. Then he gave it a sharp tug. With a thunderous crash, the heavy chest slammed onto the alloy pier, making the decking shudder. Before Talon could reach out to touch it, the harbor's previously calm alarm system suddenly began to wail frantically. "Warning! Warning! Detected an extremely dangerous blood tide energy source introduced into the territory. Stage 1 extreme cold blood tide has prematurely mutated. Blood tide beast swarm has locked onto the player island. The beast swarms have doubled in scale. Detected 3 grade 3 sea beasts, 50 grade 2 sea beasts, and over 200 lesser mobs. Time until swarm arrival 60 seconds. The shrill alarm echoed over Ironclad, Isle, making even the harbor's outer defenses tremble. Talon's smile froze on her face. "Ah, it's over. My unlucky trait triggered again." She cowered closer into Yihong's arms, clutching his shirt with a guilty look. "So many monsters. Should we retreat first?" "Retreat? Why retreat?" Yihong showed no panic. Instead, a fierce heat flared in the depths of his gaze. "The harbor just rose to level 12. My attributes surged. The defense components in my hands have been itching for a test. You just stand behind me and watch." He released her and strode to the harbor's control, steely pressing a single hand to its chilled surface. "Activate absolute domain energy shield core red legend." A vast translucent crimson barrier surged up from the controls, steely shooting toward the dome spread like a gigantic bowl, swiftly expanding outward until Ironclad Isle and the entire harbor were enclosed. The biting chill vanished the instant it passed through the field. The temperature inside the dome rose rapidly and stabilized at a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. Absolute protection engaged. Current durability 1000010000000. The shield carried an accompanying purple epic entry countershock. Bolts of violet energy danced around the ballista tower, the storm tower's plasma orbs fizzed, and the frost tower exhaled blades of white mist. A war. The once placid sea heaved outward in a vast upheaval. Countless mutated sea beasts, eyes glowing red and bodies bristling with hard-bone spikes, rose like a black-red wall, riding waves 10 meters high as they charged. Leading them were 3 grade 4 blood-tide great-toothed sharks, nearly 10 meters long, each sweep of their tails spraying a rain of blood. "They're coming." Talon watched the tide of beasts with breath half stolen. "Don't be afraid." Yihong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face calm. Boom. The dozen grade 3 bloodbone fish at the front charged with terrible speed, jaws lined with fangs, striking the crimson barrier with brutal force. Yet the expected shudder never came. Not even a ripple appeared. Instead, at the moment of impact, a blinding red flare erupted across the beast's bodies. Absolute domain entry countershock activated. 30% of physical damage received is instantaneously reflected back to the attacker. Those dozen grade 3 sea beasts did not even manage a scream before their own momentum triggered the reflected force. Their internal bones shattered, and they exploded into crimson mists upon the water. Talon's mouth fell open in disbelief. The monsters died from their own assault, without even breaching the shield's surface. "Now it's our turn," Yihong said coolly. The violet lightning volley ballista towers opened fire first, drawing energy from the air, and see to form high-density violet energy quarrels. SSSSH, SSSSH, SSSSH. The sharp sounds of air being pierced joined into a chorus. Without consuming physical ammunition, the ballistae poured out 3 bolts per second at breakneck speed. Each bolt struck a sea beast and blew a bloody hole through its armor, triggering a localized kinetic boom, boom, boom. Flames leapt from the surface limbs and gore scattering. Meanwhile, the mutant chainstorm tower came online. A fist-thick blue storm bolt crashed into the head of a charging grade 4 blood-tide great-toothed shark. Crackle. Extreme ricochet triggered. The storm struck the first beast and instantly split into 10 thick lightning chains automatically seeking hostile targets within 10 meters. 1, 2, 3. It ricocheted 10 times. Damage consistency was active. Each subsequent discharge bore the full initial destructive power without any attenuation. Strong paralysis took effect. The 10 massive sea beasts struck by the storm convulsed violently and were forced into a 3-second neural paralysis. They hung like slabs of dead flesh, unable to move, while ballista bolts blossomed across their bodies. The newly synthesized Bingshuang automatic defense tower, empowered by Jihan Bingyu, emanated tangible rings of white frost. The large area's slowing aura spread. The beast's once mad charges became as sluggish as if waiting. Occasionally a few stragglers staggered to the crimson barrier only to be shattered into scraps by countershock. It became an unambiguous one-sided slaughter. The so-called relentless blood-tide swarm never even touched Ironclad Harbor's outer alloy defenses before collapsing by the dozen into the cold sea. Li Yihong watched the battle unfold in silence. If ordinary players in the trade hall, those who struggled to even handle 1 or 2 grade 1 mobs, had seen this, their jaws would have dropped. While others still fought merely to survive, he, bolstered by a red legend core and multiple epic defense towers, had already raced far beyond the world's current development pace. A moment later, the once turbulent sea stilled. Ding. Your defense structures have slain a blood-tide great-toothed shark grade 3, granted experience. Your harbor is automatically collecting spoils: mutant crystal cores X240, a waterstone material X500, refined iron X300. The system notifications cascaded on the screen. Ouyang Talon stared at it, all dumbfounded, swallowing, before turning to Li Yihong. Yihong, how strong are you now, really? Li Yihong smiled, but did not answer. Instead, he nodded toward the dark red chest that lay quietly on the pier. Go open it, and see what your good fortune can pull. Talon recovered herself excited, and ran to the chest, crouching beside it. She took a deep breath, clasped her hands in a quick salute, and then heaved the lid open. Click! A dazzling purple light, tinged with a thread of red, burst forth and bathed the pier. Li Yihong stepped forward and looked inside. Quietly resting within was a single item, an ancient fragment that shimmered with a faint blood-like luster. Ding. Detected a primal island core fragment. Harbor breakthrough progress activated 23. A glint of sharp light passed through Li Yihong's eyes. The second core fragment. Li Yihong bent down and picked up the blood-red shard that emitted a faint crimson glow. The shard felt icy to the touch, its surface uneven and its edges sharp. Ouyang Talon also leaned in, her big eyes fixed on the object in Li Yihong's hand, her mouth opening in surprise. Yihong, this thing looks so familiar. Li Yihong pinched the shard, a slight smirk on his lips. How can it not look familiar? This is almost identical to the one you traded to me before. Upon Li Yihong's reminder, Ouyang Talon slapped her forehead, suddenly recalling the memory. Li Yihong focused his gaze on the shard in his hand. The divine talent, all things attribute bestowal, quietly activated, and a subtle golden light flickered deep within his eyes. The detailed information about the shard instantly appeared before his vision. Beginner Island Core Fragment Quality Special, currently unrated. Current attributes: Lure White, Unknown Locked, Lure White. When carried or placed within a harbor, it will slightly increase the surrounding sea beast's desire to attack, raising the frequency of territorial encounters with sea beasts by 20%. Note: collecting all 3 fragments will activate a certain indescribable harbor breakthrough process. Current effect: besides attracting monsters, it has no practical use. Ouyang Talon furrowed her brow, puzzled. But what is the use of this fragment? What does harbor breakthrough process mean? Li Yihong replied, it's still unclear. However, since it indicates 2/3, it means that once we find the last piece, the truth will be revealed. As he spoke, Li Yihong pulled up the harbor's control panel. He placed this second beginner island core fragment into the slot of the control monument. Buzz! A faint dark red stream of light flashed across the surface of the control monument, and the 2 fragments in the slot seemed to resonate, emitting a deep humming sound. Ding! Detected the second beginner island core fragment. The harbor breakthrough process has been updated to 23. Warning: due to your possession of multiple island core fragments, the territorial threat level has slightly increased. Be prepared for more intense anomalies triggered by subsequent blood tides. Seeing the warning pop up from the system, Li Yihong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this thing was like a high-frequency transmitter, continuously luring powerful monsters from the depths of the surrounding waters towards Ironclad Island. It seems that before obtaining the last fragment, we need to upgrade our defense facilities to the next level, Li Yihong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yihong quickly looked at the chat channel. It seems like it's going to erupt with chaos. Ouyang Talon tugged at Li Yihong's sleeve, showing him her system panel. Li Yihong glanced over, and at that moment the regional chat hall was flooded with countless messages scrolling at a nearly frantic pace. The activity of this chapter's extreme cold blood tide had completely divided all players into 2 extremes. In the low-level area, all players were those with harbor levels below 5, lacking any strong talents or defense. Their messages were filled with despair wails and near-collapse pleas. Please some big shot spare some wood. My harbor monument is about to crack from the cold, and the defense shield on the island has shrunk to just 10 square meters. If I don't have a fire to warm me tonight, I might freeze to death. Who has frostbite medicine? They'll trade it for the teeth of a third-tier sea beast. 2 of my toes have already frozen off and the wounds are starting to fester. Help! Don't even mention medicine. I've gone 2 days without a sip of hot water. The seawater temperature is almost minus 50 degrees. It freezes the moment it touches the surface, making it impossible to drink. I heard that the big shot selling purified water has listed again today, but the basic materials he wants are too many. How can we low-level players gather that much? What can we do? They are capitalists. It's a miracle they haven't exploited us completely. Right now I just hope the blood-tide beasts come less tonight. The monsters from yesterday nearly destroyed my wooden house. Looking at these heart-wrenching plea messages, Li Yihong's expression remained calm, without much fluctuation. In this apocalyptic world, compassion is the cheapest and most useless thing. If he gives out purified water for free today, out of sympathy tomorrow he would be torn apart along with his island by the more powerful monster tide, due to a lack of upgrade materials. He knew very well that his comfortable survival relied entirely on his divine talent and Ouyang Taolin's unlucky luck. Li Yihong's long fingers swiped across the screen, switching the channel to the high-level area composed of players above. In stark contrast to the misery and despair of the low-level area, the atmosphere in the high-level area felt like living in another world. Haha, today's extreme cold blood tide was just so-so. I've already built my heavy furnace and crafted 2 alloy submachine guns. Just now a wave of blood tide brought over 30 first-tier monsters, all of which I mowed down like chaff. A level 10 player named Crazy Blade proudly sent a voice message. Immediately after, a level 11 player named Bay Lord also sent an image. In the image was a finely decorated wooden house with a roaring bonfire in the fireplace. On the table lay half a bottle of red wine and a plate of sizzling mutant fish fillets. Crazy Blade is right, as long as the early resources keep up, this activity is actually just giving out benefit. I just found a few high-level items at the trading hall today, and the harbor's defense has leveled up. Tonight I'm planning to venture into the outer sea. I envy Bay Lord for having red wine. Although I don't have red wine here, I just used the purified water sold by Boss Li Yihong to brew a pot of pre-apocalypse Longjing tea. The taste is exquisite. Another level 10 player, named Windless Movement, chimed in. This extreme polarization was particularly glaring in the chat channel. While ordinary players in the low-level area struggled desperately for survival, even at the cost of their dignity, elite players in the high-level area had already begun to enjoy life on the island, even having the leisure to sip tea and drink red wine. These people never forget to show off, no matter the time. Ouyang Taolin looked at the red wine and fish fillet on the screen, wrinkling her nose in disdain. But Yihong, that Bay Lord said he's going to explore the outer sea tonight. Isn't the sea surface frozen solid now? Li Yihong explained calmly. As long as the harbor reaches level 10, it can unlock the blueprints for constructing ice-breaking ships or heavy alloy boats. As long as the power is sufficient, ordinary floating ice won't stop them. Moreover, the resources in the outer sea are indeed much richer than in the inner sea, especially various undeveloped ruins and high-tier treasure chests. They aim to further expand their advantage during the event. Li Yihong understood the thoughts of these high-tier players well. In the apocalypse, if you don't advance, you will retreat. If he doesn't strive to climb up now, once the event ends and the rankings are finalized, falling behind just once means falling behind at every step. What about us? Ouyang Taolin turned her head, her big watery eyes looking at Li Yihong. We are already level 12. Should we also go check out the outer sea? Maybe we can find a clue to the last core fragment. Li Yihong looked at her, then at the 2 fragments in the control monument that were ominously glowing red. We definitely need to go to the outer sea, but not now. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping wood. First we should convert our current resources into combat power, then go. That is the most prudent choice. Li Yihong stood up, his gaze falling on the construction area of the heavy furnace forge purple epic not far away. Tonight we need to refine a lot of steel. A glint of brilliance flashed in Li Yihong's eyes as he spoke solemnly. By then we'll have as many alloy warships and high-tier equipment as we need. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Ouyang Taolin nodded vigorously, a sweet smile blooming on her face. For her, as long as Li Yihong was by her side, even if the outside world was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, she felt incredibly at ease. You should go back to the villa and rest. You were so busy last night, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Li Yihong looked at her slightly trembling fair thighs and teased her with a chuckle. Ouyang Taolin's face instantly flushed red, and she lightly punched Li Yihong's chest in embarrassment and annoyance. You're terrible. Don't mention last night. She spat softly, flusteredly turning around and scurrying towards the villa, her loose shirt swaying with her movements, revealing her 2 dazzlingly fair long legs. Li Yihong watched her slightly flustered figure and shook his head with a smile. Soon his expression gradually calmed, turning to gaze at the eerily dark red sea beyond the harbor. The stench of blood in the air seemed to have intensified compared to before. 2 core fragments. The territorial threat level has slightly increased. Li Yihong muttered to himself, tightening his fists. He could sense that the blood-tied beast horde that would soon arrive tonight would be more terrifying than any previous encounters. Yet this was precisely what he anticipated. In this cruel apocalyptic game, danger often accompanies opportunity. As long as his strength increased quickly enough, those so-called fatal crises would ultimately become stepping stones for him to reach the throne of this world. Come on, let me see what good things can drop tonight. Inside the heavy blast furnace workshop, the red flames illuminated the entire space. Li Yihong poured a basket of iron ore into the furnace entrance, and a scorching heat wave instantly rushed towards him. Beside him, Ouyang Taolon wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, struggling to operate the bellows. Yihong, the temperature of the furnace is rising too quickly. We have already produced 30 alloy steel plates. Li Yihong glanced at the stack of silver-gray metal plates next to the furnace, reached out to touch them, feeling their hardness and the cold metallic luster. Not enough. Tonight's blood-tide mutation requires us to reinforce the dead corners of the harbor perimeter with more alloy plates. Li Yihong's voice sounded exceptionally steady amidst the roaring furnace. Just then their system panels suddenly lit up without warning. A glaring golden light curtain opened in midair, accompanied by the cold mechanical notification sound that echoed in every player's mind. Ding! The survival leaderboard for the entire server Phase 1 Extreme Cold Blood-Tide score table has been officially announced. This leaderboard updates in real time, and at the end of the event the top 100 players will receive epic to legendary system rewards. Reminder: the top 10 players may choose whether to reveal their personal information. Li Yihong stopped what he was doing. He pulled out his panel and directly opened the freshly generated leaderboard. At the very top the score was shockingly high, directly tripling that of the second place. First place, Anonymous, score 189500. Second place, Guangdao, score 58200. Third place, Baylord, score 54100. Fourth place, Lone Wolf, score 49,000. Ninth place, Yang Ruofei, score 38,100. Looking at the glaring Anonymous and the six-figure score behind it, Li Yihong's expression remained relatively calm. He casually checked the hide personal identity option on his panel. My god, Yihong, what's up with your score? Ouyang Taolon leaned closer, her big eyes wide open, pointing at the exaggerated number with her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. The second place only has over 50,000, and you're nearly 190,000. Did you dig up a monster's ancestral grave? The monsters from that last wave of blood tide were of exceptionally high quality. What concerned him more was the name on the leaderboard. Yang Ruofei actually made it into the top 10. Li Yihong looked at the 9th position and lightly tapped the screen with his finger. Moreover, it seems she is the only woman among the top 10. Ouyang Taolon also noticed this, her astonishment gradually turning into admiration. Indeed, all the top 10 are those foul-mouthed big guys, with only Yang Ruofei as a girl on the list. Li Yihong pondered. However, surviving in the extreme cold blood tide and reaching 9th place shows that this woman's skills are even tougher than I imagined. The regional chat hall had exploded due to the announcement of this leaderboard. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen like a waterfall, moving so fast that it was impossible to read them clearly. Holy crap! Is the first place Anonymous guy even human? 190,000 points. Guangdao and Bei Lord were shouting loudly in the channel, yet together they don't even add up to a fraction of that. It's hilarious. Guangdao family, who understands? I worked hard to kill monsters all day, and I didn't even catch a whiff of their exhaust fumes. Don't be bitter, didn't you notice the 9th place? That's Yang Ruofei. The Yang Ruofei. Isn't she a singer and actress? How did she reach 9th place? Is this for real? The only woman in the top 10 is actually a female star. Did she find some powerful male player to rely on? Mind your language. This game scores based on personal kills and territory defense. How can others carry you? If you can do it, why don't you go up and try it? Exactly, Goddess Ruofei is awesome. I was a fan of hers before, and now in this apocalypse, she is still my queen. Watching the discussions swirling in the channel, Li Yihong simply smiled and casually closed the chat window. Such ephemeral fame held no practical significance for him. It was the resources and system rewards behind the scores that he valued. The private chat window on his workstation suddenly lit up. Li Yihong clicked to check and was surprised to find a message from Yang Ruofei. Yang Ruofei, did you see the leaderboard? Li Yihong. Yes, congratulations, 9th place, truly a heroic woman. Yang Ruofei, stop teasing me. The second place Guangdao seems unattainable, and that first place Anonymous has a score like a bug. Li Yihong, be honest with me, is that first place? You. Yang Ruofei, being sharp-witted, naturally linked Li Yihong's unfathomable strength to the first place. Li Yihong. Who the first place is doesn't matter. What matters is that tonight's blood tide will be even harder to endure. Yang Ruofei was silent for a moment before sending a voice message, her tone tinged with fatigue and determination. Tonight I will reduce the defense line and focus on holding the line. After the event, I want to make a big deal with you. Li Yihong, I am always at your service. After ending the conversation, Li Yihong stood up and brushed off the iron filings from his hands. Talon, stop working the bellows. The furnace temperature is sufficient. Ouyang Talon sighed with relief and slumped onto the nearby wooden chair, looking at him somewhat weakly. Yihong, do we really not need to reinforce the bridge tonight? No need, Li Yihong replied, walking to the door of the workshop and opening it to gaze at the completely dark night sky. With a level 12 harbor and the energy shield of the Red Legend, if we can't withstand the first phase of the Blood Tide, then we shouldn't play this game. His tone conveyed an absolute confidence. Late at night, the red moonlight filtered through the thick clouds, casting a strange dark red hue across the frozen sea. The sea began to boil violently. Countless pale bubbles surged up from the depths, accompanied by a nauseating roar. Deep, coarse roars echoed through the pitch-black night, rising and falling. Outside Iron Armor Island, countless sea beasts flickered in and out of visibility under the red moonlight. The number this time was several times greater than during the day. As far as the eye could see, the entire sea surface was covered with dark hordes of monsters charging forward on giant waves over 10 meters high, swept along by the frigid gales towards the harbor defenses of Iron Armor Island. Ouyang Talon stood on the second-floor terrace of the villa, tightly gripping a crossbow made of alloy, her face slightly pale. Yihong, they are coming. The number is terrifying, at least 3 times more than during the day. Li Yihong stood quietly beside her, wearing only a thin black hoodie. Under the protection of the absolute temperature shield, the temperature on the terrace remained a comfortable 22 degrees, and the frigid storm outside couldn't even stir a single strand of his hair. No matter how many there are, they are just targets to earn points. Li Yihong didn't even look at the sea beasts rushing at the front, simply raising his hand slightly. Open fire. Boom. On the edge of the harbor, 4 defensive towers suddenly lit up simultaneously. The purple lightning explosive repeating crossbow towers conjured purple energy arrows as thick as water tanks in the air, unleashing them towards the swarm of sea beasts at an almost frenzied rate. Each energy arrow that fell carved out a bloody path several dozen meters long among the sea beasts. The sounds of explosions, tearing, and the cries of monsters instantly wove together into a symphony of death. Immediately after the mutated chain lightning tower's plasma balls erupted fully. A bolt of blue lightning over a meter in diameter struck down hard onto a 5th-tier deep-sea blood crocodile. Boom. The terrifying electric currents bounced madly among the monster horde. 10 bounces, each carrying 100% of initial destructive power, turned all the sea beasts within 100 meters into charred remains. Those monsters affected by the lightning storm didn't even have a chance to struggle. They were forcibly paralyzed and subsequently completely frozen in place by the frost's slow aura. Occasionally 1 or 2 extremely strong giant sea beasts, enduring the barrage of artillery fire, crazily slammed against the red light curtain. However, the moment their massive bodies touched the light curtain, the rebound effect instantly activated. Bang! Bang! The muffled explosion sounds rang out. Those sea beasts that collided with the light curtain were directly shaken by their own massive impact, their innards shattered, turning into heaps of mush sliding down the light curtain. The entire battle couldn't even be called a battle. It was merely a one-sided, utterly predictable, and extremely boring mowing of grass. Li Yihong yawned in boredom. He turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Ouyang Talon beside him. So what do you think? I told you it wasn't wrong. Ouyang Talon stared blankly at the countless monsters collapsing on the sea, then glanced at her system panel, where the scores and experience points were rapidly increasing. This is too easy, right? She rubbed her eyes somewhat in disbelief. Others might be crying in their stone houses, holding gravestones, while we stand here, watching fireworks. Because our development speed has completely left this phase's difficulty behind. Li Yihong turned around, leaning against the terrace railing, lighting a cigarette. The smoke slowly rose within the temperature-controlled shield, and was quietly extracted by the fresh air system. The extreme cold blood tide event for me has already equated to clearing the level. His gaze surpassed the sea of flames directed towards the darker depths of the ocean. There lay the direction of the... In this survival game, where even survival was a luxury, he had already stood at the peak of this novice sea area ahead of time. But Li Yihong was well aware that this was merely the beginning. The 2 empty grooves on the control tablet, along with the mysterious harbor breakthrough progress, all hinted at deeper... Once this event is over, Li Yihong exhaled a puff of blue smoke, his eyes appearing deep and cold in the night. We will go to the outer sea. That last piece of fragment, I must acquire it. Just as Li Yihong extinguished the cigarette, but the S-Zone Advanced chat channel on the system panel suddenly began to flicker wildly. Only those who have reached level 10 or above, or are ranked among the top 1,000 on the activity leaderboard, are qualified to enter this channel. At this moment, the channel was already in an uproar. Yang Ruofe, your points are rising unreasonably. A level 11 player named Black Shark publicly tagged Yang Ruofe in the channel, his tone laced with unabashed scrutiny. A woman who sings and acts not only survives in this extreme cold blood tide, but also ranks 9th. Is there something unspeakable about your territory? Black Shark's words immediately drew agreement from several players. In this precarious apocalypse, beauty and fame no longer served as shields. Instead, they became catalysts that easily provoked the dark desires of certain people. Exactly, superstar Yihong, I remember you used to be quite aloof on television, right? Now we are all grasshoppers on the same boat. If you are short on supplies, just tell your brother. Brother has plenty of high-ear equipment. Oh, as long as you are willing to share your territory coordinates, I will bring people to pick you up by boat tonight, ensuring you stay warm and cozy. Another player named Crazy Dragon chimed in, his words dripping with filth. They were unaware that this group of top-ranking elites were actually all in the S-zone, where they could see each other's names and some attributes. However, the top player, Anonymous, loomed like a mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Hence their grievances naturally directed towards the only woman in the top 10, the most conspicuous Yang Ruofei. Black Shark Crazy Dragon, if you two want to keep your tongues, I don't mind setting sail tonight to chop you up and feed you to the fish. Yang Ruofei's message was quickly sent. Her tone was exceptionally cold, showing no signs of weakness. Over 90,000 points were earned by my own sword and spear. I have more than 100 Frost Assassin's crossbows. If you dare, try to find me according to the map. Let's see if your ship is sturdier or my crossbows are sharper. This defiant response instantly silenced the channel for a few seconds. Damn bitch, what are you pretending to be aloof for? Black Shark cursed in anger in the channel. Once this event ends and the sea area restriction is lifted, I will be the first to flatten your harbor. However, before he could continue his tirade, the system notification sound suddenly rang out. Notification: player Yang Ruofei has activated personal information protection. Her name has been automatically hidden in the leaderboard and channel changed to Anonymous, 9th place. Yang Ruofei had also gone anonymous. Clearly she did not want to be harassed by these rabid dogs anymore, directly closing all public windows. Yihong sat quietly on the Rot-10 chair on the terrace watching this scene, with an inexplicable expression on his face. Yihong, these people are so disgusting. Ouyang Taolon nestled in Yihong's arms, looking at the chat records on the panel with a frown of distaste. Yang Ruofei is working so hard to kill monsters, and they are still saying such things about her. When the world changes, people's baser instincts amplify exponentially. Survival of the fittest, without sufficient military deterrence, beauty is seen as the best trophy in their eyes. Yihong calmly replied, running his fingers through her slightly disheveled long hair. However, since Yang Ruofei can rank 9th, it shows her foundation is much stronger than these loudmouths. Yihong stood up, taking Ouyang Talon's hand as they headed downstairs. Let's go, no need to bother with these jumping clowns. Tonight we have better things to harvest. They arrived at the workspace. There was a piece of black soil about 10 square meters in size, emitting a faint purple glow. This was time-full black soil, purple epic. Under the extreme cold weather, no plants should be able to survive. However, on this magical black soil, several lush green vines were growing exceptionally vigorously. They were laden with fist-sized bright red tomatoes and clusters of juicy strawberries, exuding an enticing fruity aroma. Oh my god, they really grew. Ouyang Taolon exclaimed in delight, covering her mouth with her hands and squatting directly on the ground. The seeds were just sown yesterday, and they have already matured today. Extreme hastening, the flow of time is shortened by 99%. This is no joke. Yihong bent down, picked a ripe strawberry, washed it with clean water, and stuffed it into Ouyang Talon's slightly parted mouth. So sweet. Ouyang Taolon closed her eyes in delight, her face flushed with happiness. In a world of extreme cold at over -50 degrees, being able to taste a fresh, juicy, and sweet strawberry was nothing short of a divine experience. Pick all the ripe ones tonight, we will have a feast. Yihong instructed with a smile. The two quickly filled a basket with ripe tomatoes and strawberries. The bright red fruits were placed in a white porcelain dish, looking particularly tempting under the soft light. Yihong carried the plate and led Ouyang Taolon back to the terrace on the second floor. Boom! Roar! At this moment, a bloody and shocking visual feast was playing out in the air outside the terrace. Outside the massive red light curtain, countless blood-boned fish and rotting sea monsters were violently crashing against the protective shield. But with every impact, the light curtain erupted in a dazzling red glow. Rebound entries converted 30% of the force into a devastating impact, directly shattering the internal organs of these monsters, turning them into clouds of blood mist that exploded in midair. The red blood mist, purple crossbow bolts, and blue chain lightning illuminated the entire sea area, as bright as day. Meanwhile, within this invisible rain shield, in the constant temperature air of 22 degrees Celsius, the fragrance of strawberries and tomatoes lingered. Yihong sat lazily in a large double lounge chair, leaning against the backrest. Ouyang Taolon, like a docile kitten, straddled his lap. The oversized men's shirt she wore had become somewhat disheveled, the collar wide open, revealing large areas of her jade-like skin. Holding a tomato in her hand, she took a gentle bite, looking at Yihong playfully. Yihong, it's so noisy outside, aren't you worried the defense line will really break? As long as the durability doesn't fall below half, it is absolutely safe. Li Yihong embraced her slender waist, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The current durability is even recovering at a rate of 200 points per second. The faster the monsters die, the more energy is provided to the harbor. So now we just need to enjoy ourselves. Li Yihong's gaze fell on her slightly moist red lips. His throat moved. The sweetness of the strawberries and the acidity of the tomatoes mingled between them, mixed with the faint scent of hormones in the air, causing the atmosphere to suddenly become a bit heated. Ouyang Taolon seemed to sense something, her delicate body shivering slightly, her fair face flushing with an enticing rosy hue. But this is outside. What about outside? Li Yihong's palm slowly slid down her lower back, feeling the incredible elasticity and warmth. With the absolute defense shield blocking the wind and snow outside, can't come in, and the sounds inside can't go out. Besides, don't you think this background music is quite stimulating? Li Yihong raised an eyebrow, pointing at the blood mist exploding outside and the monster's screams. Though she said that her body was quite honest, softening as she wrapped her arms around Li Yihong's neck. The unique flexibility of a dance teacher was vividly displayed at this moment. She gently twisted her entire being, pressed intimately against Li Yihong in a suggestive pose. Then, you have to be gentle later, I really have no strength left. She leaned close to Li Yihong's ear, breathing softly. Alright, I'll do as you say. Li Yihong growled lowly and directly flipped her onto the wide lounge chair on the terrace. Rip. The loose shirt was torn open somewhat roughly. Ouyang Taolon let out a startled yet. The red moonlight streamed through the translucent shield, casting a strange and enchanting beauty on the bodies intertwined together. Outside was a world of ice and snow with monsters and blood flying everywhere. Inside, however, it was warm as spring, filled with alluring scents, a paradise of ecstasy. Bang! Another massive fifth-tier sea beast crashed against the shield, exploding into a rain of blood. Accompanied by this deafening crash, sweat trickled down their closely pressed skin, composing a song of survival that belonged to them in this winter night, filled with slaughter and destruction. The next morning, inside the absolute domain temperature shield, it was warm as spring. The air still carried the remnants of last night's warmth, along with the faint aroma of burning fruitwood in the cabin's fireplace. Li Yihong opened his eyes to find Ouyang Taolon curled up like a docile kitten in his embrace, her hair slightly disheveled, breathing evenly and sweetly. Having been through a rough night, there was still a hint of lingering redness at the corners of her eyes, and her long fair legs were somewhat tired, tangled together. Li Yihong gently patted her round shoulder. Get up, the sun is shining on your backside. Ouyang Taolon groaned sleepily, nuzzling closer into his embrace, her voice soft and sweet. Li Yihong gently patted her round shoulder. Get up, the sun is shining on your backside. Ouyang Taolon groaned sleepily, nuzzling closer into his embrace, her voice. Li Yihong chuckled, pinching her cheek. Ouyang Taolon's face flushed red, and she quickly woke up somewhat embarrassed, opening her eyes and gently biting Li Yihong's chest. Don't say that. Quickly go cook, I'm hungry. Li Yihong laughed as he got up, dressed, and walked into the kitchen. Breakfast was simple but luxurious enough to drive any player outside mad. A plate of fresh strawberries and tomatoes just picked from the black soil last night, and 2 bowls of thick mutated fish slice porridge cooked with absolutely pure water, still exuding a faint trace of sweetness. The steaming fish slice porridge slid down, dispelling the last remnants of morning drowsiness, while a warm force spread through the esophagus. Ouyang Taolon sighed in satisfaction, lazily sprawled over the dining table, her fingertips poking absent-mindedly at the vibrant red strawberries on her plate. Yihong, there's a sweet taste in this porridge. After drinking it, my body feels warm, and even my sore waist has eased a lot. That's the effect of the seawater converter. At this temperature, ordinary people can't even drink clean hot water, yet we can use it to cook porridge. This is the difference. Ouyang Taolon straightened up, pointing worriedly out the window. But outside everything is frozen. I just took a glance, and the seawater outside the protective shield is completely frozen solid, extending as far as the eye can see, all white ice plains. In this situation, the supply boxes can't drift over at all. Are we unable to fish today? Li Yihong stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. For ordinary people, being frozen is indeed a dead end, but for us the ice surface is nothing more than a layer of brittle paper. He took out a shimmering golden web. It was the Wuxiang Tianluo net bound to the harbor component. Let's go to the dock. Today I'll show you what violent fishing looks like. They crossed the front yard of the villa and arrived at the alloy walkway. At this time, beyond the energy shield, a dead white expanse of ice lay before them. The once turbulent sea surface had now transformed into a thick, hard layer of ice several meters deep, with even the raging cold wind only able to stir up a flurry of piercing ice shards. Deep within the ice, a few low-tier sea beasts frozen in place could be vaguely seen, maintaining their struggle poses, appearing eerie and desolate. In such harsh conditions, let alone fishing for supply boxes, ordinary players would need immense courage just to step out of a safe house. With ice this thick, even blasting it with explosives wouldn't open a large area, right? Ouyang Taolon exclaimed in astonishment. She extended a foot clad in snow-white cotton socks and gently stepped on the ice layer at the edge of the protective shield, producing a crisp, click sound. No need for explosives, we have heavy artillery on hand. Yihong walked up to the harbor control stone tablet, pressing one hand against the icy surface, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Activate the purple lightning explosive repeating crossbow tower. Target the ice surface, 500 meters, directly ahead of the harbor. Activate the mutated chain thunderstorm tower, maximum power output. Buzz. The defensive towers on both sides of the harbor erupted with blinding light. The purple crystal atop the purple lightning crossbow tower spun wildly, and the air around it was forcefully emptied, condensing into purple energy, bolts the thickness of water barrels. The plasma sphere at the top of the thunderstorm tower emitted a sharp explosive sound, with countless blue electric arcs swirling around the tower, tearing the surrounding void apart with dark fissures. Fire! Yihong calmly uttered 2 words. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of piercing air shattered the eardrums. 3 massive purple energy bolts entwined with devastating kinetic energy smashed into the hard ice surface in a triangular formation. Boom, boom, boom. The massive explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. At the moment of impact, the powerful armor-piercing effect penetrated the several-meter-thick hard ice, followed by a minor kinetic explosion that forcibly blasted countless tons of shattered ice into the air. A rain of ice shards accompanied by scorching energy waves fell like a white storm. Yet this was merely the thunderstorm tower completed its charge. A thick, ghostly blue lightning bolt, like an enraged thunder dragon, struck fiercely into the blasted ice hole. Crackling. The ultimate rebound was instantly activated. Terrifying currents surged through the seawater beneath the ice with each rebound, retaining 100 initial destructive power. The hard ice layer began to fracture on a large scale under the rampage of the thunderstorm, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly at a visible speed. Crack, crack. In just a few seconds, the originally silent and hard ice field was forcibly plowed open by the 2 defensive towers, creating a wide channel of over 100 meters and nearly 1,000 meters long. The boiling seawater churned completely, melting the remaining shards of ice. My heavens! Ouyang Taolon covered her mouth, staring blankly at the extremely shocking scene before her. Is this what you call violent fishing? Blasting through the sea surface directly. As long as the power is sufficient, there's no ice that can't be broken. Yihong's expression remained calm as he turned to look at her. Alright, the path is already open. Next it's your turn as the unlucky koi to play your part. It's my turn. Ouyang Taolon pointed at her own nose, then excitedly trotted over. She closed her eyes, pressed her hands together in front of her chest, and playfully swayed her body. Bless me, bring a golden legend, please don't let any strange monsters come. As she prayed, several glaring system notifications suddenly popped up on Yihong's attribute panel. Ding. Detected that the Koi of Misfortune talent has activated, increasing treasure chest drop rate by 500 in the current area. Ding. Due to the ice surface, cracking vibrations have triggered deep-sea mutations, and a batch of height-year supply boxes is quickly flowing towards the gap from 3,000 meters away. Warning: due to the effect of misfortune follows this high-tier good fortune has attracted the attention of a 5th-tier extreme cold ice armor beast, which is rapidly approaching the territory. It's coming. Yihong's mouth lifted slightly in a smile, showing no signs of panic. His gaze pierced through the 1,000-meter channel, landing on the distant edge of the ice layer. In the rolling waves, 4 boxes emanating dark red and golden glows could be faintly seen, being pushed by the shattered ice, drifting closer. But that distance was over 2,000 meters. The ordinary fishing net couldn't reach it at all. How are we supposed to fish that far away? And the system seems to have warned that a monster is coming. Ouyang Taolon tugged at Yihong's sleeve, feeling a bit sheepish. Distance is meaningless in front of artifacts. Yihong raised his arm. The golden Wuxiang Tianluo net instantly unfolded in midair. Whoosh! At the moment the divine net was deployed, it swelled in the wind. Infinite extension was instantly activated. As long as Yihong's stamina could support it, the net rope could extend infinitely. At this moment, his physique, having undergone several rounds of harbor replenishment, had long surpassed human limits, and the power within him surged like mighty rivers. The golden net line transformed into a dazzling stream of light, ignoring the biting cold wind and turbulent air, shooting straight towards the target 2,000 meters away at a speed that defied physics. Absolute hit. Locking onto the target, ignoring all wind and current, with a 100 hit rate. Under Ouyang Taolon's astonished gaze, the golden divine net accurately landed on the surface of the sea 2,000 meters away, ensnaring all 4 high-tier treasure boxes tightly within. Come back. Yihong called out softly, yanking his arm back fiercely. Buzz. The tremendous force transmitted through the net rope made the entire alloy walkway tremble slightly. The 4 heavy treasure boxes under the pull of the golden divine net sped across the surface, like racing speedboats, leaving behind 4 long white wakes in the ice-free channel as they raced towards the dock. Boom. A dull landing sound echoed. The 4 treasure boxes, glowing enticingly, landed neatly at Li Yihong's feet. Among them, 2 glowed red as blood-tied treasure boxes. One was a dark golden epic supply box, and there was even a solid gold box intricately carved with mysterious runes labeled legendary treasure box. 4. There are actually 4 Haidir boxes. Ouyang Talon leaped up in excitement, wrapped her arms around Li Yihong's neck, and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Yihong, you're amazing. From such a distance you actually pulled them all over. This is nothing, the more exciting things are. Li Yihong patted her lower back, but his gaze drifted past the treasure boxes, looking at the ice layer at the end of the channel. There the ice surface began to heave and crack on a large scale. A gigantic monster as large as a small mountain and covered in thick blue ice armor let out a deep roar, forcefully shattering the ice layer as it charged towards the harbor of Iron Arm Island. A 5th-tier monster, the extreme cold ice armor beast. Roar. Each step the monster took caused the surrounding ice to groan in agony. Its crimson eyes fixated intently on Li Yihong and Ouyang Talon at the dock, filled with brutality. However, facing this 5th-tier giant beast that could terrify ordinary players, Li Yihong didn't even make any unnecessary movements. He simply uttered a few words calmly, truly forgetful. Defense system fire at will. Boom. The already primed purple lightning crossbow tower and thunderstorm tower roared once again. Frost automatic defense tower lit up at that moment. Solid white ice rings rapidly spread out, sticking to the surface of the sea. Extreme cold ice prison instantly activated, causing the temperature of the seawater within the range to plummet, forming an absolute frozen zone. As the imposing 5th-tier ice armor beast charged through the ice ring's range, its massive body suddenly stiffened. Its movement speed was instantly reduced by half. Before it could react, the massive thunder from the mutated chain thunderstorm tower struck down. Crack! Blue plasma ravaged its thick ice armor, forcing it into a 3-second paralysis. Immediately following, the purple energy bolts condensed by the purple lightning crossbow tower poured down like a torrential rain. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames instantly engulfed the ice armor beast's enormous body. The sounds of ice armor shattering, flesh being blown apart, and the monster's anguished screams intertwined in the open sea. In just 2 seconds, the 5th-tier giant beast, capable of easily annihilating a level 10 player's territory, hadn't even brushed against the outer alloy defense of Iron Arm Island before it turned into a puddle of minced meat, slowly sinking into the sea with the melting water. Ding. Your defensive building has killed the extreme cold ice armor beast 5th tier, gaining experience. Your harbor is automatically collecting loot, acquiring extreme cold crystal core, X1, a deep sea cold iron, X100. The system notifications flooded the screen. Li Yihong didn't even look at the drops, turning around and pointing at the 4 boxes on the ground. Let's open the boxes and see what's inside. 4 heavy treasure chests lay side by side on the alloy bridge. The leftmost ones were 2 blood-tied treasure chests emitting a dark red glow, and in the middle was a epic resource chest, surrounded by a purple haze. The rightmost chest, however, was utterly blinding. It was a chest made entirely of pure gold, its surface intricately engraved with numerous arcane runes radiating a dazzling golden light that was extremely glaring against the icy landscape. Legendary treasure chest gold. Li Yihong stared at the 4 chests, his brows slightly furrowing. Yihong, what's wrong? Ouyang Talon, excitedly clapping her hands, noticed Li Yihong's unusual expression and curiously leaned in to ask. Something feels off. Li Yihong pointed at the most eye-catching golden chest and said slowly. According to the rules of the first phase of the system's activity, how long has the extreme cold blood tide been active? In the first phase of the extreme cold blood tide, the drop rate for resource chests is reduced by 30%. While there is a chance to refresh a blood tide treasure chest, the theoretical maximum for this phase should only yield purple epic items. Ouyang Talon was taken aback, blinking her large eyes. Shouldn't it be appearing? Then where did this chest come from? It can't be that the system made a mistake in giving out benefits, right? Li Yihong turned his head, his gaze landing on Ouyang Talon's fair and delicate face. The system doesn't make mistakes. The only explanation lies with your talent. My talent? Ouyang Talon pointed at herself, looking somewhat confused. The blessing of misfortune Koi. Exactly. Li Yihong opened the system panel, directly displaying Ouyang Talon's port attribute interface. As expected, after binding the Ironclad Island as her main port, Ouyang Talon's port level automatically synced and upgraded to level 12 along with Li Yihong's leveling. With the rapid rise in her port level, her previously suitored legendary unique talent also underwent some subtle blessing of misfortune Koi, bound to main port current level 12 attribute bonus. Due to the enhancement of the main port level, the talent effect has received an additional boost. Current effect 1i Koi is the original Koi. Opening any treasure chest forces a 500 increase in the drop rate. greatly increases the probability of ignoring tier restrictions, yielding exceptionally high tier items. Currently has ignored tier 1 map restrictions with a 1% chance of obtaining tier 2 legendary resources. Seeing this line of small text, Li Yihong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Li Yihong pointed at the data displayed on the screen for her to see. Previously your port level was low, and although you had a 500 increase in drop rate, you could only draw from the resource pool of the current tier. Now that your port has risen to level 12 and is bound to my ironclad island, the intensity of your talent has doubled directly. It broke the current map restrictions of the extreme cold blood tide, first phase forcibly pulling out a golden legendary treasure chest from the higher tier resource pool. Ouyang Talon looked at the data on the panel, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with admiration. Wow, so it's because I leveled up with you that I've become luckier in finding treasures. Whether or not you're lucky is another matter, but it certainly attracts monsters. Li Yihong chuckled, poking her forehead lightly. Don't forget your talent has a second effect. The conservation of all things, every time you trigger high-level luck, a corresponding deadly crisis will immediately befall you. That 5-tier extreme cold ice armored beast just now was the price brought in by this golden treasure chest. If it were an ordinary player, even if they were lucky enough to obtain this chest, they would definitely not survive 3 seconds directly crushed into mincemeat by that ice armored beast. Ouyang Talon stuck out her tongue, shrinking her neck in fear, and instinctively hugged Li Yihong's arm. Her impressive fullness brushed against Li Yihong's arm, bringing a wave of warmth. Hehe, that's also because you're here. If it weren't for your defense tower, I wouldn't dare to open such a chest. Alright, enough flattery, let's open the chests. Alright. Ouyang Talon rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair lotus-like arms. She first approached the 2 dark red blood tide treasure chests, took a deep breath, and then forcefully flipped one open. Click. 2 clear sounds of locks popping open rang out simultaneously. In an instant, a rich red light shot up into the sky, dyeing the snowflakes around the alloy bridge into a dazzling red. Countless system prompts began to roar in their ears. Ding. You opened the blood tide treasure chest. Red. Obtained high-level energy crystals, X50. Ding. Obtained refined alloy steel plates, X200. Ding. Obtained deep sea heavy, or X500. Ding. Obtained mutated beast meat tier 4 X100 gene. Ding. Due to the effect of Koi, is the original Koi being triggered, the drop rate increased by 500. You also obtained high-level furnace fuel X100 heavy crossbow bolt manufacturing blueprint epic X1. Ding. You opened the second blood tide treasure chest. Red. Obtained pure water source special grade X50 liters cold resistant warm clothing manufacturing blueprint purple X1. A stream of resource names flooded the screen. Even though Li Yihong was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel his heart race as he looked at the rapidly increasing numbers in his backpack. 200 refined alloy steel plates, 500 deep sea heavy ores, and a full 100 gene of tier 4 mutated beast meat. If these resources were placed in the current regional trading hall, they would definitely incite a fierce scramble. Ordinary players now would be willing to risk their lives just to obtain a few units of wood and iron ore. Yet here high-level refined metals and energy crystals were being calculated in hundreds. And this? Ouyang Talon pulled out a blueprint glowing with purple light from the bottom of the chest and excitedly handed it to Li Yihong. Cold-resistant warm clothing manufacturing blueprint purple Yihong. This is a life-saving treasure right now. Li Yihong took a quick glance at the blueprint. Cold-resistant warm clothing manufacturing blueprint epic can consume beast hides and fine fibers to produce a perfect warm clothing that can withstand extreme cold of -60 degrees and comes with a slight stamina recovery effect. Indeed a good item. Li Yihong stored the blueprint away. This thing is undoubtedly a strategic resource now. Later let's use the fibers grown from the black soil to craft a few more and put them up for trade. We could clean out those high-level players' undergarments. Then Ouyang Talon walked to the purple epic resource chest. She was now completely addicted, her mind filled with the thrill of opening chests, forgetting even the cold of the icy landscape. Open! Ouyang Talon shouted, slapping the purple chest lid. Buzz! A wave of deep purple mist surged out from the chest. Ding! You opened the epic resource chest. Purple. Obtained medium-sized generator assembly parts X1. Ding! Obtained heavy explosive shield reinforcement components purple X2. Ding! Due to the increased drop rate from Koi, is the original Koi. You additionally obtained time full black soil purple epic upgrade nutrients X3. Black soil upgrade nutrients. Li Yihong's eyes lit up. That time full black soil's growth effect was already terrifying. If it were to be upgraded once more using these 3 specialized nutrients, wouldn't it allow for instantaneous maturity? This luck is simply incredible. Li Yihong couldn't help but marvel at Ouyang Talon. Ouyang Talon proudly lifted her chin, hands on her hips, and as she moved her loose striped short sleeves lifted slightly, revealing a section of her slim fair waist. Now you know how amazing I am, right? What about the last golden one? Should we open it now? She pointed at the legendary treasure chest on the ground, which was continuously radiating a noble golden light, her tone laced with a hint of nervousness. The previous 3 chests had already filled them with an abundance of loot. And this golden legendary treasure chest, which had ignored the game's phase restrictions and was forcibly dragged out what kind of extraordinary items it could yield, was entirely unpredictable. Open it. Li Yihong stood behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders, speaking in a deep voice. With me here, don't be afraid. Ouyang Taolon nodded heavily. She closed her eyes, mumbling a few prayers, then reached out her slightly trembling small hands to press on the golden chest. Click. The golden clasp snapped open instantly. Boom. The moment the lid was lifted, a dazzling, nearly tangible golden beam of light erupted from inside the chest, piercing through the blizzards above Ironclad Island and shooting straight into the sky. At that moment, the sea surface, frozen for miles around, was illuminated bright by this divine golden light. Even players dozens of miles away could faintly see a streak of golden radiance flashing across the horizon. This light is too exaggerated, right? Ouyang Taolon squinted against the blinding light, instinctively covering her face with her hand. Meanwhile, on the Yihong system panel, a system prompt radiating glaring golden light popped up in the most conspicuous manner. Ding. Congratulations, player. You opened the golden legendary treasure chest, obtained Deep Sea Sentinel Radar Core Golden Divine Level. Due to detecting your divine level unique talent, all things attribute bestowal, this item has automatically triggered perfect compatibility attributes. The golden light gradually dissipated. In the center of the chest, a spherical metal ball about the size of a fist quietly hovered, made of countless, intricately interlocking golden gears. The surface of the metal ball shimmered with numerous blue data streams moving like little snakes, exuding a sense of sci-fi beauty that transcended time. Li Yihong was taken aback. A radar. He stepped forward and grabbed the golden metal ball in his hand. All things attribute bestowal activated instantly. In Li Yihong's eyes, 2 deep golden rays flickered and disappeared, revealing all the attributes and hidden attributes of this golden legendary item without reservation. Deep Sea Sentinel Radar Core Quality Golden Divine Level Type Functional Main Control Component for Port can perfectly integrate with the port. Current Attribute 1 Boundless Vision Golden Divine Level Radar Scanning Range expanded to a radius of 1,000 nautical miles. Ignores any weather interference, blizzards, magnetic storms, acid rain, etc. And any terrain obstacles, achieving all-weather, all-dimensional absolute detection. Current Attribute 2 Insight into all things golden divine level can automatically scan and mark all resource points, treasure chests, sunken ships, or veins, etc. within the scanning range and label them with different colors on a 3-dimensional star map. Current Attribute 3 Crisis Warning Golden Divine Level. Any hostile creatures or players to the port will be automatically locked and emit high-frequency warnings the moment they step into the radar range, and can automatically analyze the enemy's weaknesses and attribute values. Looking at this extravagantly luxurious attribute panel, Li Yihong took a deep breath. This thing is simply the ultimate artifact for exploring the outer seas. In the apocalypse survival on a deserted island, what is most important? Information. While others are blindly stumbling through the fog-laden, seamonster-infested unknown waters, they might inadvertently crash into the nests of high-tier sea beasts and be completely wiped out. Yet for Li Yihong, with this radar installed, everything within a radius of 1,000 nautical miles would appear as clear as day. Where there are high-tier treasure chests, where there are rare or veins, where there are terrifying beasts that cannot be matched, he would know all too well. Yihong, what exactly is this? Ouyang Taolon looked confusedly at the golden sphere in Li Yihong's hand. While she could see the basic information of the radar, she couldn't see the terrifying attributes enhanced by Li Yihong's divine level talent. This is our eye for venturing into the outer seas. Li Yihong turned to her, his eyes sparkling with fervent. With this, the uncharted ruins and high-tier treasure chests in the outer seas will be like items on a shelf, ready for us to take at will. Moreover, it can also help us locate the exact position of the last core fragment. Though Ouyang Taolon didn't fully understand the complex attribute terms, upon hearing that it could find the last fragment, she immediately became excited. Really? That's great. She jumped up playfully, wrapping her arms around Li Yihong's neck, her entire body. Yihong, let's install it right now. Let's go. Li Yihong wrapped his arms around her soft elastic waist and strode toward the control steel in the center of the dock. At this moment, the alloy bridge was clear of the fragmentary ice left from last night's fierce battle, revealing the coldly gleaming alloy surface. Li Yihong approached the tall control steel. The dark red flowing light on the surface of the steel was still slowly moving, and the 2 primary island core fragments in the groove emitted a low, deep hum. Li Yihong extended his hand, slowly pressing the golden Deep Sea Sentinel Radar Core against the empty slot directly above the steel. Buzz! At the moment of contact, a dazzling golden ripple spread out in a circular fashion from the controls. This ripple was like a golden halo, instantly sweeping across the entire ironclad island, and then spreading out at a terrifying speed across the frozen ice. Ding. Detected that the Deep-Sea Sentinel Radar Core Golden Divine level has perfectly fused with the Ironclad Island's Comprehensive Defense Index has increased by 50 points. Port Functional Component Holographic Detection Star Map has been activated. Current scanning range 1,000 nautical miles. The next moment, a massive, intricate, and sci-fi-style three-dimensional blue holographic screen suddenly unfolded before Yihong and Ouyang Taolan. Within the hologram centered around Ironclad Island, the sea terrain ice thickness, and even the dark currents deep beneath the sea were all presented in the most intuitive three-dimensional model. At the edges of the model, countless green and red dots blinked irregularly. Green represented resources while red indicated hostile targets. Yihong could even clearly see in one corner of the hologram several small harbors belonging to other players hundreds of miles away. Those harbor models were exceedingly rudimentary, mostly only 1 or 2 levels teetering on the frozen sea. Yihong, does this radar need you to refresh the attributes with your talent? Ouyang Taolan leaned closer to the holographic star map, extending her delicate fingers in an attempt to touch the blue light, dots floating in midair only to pass through a void of shimmering light. She turned her head, looking at Yihong with curiosity. No need. Yihong shook his head and withdrew his right hand from the control monument. These 3 attributes are already golden divine level, representing the pinnacle of this game's attributes. Overindulgence leads to dissatisfaction. The divine level attributes have formed a perfect complement, and forcing modifications would disrupt the original balance. Yihong gazed at the slowly rotating blue star map in the air, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Boundless vision, omniscient insight, crisis warning. These 3 attributes, 1 for revealing maps, 1 for treasure hunting, and 1 for survival. For him at this moment, this was the perfect configuration. Ding! System notification: insufficient power supply detected in the territory. The Deep-Sea Sentinel radar is currently in low-energy operation mode, and the scanning range has temporarily reduced to 100 nautical miles. To activate maximum power, please replenish the power source as soon as possible. A cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed above the dock. Yihong frowned slightly. Low energy operation. He pulled open the control panel and glanced at the energy. Indeed, the radar, being a divine-level functional structure, consumed an astonishing amount of electricity. Relying solely on the meager energy provided by the port's core was insufficient to maintain its daily operations. Yihong, what's wrong? Ouyang Taolan noticed his unusual expression and asked nervously. It's nothing, just as Yihong patted her shoulder and pointed to the purple epic supply box on the ground. Wasn't a medium generator assembly parts, just opened. Just in time to be useful. He bent down and began taking out the heavy metal parts from the box. The parts glimmered with a cold gray sheen, and complex circuit diagrams were affixed to them. For a finance student, manually assembling a medium generator was nearly an impossible task. But in this game, as long as the parts were collected, the system would automatically provide a construction template. Let's go to the villa's backyard and assemble the generator. Yihong picked up the box of parts and pulled Ouyang Taolan back. Back in the villa's backyard, there was an empty wooden house that had been reserved for this purpose, perfect for use as a generator room. Yihong arranged the parts neatly on the ground and opened the port construction interface. Medium generator assembly parts detected. Would you like to begin construction? Yes. Yihong murmured. Buzz. The parts on the ground instantly transformed into countless strands of white light, intertwining and weaving on the floor. In just a moment, a large machine about the height of a person, completely black and exuding a heavy metallic feel, settled steadily in the center of the wooden house. On the side of the machine was a round, translucent container which was empty. The generator is built, but it needs... Ouyang Taolan leaned closer to take a look, looking a bit troubled. It seems we have neither diesel nor gasoline. Didn't the blood-tied treasure box just yield high-grade furnace fuel? Yihong smiled. That stuff not only heats the furnace, but is also high-purity energy fuel. He took out 10 units of high-grade fuel from his backpack and poured it into the generator's fuel chamber. Click. He closed the hatch. Yihong reached out and pressed the start button. Rumbling. The deep, powerful roar instantly echoed in the generator room. The indicator light on top of the generator turned from red to green, emitting a soft glow. System notification: medium generator has successfully started. Current power generation efficiency 100. The port power grid has been connected and the Deep-Sea Sentinel radar has returned to maximum power operation. Outside the window, the previously dim blue holographic star map burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The range of the star map began to expand wildly. 10 nautical miles, 50 nautical miles, 100 nautical miles. Until it expanded to a full 1,000 nautical miles, it slowly stabilized. On that massive blue light screen, countless green resource points and red alert points were clearly marked, akin to the dense stars in the night sky. We did it. Yihong dusted off his hands and sighed in relief. Yihong, look over there. Ouyang Taolan suddenly pointed excitedly at the black soil next to the villa. Yihong followed her pointing direction. On the time-fold black soil, the remaining vines from last night appeared sparse, looking somewhat empty. Meanwhile, in his backpack, 3 glowing purple black soil upgrade nutrients lay quietly. I almost forgot about these. Yihong walked over to the black soil, took out the 3 small purple light orbs. As soon as these nutrients appeared, the sand at the bottom of the black soil seemed to sense a certain fatal attraction and began to tremble slightly. Yihong casually tossed the 3 light orbs into the soil. Buzz! There was no violent explosion, the soil merely emitted a few muffled gurgling sounds. Moments later, the originally small patch of black soil began to expand at a visible speed. The color of the soil deepened and faint purple lightning danced between the sand grains. In just a few seconds, the area of the entire black soil doubled, reaching nearly 50 square meters. System notification: your time-fold black soil has been successfully upgraded. Current effect: 1 upgrade, extreme acceleration. The plant growth cycle is forcibly shortened to 99.9%. 99.9%. Ouyang Taolon covered her mouth in disbelief. Does that mean that from now on, when we plant seeds, they can mature in just a few minutes? Pretty much. Yihong smiled. We'll know by trying it out. He took out a few fiber seeds that had been opened last night, casually tossed them into the soil, and poured a bit of sweet pure water from the seawater converter on top. A miraculous scene unfolded. The moment the soil came into contact with moisture, it suddenly began to surge. Several green tinder shoots visibly erupted from the black soil, rapidly growing taller, branching and unfurling leaves. In just 2 to 3 minutes, fluffy snow-white fibers were firmly hanging from the branches, exuding a faint fragrance of grass and wood. My goodness, they really matured. Ouyang Taolon crouched down, carefully cradling a fiber, her face filled with astonishment. This isn't farming, it's simply magic. With these fibers combined with the warm clothing blueprint we got last night, we can mass-produce cold-resistant garments. Yihong bent down and harvested all the matured fibers into his backpack. Taolon, you plant the remaining fiber seeds, and I'll go do something else. Sure. Task guaranteed to be completed. Ouyang Taolon cheerfully replied, and began to busily work in the black soil. Yihong turned around, looking at the empty space between the villa and the black soil. While organizing construction materials earlier, he discovered his backpack was now filled with refined alloy steel plates, high-quality timber, and alloy components forged from heavy-duty furnaces. These materials were enough for him to expand the villa on Ironclad Island once more. Seeing Ouyang Taolon busy in the muddy ground, a sudden thought flashed through Yihong's mind. This girl used to be a dance teacher. In this frigid world, fighting monsters every day, although she never said it, Yihong could sense that she actually missed the days of dancing under the spotlight. Since he had enough materials and space, now why not give her a surprise? The corners of Yihong's mouth curved slightly. He opened the port control panel and entered the custom building design interface. Detected a large quantity of high-quality timber, refined alloy plates, and tempered glass currently in possession. Would you like to activate the custom building function? Yes. Yihong quickly sketched a design in his mind. A room of about 40 square meters adjacent to one side of the villa. The room didn't need to be too complex, but it must have a full wall of floor-to-ceiling mirrors and a dance bar made of natural wood. Most importantly, it had to connect to the villa's constant temperature pipeline and audio system. Design completed. Estimated consumption: refined alloy steel plates X30, high-quality timber X80, tempered glass X10. Start construction. With Yihong's command, a faint white mist suddenly swirled up from the vacant land beside. Countless strands of light intertwined in the mist. The alloy steel plates formed the foundation, rapidly erecting steel frames that supported the previously empty ground. Next, high-quality wooden boards were neatly laid on the floor and walls. Click. The last large tempered glass was perfectly embedded into the seaside wall. As the mist dissipated, a delicate modern wooden cabin had seamlessly attached itself to the main structure of the villa. All done. Yihong looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. He pushed open the wooden door of the cabin and stepped inside. The room was warm, with a constant temperature flow of 22 degrees, gently blowing in through the new air duct. On the wall directly opposite the door, a whole row of large mirrors made of tempered glass sparkled brightly, clearly reflecting everything in the room. In front of the mirrors, a natural wood bar exuding a faint woody scent spanned the entire wall. On the other side, there was a large floor-to-ceiling window providing a clear view of the snowy scene outside, blocked by a protective shield, as well as the turbulent blue sea in the distance. The combination of movement and stillness created a visually stunning effect. Yihong stepped out of the room and approached the black soil. At that moment, Ouyang Taolon had just planted the last batch of fiber seeds. She was straightening up with some difficulty, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Feeling a bit overheated from working, she lifted her striped short sleeves that were tightly clinging to her body, exposing a section of her delicate, white waist, breathing heavily. Feeling a bit overheated from working, she lifted her striped short sleeves that were tightly clinging to her body, exposing a section. Yihong smiled as he walked over, handing her a bottle of purified water freshly filtered by the seawater converter. Drink some water, I'm going to take you somewhere. Where to? Ouyang Taolon asked curiously, taking the water and gulping down a large mouthful, looking at Yihong with some confusion. You'll know when you get there. Yihong smiled mysteriously, taking her somewhat muddy hand and leading her toward the villa. The two arrived at the door of the newly built small house. The wooden door still exuded a faint fragrance of tung oil, ancient, yet exquisite. When was this built? Ouyang Taolon looked at the extra building with some surprise. Just now, while you were planting. Yihong grasped the brass handle and gently pushed. Let's go in and see. Ouyang Taolon hesitated a bit before stepping inside. When her gaze fell upon the massive floor-to-ceiling mirror covering an entire wall and the familiar wooden ballet bar, she froze on the spot. Her eyes widened little by little, her lips parting slightly as she stared incredulously at everything before her. This is... She reached out her trembling hand, gently caressing the wooden bar, feeling the smooth, warm texture return distinctly to her fingertips. A dance studio. Yihong gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her slightly rounded shoulder. Although it's a bit simple, you can come here anytime you want to dance. He continued, there's an absolute energy shield outside, and it's always 22 degrees inside, so you don't have to worry about catching a cold. Ouyang Taolon remained silent. She just stared intently at the two figures tightly pressed together in the mirror, her eyes gradually reddening. In this apocalyptic world where life was as cheap as grass and survival itself was a luxury, while others struggled to live another day, this man, before her, had quietly built such a lavish dance studio for her. This was not just material satisfaction, but an absolute respect for her dignity and passion. Yihong. Ouyang Taolon turned around and hugged Yihong's neck, tightly pressing her entire self against his chest. Warm tears slid down Yihong's neck, creating a tingling sensation. Why are you still crying? Don't you like it? Yihong chuckled, patting her back. I like it. I like it so much. Ouyang Taolon sniffed, raising her head, her tear-streaked face full of you naughty rascal, you always come up with ways that make people cry. She teased, since you like it, shouldn't you show the boss your skills? Yihong raised an eyebrow, pointing to the empty floor. Ouyang Taolon laughed through her tears, playfully hitting, you're so vain, I knew you had ulterior motives. She took a deep breath, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and suddenly transformed into someone a bit different. It was a confidence and elegance that only a professional dancer possessed. She slowly walked to the center of the dance studio, took off her shoes, revealing a pair of snow-white rounded feet. She tugged at her striped short sleeves, tying a knot at her waist, exposing a large area of her tight, white abdominal skin. Those sizzling denim shorts accentuated her stunning curves and long legs. Without music, I can only dance blindly. Ouyang Taolon playfully winked at Yihong. No worries, you're the most beautiful rhythm. Yihong leaned against the wall by the door, arms crossed, smiling. Ouyang Taolon took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her entire being seemed to merge with the warm little house. She gently lifted one long jade leg, her toes touching the ground, her body swirling gracefully like an elegant white swan on the clean wooden floor. The unique flexibility of a dance teacher was fully displayed at this moment. Every bend, every spin, and every stretch was imbued with breathtaking power and beauty. The wide striped short sleeves swayed with her movements, subtly revealing the surging whiteness at her chest. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a frozen wasteland with howling winds creating a white hell. Inside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a warm, spring-like paradise where a beauty danced. Yihong watched quietly, his gaze gradually deepening. As the dance reached its climax, Ouyang Taolon suddenly leaped lightly, her body tracing a beautiful arc in midair, landing steadily in Yihong's embrace. Gasping, she wrapped her arms around Yihong's neck, her full chest rising and falling violently, pressed tightly against his. Boss, how was my dancing? She leaned close to Yihong's ear, her breath fragrant, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Perfect. Yihong embraced her slender waist, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I think we can give our excellent employee some extra rewards. His palm slowly slid down her slightly warm lower back. You naughty. It's still broad daylight and the door isn't even closed. Ouyang Taolon's pretty face flushed with an enticing red, but her body leaned softly against Yihong. Just as this ambiguous atmosphere began to rise, a system panel on Yihong's wrist suddenly flickered. A glaring red light curtain opened in midair, accompanied by urgent alert sounds. Yihong frowned slightly, glancing at the panel with some helplessness. A familiar name was flashing wildly in the private chat window. Yang Ruofei. Yihong patted Ouyang Taolon's pert bottom, signaling her to stand still, then casually opened the private chat. Yang Ruofei's first message caused Yihong's expression to freeze instantly. Yang Ruofei, Yihong, that golden light just now came from your island, right? Yihong, so what if it did? So what if it didn't? His reply was as calm as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yang Ruofei was silent for a full half-minute. Then a voice message came through, and her voice sounded unusually hoarse, tinged with a suppressed cough. Don't hide it from me. In the entire S district besides you, no one can create such a commotion at this stage. That golden light just now shot straight into the sky. Although my radar detector is rudimentary, it still captured that terrifying energy fluctuation. Li Yihong, I don't want to beat around the bush. I'm about to reach my limit. Yang Ruofei's tone carried a hint of desperation. The ice layer here has exceeded 5 meters with temperatures dropping to minus 60 degrees. The defense line has already been breached by ice beasts by a third. I need cold-resistant supplies, high-level weapons, and your help. Li Yihong replied coldly. In the apocalypse, asking for help comes at a cost. Yang the superstar, what bargaining chips do you think you have left to impress me? Yang Ruofei fell silent again. Li Yihong could faintly hear the dull thuds of monsters hitting the city walls and the desperate screams of her players through the private chat. Moments later, Yang Ruofei sent a text message. It contained only a few words, but made Li Yihong's heart skip a beat. Yang Ruofei, Beginner Island Core Fragment, 33. I have this item. Yang Ruofei continued, I opened a blood-tied treasure chest and obtained this last piece. Use it to exchange for a set of thermal clothing that can withstand minus 60 degrees, plus 200 crossbow bolts, and a safe passage to your harbor. Li Yihong, this is my last trump card. Looking at the glaring text on the screen, Li Yihong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with an extremely sharp light. The last piece of the puzzle. The final piece for breaking through the harbor. It was actually in Yang Ruofei's hands. Li Yihong turned to look at Ouyang Talon beside him. Ouyang Talon also saw the chat record, nervously covering her mouth. Yihong, should we agree to her? Li Yihong did not answer immediately. He gently tapped his fingers on the bar, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. Agree to her. Li Yihong quickly typed a line of text on the panel. I can prepare the items at any time, but I don't want your fragment in exchange. Yang Ruofei was taken aback, her words tinged with caution. What do you mean? You don't want the fragment? No, I want the fragment, but it's not just the fragment. Li Yihong smirked slightly, his gaze deep and cold. You don't want the fragment? No, I want the fragment, but it's not just the fragment. Li Yihong smirked slightly, the private chat interface on the system panel suddenly shook violently after a brief silence. Yang Ruofei was clearly shaken by Li Yihong's words. Moments later, a voice message came through. Yang Ruofei's voice cracked with extreme shock, even drowning out the howling wind and snow in her background. Li Yihong, are you crazy? Unconditionally merge. Do you know what that means? My harbor is not weak. In the entire S district, my strength ranks in the top 10. You want me to unconditionally merge, becoming your subordinate harbor? Then my life and death will be in your hands. Yang Ruofei's voice sounded sharp and urgent, the pride of once being a top star struggling to maintain her last semblance of dignity. Li Yihong leaned against the warm wooden bar in the dance studio, his expression revealing no signs of disturbance. He extended his finger, methodically typing a line of text on the virtual panel. Do you think you still have bargaining chips to negotiate with me, eh? Yang Ruofei grew anxious, her text messages flying in rapidly. I have this fragment. Beginner Island Core Fragment, 33. I can trade the fragment for your thermal clothing and crossbow bolts, and I can even sign a system contract with you, giving you 30% of the resources I obtain from now on. This is cooperation, a win-win. Li Yihong looked at the words, win-win, on the screen, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. He was too lazy to type any further, directly pressing down the voice key, his tone calm, as if stating an objective fact. Yang Ruofei, you've misunderstood something. In the face of absolute power, there's no such thing as a win-win, there's only annexation. Your harbor is indeed good, but in my eyes its only value is to become nourishment for Ironclad Island. As for that fragment, it's certainly important, but it's not enough for me to nurture a collaborator that might turn on me at any moment because of it. Either submit completely with your harbor, or cling to your fragment and freeze into an ice sculpture with your storm harbor in the minus 60-degree blizzard. With that, Li Yihong didn't give the other party a chance to refute, swiftly swiping his finger across the screen. He closed the private chat. The system interface suddenly dimmed. In the dance room, only the faint sound of warm air blowing through the Ouyang Talon stood to the side, her striped short sleeve tied at the waist, revealing a large expanse of fair skin glistening with sweat from dancing. She nervously looked at Li Yihong, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with complex emotions. Yihong, are you really not going to care about her? That piece is the last fragment. If she really can't hold on and dies, or in a fit of anger destroys the fragment, won't all our efforts go to waste? Ouyang Talon bit her lip anxiously. Although her thoughts were simple, she understood the importance of that last fragment for the upgrade of Ironclad Island. Li Yihong turned around gently, took her somewhat cold little hand, and led her to the giant floor-to-ceiling window of the dance room. Outside the window, the swirling snowstorm was held at bay by the energy barrier a few meters away. In the distance, the blue holographic star map projected by the deep-sea sentinel quietly hovered in midair. On the star map, a weak red dot representing a hostile or unknown target was flickering weakly in a vast expanse of ice over 200 nautical miles away. She can't bear to destroy that piece. Yihong said softly, looking at the red dot on the holographic star map. As long as a person has a glimmer of hope to survive, they will cling to their trump card, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. That fragment is her only talisman, she values it more than anyone else. Ouyang Talon followed his gaze to the red dot and asked somewhat cluelessly, but what if she dies in the mouth of a sea beast? Those monsters won't care whether she has the fragment or not. Yihong patted her hand gently, a deep and cold glint flashing in his eyes. If she dies, it will actually simplify things. With this golden-grade deep-sea sentinel radar, even if her stormport is destroyed, the coordinates of the remaining ruins will not escape my eyes. Once this extreme cold blood tide ends and the ice melts, I just need to take the boat over and gather all her inheritance. In the apocalypse, the possessions of the dead are often easier to obtain than those of the living. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Talon shivered slightly. She looked at the calm young man before her. In the villa's bedroom on the warm bed, he was a gentle companion who would softly pinch her cheeks and joke with her. But in front of outsiders, his coldness and rationality made him seem like a precise machine devoid of emotions. Yet Ouyang Talon felt no fear. Instead, she was enveloped by an unparalleled sense of security. In this world where human life is as cheap as grass, only by following a man who is ruthless and clear-headed enough can one survive, even live with dignity. Yihong, listening to you, I feel that my former colleagues and friends might not even last a single day. Ouyang Talon sighed, gently leaning contentedly against Li Yihong's shoulder. So don't think about those irrelevant people. Li Yihong wrapped his arms around her waist and turned to walk out of the dance room. Let's first use those 3 black soil upgrade nutrients, and then make the warm clothing. Since we're going to harvest the leeks in the trading hall, we must act quickly. Back in the backyard, the 50 square meter time fold black soil was emitting a faint purple glow. Upgraded to a 99.9 gestation speed, this piece of land could no longer be measured by common sense. Li Yihong took out the previously drawn cold-resistant warm clothing manufacturing blueprint epic from his backpack. Materials required: refined cold silk X10, quality plant fiber X20, high-level energy crystal X1. We're still a bit short on materials. Li Yihong glanced at his backpack. The quantities of refined cold silk and quality fibers were insufficient for mass production of warm clothing. He turned to Ouyang Talon. Talon, continue planting fiber seeds. Okay. Ouyang Talon, ignoring the hot shorts she was wearing, squatted beside the muddy ground like a diligent little farmer pressing one glowing seed after another into the deep black soil. Li Yihong followed behind with a bucket of pure water, watering slowly. The miraculous scene unfolded. The moment the pure water containing a hint of sweetness and minerals splashed onto the soil, green shoots began to swell and grow at a visible rate. The sound of sprouting resonated together, crisp and pleasant. Within just a few seconds, clusters of delicate fibers reaching half a person's height and topped with fluffy white cotton-like plants bloomed on the black soil. System notification: your crops have matured and can be harvested. Harvest. Li Yihong bent down, his palm brushing over the plants. Ding. You have obtained quality plant fiber X50. Ding. Triggered time fold nutrient exchange effect. You additionally obtained refined cold silk X10. So fast. Ouyang Talon wiped the sweat from her forehead, astonished. At this rate, we can gather raw materials in a day that others could never see in their lifetime. This is the charm of industrialized dimensional reduction. Li Yihong stored all the fibers and cold silks in his backpack and pulled Ouyang Talon back to the heavy-duty smelting factory. At this moment, the towering steel structure was emitting a dull roar. The core at the bottom of the furnace was radiating a glaring red light, illuminating the entire factory in a crimson hue. Li Yihong stood before the control panel, placing the manufacturing blueprint into the main control slot, and then threw in the refined cold silk quality fibers and high-level energy crystals all at once. Detected epic-level warm clothing manufacturing blueprint. Current materials are sufficient. Estimated production time 3 minutes. Start production. Rumbling. The mechanical arms at the bottom of the furnace began to operate rapidly. 3 minutes later, 5 packages of warm clothing, emitting a faint purple glow and neatly folded, slid down the conveyor belt. Li Yihong stepped forward and picked up one. Shaking it open revealed a set of snug warm clothing in deep gray, made of soft, yet highly resilient material. The inner lining of the clothing had faint golden threads weaving through it, an effect of high-level energy crystals being spun into the fabric. Cold-resistant warm clothing quality epic effect 1E absolute cold resistance. When worn, it can perfectly withstand extreme cold of -70 degrees, ignoring any cold wind assault. Effect 2, stamina rejuvenation. The clothing contains a weak energy cycle, automatically restoring 5 of the wearer's stamina every hour. Good stuff. Li Yihong casually handed Ouyang Talon a set. Go change and see if it fits. Ouyang Talon excitedly accepted the clothing, not shying away, and directly in the corner of the factory, she quickly took off her original striped short sleeve and denim shorts. Moments later she shyly walked out. The snug warm clothing in deep gray hugged her body, accentuating her already stunning curves. Especially the heavy swell at her chest under the tight fabric appeared even more breathtaking. Yihong, is this clothing a bit too tight? Ouyang Talon tugged at the hem of her shirt, her face slightly flushed. Tight is good, tight keeps warm. Li Yihong's gaze swept over her, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, and he then stored the remaining 4 sets of warm clothing in the backpack. The clothing is ready, next we should check out the trading hall. The two returned to the villa's living room. Inside, the constant temperature of 22 degrees made one feel drowsy. Li Yihong leaned back against the soft sofa and opened the regional trading interface. At this moment the trading hall had transformed into a chaotic graveyard of despair. Countless desperate pleas flooded the chat at a rate of hundreds per second. Cold. Too cold. It's minus 45 degrees here. The wood in my fireplace is almost burnt out. Who has wood? Help. Please. Who can give me a cup of hot water? They'll trade it for high-level or... am dying of thirst. The sea water outside is all ice and can't be purified. Those blood-tied sea beasts have gone mad. They keep crashing into my shelter and the defenses are about to collapse. Who has weapons? Please, even a rusty iron sword would do. In the face of this extreme cold blood tide, the vast majority of players were unable to meet even the most basic survival needs. Cold hunger and monster attacks were like 3 heavy hammers mercilessly striking down on everyone. Li Yihong looked at those desperate comments, his expression calm. He did not show any excess sympathy. In this game, sympathy was one of the quickest emotions to die. He opened the selling interface and listed 1 set of cold-resistant warm clothing epic. Seller Li Yihong item cold-resistant warm clothing purple epic X, 1 demand high-level sea beast core X50, or deep sea heavy, or X100. No basic resource exchanges accepted. Those without sincerity need not disturb. This high-priced listing was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. The previously chaotic chat hall fell eerily silent for 3 seconds. Immediately afterward, a tsunami of comments flooded the entire regional channel. What the heck? Did I? Purple epic level warm clothing. Li Yihong, the one who has been dominating the level leaderboard. In this phase where not even a cotton jacket is available, you managed to produce an epic level warm clothing. It can withstand minus 70 degrees of extreme cold. My god, doesn't that mean you can run around naked on the ice? But this price is too steep. Asking for island core fragments or 50 high-level crystal cores. Who can afford that? Looking at the uproar in the chat hall, Li Yihong remained composed. He knew that the vast majority of ordinary players truly could not afford it. But his target was never those bottom-tier ordinary players. It was the high-tier players who had accumulated abundant resources and had strong power that he aimed to harvest. For those people, life was more important than anything else. Sure enough, within just a few minutes, several private chat requests popped up. One of them was from a lone player ranked 3rd on the regional leaderboard, named Zhang Quang. Lida, I want the warm I don't have an island core fragment, but I have 50 4th order sea beast lightning crystals and 30 refined alloy plates. How about it? Li Yihong glanced at the offer, his fingers moved slightly. Add 10 units of quality wood, and we have a deal. Zhang Quang hesitated for a moment, but soon the system notification came through. Ding. Transactions. You have lost cold-resistant warm clothing purple X1, and gained 4th order lightning crystals X50, refined alloy plates X30, equality wood X10. Looking at the resources that had surged in his backpack, Li Yihong closed the interface with satisfaction. Yihong, you are amazing. Ouyang Talon's eyes sparkled with admiration as she hugged Li Yihong's neck. For a piece of clothing you exchanged so many treasures, they should be grateful to you. This is the benefit of mastering production materials. Li Yihong pinched her cheek. Let's go check out that radar. The two arrived at the control stone tablet at the harbor. At this moment, the faint blue holographic screen emitted by the deep-sea sentinel radar showed the red that representing Yang Ruofei's storm port flickering more and more weakly. The previously clear 3-dimensional port model had now turned nearly half gray. This indicated that her port defenses were on the brink of collapse. Beep. System notification detected within the scanning range. The storm port is being attacked by a large number of 5th and 4th order blood-tied sea beasts. The durability of the harbor defense shield has dropped below 10. The cold system notification tone echoed. Li Yihong looked at the nearly extinguished red, his expression indifferent. He knew that Yang Ruofei wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, the next moment, the private chat interface on his wrist began to flash madly again. Yang Ruofei's name was like a death warrant violently pulsating on the screen. Opening the private chat, what came through was no longer the previous arrogance and anger, but complete despair accompanied by heavy gasps and the ear-piercing sound of metal doors being torn apart by the claws of monsters. Li Yihong. Save me. The defenses have collapsed. The sea beasts have come in. I promise you, they'll agree to anything. Unconditionally merge. They'll give you complete ownership of the harbor. Please save me. I beg you. Yang Ruofei's voice was laced with an unmistakable cry, and one could even hear her teeth chattering from the cold. Hearing this almost broken plea, Li Yihong's expression did not waver in the slightest. He looked at the holographic star map, where several massive beast silhouettes were violently crashing into the core structures of the storm port, and spoke slowly. Yang Ruofei, remember what you just said. Hand over the control rights of your harbor now. Yang Ruofei did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. Shortly after a contract application radiating a ghostly blue light was sent over by the system. Ding. Detected player Yang Ruofei is applying for Master Servant Affiliation Contract. Once the contract is established, the storm port will be downgraded to a secondary subsidiary port of Ironclad Island, and its harbor control rights ownership and all resources within the territory will unconditionally belong to player Li Yihong. Do you accept? Looking at the pop-up system promptly, Yihong's finger heavily pressed down on the yes option. Boom. At the moment the contract was established 200 nautical miles away above the storm port, which was originally surrounded by countless sea beasts, and on the verge of collapse, a massive golden light beam suddenly descended from the sky. This beam of light, carrying an irresistible power of rules, forcibly pushed back the raging blizzards and frenzied sea beasts by dozens of meters in an instant. And at the control stone tablet of Ironclad Island, a third originally vacant slot for a subsidiary port also lit up with a loud bang. The sound of the contract completion faded gradually in the air. On the control monument, the slot belonging to Yang Ruofei lit up with a ghostly blue glow, signifying that the contract between the two ports had been completely locked. Ouyang Talon leaned against Li Yihong's shoulder, anxiously grasping his hand as she gazed at the blinking red on the star map, which was about to extinguish. Yihong, the contract is signed, but she is over 200 nautical miles away from us. Her port's durability is less than 10%. Even with the temporary protection of the system rules, it won't take long for those frenzied monsters to tear it apart, right? Over 200 nautical miles, how can we save her? Li Yihong did not respond, merely patting the back of her hand gently to reassure her. Then he flipped his wrist, and a fishing net exuding a noble golden glow and seemingly woven from countless strands of light appeared in his palm. Universal Celestial Net. A golden divine quality item bound to the components of Ironclad Island's port. 200 nautical miles is indeed far. In the past, we could only watch helplessly as she perished in the jaws of sea beasts. But now we have this. Li Yihong looked at the slowly writhing golden glow in his hand, a slight smile. Ouyang Talon's peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. Yihong, don't tell me you intend to use this net to pull her island over. 200 nautical miles. That island is much larger than my own. Li Yihong chuckled, turning around and striding towards the end of the alloy bridge. How can we know it won't work if we don't try? Universal Celestial Net Entry 1 guaranteed hit, ignoring wind and water flow. As long as the target is locked, the hit rate is 100%. Entry 2 Infinite Extension. As long as my stamina is sufficient, the net can be extended indefinitely. Moreover, I am no longer the feeble scholar who couldn't even lift a chicken. Li Yihong stood at the edge of the frozen bridge, letting the fierce wind whip his clothing. Under the effect of the port rejuvenation, unique divine talent, the levels and attributes of Ironclad Island and the two subsidiary ports were continuously and proportionately added to his body. He now surpassed the vast majority of mid-tier ability users in terms of physical quality and strength. Locked on. A dazzling golden light flashed in Li Yihong's eyes. On the three-dimensional holographic star map of the Deep-Sea Sentinel radar, a golden crosshair was firmly fixed on the storm port's core monument 200 nautical miles away, which was riddled with wounds. Go! Li Yihong shouted lowly, his right arm's muscles swelling as he hurled the golden light towards the dark icy sea ahead. Boom! At the moment of release, the Universal Celestial Net transformed into an extremely blinding golden stream of light. This stream of light shot forth like a razor-sharp golden spear, forcefully tearing a massive crack several meters wide in the ice surface frozen at -50 degrees. The golden light surged, quickly disappearing from sight in an instant amid the howling wind and snow. In Li Yihong's hand, a net rope as thin as a hair, yet radiating an immortal golden light, extended at an untraceable speed into the depths of the endless sea. 10 nautical miles. 50 nautical miles. 100 nautical miles. 200 nautical miles. The taut golden thread emitted a piercing hum in the air, causing the surrounding falling snowflakes to be instantly pulverized under the terrifying pull. Got it. Li Yihong's gaze sharpened. He could distinctly feel that the other end of the net rope had firmly latched onto something solid. Come to me. Li Yihong's feet sank heavily into the ice, the steel plates of the alloy bridge creaking under. He gripped the golden net rope tightly, every muscle in his body tensed as a force akin to a landslide erupted through his arms. Rumble. The previously tranquil frozen sea suddenly reverberated with a thunderous roar. 200 nautical miles away. Yang Ruofei slumped in the already cracked ruins of the shelter as a golden thread that appeared from thin air tightly wrapped around the control monument behind her. Before she could react, an unimaginably terrifying force surged from the thread. The entire storm port shook violently, and the surrounding frozen glaciers let out a deafening sound of cracking. Amid the terrified roars of countless sea beasts, the entire small island was yanked violently towards Ironclad Island, like an out-of-control supersonic hovercraft, leaving a trail of shattered ice on the surface. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, the massive icebergs and wandering low-tier sea beasts blocking the front of the storm port were all shattered to pieces under this unreasonable pulling force. My God! Ouyang Talon stood behind Li Yihong, completely dumbfounded. She could see in the distance on the horizon a huge cloud of white smoke racing towards them at an incredible speed, accompanied by a deafening roar. In less than 3 minutes, with a thunderous crash, a desolate island slightly smaller than Ironclad Island, but already in ruins, collided violently with the protective shield of Ironclad Island. The absolute domain energy shield flickered slightly, instantly dissipating the kinetic energy from the collision. Click! The edges of the two islands fitted together seamlessly under the guidance of the system rules. The storm port successfully docked. Li Yihong let out a slight breath, retracting the universal celestial net back into his backpack. Sweat faintly appeared on his forehead, but due to the overwhelming rejuvenation of his physique, his breathing stabilized once again within moments. Let's go greet our star. Li Yihong brushed the frost crystals from his coat, faintly curled his lips, and strode purposefully towards Stormport. Lay in ruins, its devastation beyond description. The once towering wooden defensive walls had been utterly shattered, their splintered remains scattered across the ground alongside monstrous claw marks and dried bloodstains. At the port's very center, the two-tier shelter, a modest wooden structure, had collapsed halfway. Huddled behind its broken doorway sat a figure both disheveled and strikingly tall and curvaceous, shivering violently in the bitter cold. Hearing footsteps, she lifted her head with visible effort and revealed a delicate porcelain-fair face, drained entirely of color. It was Yang Ruofei. Even amid this frozen post-apocalyptic wasteland, she still wore her alluring black business suit, the tight pencil skirt torn along one side, exposing vast stretches of snow-white thigh, already bluish-purple from frostbite. Her breathtaking bust rose and fell with each ragged, labored breath, trembling with raw, unfiltered vitality. Li Yihong. Her cracked lips quivered as she gazed up at the young man approaching with unhurried. Memories surged, her former self radiant beneath spotlights, adored by legions, contrasted sharply with her present state, a beggar crouched in rubble. A profound, searing shame flickered in her eyes, followed swiftly by fierce, unyielding resentment. Yet when her gaze met Li Yihong's cold, fathomless eyes, pride yielded. Her proud head bowed at last. I surrender the port to you. Save me. Li Yihong halted 3 paces away from her. He looked down upon this former national icon, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Where is it? His voice was glacial, devoid of warmth, devoid of inflection. Yang Ruofei clenched her teeth, then extended her trembling right hand, offering him a shard of stone pulsing with eerie cobalt light. Fragment of the primary island core, 33. The moment Li Yihong closed his palm around it, his internal system core resonated violently, unprecedented in intensity. Ding. Primary island core fragments fully assembled, 33. Harbor Ascension Protocol Act. Upon completion of the first phase, Frozen Blood Tide, Ironclad Isle shall undergo evolution. At that moment, a long-held weight lifted from Li Yihong's heart, and his gaze softened, just slightly. From his pack, he withdrew a deep gray epic tier thermal suit and tossed it casually into Yang Ruofei's arms. Put it on. This zone maintains constant 22°C. You won't die here. She fumbled to catch it. The instant the garment's gentle warmth seeped into her frozen body, an involuntary, deeply sensual sigh escaped her lips. What kind of clothing is this? Eyes wide with disbelief, she stared at the form-fitting violet glowing garment nestled in her hands. In a world where every soul shivered like stray dogs, Li Yihong had just produced, effortlessly, an epic-grade thermal suit capable of self-generation of heat. Without hesitation, she stripped off her tattered black business suit, right there before Li Yihong and Ouyang Talon, and slipped the snug thermal suit over her frame. The gray second skin garment accentuated her already extraordinary figure with breathtaking precision, the twin peaks of her chest straining fiercely against the fabric, nearly bursting forth. Ouyang Talon, standing nearby, cast Li Yihong a playful, slightly petulant glance, and defiantly arched her own, equally formidable chest. Li Yihong paid no mind to the subtle tension between the two women. His gaze remained locked, intently, unblinkingly, on Yang Ruofei's crown. Under the effect of his divine tier unique talent, universal lexicon bestowal, her entire profile, every secret, every attribute, lay bare before his eyes. Player Yang Ruofei. Harbor Level 7 Secondary Subport, currently downgraded. Harbor Talent Universal Replication, Crimson Legend. Effect: player may replicate any non-living object unconditionally. Current replication multiplier ~1 becomes 2. Current cooldown 24 hours. The moment these lines registered in his vision, even Li Yihong, already braced for revelation, felt his heart lurch violently within his chest. Crimson Legend Tier Talent Universal Replication. An unconditional replication of any non-living object. A truly extraordinary asset. A low fervent murmur echoed inwardly, his eyes blazing with near-tangible heat. In the apocalypse, what held supreme value? Not food, not water, but rare irreplaceable strategic resources, impossible to mass-produce through conventional means, such as high-tier energy crystals, or the time-folded black soil enhancement nutrient used to upgrade fertile earth. Even his own absolute domain energy shield core Crimson Legend. So long as they were non-living placed in Yang Ruofei's hands, each would double, spontaneously, every 24 hours. This transcended mere cheating. It was nothing short of a divine, infinitely mobile, infinitely productive resource vault. And paired with his own universal lexicon bestowal divine tier, he could first elevate an item to its absolute apex using his talent, then have Yang Ruofei replicate it. The resulting pair of high-tier artifacts could then undergo further lexicon extraction synthesis and secondary bestowal, forming a flawless self-reinforcing cycle of production. Li Yihong, why do you stare at me like that? Yang Ruofei tugged self-consciously at the snug thermal suit. His intensely possessive gaze sent instinctive waves of flustered unease and quiet, unfamiliar shame rippling through her. She had once been a top-tier celebrity, accustomed to countless male gazes. But Li Yihong's was different. It held none of the crude, carnal hunger men usually directed at women. Rather, it was the calculating absolute gaze of a master merchant appraising a peerless treasure, or a strategist assessing a perfect weapon of war. Yang Ruofei. Li Yihong withdrew his gaze, slid his hands into his pockets, and spoke with quiet finality. From this day forward, you and your harbor are under my sole authority. Your sole task each day is to obey my commands, and deploy your talent to replicate vital supplies. Yang Ruofei stiffened. She snapped her head up, eyes sharp with sudden wariness. How did you know my talent was replication? This secret, I've never spoken it aloud to anyone. Li Yihong merely tilted his lips upward, offering no reply, instead gesturing toward the towering heavy forge foundry in the distance, and the slowly rotating cobalt star chart suspended midair. Within my domain there are no secrets. Follow me, and you'll stay warm. You'll eat well, and in this accursed frozen blood tide you'll live with more dignity than anyone else. But only if you prove your worth. Gazing upon Li Yihong's unassailable resolve, and then upon ironclad Isle itself, a fortress of gleaming advanced technology, Yang Ruofei let out a hollow self-mocking laugh. Her last vestige of pride dissolved into silence. Understood, my master. The four words emerged, halting, raw, irrevocable. Ouyang Taolon, listening nearby, brightened visibly, then gave a smug little hum, looping her arm possessively through Li Yihong's. Yihong, now that the final core fragment is secured, shall we begin preparations for the harbor's ascension? Li Yihong gazed at the last shard resting in his palm, his eyes alight with incisive, unwavering fire. Only after the first phase of the frozen blood tide concludes will ironclad I'll truly ascend, beyond all reckoning. Yang Ruofei stood somewhat awkwardly on the alloy bridge. The epic-grade thermal suit she wore clung tightly to her skin, continually releasing warmth that swept away the coldness within her. She lifted her head, gazing around in a daze. Above her, an almost transparent light blue energy shield enveloped the entire island, melting and sliding off the snowflakes that touched it with an invisible force. Inside the energy shield, the air was warm and humid, maintaining a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees. Is this your harbor? Yang Ruofei's voice trembled slightly. She turned her head to look at the towering black steel factory, the heavy blast furnace workshop was emitting a dull roar with a crimson glow spilling from the windows, casting the surrounding snowfield in a bright red. On the conveyor belt, perfectly refined alloy steel plates were sliding down in an orderly manner. On the other side of the factory, a towering crossbow tower and a storm tower pulsating with purple arcs of electricity stood silently, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. My heavens, you actually have epic-grade industrial facilities and defense towers. Yang Ruofei took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. She had originally thought that her storm harbor could reach level 7, which would place it firmly in the top tier of the entire S-zone. But now, compared to Li Yihong's ironclad island, her storm harbor seemed like a primitive mud hut, shockingly crude. What a fuss. Ouyang Taolon linked her arm with Li Yihong's, raising her chin with a hint of pride. Yihong has plenty of treasures here. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest somewhat defiantly. Although both women wore the same gray thermal suits that perfectly outlined their stunning curves, Ouyang Taolon felt she couldn't lose to this superstar in terms of presence. Li Yihong ignored the subtle tension between the two women. He walked over to the seawater converter, filled a glass with absolutely pure water, and handed it to Yang Ruofei. Drink some water, and take a look at your system panel. Yang Ruofei accepted the cup somewhat flattered. The water had a hint of sweetness flowing down her throat warmly, instantly restoring the redness to her parched lips. She obediently opened the system panel. At that moment, the regional chat channel was buzzing with messages at a dizzying speed. Li Yihong also opened his panel, his hand casually in his pocket, calmly observing the screen. He noticed a shift in the previously chaotic chat channel. Several posts in bold red letters were pinned at the top of the forum. The Dawn Alliance has issued a joint statement to the entire region. The extreme cold blood tide assault is ferocious, and it is no longer possible to resist alone. The top 10 experts have officially formed an alliance. Alliance leader Thunder King Lei Jun. Our alliance has currently absorbed 6 of the top 10 elite experts, sharing resources and complementing defenses. Players interested in joining, please contact us with resources. Countless ordinary players were frantically replying to this post, their tones filled with envy and pleading. Leader Lei, please take me with you. I have 30 units of quality timber. Can I exchange it for a temporary membership in the Dawn Alliance? Boss Lei, I can't hold on much longer. Half of my defense line has collapsed. Please send your experts to save. No wonder those big shots can sit back and relax. It turns out they have already secretly united, giving ordinary people no chance to survive. Li Yihong looked at these posts and slightly curled his lips. Alliance? No wonder you couldn't resist those sea beasts earlier. He turned to Yang Ruofei. Yang Ruofei smiled self-deprecatingly, a hint of fatigue flashing in her. Lei Jun approached me several times before. The conditions he offered were to have me merge my Storm Harbor under his banner and become a logistics base for the Dawn Alliance. Moreover, he also wanted me to go to his shelter every night and follow his arrangements. A look of deep disgust flashed in Yang Ruofei's eyes as she spoke. I refused, so the Dawn Alliance completely cut off their aid to me. During this extreme cold blood tide, they even deliberately lured several waves of 5th-tier sea beasts to attack me, trying to force me to submit. Hearing this, Ouyang Taolan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but spit. Huh, how shameless. A bunch of big men actually using such despicable means to pressure a girl. Li Yihong remained calm. He had long anticipated such dirty dealings in the apocalypse. The law of the jungle is a normal tactic. He spoke lightly. However, they will soon realize that they miscalculated. Just as Li Yihong's words fell, an urgent bold red post suddenly popped up in the regional chat channel. The poster was Mad Blade Song Lai, one of the key members of the Dawn Alliance. Song Lai, damn. Something big has happened. Everyone come quickly and see. This post immediately attracted countless eyes. What happened, Big Brother Song? Did your Dawn Alliance reclaim some powerful harbor? Is it that superstar Yang Ruofei finally couldn't hold on and surrendered to Leader Lei? Song Lai surrender? Hell no. I just took Lei Jun's men on an icebreaker through the storm to Yang Ruofei's base to prepare to take over the Storm Harbor. But the entire island is gone. At this statement, the entire regional channel fell into a deathly silence. After 3 full seconds, a torrent of replies surged wildly. Gone? What do you mean? What do you mean the island is gone? Big Brother Song, are you joking? That's an island, not a fish. Can it just swim away? It must have been completely shattered and sunk by the raging blood tide sea beasts, right? Song Lai, absolutely not. If it were shattered, there would definitely be a lot of wreckage and floating resource boxes left on the sea. But now at Yang Ruofei's original coordinates, there is only a massive ice hole with a radius of several thousand meters. The entire Storm Harbor, along with the double-decker wooden houses, defense walls, and Yang Ruofei herself, has all vanished without a trace. The site is so clean it's as if that island never existed. Looking at Song Lai's assertive description on the screen, players throughout the S-Zone were completely stirred up. Vanished without a trace. How is that possible? Is there such supernatural power in this game? Could it be that the superstar has mastered some god-level space transfer artifact? Countless fans of Yang Ruofei and opportunists began frantically tagging Yang Ruofei on the public screen. Goddess Yang, are you alive? Where are you? Ruofei reply, when you see this message, everyone is very worried about you. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dawn Alliance, Lei Jun, could no longer contain himself and personally stepped into the fray. Lei Jun, Yang Ruofei, I am Lei Jun. If you encounter any strange events that you can't resolve, please speak up on the public screen. Our Dawn Alliance will do everything possible to rescue you. As long as you return safely, we can discuss the previous conditions again. Lei Jun's words carried a condescending desire for control and an attitude that brooked no dissent. Looking at the crazily bouncing messages on the panel, Yang Ruofei glanced awkwardly at Li Yihong. Li Yihong, how should I respond? Li Yihong leaned against the alloy railing, arms crossed, a slight smile on his lips. The influence of a superstar is indeed greater than I imagined. His gaze swept across Yang Ruofei's delicate face. Since they care about you so much, you should give them a straightforward... Yang Ruofei was taken aback. Answer. Tell them I'm here. What if Lei Jun brings people over? The Dawn Alliance now has 6 top 10 experts. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Hearing Yang Ruofei's concerns, Ouyang Taolan couldn't help but giggle. Sister Ruafe, you think too highly. They are over 200 nautical miles away across the icy plains. Even with an icebreaker they won't get here in a few days. Besides, the defenses here are not something those shabby wooden walls can compare to. Ouyang Talon pointed to the nearby purple lightning explosive crossbow tower and the mutated storm tower. Let them come, it would be perfect to test the power of our new defense towers. Yang Ruafe looked at the two purple defensive structures, exuding a destructive aura, and then glanced at Li Yihong's deep and calm eyes. The last bit of panic in her heart finally dissipated. She took a deep breath and quickly typed a line in the input box. Yang Ruafe, thank you Leader Lei and all friends for your concern. I am fine. The Storm Harbor no longer exists, and from today on I and my harbor have officially merged with Ironclad Island. I have become a secondary affiliated harbor of the great Li Yihong. This line of text exploded like a ton of high explosives in the calm regional channel. The previously frantically scrolling chat hall froze bizarrely for 5 seconds. Then a wave of comments like a tsunami instantly submerged the entire screen. What the hell? Did I read that wrong? Merged with Ironclad Island. Became Li Yihong's affiliated harbor. Li Yihong. The mysterious big shot who has always dominated the level rankings and never shows his face. The superstar actually submitted to someone else. My heavens, my dreams are shattered. Wait a minute, the Storm Harbor disappeared because it was merged by the great Li Yihong. How did he move an entire island? In the headquarters of the Dawn Alliance. Lei Zhan looked at the message sent by Yang Ruafe on the screen, his face instantly turning ashen. He slammed his hand down on the stone table in front of him, making a dull thud. Li Yihong. It's that Li Yihong. Yang Ruafe is a member our Dawn Alliance has long had its eyes on. You forcibly snatched her away, without even a word. Don't you think you're being a bit disrespectful? Lei Zhan's accusation hung prominently on the public screen, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Players in the entire regional channel held their breath, quietly waiting for the response of this mysterious top. However, in the villa living room of Ironclad Island, Li Yihong leaned back on the warm leather sofa, somewhat bored, and yawned. Yihong, that Lei Zhan seems very angry. Ouyang Talon peeled a segment of a mutated orange from last night and gently fed it into Li Yihong's mouth. Let him be, but it's just impotent rage. Li Yihong chewed on the sweet and sour orange, speaking lightly. He turned to look at Yang Ruafe, who was sitting somewhat awkwardly nearby. Alright superstar, now that you've joined, it's time for me to see your worth. Li Yihong took out the epic cold-resistant thermal suit manufacturing blueprint from his backpack. Your talent is replication of all things. Now, try to replicate this blueprint. Yang Ruafe took the blueprint somewhat nervously. She closed her eyes and the core of the harbor within her emitted a faint blue light, flowing into the blueprint through her fingertips. Buzz. A crisp system prompt echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected non-living item epic cold-resistant thermal suit manufacturing blueprint. Would you like to use the talent replication of all things? Yes. Yang Ruafe silently thought. The next moment the epic-grade blueprint in her hand trembled slightly, and a faint glow split it into two in midair. When she opened her eyes, she had two identical purple blueprints neatly stacked in her hand. Epic cold-resistant thermal suit manufacturing blueprint quality Epic X2. I succeeded. Yang Ruafe leaned against the armrest of the sofa, somewhat exhausted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. I can only use this once a day, that's my limit. Li Yihong casually took the two purple glowing blueprints, a hint of intense excitement flashing in his eyes. That's enough. An epic-grade blueprint can fetch sky-high prices outside, and you only need to lift a finger to double its value. Li Yihong returned to the control center of the villa, his fingers swiftly gliding across the virtual screen. Ruafe, although your talent has a cooldown time of 24 hours, the blueprint you copied is permanent. He pointed at the second blueprint on the table, glowing with a purple light titled Cold Resistance and Warmth, keeping suit manufacturing blueprint epic. Now we will use these two blueprints to completely drain all high-level resources from the players in the entire S-zone. Yang Ruafe licked her slightly dry lips and asked hesitantly, what do you plan to do? This suit's materials are not cheap. Do we have enough stock? You don't need to worry about the materials. Li Yihong turned to look at Ouyang Talon beside him. Talon, use up all the black soil upgrading nutrients we obtained before. Alright. Ouyang Talon immediately ran towards the backyard. Moments later, a crisp system notification sounded above Iron Armor Island. Ding. You have used time folding black soil purple epic upgrading nutrient X3. Your time folding black soil has been successfully upgraded. Current area 150 square meters. Current effect plant growth cycle forcibly shortened by 99.9%. Survival rate locked at 100%. 99.9% growth speed. This means that the refined cold silk and high-quality fibers that originally took months to grow can now be fully matured in just a few seconds. Ouyang Talon squatted by the mud, quickly sowing seeds. Li Yihong, on the other hand, was carrying pure water filtered from the seawater converter and was conducting large-scale watering from the back. In an instant, the backyard was rolling with green waves, and the sound of growth was like firecrackers joining together. In just a quarter of an hour, Li Yihong's backpack was already piled with thousands of units of high-quality plant fiber and refined cold silk. He held the materials and strode into the heavy-duty furnace factory. Activate the dual blueprint assembly line and manufacture the cold resistance and warmth-keeping suits with full force. Li Yihong issued the command at the control panel. Rumble. The mechanical arms inside the furnace turned into afterimages. The two epic blueprints operated simultaneously, doubling the manufacturing efficiency. In just half an hour, 50 suits emitting a purple glow were neatly stacked on the sliding track of the control panel. Without any hesitation, Li Yihong directly opened the regional trading hall for the entire server. He chose the option of anonymous merchant instead of listing under his own name. At this moment, being low-key was the safest approach. Seller anonymous product cold resistance and warmth keeping suit purple epic X10 requirements. 50 tier 4C beast crystals or 100 deep sea heavy or 1 rare construction blueprint. Note: no basic wood or stone will be accepted, limited stock, first come first served. This 10 sets of suits were just listed. The trading hall, which had been somewhat lifeless due to the extreme cold, suddenly stirred up with enormous waves. Damn. Someone is anonymously selling epic cold resistance suits. 10 sets. A whole 10 sets. Which powerful figure is behind this? My god, able to withstand minus 70 degrees of extreme cold and restore stamina every hour. This is simply godly gear. But the price is too high. 50 tier 4 crystals. This is basically asking, if you think it's expensive, don't buy it. My shelter is about to crack from the cold. Oh, what good is a crystal if I'm dead? The system notification sound began to roar frantically in Li Yihong's ears. Ding. Your listed goods have been sold. You received 50 tier 4 thunder crystals. Ding. Your listed goods have been sold. You received 100 deep sea heavy ore. Ding. Your listed goods have been sold. You received 1 rare defense tower upgrade blueprint. In just 3 minutes, the first batch of 10 cold resistance suits was instantly snatched away. Li Yihong's expression remained unchanged as he moved his fingers and listed another batch of 10. Then came the third batch and fourth batch. The high-level players in the entire S-zone went completely crazy. Those normally aloof powerhouses at this moment were willing to exhaust all their hidden resources for a chance at. Yang Ruofei stood behind Li Yihong, watching the resource data on his panel soar geometrically, feeling, "You are robbing the wealth of the entire region," she said hoarsely. "No, this is called resource allocation based," Li Yihong replied calmly. "They are getting a chance to survive while I am gaining the capital for development. This is..." When the 50th cold resistance suit was sold out, Li Yihong's backpack had expanded to a terrifying extent. Current resources: 1800 tier 4C beast crystals, 320 tier 5C beast crystals, 4500 deep sea heavy, or 1200 refined alloy steel plates. It's time to upgrade the harbor. Li Yihong walked to the harbor control stone tablet and extracted all the resources. The massive stone tablet emitted a dazzling light, and the system notification sounded like a rapid-fire cannon. Ding. Consumed alloy steel plates X800 tier 5 crystals X100. Your harbor has been successfully upgraded. Current level 14. With each upgrade, the entire Iron Armor Island underwent earth-shattering changes. The alloy bridge extended outward, and the original black reefs were completely covered by heavy steel plates. The energy shield of the absolute domain became more solid, and the previously nearly transparent shield now faintly displayed complex energy runes. Finally, ding. Consumed refined alloy steel plates X1500 tier 5 crystals X200. Your harbor has been successfully upgraded. Current level 15. Boom. A dull roar resounded from the deepest part of the harbor. The entire Iron Armor Island trembled violently, and the island's area expanded outward in an instant by a full double. In front of the stone tablet, a thick golden light beam descended from the sky, completely enveloping Li Yihong. The only hidden godly talent. Harbor reimbursement activated. Detected that the harbor level has reached level 15, the attribute reimbursement ratio has increased. Your strength attribute has increased by 150. Your agility attribute has increased by 150. Your constitution attribute has increased by 150. Violent energy surged into Li Yihong's limbs like a mighty river. His bones emitted crisp cracking sounds, his muscle lines became smoother and tighter, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp golden light that was hard to look at. He slightly clenched his fist, and a low whistling sound of air being compressed could be faintly heard in the air. Yang Ruofei and Ouyang Taolon standing beside him were even forced to take several steps back due to the invisible oppressive force. Yihong, you look so strong now. Ouyang Taolon shrank her neck a little in fear, but her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. It's just that my strength has increased a bit. Li Yihong retracted his fist, the golden light in his eyes gradually faded, and he returned to his gentle demeanor. He could feel that with his physical strength alone, he could easily tear apart a tier 4 Iron Armor sea beast. The 6th day of the extreme cold blood tide quietly passed. When the first glimmer of light on the 7th day broke the horizon, the entire world had completely turned into a pitch-black sea of silence. The extreme cold temperature had reached minus 65 degrees. Outside, the wind howled, while inside the energy shield of the absolute domain the warm air ducts began to emit a harsh load sound, barely maintaining the temperature at 22 degrees. The ice layer outside had thickened to 10 meters, and the black seawater below the ice layer surged violently, as if countless gigantic creatures were waiting for the final frenzy. Beep. Suddenly, the deep-sea sentinel radar in the villa's hull emitted an unprecedented sharp alarm. A gigantic red light curtain opened in midair with warning symbols flashing frantically. Warning. Warning. Detected that the current harbor is bound to 2 secondary ports. According to system rules, the number of secondary ports will proportionally increase the difficulty of the final stage blood-tide beast horde. Current beast horde quantity bonus, 300. Current beast horde tier bonus, 150. Hearing this prompt, Yang Ruofei's face turned pale instantly. Triple quantity. And tier bonus. She looked at the radar star map somewhat despairingly. Is this the system's punishment for players with attached islands? It clearly doesn't plan to let us survive the first stage. What's there to panic about? Yihong walked calmly to the radar. If we can't withstand this level of difficulty, wouldn't all the preparations we've made become a joke? He extended his finger and gently tapped the holographic screen of the radar. Current entry 2, all things Insight Golden God level activated. In an instant, within 1,000 nautical miles scanned by the radar, all moving life forms were marked in glaring. On the star map, countless red dots were like an endless tide of red rushing towards Iron Armor Island from. The quantity is about 3,000. Yihong looked at those red dots calmly. Among them, 2,000 are Tier 4 sea beasts and 800 are Tier 5 sea beasts. And the 3 in the front. Yihong's finger stopped on the 3 enormous red dots at the core of the star map. Each red dot emitted a suffocating, deep, black halo. Warning. Detected 60 or Lord level sea beasts approaching. Warning. Quantity 3. The system's red letters were almost bursting the entire screen. Roar. A terrifying roar that penetrated 10 meters of ice and shattered the snowstorm echoed from the distant horizon. The entire Iron Armor Island began to tremble violently. Outside the harbor, the hard alloy steel plates emitted sharp friction sounds in the tremor. Yihong strode out of the villa and arrived at the front defense platform of the bridge. Ouyang Taolon and Yang Ruofei nervously followed behind him. The fierce wind raged outside the energy shield, reducing visibility to a minimum. But with the assistance of the Golden God level radar, Yihong's eyes could clearly see through the snowstorm. Just a few kilometers ahead on the ice field, the ice layer exploded, and the towering black spray instantly crystallized into ice spikes in midair. 3 terrifying figures as massive as mountains were slowly crawling up from the deep sea onto the ice surface. On the far left walked a giant beast covered in dark blue ice armor, each step causing the ice field to tremble. Tier 6. Frost Armor Giant Beast Lord Level Weakness Analysis Weak Defense at the abdominal joints, afraid of high temperature and piercing attacks. On the far right was a black giant python hundreds of meters long, swimming swiftly beneath the ice layer. Tier 6. Ice River Python Lord Level Weakness Analysis has an old injury at the 7-inch mark. Lightning attribute attacks can cause double paralysis effects. And the creature at the center was a giant octopus with numerous 100-meter-long tentacles radiating a blood-red glow. Tier 6. Blood-Tide Giant Demon Lord Level Weakness Analysis. The core eyeball has extremely low defense. It will fall into a chaotic state after being severely injured. The 3 Tier 6 Lord Level Sea Beasts arranged in a triangular formation stomped on the corpses of numerous low-tier monsters, greedily and madly roaring towards Iron Armor Island. The terrifying oppressive force even caused the durability of the absolute domain energy shield to start decreasing at a rate of several points per second. Yang Ruofei watched this scene, her body unable to help but feel weak. 3 Tier 6. She turned to look at the man beside her. Yihong stood at the edge of the platform, his hair blowing in the wind. Facing this terrifying lineup that could destroy any large player alliance, a fierce battle intent gradually appeared on his face. 3 Tier 6 lords. Imagine what good loot they might drop. A savage roar tore through the thick ice, sending reverberations across the empty ice field. It was the simultaneous bellow of 3 60-year Lord-class sea beasts. The sound waves became visible white ripples spreading in concentric rings. Around the perimeter of Kieja Island, the hard ice frozen meters deep cracked inch by inch under the assault. Countless shards of ice sprayed like hidden blades, striking the absolute domain energy shield with a staccato of sharp snaps. Up. Yang Ruofei instinctively clutched her head and crouched face ashen. Though the shield absorbed more than 90% of the terrifying sonic wave, the residual shock still throbbed in her eardrums and left her mind blank. Beside her, Ouyang Taolon staggered and grabbed the alloy railing for support. Yihong. This sound is just terrifying, isn't it? Ouyang Taolon ground her teeth, eyes full of worry as she peered ahead. Yihong, however, stood at the jetty's edge, motionless and composed. His gaze pierced the raging snow, coldly fixed on the 3 mountain-like silhouettes. Behind those 360-year lords swarmed dense ranks of lower-tier sea beasts. There were thousands of third- and fourth-tier blood-tide sea beasts of black tide that surged forward, trampling over the corpses of their fellows as they charged. Before the lesser monsters could reach Tiejia Island, the central blood-tide colossus let out another piercing cry. It was the pressure of a high-tier lord. The terrifying sound wave struck at Tiejia Island and ruthlessly swept through the trailing low-tier beasts. Amid the 360-year lord's oppressive roars, the hundreds of third- and fourth-tier beasts at the forefront suddenly went eerily rigid in midair. Moment later, dark red blood spurted from their eyes, ears, mouths, and nostrils. With a single impact, their skulls were shattered. With muffled cracks, those third-tier beasts' skulls were pulverized, their massive bodies collapsed silently onto the ice, and were instantly trampled into pulp by the surging horde. One sonic roar alone had slain nearly 100 lesser sea beasts. My god, they even killed their own. Yang Ruofei raised her head, eyes wide with terror. To a lord-class monster, lower beasts are nothing but cannon fodder and food. Li Yihong's voice remained calm as he watched the fallen low-tier beasts, a look of contemplation crossing his eyes. Then again, that spares us a lot of trouble. Talon Ruofei, fall back to the safe zone. Li Yihong said as he reached to open the island's defense. He'll handle this. The two women exchanged a glance, and without hesitation hurried behind the villa's bulletproof. By then the remaining horde had closed to within 500 meters of Tiejia Island. All that met the eye were fifth-tier blood-tide frenzy sharks and mutated iceplane wolves numbering over 100. They trod the heavy ice with greedy low roars as sharp claws scraped, producing grating screeches. All-island defense system activate. Li Yihong's long finger touched the screen lightly. A hum rose as the purple electric burst. Rapid-fire crossbow towers lining the jetty flared to life. The purple crystals atop the towers began to spin frenetically, drawing energy from the air and the icy seawater. Visible vortices funneled that energy into the towers without cease. Effect 1, it automatically siphons energy from air and seawater, condensing it into high-intensity energy bolts and eliminating the need for physical ammunition. The mechanism clacked with a heavy, powerful rhythm. In the next instant, more than 10 energy bolts glowing with dazzling purple light were propelled forward like meteors. The bolts flew at tremendous speed, trailing long purple tails as they plunged into the lead fifth-tier pack. These energy bolts carried devastating, armor-piercing force. A fifth-tier coldplane bear, its body sheathed in hard ice armor, was pierced through the chest before it could even cry out. The bolt exploded within its violent kinetic force and shattered ice armor, sending every creature within 10 meters sprawling across the ice. A chorus of shrieks erupted from the pack. Yet this was only the beginning. As the crossbow towers fired, the adjacent mutated chained thunderstorm tower also sprang to life. The arc at the tower's tip coalesced into a thunderball several meters across, exuding an aura of imminent annihilation. A thigh-thick blue storm charged with irresistible force slammed down upon the densest cluster of beasts with earth-shaking impact. When the storm struck, the current did not dissipate. Effect 1, extreme ricochet. After hitting a target, the storm will automatically seek hostile targets within 10 meters to arc to up to 10 times. Effect 2, damage constant. Each ricochet retains 100% of the initial destructive power. Sizzling blue lightning danced wildly across the ice, blinding to the eye. The storm ricocheted 10 times through the herd. Each strike left a massive fifth-tier beast, charred black bones visible beneath burned flesh. Effect 3, severe paralysis. Targets struck by the storm are forced into 3 seconds of neural paralysis and cannot move. For a time, dozens of bulky fifth-tier beasts collapsed rigidly, like petrified statues, blocking the charge of the beasts behind them. The power of these defense towers is ridiculous. Yang Ruofei watched the almost one-sided slaughter outside in stunned disbelief. She had expected Tiejia Island's defenses to be tested against such a terrifying horde. Yet those fifth-tier sea beasts that would send ordinary players fleeing were being harvested in swathes beneath Li Yihong's towers like wheat before a reaper. This is only the beginning, Ouyang Taolon said with a small, proud smile. Li Yihong's thunder and crossbow towers are both a pick tier, and he still has other cards he hasn't played. On the battlefield, smoke and electric arcs ran rampant. Under the relentless bombardment of the 2 epic defense towers, the charging fifth-tier herds began to fall in waves. The ice was stained a glaring dark red. The metallic stench of blood froze in the minus 65 degrees air into a thin crimson mist. In just 10 minutes, the thousands of once menacing sea beasts were reduced to a scattered few dozen stragglers trembling beneath the thunder of lightning. A fifth-tier flying WIRM, half its wings shattered, let out a plaintive wail and tried to turn and flee. Before it could get far, a purple energy bolt struck true, piercing its skull and detonating it into a cloud of. By then, all third, fourth, and fifth-tier lesser creatures had been utterly slaughtered beneath Tiejia Island's absolute. An eerie silence settled over the battleground, leaving only scattered limbs and the steam of blood rising in the bitter wind. Li Yihong's expression did not relax, for he knew the real fight was only just beginning. Heavy footsteps sounded once more. The ice trembled violently underfoot, as if it could scarcely bear the weight of those three colossal beings. The cold-armored Colossus, the Ice River Python, and the blood-tide Behemoth. These three 60-year Lord class sea beasts stepped over their comrades' corpses and slowly reached the front of the defense line. They looked upon the littered corpses with no grief, instead their eyes glittered with crueler hunger and brutality. The cold-armored Colossus was the first to strike. Its mountain-sized bulk surged forward each step, gouging a massive pit in the ice. Its target was the absolute domain energy shield encasing Tija Island. Perfect, Li Yihong said from the defense platform, his gaze icy. He did not order the towers to keep firing, he waited for the Colossus to come closer. 100 meters. 10 meters. With a thunderous crash, the Colossus' enormous body slammed into the absolute domain. In an instant, tangible pale blue ripples rolled wildly across the shield, and the shriek of metal scraping filled the island. Absolute Domain Energy Shield Core, Red Legendary. Effect 4, acquired Purple Epic trait. When struck by physical attacks, it absorbs 30% of the damage and reflects it unaltered back to the attacker. With a dull boom, the blow answered. The Colossus shuddered violently, its once impervious blue ice armor webbed with countless fine cracks. It let out a pained howl as an invisible force flung it backward. It skidded a dozen paces across the ice before finally steadying itself. Opportunity. Li Yihong's eyes hardened. Crossbow tower lock onto the Colossus' abdominal joints, fire. Thunder tower target the Ice River Python, full barrage. The two defense towers burst into luminous fury. Several armor-piercing energy bolts struck precisely at the abdominal joints exposed by the Colossus' rebound. Explosions tore the Colossus' belly to bloody ruin as dark blue ichor gushed forth. At the same time, a thigh-thick thunderbolt hammered into the Ice River Python. The mutated storm tower's severe paralysis triggered instantly. The 100-meter black python convulsed violently and froze on the ice, unable to move. Roar! At that moment, the blood-tide Behemoth, which had remained motionless, finally moved. Its dozens of 100-meter-thick tentacles like towering pillars screamed through the air and descended upon Tija Island with overwhelming force. The tentacles lashed the energy shield again and again with thunderous impacts. Even with rebound, the shield's durability began to plunge by hundreds of points per second under such frenzied physical battering from a 60-year lord. System notice absolute domain energy shield durability has dropped to 85%. System notice the energy shield is under continuous heavy assault. Hearing the system alerts, Li Yihong remained unflustered. 360-year lords are thick-skinned and tough. Relying on the tower's automatic attacks alone won't kill them quickly. Li Yihong watched the three titans thrash upon the ice, and the corner of his mouth curled. He raised his right hand, and a brilliant golden light flared again in his palm. He invoked Wanxiang Tian Luonet. Since you all enjoy gathering so much, then come at me. A dazzling golden gleam passed through his eyes. Under the effect of Haigang Fanbu, his body had reached a terrifying level of strength. Qianlua go. Li Yihong swung his right arm. The golden orb became a blinding streak that ripped through the blizzard and shot. Trait 1, absolute hit. Once thrown at a locked target, it ignores wind and current for a 100% hit rate. A golden fishing net unfurled in midair into a vast canopy that blotted the sky. Even the blood-tide Behemoth's frenzied tentacle strikes could not stop the net's descent. The golden web precisely and completely enveloped the beast's colossal body. The blood-tide Behemoth cried out in terror, dozens of tentacles flailing madly as it tried to tear the golden ropes away. Trait 3, impervious to water and fire. Divine-grade material that cannot be forcibly destroyed. No matter how it struggled, the slender golden ropes did not snap. They only tightened, biting deep into its blood-red flesh. Hoist! Li Yihong planted himself at the jetty's edge, hands clenched around the golden ropes as his feet sank into the alloy deck and veins stood out on his forehead. A titanic surge of force ran down his arms and burst forth. Thunder rolled as Yang Ruofei and Ouyang Taolon watched in incredulous amazement. The 1,000-ton blood-tide Behemoth, amassed like a small mountain, was hauled from the ice by a single golden rope as if it had been uprooted like a radish. My God! Yang Ruofei blurted, windblown and disoriented. That was a 60-year lord-class monster. Li Yihong had literally pulled it up with raw physical strength. Go Li Yihong! Ouyang Taolon cheered behind them, fists pumping and cheeks flushed. Now! Li Yihong growled and hurled his arms outward. The golden net-bound Behemoth arced through the air like a colossal meteor and slammed into the Ice River Python that had just recovered from paralysis. The collision of the two 60-year titans struck the ice with earth-shattering force. The python's 100-meter body was smashed into several sections, black blood and shards of ice flew in all directions. The Behemoth too groaned as bones cracked, and its massive form went limp on the ice, unable to move for a long time. Thunder tower lock onto the python's old 7-inch wound and fire at maximum power. Li Yihong ordered loudly. A blue thunderbolt twice as thick as before coalesced into a spear in midair and drove brutally into the python's broken 7-inch wound. The python let out one final wretched scream, its vast body convulsed violently beneath the lightning, and then went slack a charred corpse on the ice. System noticed you have successfully slain the 60-year Lord Class Sea Beast Ice River Python, and obtained a 60-year Lightning Core X1. At the system noticed the corner of Li Yihong's mouth lifted in a faint smile. One down. He turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on the two remaining giants. Now it's your turn. In the midst of the wind and snow, the massive corpse of the Ice River Python still emitted a charred black smoke, while the remaining cold-armored giant beast and blood-tied giant demon, after a brief silence, completely descended into madness. Roar! The cold-armored giant beast, like a small mountain, suddenly shook its body, and its ghostly blue ice armor bizarrely transformed into a strange crimson color in that instant. It charged forward recklessly, each step shattering the ice layer surrounding the alloy bridge. At the same time, the remaining dozens of tentacles of the blood-tied giant demon wildly waved in the air, creating an ear-piercing whoosh as they struck against the absolute domain energy shield. Bang! 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 The heavy thuds continued to resonate, causing the entire ironclad to tremble slightly. Warning! The durability of the absolute domain energy shield is rapidly decreasing. Current durability 75, 72, 68. The system's red alert flashed wildly in the control center, the glaring light casting flickering shadows on Yang Ruofei's somewhat pallid face. Yihong, their attacking power seems to have increased. Yang Ruofei stared intently at the energy values on the radar screen, her voice laced with undeniable panic. That is the berserk state. Li Yihong stood on the defense platform, his form steady as a rock, his expression unchanged. The blood-tied sea beast activates its bloodthirsty instincts upon the death of its companions, which is quite normal. The rebound effect of the absolute domain energy shield red legend triggered again, with 30% of the physical damage transforming into invisible ripples and bouncing back unchanged. Bang! The cold-armored giant beast at the forefront was struck by the rebound force, and countless spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared on its chest's red ice armor, a large amount of ice shards mixed with blood gushing out. Yet it seemed to have completely lost its sense of pain, its crimson eyes filled only with brutality and slaughter, still madly ramming its massive head against the energy shield. Ruofei, prepare the high-level sea beast crystal cores. Li Yihong did not turn around, his voice calmly piercing through the wind and snow. If the durability drops below 50%, immediately replenish energy. Okay, I understand. Yang Ruofei took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and quickly walked to the control console, tightly clutching the few remaining fifth-tier crystal cores in her backpack. At that moment, the blood-tied giant demon, which had not made much movement, suddenly let out an extremely sharp, near-rending scream. That sound was not a wail of pain, but rather an ancient and eerie summons. The cold-armored giant beast, which was madly ramming the energy shield, suddenly halted its movements. It turned its head, its crimson eyes fixated on the blood-tied giant demon. In the next second, under the astonished gazes of Yang Ruofei and Ouyang Taolon, the massive body of the blood-tied giant demon began to melt bizarrely. Yes, melt. Its dozens of thick tentacles transformed into countless viscous, deep red bloodlines surging towards the cold-armored giant beast and frantically burrowing into the cracks in its ice armor. What are they doing? Are they devouring each other? Ouyang Taolon couldn't help but exclaim, gripping the safety ring. In Li Yihong's view, the alarm of the deep-sea sentinel radar suddenly became exceptionally shrill. Warning. Detecting extremely high energy reactions. Target cold-armored giant beast and blood-tied giant demon are undergoing a fusion of life forms. Current fusion progress 10, 30, 50. On the radar's three-dimensional star map, the red dots representing two level 6 lords were now overlapping and melting at an astonishing speed, finally transforming into a massive dark black light spot. They can actually fuse. Li Yihong narrowed his eyes slightly, his innate ability, all things attribute bestowal, activating instantly, perceiving the changes occurring within that mass of blood light. He saw the originally ghostly blue ice armor of the cold-armored giant beast, after absorbing the flesh and blood of the blood-tied giant demon, completely transformed into a translucent dark red crystal, with complex blood-colored veins coursing through each piece. Its size was rapidly expanding from its original 30 meters tall to nearly 50 meters. Behind it, 6 enormous flesh wounds tore open, and 6 gigantic tentacles made from dark red crystals and thick muscle fibers, like 6 colossal swords, wildly danced in the air. Roar! A thunderous roar, seemingly originating from the depths of the underworld, erupted with immense force. The wind and snow within a radius of several nautical miles was abruptly torn apart, creating a vacuum zone at that moment. The previously 10-meter-thick ice field collapsed into a massive abyss centered around the newly birthed monster. Detected fused life form, blood-tied ice armored giant beast, pseudo-level 7 status, extremely berserk fusion, not fully stabilized combat power assessment, approaching level 7 limitlessly. Weakness: the core in the chest cavity, the fusion intersection of two Lord Crystal cores. Looking at the attributes refreshed on the radar panel, Yang Ruofei felt her body weaken slightly. Pseudo level 7. How could such a monster appear in the first stage of this game? Her voice, at this stage when everyone was still struggling for basic necessities capable of easily destroying a port with a level 3 sea beast, they were actually facing a terrifying existence approaching level 7. Yihong, should we retreat to the shelter? Ouyang Taolon also felt a bit tense, her beautiful eyes. Retreat. Li Yihong's lips curled slightly, and the battle intent in his eyes surged to its peak in that instant. The word retreat does not exist in my dictionary. He took a deep breath, the power of harbor feedback erupting within him without reservation in that moment. The feedback from the level 15 harbor increased his physical stats by a full 1.5 times. The berserk power surged through his limbs and a faint golden glow danced across his skin, while his bones emitted clear cracking sounds under the pressure of his muscles. Ruofei, take out the heavy-duty explosive shield enhancement components. Li Yihong ordered in a deep voice. Okay. Yang Ruofei did not dare to delay, quickly retrieving the two heavy-duty explosive shield enhancement components purple from the backpack that she had previously opened from the epic material box. Use your talent to duplicate it. Li Yihong's voice was unquestionable. Yang Ruofei gritted her teeth, placing her hands on the purple components, and the harbor core within her emitted a faint glow again. Duplicate. Buzz. The halo flowed, and the originally 2 enhancement components instantly became 4 in Yang Ruofei's hands. Phew. Yang Ruofei's face turned a bit pale, as using high-level talents consumed a great deal of her mental energy. Well done. Li Yihong casually took the 4 enhancement components and directly affixed them to his arm. Ding. Detected heavy-duty explosive shield enhancement component temporarily fusing with the host's body defense stats. Fusion successful. Your body defense is temporarily increased by 200. Gain temporary attribute as solid as a rock. After completing all this, Li Yihong raised his head once more to gaze at the towering blood-tide ice-armored giant beast ahead. At that moment, the giant beast moved. Its 6 giant tentacles behind it rose high in the air, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom like 6 strikes of thunder, crashing down heavily on the absolute domain energy shield. Boom. This impact was many times stronger than before. The ground of the entire ironclad isle instantly ripped open with countless fissures, and even the bulletproof glass windows of the villa showed fine cracks. Warning. The durability of the absolute domain energy shield instantly dropped by 30. Current durability 38. Alarm. The energy shield is about to collapse. The system's red alert nearly drowned the entire control center. Taolon released the crystal cores. Li Yihong shouted loudly. Ouyang Taolon did not hesitate at all, directly slamming all of the 5th-tier crystal cores in her hands into the core slot of the energy shield. Buzz. The previously dim blue light curtain upon receiving the energy replenishment from the high-level crystal cores suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance, and its durability began to slowly rise. Crossbow tower. Thunderstorm tower. Fire at full strength disrupt its line of sight. Li Yihong stood at the very front of the bridge, his right hand suddenly clenching in the air, and the golden divine weapon all things celestial net appeared in his palm. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning burst crossbow tower shot out countless purple energy crossbow bolts, striking fiercely at the giant beast's head. The mutated chain lightning storm tower also unleashed its maximum power, with blue lightning wildly swirling around the giant beast, creating large clouds of charred smoke. Although these attacks could not inflict fatal wounds on this pseudo-level 7 monster, the intense explosions and lightning paralysis effects still caused the giant beast's massive body to momentarily freeze. Now's the time. Li Yihong's gaze sharpened, his right foot pounding down hard on the alloy steel plate. The hard alloy steel plate was deeply dented by his kick, and his body shot forth like a cannonball, tearing through the wind and snow towards the giant beast. Has he gone mad? Yang Ruofei exclaimed as she watched Li Yihong dash out of the energy shield. Outside it was a frigid -65 degrees, and that monster's strength was beyond what the human body could withstand. However, the next second Li Yihong answered her question with action. In midair, Li Yihong's muscles bulged, and with a powerful throw, he hurled the golden all things celestial net towards the giant beast. Attribute 1, absolute hit. Attribute 2, infinite extension. Buzz. The golden net rope wildly elongated and widened in the fierce wind, transforming into a colossal golden net that shrouded the blood-tide ice-armored giant beast's towering 50-meter frame. Roar! The giant beast sensed the threat and began to struggle madly, its 6 giant tentacles flailing in the air, trying to tear the netting off its body. But the divine-grade net rope was not something it could damage. Get down here. Li Yihong's body crashed down under the force of gravity, his feet sinking deep into the ice field. He gripped the golden net rope tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging as all his strength condensed to its peak in that moment. Rumble. The ice field trembled and began to collapse. Before Yang Ruofei and Ouyang Taolin's nearly dazed gazes, that terrifying giant beast weighing 10,000 tons and infinitely approaching level 7 was actually being pulled off balance across the ice by Li Yihong with a single golden net rope, causing its massive body to crash to the ground. This stirred up a flurry of ice shards and snow mist. Roar. A colossal beast collapsed onto the ice, carving a massive crater into its surface. Its 6 enormous tentacles thrashed violently against the frozen expanse, straining to lift its immense frame. Don't get up. Li Yihong growled low, gripping the ropes of the myriad phenomena celestial net with both hands as bulging veins coiled like serpents across his forearms. At that moment, the power of harborage replenishment surged to its apex. He stood immovable, a bronze statue forged in resolve, pinning the 10th Santon Leviathan firmly to the ice. Ruofei, target its thoracic cavity. Li Yihong bellowed. Inside the villa, Yang Ruofei clenched her teeth against exhaustion, her fingers flying across the control panel. Ballista towers, maximum output, fire in unison. Sheesh, sheesh, sheesh. Over a dozen energy bolts radiant with blinding violet light pierced the howling blizzard and struck the beast's chest with surgical precision. Boom, boom, boom. Violent detonations erupted across the creature's chest, shattering its dark crimson crystalline carapace into glittering shards. The beast shrieked in agony, convulsing with frenzied desperation. Its tentacles lashed through the air, one striking Li Yihong squarely across the shoulder. Thud! A muffled impact reverberated sharply. Li Yihong grunted softly, his body swaying only slightly from the blow. Yet thanks to the heavy explosive-proof shield reinforcement module, which amplified his defense by 200, and the unshakable, as rock trait, the strike merely stirred his chi, no grievous injury followed. Instead, the recoil effect triggered 30% of the force, rebounded instantly. Crack! The crimson crystal along that tentacle splintered into fragments from tip to base. It ends now. A glacial gleam flickered in Li Yihong's eyes. He surged upward along the net's rope, swift as lightning, and materialized directly above the beast's thorax. His right hand flipped open, and the violet lightning burst crossbow appeared, its muzzle pressed flush against the fissure blasted open in the creature's chest. Die! Li Yihong squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 Energy amassed by the ballista towers erupted through the crossbow in a torrential discharge, the blast detonating deep within the beast's core. Crockum! A muffled detonation roared from within the creature's body. Its titanic form froze mid-spasm. Deep inside its thorax, the two merging sixth-tier sovereign crystals, already strained to their limit, shattered under the onslaught of raw chaotic energy. Grr! Its final defiant growl faded into silence as the scarlet fire in its eyes dimmed and died. Then, like a toppled domino, the 50-meter colossus crashed heavily onto the ice, motionless at last. As the pseudo-Savinthier beast perished, its body dissolved into countless crimson motes of light, vanishing into the frigid air. Where it had fallen, a trove of luminous loot rested quietly upon the ice. Ding! You have successfully slain the pseudo-Savinthier's sovereign class, Sea Beast Blood-Tide, Ice Armored, due to the activated talent Blessing of Misfortune Lucky Koi possessed by affiliated port player Ouyang Taolin. Your drop rate has increased by 500. You have obtained 6th-tier Water Attribute Crystal 1. You have obtained 6th-tier Earth Attribute Crystal 1. You have obtained Legendary Tier Architectural Blueprint Rage of the Thunder God Defense Tower 1. You have obtained Legendary Tier Supply Crate Crimson 1. A cascade of system notifications rang in Li Yihong's ears, vibrating his eardrums. Holy, it actually dropped. Li Yihong stared at the spoils, unable to suppress his astonishment, especially at the golden blueprint and the crimson legendary crate. This drop rate was nothing short of miraculous. Yihong, are you alright? Ouyang Taolin and Yang Ruofei rushed out of the villa. Yang Ruofei's face remained pale, yet her eyes sparkled with quiet awe upon seeing the loot. Li Yihong tamped down his elation and turned toward her. Ruofei, can your replication talent duplicate this? He pointed at the golden rage of the Thunder God Defense Tower blueprint. Yang Ruofei hesitated. This is a divine tier blueprint. My harbor is only level 7. Forcing replication of an artifact of this tier would exact a catastrophic toll. Can you do it? Li Yihong held her gaze. Yang Ruofei bit her lip. Yes, but afterward I'll likely collapse into unconsciousness. Then replicate it. Li Yihong's voice was unwavering. The value of a divine tier blueprint is incalculable. With 2 copies we gain not 1, but 2 divine tier defense towers. Yang Ruofei took a deep breath and stepped before the golden blueprint. With trembling hands, she placed her palms flat upon its surface. Replicate all, activate. Hum. An incandescent golden radiance engulfed Yang Ruofei instantly. Sweat poured from her brow, oh deep within her the harbor's core thundered as if nearing critical overload. Oh! A pained whimper escaped Yang Ruofei's lips as her body trembled violently. Ouyang Taolon instinctively stepped forward, only to be gently barred by Li Yihong's outstretched arm. Trust her. Li Yihong spoke calm and resolute. Half a minute later the golden light receded, leaving behind not one, but two identical golden blueprints upon the floor. Yang Ruofei slumped silently backward, her strength utterly spent. Li Yihong caught her deftly before she hit the ground. Warmth and softness flooded his arms as her supple form pressed tightly against him. You've done well, he murmured softly, carrying her into the villa and laying her gently onto the sofa. 7th day of the Frostblood Tide, final 3 hours. Outside temperature plummeted to minus 70 degrees Celsius. Across the ice plains gales screamed, yet no sea beast dared approach Ironclad Isle. Li Yihong sat in the villa's warm living room. Embers crackled fiercely in the hearth, holding the ambient temperature at a comfortable 22 degrees. He casually opened a regional chat channel. Within moments the chat log overflowed with despair. Help! My shelter's cracking from frost. Who has thermal suits? I'll trade everything I own. Brothers of Dawnbreak Alliance, are any of you still alive? We just engaged a 5th-tier blizzard ape west of here. Our leader led the assault, and over a dozen fell before we brought it down. 5th-tier sea beasts are monstrous. They're simply beyond human capacity to defeat. Where's Lord Lei? Is he injured? Leijun, I'm unharmed. Merely a 5th-tier beast. Our Dawnbreak Alliance possesses profound reserves. We've secured the kill. This event will assuredly land us among the top 10 reward recipients. Leijun's public message carried fatigue, but also unmistakable pride. Wow, Lord Lei is incredible. No wonder Dawnbreak Alliance stands supreme. They soloed a 5th-tier beast. What about Li Yihong, the one dominating the ranking board? Why's he been silent all this time? Probably perished in the blood tide, dragged down by deadweight Ha. Exactly. He's likely been torn apart by sea beasts long ago. Ouyang Taolon seated nearby rolled her eyes. Blind fools. They boast over a mere 5th-tier beast. What would they do if they knew Yihong just slew a 6th-tier sovereign and a fused pseudo-7th-tier monstrosity? Yang Ruofei stirred awake just then. She massaged her temples, glanced at the chatter on screen, and smiled faintly disdainfully. Mere frogs in a well. Her voice was still frail, but her gaze upon Li Yihong shimmered with something new, something rare. This man's displayed power had irrevocably shattered her prior understanding. Following him, perhaps the wisest decision she'd ever made. Li Yihong ignored the clamor in the chat. Next he retrieved the Crimson Legendary Tier supply crate. Taolon, come open this. He beckoned. Coming. Ouyang Taolon bounded over, rubbing her palms together with giddy anticipation. Let's see what treasures my koi luck can summon. She extended her delicate hand and placed it atop the crimson. Open. Hum. A dazzling crimson radiance flooded the entire living room. Ding. You have opened the Legendary Tier supply crate Crimson. Due to the ultimate koi drop rate boost, you have obtained Overcharged Gravity Cannon Blueprint Crimson Legendary 1. You have additionally obtained Folded Time Black Soil Enhancement Nutrient Crimson Legendary 1. You have additionally obtained Deep Sea Sentinel Radar Core Upgrade Golden Divinity 1. My heavens. Li Yihong stared at the hall, his famed composure momentarily breached as he drew 2 Legendary Tier items and 1 Divine Tier Upgrade Core. This koi talent wasn't luck, it was outright cheating. Of course it came paired with Misfortune's shadow. Yet the Frostblood Tide was entering its final phase. No further monsters would spawn for the remaining hours. Thus that misfortune would remain dormant, for now. Amazing. Ouyang Taolon squealed, throwing her arms around Li Yihong's neck and planting a firm kiss on his cheek. Only afterward did she realize what she'd done. Her face flushed crimson to the roots of her hair, tongue darting playfully in flustered embarrassment. Yang Ruofei watched, eyes crinkling with amusement, and teased. Taolon, was that intentional surrender to his embrace? Ruofiji, you're teasing me. Ouyang Taolon blushed deeper, diving into Yang Ruofei's arms, sparking an instant flurry of laughter and playful tussling. Yang Ruofei wore her form-fitting professional attire, its modest cleavage accentuated further by their spirited scuffle, drawing a fleeting involuntary glance from Li Yihong. He cleared his throat softly, redirected his gaze, and began organizing the newly acquired resources. Enough, settle down. He poured 3 glasses of purified water, freshly filtered through the seawater converter. The water carried a subtle mineral sweetness, clean, refreshing, exquisite. Drink up and rest. Li Yihong handed each woman a glass. Yang Ruofei accepted hers, sipped gently, the sweet liquid soothing her parched throat and replenishing her drained vitality. Truly exquisite, she murmured appreciatively. In this apocalyptic world where temperatures plunged below minus 70 degrees, others struggled for even a sip of clean, warm water. While they sat comfortably in their heated villa, sipping mineral-sweetened purity and eating mutation-cultivated fruit. All of it, wrought by this man before them. Li Yihong leaned back on the sofa, watching the storm outside gradually subside. The first phase of the Frostblood Tide was finally ending, and his ironclad isle, forged in ice and blood, had risen unmistakably as a true leviathan. Time passed second by second. The giant red countdown in midair finally reached its last tick. 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Ding. The first phase of the extreme cold blood tide has officially ended. The freezing effect began to slowly dissipate, and the seawater temperature will rise to normal levels within 24 hours. The survival leaderboard for the entire server has been locked, and ranking rewards are being distributed. The continuous system alert broke the silence on Ironclad Island. In the villa's hall, the previously piercing alarm finally stopped. Yang Ruofei and Ouyang Taolon both sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sofa. It's finally over. Ouyang Taolon patted her chest, glancing nervously out the window. The thick ice field outside began to emit dull cracking sounds, and the once raging blizzard gradually diminished. Yihong stood in the center of the hall where a golden email was radiating an enticing glow on the system panel in front of him. He reached out to open the email. Congratulations, player Yihong. You have achieved first place on the survival leaderboard of Zone S, with an absolute advantage during the first phase of the extreme cold blood tide. Your final score 189,500 points. Distributing the first place exclusive reward. You have received Harbor Unconditional Upgrade Card Legendary X1. You have received Deep Sea Alloy Steel Plate X500 High Level Energy Crystal Chest X1. Yihong raised an eyebrow at the rewards displayed on the panel. While the quantity of the first place reward wasn't extraordinarily vast, it precisely provided him with the most needed items: the legendary upgrade card radiating a red halo along with the last fragment of the island core. Yihong, did you receive the first place reward? Yang Ruofei propped herself up, asking curiously. I got it. Yihong showcased the red card to the two women. Harbor Unconditional Upgrade Card. Can directly upgrade the harbor level to 20 without considering the resources needed. Yang Ruofei took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She understood that the resources required to upgrade the harbor from level 15 to 16 were astronomical. This card could directly waive all resource consumption from level 15 to 20. The resources saved could arm a large players' alliance. The harbor breakthrough process has been activated. 33. The cold system prompt echoed in Li Yihong's ears. Detected that the host has gathered 3 pieces of the island's core fragments, and the harbor level has reached the breakthrough threshold. Do you wish to proceed with the harbor quality breakthrough immediately? Without hesitation, Li Yihong silently thought, breakthrough. Boom! The entire ironclad island suddenly shook violently. This tremor was not a destructive earthquake, but a vibrant rhythm full of life. Amidst the astonished gazes of Yang Ruofei and Ouyang Taolon, dazzling blue light erupted from the harbor control stone tablet. The blue light spread rapidly along the alloy bridge like waves. The originally ordinary white harbor began to undergo fundamental transformation at that moment. The thickness of the alloy bridge doubled and more complex defensive structures extended at the edges. The absolute domain energy shield's light curtain also transformed from a pale blue to a nearly tangible deep blue. Ding! Your harbor has successfully broken through to blue rare quality. The island area has expanded to 5,000 square meters. All defensive buildings' defense power increased by 50, and energy recovery speed improved by 50. Unique hidden god-level talent, all things attribute granting god level, has been upgraded. Current highest quality attributes that can be granted extracted have been raised to red legendary. Listening to the continuous system prompts, Li Yihong couldn't help but clench his fist. The harbor quality had broken through. It had crossed from white ordinary to blue rare. Without these 3 fragments of the island core, even if he leveled the harbor to 100, he would not be able to achieve this essential leap. Yihong, I feel like the island has grown a lot bigger. Ouyang Taolon ran to the window, exclaiming at the visibly wider steel platform outside. Not only has the area increased, but the defense power has also improved. Li Yihong felt the surging power surging within him again. The harbor quality breakthrough reflected greatly on his physical stats as well. He now felt that with a single punch he could easily smash through a heavy armored vehicle. Next, it's time to use this. Li Yihong took out the red unconditional upgrade card and directly slapped it onto the control stone tablet. Buzz! The upgrade card transformed into a dazzling red light, merging into the stone tablet. System prompt: successfully used the Harbor Unconditional Upgrade card. Your harbor level is being upgraded. Current level 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The harbor level has reached level 20, triggering a phase attribute reflection. Your strength attribute has increased by 100. Your agility attribute has increased by 100. Your physique attribute has increased by 100. Violent energy.